Chapter 211, Precipitation. The robot rescue incident has caused widespread discussion around the world. The robots discussed by netizens in China are brave enough to win the award. In other respects, it is the experience of robots participating in TV programs or exposing roadster robots. There is now a robot that is a symbol of wealth. After all, nearly 5 million robots. Ordinary people can't even think about it. Many wealthy people have found a new way to show off their wealth and take a robot to swim. Every time you bring a robot to the street, it will attract people to watch. Various videos are also flooding the web. More live broadcast platforms to find business opportunities. Open Robot Live programs. Live robots play games. Live robots sing. Live robots answer questions, etc. All kinds of ways. Even some variety TV stations are involved in this rank. Skill challenge variety shows and answer to play entertainment programs have found new ways to start programs. Man-machine battle mode. Unlike previous artificial mental retardation, this time the goal is intelligent robots. The participation of intelligent robots, with a variety of variety shows, and through TV programs, more and more people intuitively feel the performance of the robot. For these free advertisements, the Marching Ant Company is very happy and offers robot sponsorship. Unlike the country, the media in the Western countries are talking about the threat of robots to human society. Even if the robot saves people, it is still a black, because the robot is the Chinese Army Ant Company. The online world is very lively, and Chen Mo's life is very calm. I usually accept occasional interviews or attend some forums. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Mo is synonymous with genius. Many times, Chen Mo is wearing casual clothes, a typical model of a science and engineering man, so the image is low-key and peaceful. Since Xiaominix knows the existence of room temperature superconducting materials, the company has recruited a lot of security personnel. The security level of the institute and building number 1, and also the highest level, 24-hour normalization. With the presence of the Mexican woman, Chen Mo is not worried about the incorporation of commercial spies and secret agents into the company. The room temperature superconducting material is synthesized at the usual speed to make a superconducting computer. This is a very big news. If it is announced, the trouble will be great. Even if you are working with the above, you must choose a suitable time. Chen Mo is now carefully selecting technology in the technology library. After a while, there was a book that fell into Chen Mo's head with the light curtain. The Science and Technology Library, Training, Stage of Technology. There are countless. There is time in advance to sort out some of the basic techniques useful for his research. A good foundation is also beneficial for future research. First, precipitation and preparation for the explosion. There are so many technologies here that he can't achieve it one by one. Only select the technology that is useful for the current research. The book of the technology apprenticeship stage only completes the normal temperature superconducting materials, and the supercomputer has not yet been completed. Moreover, the science library has 6 other directions and 6 other books are suspended. He has no energy at all to market other technologies, when necessary. And in the book of the apprenticeship, in addition to biopharmaceuticals, many technologies are already available in science and technology. Therefore, the technology in the apprenticeship stage only serves as an auxiliary function, and the completion of the technology and technology in the stage of technical apprenticeship is his most important task at present. Chen Mo did not know how long it took to get out of the technology library after getting the technology he needed. Just opened his eyes, he saw sitting next to him, looking at his little fish with a worried look. "When did you come over? Why don't you wake me up?" Chen Mazen has some tired temples. Every time he gets the technology from the technology library, he consumes a lot of energy. Although it is not as horrible as the last time, it is a bit tired. 15 minutes ago, watching you sleep so familiar, it did not bother you. But when you sleep, your face is a little bad, is it too tired? Xiaoyu handed the boiling water at the bedside to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's office has a room for special rest, but here, the entire company, only a small fishing can come in. Nothing, maybe just woke up. Chen Mo took the small fishing cup and drank it. Is there a thing that I want to spit in the last time? Said Xiaoyu. It's okay. Chen Mo felt the care of Xiaoyu, warmed his heart and smiled, pushing Xiaoyu to leave the room. I can't take a rest for a few days. Do you have to cook something more delicious? Find me something. This is the map of the land area of the coastal city of Banhai. Next time, Xiaoyu followed Chen Mo back to the office area and opened the map on the hard drive. Chen Mo asked Zhao Minutes to find the land. Zhao Minutes was busy with the company's affairs, and yesterday he left the coastal city to attend an important meeting, so this task naturally fell on Xiaoyu. The land that is more suitable for your requirements has 3 pieces. The largest area is the 70 mu area in Xiangjiang district, the smallest one is in Qinghai, 28 acres, and the 56-acre incense burner beach. Which piece do you like? Chen Mo asked. I like the incense burner beach. The environment here is very good. There are few people, but it is not too far from the city center. It belongs to the area under development. I heard that you used to build a house. I think it is a bit big. You still choose according to your ideas. Xiaoyu said, I use the drone to take aerial map information. The small fishing spot opened the map and was able to see a panoramic view of the 3 plots. The view of the beach is unobstructed, all in HD images. Ink Girl, you sort out the geographic data of these 3 places. Chen Mo said. Okay, Mom. After a while, a mathematical model appeared on the projection of the office, which was a preliminary geographic model extracted from aerial data. Seeing the mathematical model, Xiaoyu was slightly surprised. She knew the existence of the Ink Girl, but Chen Mo never told her about the role of the Ink Girl. She knows that the artificial intelligence of the Ink Girl is very advanced. The last time Chen Mo had an accident, the Ink Girl took the initiative to call her to know. But it was the first time that she saw the Ink Girl can automatically model. And the speed of modeling is more than 1.5 points faster than manual operation. Are you surprised? Yes, I didn't expect the Ink Girl to be so advanced. Xiao said truthfully. I used to know that the ink of the Ink Girl is the highest intelligence in the company. It seems that I am probably higher than she thought. The advanced level of the Ink Girl is beyond her imagination. She didn't know. Chen Mo still had a lot of things to look at herself, but she was not interested. Even if she knew these secrets, she could not help. So never ask. Chen Mo wants to let her know. Naturally will tell her. Merg brother. The result came out. The Ink Girl interrupted the dialogue between the two. According to the calculation, the geographical environment of Xianglutan is better. The average temperature difference between winter and summer is small, and the coverage of vegetation is relatively high. There is no industrial pollution around. The population is moderately dense, the transportation is convenient, and the crime rate is very low. Ink Women listed the data figures, and the data of the 3 plots was presented in front of Chen Mo. The data is only for the reference of Chen Mo, and the final decision is still Chen Mo. It seems that my family is right fishing. Chen Mo smiled and said, just choose the land of the incense burner beach. The auction of the land began 10 days later. I am going to bid. Do you want to commission a design office to design a house? No, they are too slow. Chen Mo smiled. I came in person. You will also design? Xiaoyu asked. It will be a matter of learning. But the Ink Girl will design. I don't have to worry about going to school. Chen Mo pointed at the computer. Chapter 212. Lin Xiu arrived 2 months, not long or short. After the robot storm, people began to adapt to the existence of the robot. Saudi Arabia adapts most quickly in all countries that import robots, because in Saudi Arabia, there are cases of intelligent robotic citizens, so after importing intelligent robots, they quickly adapt and become Saudi intelligent civil citizens. In addition to the United States, the island abroad, Many European countries have imported robots for research. For the outside world, this is an emerging market, and many countries want to be able to take a share. For the Marching Ant Company, the market for intelligent robots is almost blank. Therefore, in the absence of breakthroughs in artificial intelligence technology, it is almost impossible to compete with the Marching Ant Company for the robot market. So far, the robot is just a marching ant company playing a single game. Lin Xiu looked up at the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company and hesitated for a long time before he went to the gate of the park. What Chen Mo said when he left Jiangnan City was vivid. After she went to college, she could work in a marching ant company. Now that the college entrance examination has been completed, she should also come to the Marching Ant Company. She is a little nervous, and the Marching Ant Company will not want her. After all, she is just a high school student who just graduated. And it has been more than half a year since then. Chen Mo will not remember her. Little character is not necessarily. Miss, who are you looking for? Just arrived at the door. Lin Xiu was stopped by security guards at the door. I want to apply for your company, Lin Shazi said. Now she is like a blank piece of white paper. She has no contact with the experience of the society. In the face of this situation, she is a little nervous. Apply? The security guard looked up and down Lin Xiu, looking confused. Lin Xiu's eyes are pure, carrying a school bag, obviously a 17-year-old girl, and wearing too simple. Not like the applicant. What is your name? Lin Xiu said truthfully, the forest of the woods, comfortable and comfortable. The security personnel picked up the headset and let people start to check. After receiving the response, they looked at Lin Xiu. Sorry, the company has no notice of your interview. You can send your resume through the online email, or send your resume to the company mailbox, and receive the company's email. Interview information. Come over. The security of the normal headquarters campus is very strict. It is not the employees of the company. If you want to enter the gate of the headquarters campus, you must go through a strict check. Avoid mixing some unrelated people into the company, causing trouble for the company's work. Lin Xiu anxious. She did not have a resume, but the high school student just graduated, no work experience. This kind of resume has been cast, all of which are mud cows, into the sea, and it is impossible to be hired. So she chose to come in person, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to enter the Marching Ant Company. I will use the Chinese character programming language, Mr. Chen Mo said. Let me work in the Army Ant Company after I went to college. Lin Xiu had to move out of the final killer. If she goes back like this, she can't step into the Marching Ant Company. Boss, do you know the boss? The security personnel are serious and involve Chen Mo, and they must all take it seriously. I have seen it once. He let the company work. Lin Xiu said. Please wait a moment. The security personnel picked up the headset again and began to confirm. Within a minute, I looked at Lin Xiu again. You can go in and brush your ID card. The security officer pointed to the machine next to him. The outsiders must be checked by identity, especially after more than 2 months ago. After Zhao Minutes gave instructions to upgrade security work, the security work of the park was more strict. Visitors who are not visiting the company must go through the artificial intelligence face recognition registration before they can enter the company. The tallest building is the headquarters office. Security personnel pointed to the ant colony headquarters. Thank you. Lin Xiu, according to the security personnel, swiped his ID card into the park. The park is very large and very clean, but because the park has not been used for a long time, the branches and leaves of the trees have not been opened, so the greening is somewhat weak, but the buildings are brand new and modern. She met the Marching Ant Company in the news. I didn't expect to see it today. I was a little excited. After calming down, Lin Xiukai went to the ant nest building. Just approaching the gate, a robot went to Lin Xiu's side. Miss Lin Xiu, please come with me. Oh. Lin Xiu stayed at the robot and his head was trying to adapt. She has seen robots on the internet, but I didn't expect to see it here. Do you know me? The boss said that he will take you to see him directly. The intelligent robot led Lin Xiu to the elevator. Boss. Lin Xiu's face was amazed, and his look was a little excited. and he followed the robot. In the marching ant company, there is only one person who can be called the boss, the one who has appeared in his mind for countless times. I did not expect that for half a year, that person still remembers her. Along the way, many people looked at Lin Xiu and were curious about Lin Xiu's identity. Lin Xiu is too simple, his face is not childish, and it doesn't look like a staff member, not even a business. The moment the elevator went to the top floor, Lin Xiu excitedly licked his face and his heart beat faster. After several gates, I finally entered Chen Mo's office area. Seeing Chen Mo, Lin Xiu's eyes are full of excitement, gratitude, worship, respect and even more complicated feelings. It was this man who changed her life trajectory and gave her light when she was in despair. Mr. Chen Mo. Lin Xiu flashed in tears and bowed deeply toward Chen Mo. Come and sit down. Don't be restrained. Chen Mo smiled and led Lin Xiu to sit down on the sofa. What do you want to drink? Coffee or tea? I don't have to drink. Lin Xiu was very nervously sitting across from Chen Mo. I came to work in a marching ant company. According to the original agreement, I went to college and came to your company to work part-time. Chen Mo smiled. Is your brother's illness better? Okay. The operation is very smooth and the recovery is very good. Now with my grandfather at home, I will be able to go to school in September. Lin Xiu said. Does the money be enough? Chen Mo handed Lin Xiu a cup of tea. Lin Xiu was a little busy and took the tea that Chen Mo handed over. He was very excited. The money is enough. The younger brother's surgery costs plus medical expenses. Spent a total of 200,000. And now fully recovered. The rest of the money, repaired the grandfather's house, and for the younger brother to go to school. I owe you money, I will return it to you, you can let me do anything. Lin Xiu lowered his head, cannot look directly at Chen Mo's eyes. The money is the money to buy your software. You don't owe me anything, but I make a lot of money. Chen Mo said, is it admitted to college? The college entrance examination is over. I reported to Bnai University. If there is no accident, I should be able to go up. I hope to work in your company to repay you. I don't have to pay. Lin Xiu looked up at Chen Mo, and lowered his head. Dressing angle, knuckles whitish. You don't have to repay me. Let's go. Chen Mo stood up and said, Mr. Chen Mo, if you didn't rescue me from the police station, I may be in jail now. My brother has no money to cure disease, and my grandfather will be sad. I just want to repay you. Don't take me away. I have been here for the past 6 months. Every day, I learn Chinese programming languages and computer technology. Lin Shazhen looked at him behind Chen Mo, tears in his eyes, with panic in his eyes, for fear that Chen Mo would drive her away. Maybe you understand the meaning of me wrong. I did not chase you away. Chen Mo looked at Lin Xiu helplessly, sighed. I said to go. Follow me, report to the department where you work, hurry up. The last 4 words were unquestionable, and Lin Xiu immediately stood up and held back tears. Dry your tears, or let those employees think that I am bullying you, then my reputation will be broken. Chen Mo said. Oh, good. Lin Xiu hurriedly wiped his tears. Chen Mo left the office and Lin Xiu followed him. Looking at Chen Mo's back, Lin Xiu's eyes are still mixed with worship, respect and a little bit of complex emotions. Chapter 213. Invitation Wise was very surprised that Chen Mo came personally. Not only him, the entire Chinese programming department, seeing Chen Mo that moment, his face was surprised. Chen Mo rarely appears in the staff's office area because he has his own research, usually in a private laboratory or mysterious building number 1. The company's affairs are also managed by Zhao Minutes. Even Zhao Minutes, there are very few opportunities for ordinary employees to get in touch. Chen Mo, the young boss, is even more mysterious in the minds of ordinary employees. Chen Mo supports the development of the entire army and company technology. This horrible boss is almost the idol of the entire company, the young girl's dream lover. The company's big boss suddenly visited their department and made them nervous. If there is a problem, their problems will be big, and they will lose their jobs. When the company split several departments into independent subsidiaries, the company's personnel made a huge adjustment. But the Chinese programming department is one of the departments with the smallest internal changes. Their subordinates are independent departments of the R&D system, and the technical functions of the technicians are determined with little change. However, the personnel who can enter the Chinese character programming department are excellent software development talents of the Marching Ant Company, and master the Chinese character programming language. Many companies have to dig their mines and want to dig up these high-level talents in the Chinese programming department. However, it is impossible to dig people because of the constraints of labor contracts. The Chinese character programming language is one of the most popular computer languages, especially in the circle of computer technology experts. It is a threshold for mastering the Chinese programming language. Many masters have seen the superiority of Chinese programming languages, especially the hacker circle, and countless hackers are interested in Chinese programming languages. The clown virus kidnapping the city and blackmailing a country's events has almost become a legend in the hackers circle. It was this incident that made it possible to master the editing of the Chinese word programming language virus code and become a new Persia. More and more hackers have entered the market by mastering the Chinese character programming language and making Chinese character programming language viruses for profit. Every virus programmed by Chinese characters is a new type of virus for Windows systems. Although there are many antivirus software for Chinese character programming languages, it is not a cure. The popularity of Chinese programming languages has made people's concerns about computer security more and more serious. The term termite system, which claims to be able to withstand almost all virus attacks, naturally becomes the top choice for business operators. No one wants to let the company's secrets leak due to hacking problems, or the work content is hacked away, causing greater losses. Many people don't care if they buy the money from the termite system. Therefore, the popularity of Chinese programming languages has indirectly increased the revenue of the corporate office market. The corporate office market is also constantly delivering blood to the army ants. If the revenue of the seismograph is violent, then the income of the enterprise office is drizzle and lasting long. With the popularity of the termite system, one of the work of the Chinese programming department is to develop the ecosystem of this system in depth. The formation of the Chinese programming department has grown stronger in the hands of WISE, because this department has some special characteristics. Boss, why don't you notice when you come here? WISE said. Since being recruited by Chen Mo into the Army Ant Company, WISE has been like a fish, like 1,000 miles of horses in the bowl phase, galloping the battlefield. I am also suddenly having something. Chen Mo glanced at the members of the Chinese programming department. There are 3 groups, each with 10 people, forming a competitive situation, competing in cooperation, and cooperating in competition. It is the enemy and the friend. This kind of healthy competition is what the company wants. You get that so well. Open the meeting? Chen Mo asked. Discuss technical issues. WISE said. In charge of the Chinese programming department, WISE will let the clown organize the kind of technical communication, and let him bring it here. In the technical exchange, all employees have equal status, face-to-face discussion of Chinese character programming learning experience, and even exchange technology. The Chinese character programming language is in the development stage, and many things need people to explore. This open communication way of thinking can quickly find the problem defects, and the team members of the Chinese character programming department can make progress very quickly. Of course, the reward and punishment system is also inevitable. Each team member has a technical question and asks the other team members for answers. Ask the group with the most technical problems, bonuses, groups with the most questions, and bonuses. However, these all technical issues must be judged to be useful. This kind of mechanism to encourage discussion has further enhanced the enthusiasm of team members. Naturally, The technical staff of the Chinese character programming department is getting higher and higher. It is an unexpected surprise that Wise has not touched the management and adopted the wild method to achieve this effect. Zhao Minutes did not interfere with the management of Wise and let him do it. Yeah, it seems that everyone's learning is very strong. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Your Chinese programming department is the company who is most familiar with Chinese character programming. After so long understanding, I believe that each of you know the benefits of this computer language. I attach great importance to your department. Chen Mo said that the employees were as excited as the chicken blood. In the company, I was able to get the department that Chen Mo praised. But I have never heard of it. This is the first time. Today brings you a new colleague. Chen Mo reached out and directed everyone's attention to Lin Xiu. She is Lin Xiu, who is a talented person who is familiar with Chinese programming languages. Everyone looked puzzled at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu's clothing. The tender face, not like the people at work, but the kind of campus. At this time, Lin Xiu was a little nervous. This was the first time she entered the army and company. She didn't even think about it before. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiu. I just graduated from high school. Lin Xiu said to everyone. Lin Xiu introduced that everyone's face was surprised. High school graduation was recruited by Chen Mo, listening to a bit of tears. But the facts are in sight. However, many people still think about it. There may be a relationship between Chen Mo and Lin Xiu. Otherwise, Chen Mo recruited a high school student to come in. This can't be said. She works for Wise, Chen Mo said. Okay. Wise nodded and looked at Lin Xiu. Let's study here. Chen Mo Zen, Lin Xiu, saw her nod and looked at Wise. You arrange your work, you will continue to meet. After turning around and leaving, just taking a step, I turned to look at Wise. Forgot to tell you that she is the maker of the Jiangnan virus, the predecessor of the clown virus. The company's termite antivirus software is the predecessor software she created. Don't look down on her because she is young. When Chen Mo's words came out, the people on the field took a breath of air. At this moment, they understand why Chen Mo will recruit such a small girl. It turned out that it was not related, but it was really capable. The clown virus is very loud in the circle. They are engaged in this line, and it is impossible to not know. Unexpectedly, the predecessor Jiangnan virus incident was actually made by a little girl who was only 17 or 18 years old. Many self-proclaimed geniuses feel that it is not a big blow. Lin Xiu, you should be my assistant first, and then arrange other work after you are familiar with the company and department. Wise did not dare to neglect, because Lin Xiu is not an ordinary person. Chen Mo let her in, obviously want to reserve talent for the company. Moreover, there is a real talent, and he must be personally led to be assured. Thank you, Lin Xiu said with a smile. I am very happy to meet everyone. Well, welcome. But our talk continues. Now Lin Xiaomai has also joined in and communicated with everyone. Wise smiled and applauded. Chen Mo returned to the office and took over the tea that the robot handed over. Lin Xiu is a genius, so he values it. No one teaches, self-study, and develops smart code without guidance. Although there is only a piece of smart code, it is enough to explain her ability. As long as they accept the systematic study, the future is boundless, and their company may be able to have more generals. Just wanted to put on the lab coat and enter the lab. Xiao appeared. He handed him an invitation letter. A week later, Manhai City will hold a cocktail party. The famous entrepreneurs and CEOs in the province will come over and have yours. Invitation card. Cham Chamber reception? Chen Mo took the invitation and glanced at it. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Let's go see it. Chapter 214, Xiaolan's proposal. You don't follow me? Chen Mo stood in front of the mirror and looked at the little fisherman who was carefully tidying his tie. Xiaoyu's current appearance is a gentle little wife. I will not go with you. I am not suitable for this kind of entertainment. If you go by yourself, there will be a lot of socialites, or rich families around you. Xiaoyu smiled and said, if I am in the past, Now the evening home will be drowned by vinegar. Then you are not afraid that I will be taken away by those rich families? Chen Mo said. I can't catch it. Xiao Yu kissed Chen Mo's face and smiled lightly. I am waiting for you to come back tonight. The time is almost over. It's time to go. Blue Sea Floor. Here is the top private club in Bnhai. The existence of such a club is to provide a secret social environment for the same social class. Members of the clubhouse also become a symbol of wealth and status. Every year, those who pay the club membership fee must be more than 1 million. This cocktail party was held in the top clubhouse of Lan Hailu. The cocktail party gathered most of the entrepreneurs in the province. There are hundreds of people. Each invited person is an elite in one field or a person with a face. The Chamber of Commerce is a multidisciplinary social group that promotes the prosperity of industry and commerce. It is the process of orderly organization of merchants, the government and businessmen, and the link between merchants and society. To put it bluntly, the Chamber of Commerce is a group of businessmen. One of the purposes is to provide a platform for communication between merchant groups. However, the existence of chambers of commerce is different from forums or summits. Its nature is industry associations, with internal rules and advantages. Many companies want to join the Chamber of Commerce because of the many benefits: industry groups, resource sharing, information channels, and contacts are all great benefits. Chen Mo's participation this time is the annual cocktail party of the South China Chamber of Commerce. Similar cocktails are held every year in different cities, and this time the marching ant company was invited to participate for the first time. On the parking lot of the private clubhouse, various luxury cars are parked. The luxury car here can hold a large luxury car exhibition. Just let go of a car. Ordinary people can't afford it for a lifetime. This kind of reception is attended by people with heads and faces, and luxury cars are a kind of identity. There are still a lot of luxury cars outside, and they are gathering in the direction of the clubhouse. Various characters come down from the car and enter the clubhouse. Chen Mo looked at the scenery outside the window. He didn't have much leisure and elegance. He came to this place to eat, drink and have fun. He was not sure about the existence of these places. It is also the first time to come. After getting off the bus, Chen Mo sorted out the dress and walked into the venue. Xiao Yu did not come with him. Zhao Minutes was on a business trip, only to come over. Although I don't like this occasion very much, it is necessary to come over and accept the invitation. Mr. Chen Mo, please ask inside. The president has been waiting for a long time. After seeing Chen Mo coming over, Zheng Zhe immediately greeted him and led Chen Mo out of the hall. Others cannot know, but Chen Mo has to know, especially in the coastal city. Not long after, under the leadership of Zheng Zhe, Chen Mo entered the banquet hall. Magnificent and luxurious. Seeing the decoration of the hall, his mind instinctively merged two words. It is the top private club in Bnhai. When Chen Mo came in, he attracted the attention of the entire hall. Many people are surprised and look like they are ready to move. Many people want to contact Chen Mo through various channels, and finally fail. This time Chen Mo attended the reception, which was a huge surprise. The marching ant company is not listed. According to the current profit scale, it is already the richest enterprise in China, and the profits are also terrible. If the marching ant company is listed on IPO, the market value will immediately surpass all listed companies on the market. This is a tune and the sweetest one. If you can get in touch with Chen Mo and reach a cooperation, their company will skyrocket. Under the guidance of Zheng Zhe, Chen Mo soon met Xu Jialin, president of the South China Chamber of Commerce. A real estate tycoon in China is also a well-known figure in the industry. In China, it is almost one of the real estate giants. Chen, long awaited for a long time. Xu Jialin greeted him with a surprise. It is an honor to be able to show your face. Hello, Xu. Chen Mo smiled. Let's go over there and talk. Slowly, Xu Jialin reached out and led Chen Mo not far away. Now the attention of the entire hall is on Chen Mo. Everyone's look is different. Envy, jealousy, hate, surprise, and even other emotions. I can't wait for Chen Mo's achievements to be their own. and I can't wait for the people around Chen Mo to be themselves. Many people think about it, and when Xu Jialin and Chen Mo are finished talking, what methods should they use to get close to Chen Mo? The reception offers such a good platform that they can't miss, especially those ladies and rich families. Chen Mo in their eyes is simply the man who dreams. If you can get Chen Mo, they can get the things that countless women dream of. Just for these eyes, Chen Mo and others turned a blind eye. After the two sat down on the sofa, Xu Jialin said, Chen, your name, I heard the ears are getting up. I really want to see you. I have no chance. I didn't expect to see you today. Come, today we have to have a drink. Xuzong, you have won the prize. We have different circles. I am a technical circle, you are real estate, and the intersection is not big. Chen Mo said slowly, the intersection is very big. Xu Jialin picked up a glass of red wine and handed it to Chen Mo. The person who allowed him to hand the wine was slapped in the palm of his hand. How? Chen Mo took the glass and touched him. Xu Jialin shook his head and smiled. The future smart city is a development trend. The combination of technology and real estate, building a high-tech integrated intelligent building, environmental protection concept, intelligent concept, smart city. The combination of technology and real estate, this is the future world. Vision. Xuzongzhen is really unique. Chen Mo is not allowed. Xu Jialin is able to go to this position today, definitely not lucky. In addition to courage, there is a larger view of the situation and direction. Oh, this is some of my visions. Your company is a leader in the technology industry. Our company has made small achievements in real estate. I have a proposal. If we join forces, we can almost certainly have no rivals in China. Xu Jialin is full of pride. He is confident in the concept of a smart building, but lacks a suitable partner. The average company can't meet his requirements. Whether it is capital or technology, the Marching Ant Company is undoubtedly the best choice. As long as Chen Mo agreed to cooperate, he has the confidence to continue to lead the real estate market. Is there any interest in Chen? Xu Jialin asked. Xu's thoughts are very good. I believe that Xu's smart building project will be released, and there will be many collaborators. Chen Mo did not directly give Xu Jialin the answer, but the wise man could hear what he meant. Chen is not good to consider. Xu Jialin's brows cannot be seen, wrinkled, and then stretched, once again to Chen Mo. To be honest, our company has no plans to touch the real estate industry for the time being. Chen Mo opened the door. This project is a big fat meat. Xu Jialin is a real estate veteran. He is an old-fashioned person. It is impossible to give him half of this fat in a few words. There are other conditions for cooperation between the two sides. He is not interested in entering the real estate industry. Even if he wants to go in, he should be cautious when working with Xu Jialin. Chapter 215, Calculation. The atmosphere of the two people was weird. Xu Jialin's eyes flickered, thinking about countermeasures. Chen Mo's direct rejection made him unexpected. In his mind, no matter how great Chen Mo is, he is still a young man. Money is almost something that cannot be refused. No matter how great this person is, or how powerful it is no exception. In this era, people who regard money as dirt, can almost say a number. Those so-called money, such as dirt, but no money. No one would be too much money, but Chen Mo did not hesitate to refuse, which made him very surprised. Real estate, this cake, it can be said that no one does not want, especially in China. This huge cake has made countless giants covet. Many people want to enter but they can't. His proposal is undoubtedly to open the door to real estate to Chen Mo, but Chen Mo did not even look at it and refused him. Chen, are you so anxious to refuse? There is no chance for cooperation between us, Xu Jialin said. This is a perfect opportunity. Many people want to enter this industry and cannot find an entrance. Xuzong, give me such a big advantage. Will not be unconditional. Chen Mo smiled. Xu Jialin's eyes flashed and he did not expect Chen Mo to see this step. This young man is smarter than he thinks, and he is more calm and calm. not the one that does not see the interests. It seems that Chen always refuses because of this. Xu Jialin smiled and said, to tell the truth, there are indeed a few conditions. If he is unconditional, it is stupid. As a qualified businessman, there is no interest. He absolutely shot. The condition is that we exchange 5% of the shares with your company. We become one of your shareholders, so that we can achieve all-round cooperation without scripting. Xu Jialin said, sorry, Mr. Xu, I have the opportunity to cooperate again next time. Chen Mo's meaning is already obvious. From the beginning of the seismograph, the market value of the Marching Ant Company has always been a mystery. Even the predators on Wall Street can't give a real valuation. As long as Chen Mo is not stupid, he will not hand over the shares. Even if it is a company that has joined the Army Ant Company, the market value will soar, let alone hold the shares of the Army Ant Company. The market value of Xu's real estate is very high, but in the eyes of Chen Mo, even the entire Xu group is not worth a fraction of the Army Ant Company. The marching ants began to appear, and if he bought the shares, he did not know how many times. However, the shares of the Marching Ant Company are still in the hands of Chen Mo. This is what he got. There is no need to send money to the capitalist in vain. Xu Jialin sighed and his face was a bit regrettable. As for the deep emotions, no one can know. The intelligent building has always been my dream. It seems that there is no chance for the time being. To help Xu's general, we should not only be our marching ants, but many domestic companies can do it. I believe that many people will not refuse the conditions of General Xu. Chen Mo said, this time I will study again. Xu Jialin picked up the glass and touched Chen Mo. This time I invited Chen to come over. There is another thing. Introduce the individual to you. Who makes Xu always so solemn? Chen Mo laughed. After Chen Mo Gang finished, a girl appeared in a black evening gown, revealing a scented shoulder collar, and her eyes were helpless. She looked at Chen Mo from time to time and flashed a curiosity. This is my daughter, Xu Xingxin, who just returned from the UK after reading The Doctor. Chen is always a young talent in the country, so I will introduce you this time. I am worried. This is the boss of the Marching Ant Company, the domestic man of the world. Chen Mo. You young people meet for the first time, have a common topic, and have a good chat. Don't be like me, I know the business all day. After Xu Jialin's heart was long and Xu Xin's heart, Chen Mo pleaded guilty and went to other small groups to start socializing. Hello, I have heard your name for a long time. Xu Xingxin reached out gracefully and shook Chen Mo. Hello. Chen Mo smiled politely. What kind of hobbies does Mr. Chen usually have? Xu Xin asked. Seeing Xu Xingxin and Chen Mo Pan talking about it, many rich girls and ladies who are concerned about Chen Mo are disappointed. Xu Xingxin is the daughter of Xu Jialin and Dr. Hai Gui. He is a beautiful goddess with outstanding looks and noble temperament. No matter the family background or the temperament, it is not comparable to the average person. Xu Xingxin appeared. They can almost say that there is no chance. This is a true giant child. As the two talked, Chen Mo also reached this conclusion. Many people don't feel very good about the word rich second generation. Excessive luxury, life is gorgeous, and defeating the family are the common impressions of the society on the second generation. But those people can only be regarded as upstarts who have more money than ordinary people. The rich have more resources, and their children can naturally get better innate conditions. The real giants attach great importance to the education of their children. The children raised are naturally better. During the conversation, Xu Xingxin was helpless. This is the helplessness of the children of the giants. Sometimes, for the benefit of the family, many rich women and women have become tools for family marriage and marry those who do not like it. This kind of thing can't be seen by ordinary people, but it always exists. Because of the exchanges of the rich, the circle is small, but it is very open. So the life of the rich is very complicated. Not that she can change. She is already lucky compared to others. The person in front of her eyes is Chen Mo, the most dazzling star, the dream of countless girls. No matter what the conditions, it is much better than other men. Her emotional intelligence is not low, she can feel the estrangement of Chen Mo. They all say that women chase men's gauze, but this man does not like you. The middle interval is definitely Sahara. Chen Mo's unsatisfactory reaction made her suffer a lot, and her position moved to Chen Mo's side. Mr. Chen, what wine do you like to drink? Chen Mo is not salty and not too light, and he maintains an appropriate distance from Xixingxin. He also has to admit that Xixin is very good and better than many women. But Xiaoyu's ordinary, sensible, gentle girl is what he likes. Xiaolin's intention is obvious. Young people with such good conditions can become his son-in-law. The two financial resources, and the network of the Xi Group, will become the most influential consortium family in China. I didn't study wine. When I was with my friends, I just drank some beer. Chen Mo smiled. Mr. Chen is really real. Is there any honor for Mr. Chen to have a drink? Xixingxin recruited the waiter and took out a glass of champagne and laughed. It is my pleasure to drink with Miss Xu, this beautiful girl. Chen Mo picked up the wine glass in front of him and touched Chen Mo. Oh. In one corner, a woman took a miniature camera and walked over to Xiaolin, the boss. They all took it. Very good. According to the plan, cannot let the third person know, Xiaolin said. Understand. The woman nodded and turned away. Xiaolin's face showed a slight smile. Some things need to be helped. He admits that his daughter is good enough, plus his help. One Chen Mo, it should not be a problem. As long as Chen Mo and his daughter are better. The Xi Group and the Marching Ant Company teamed up. The technical advantages of the Marching Ant Company and the resource network of their group. The Xi Group will become a world-class consortium. Chapter 216, Saving the United States. Chen Mo sat on the sofa with a wine glass, and from time to time someone came over to talk and handed him a business card. Self-introduction and conversations between the two sides are all about nonsense. This kind of entertainment, Chen Mo is not the first time to participate. Some people say hello, they will raise their glasses and they can't talk deeply. It is still necessary to do it. Unconsciously, the slow music stopped and changed into dance music. The scene was also lively, and everyone started looking for a partner and went to the dance floor to dance with the music. This kind of communicative reception, in addition to the banquet, is a dance party. The dance party makes people more close to the communication, and the dance is more liberal and free than the banquet. Without the language-only communication between the glasses, the dance can make more physical contact and bring the distance between the two sides closer. Physical contact will make both parties more willing to exchange some messages. Mr. Chen, don't you invite your favorite dancer to dance? In this kind of occasion, it is generally the man who invites the lady to dance. Seeing that Chen Mo has not moved, Xixingxin has no choice but to take the initiative. I don't know how to dance, I can't jump, I invite others to jump, and I'm wrong. Chen Mo shrugged. It turned out to be like this. Xixin smiled. His eyes were full of strange looks. I didn't expect anything that Mr. Chen would not. Chen Mo said, I am not omnipotent. Then I have the opportunity to invite you to dance a dance? It is all right. Xixin hearted to the other women and eagerly moved to invite. Chen Mo did not refuse. Since he came to this occasion, he must respect the etiquette of this occasion. He did not take the initiative to invite, but Xixingxin's words said that he would not be able to refuse. Other women saw this scene, and their eyes were envious. Chen Mo is the object of their dreams. Now they are first and foremost, and their opponents are still excellent and impeccable Xixin, so that they feel the opportunity is even more embarrassing. Xixin looked at Chen Mo between the feet, and the corners of his mouth floated slightly. Father asked her to come over, she is not very willing. After learning that the other party was Chen Mo, Xixin's heart came over. After the observation, she gradually became interested in Chen Missouri. Chen Mo is very calm, and speaks with a sense of casualness and free and easy, not deliberately to install a gentleman. This feeling is different from the man she met before. In the past, many men, in front of her, were very polite and very gentlemen. Perhaps Chen Mo did not come from a wealthy family, so he does not have the grace of a wealthy child, and more is a casual, which is very attractive to her. Xixinxin's hand was placed on Chen Mo's shoulder. The faces of the two were very close. She could clearly see every detail on Chen Mo's face. Calm, calm, and Chen Mo's look at this moment is very serious. It's just a bit rigid and awkward, like a complete newbie. It seems that Chen Muzhen is a person who can't dance. She did not know. Chen Mo was thinking about the pace and steps at this time. Now all the movements are imitated by his powerful memory and the movements of the people next to him. There is no naturalness at all, very rigid. Fortunately, it is just a simple footwork, otherwise Chen Mo is really impossible to complete. Others saw this scene, and they also sighed in their hearts. Looking at Zhu Jialin's eyes, he was more admired, and he was willing to use his daughter to approach Chen Mo. Now Chen Mo is a newcomer, many people want to get close, but Chen Mo rarely participates in entertainment. The average person has no chance to contact. It's hard to have a chance tonight, and Zhu Jialin is the first to let them hate. With Chen Mo, a potential star with unlimited potential, their future will definitely have hopes to shoulder the Xi group. In the distance, Zhu Jialin, who is paying attention to the two people, has a satisfactory color in his eyes. He thinks his daughter is good enough, and winning Chen Mo is not a problem. The next moment, Zhu Jialin's mouth was slightly upturned and he drank the drink in his hand. Chen Mo focused on adapting to the dance steps, and did not pay attention to other people's eyes and reactions. For him, it's just an ordinary entertainment. Mr. Chen, in fact, on this occasion, you don't have to focus on dancing. It's the second best thing to dance. The main nature of ballroom dancing is to make friends. Xixinxin said, I take the liberty to ask, what kind of girl does Mr. Chen like? Ha ha. When Chen Mogang wanted to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. Zhu Jialin, I want you to regret it forever. A voice full of hate, breaking the harmonious atmosphere of the entire hall. Everyone was shocked by this voice and looked at the source of the sound. I saw a woman, holding a knife and rushing toward Xixin's heart. Be careful. Chen Mo's face changed slightly, and he couldn't think too much. He moved Xixin's heart into his arms, lifted his feet sideways, and swept his face on the woman's arm. The woman snorted, her body lost balance, and she fell to the ground. And the scene was chaotic. Go to hell. The woman grabbed the knife and climbed up from the ground again. She rushed over to Xixin, at least not close, and was kicked by Chen Mo. Catch people. Are you stupid? Zhu Jialin's roaring sound awakened everyone, and the security guards on the field rushed toward the woman and pressed her to the ground. Zhu Jialin, you are not good. When the woman's words were not finished, the security guards licked their mouths and could not move. From start to finish, the whole process is less than half a minute. Many people have not even seen what happened. After the woman was subdued, the talents looked at Chen Mo and looked surprised. Just now Chen Mo shot twice and protected Xixin. They did not expect that the man of the storm had such a good skill. Even Xixin, who was protected by Chen Mo, was shocked at this time. She did not expect that this would happen suddenly. Looking at Chen Mo's gaze, there was a bit of gaze in his eyes. The bodyguards of many rich people have already appeared in the hall, and looked at the surroundings seriously. Wang Hai has also appeared around Chen Mo. Small, okay. Zhu Jialin walked to Xixin's heart. His face was very ugly. Nothing, but Mr. Chen saved me. Xixin said. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Zhu Jialin said with gratitude, this time you have a loss, otherwise the little girl is in danger. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Chen Mo looked at the woman who was on the ground by the security guard. Who is she? This woman is my secretary. I asked her to leave today in the morning. Maybe because of this, I hate it and mix it in my name. I didn't expect to have a white-eyed wolf and let everyone laugh. Zhu Jialin black face immediately. I looked at the woman on the ground. Take her first. Don't break everyone's interest. The woman was taken down and the music in the hall rang again. as if anything had happened. It's just that it's impossible to do it. They clearly saw that Chen Mo's foot was twice and he saved Xu's heart. The skill was very fast and he had completely practiced it. If Chen Mo does not shoot, everyone will never know that Chen Mo, who is calm and peaceful, is actually in a good position. This is truly hidden. Everyone looked at Chen Mo's eyes, completely different, especially those rich girls, looking at Chen Mo's eyes, all with small stars, just handsome feet. They all remember. I really thank you just now. If it weren't for you, I am afraid that I will be in danger. Xixingxin went to Chen Mo again and solemnly thanked him. Nothing. Chen Mo gently shook his head. Fortunately, I usually exercise. The strength of the potential development is not ruined. The woman has not practiced, so he was easily stopped. Walking back to the sofa and sitting down, Chen Mo began to think about the details. The thing just happened. He felt a little weird, and he couldn't tell where it was. Not long after, Chen Mo got up and left the venue. He did not want to stay here. Chapter 217, Special Substances. Xiaoyu is sitting on the sofa watching the TV series eating a fruit platter. After living with Chen Mo, some of her habits have not changed. In front of outsiders, she showed a smart and gentle image. Only at home, she showed ordinary little women to be the truest self. Little fishing sister, Mercedes is back. The voice of the ink girl reminded. Chen Mo installed artificial intelligence in the villa, and now all the electronic products in the villa can be managed intelligently. It is good. Upon hearing the reminder of the ink girl, Xiaoyu rushed to open the door. Just arrived at the door, I saw Chen Mo coming in. Come back. Xiaoyu smiled and said, do you have fun at the party? The evenings are all the same. Chen Mo took off his coat and handed it to Xiaoyu, dragging his shoes into it. Xiaoyu put a good coat, went to Chen Mo and began to give him a tie. Seriously, Chen Mo feels comfortable, and the depressed mood of the accident at the party just now is a lot better. There is a woman's perfume smell. Which woman is so lucky? Xiaoyu sniffed on Chen Mo's shoulder, his voice was sour. Xiaolin's daughter, there was a little accident at the party. Chen Mo simply told Xiao what happened at the reception. I didn't expect this kind of thing. Xiaoyu carefully looked at Chen Mo and found that there was no injury. He was relieved. The Xixin heart you saved, very beautiful. To tell the truth, a very good woman. What do you ask? This will not be angry? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. I am not so stingy. Before you go, I will be prepared. Your conditions are enough to attract any good woman, but I am not in my pocket. Xiao smiled a little. She knows Chen Mo, so she is relieved that Chen Mo does not need a woman who is too good, because he is good enough. And the excellent conditions are not very attractive to him. He only needs a woman who is sensible and trusts him. The sixth sense of a woman tells me that in the future, Xixin will definitely find you. Xiaoyu said. Why is this so sure? Chen Mo asked. You don't want to think about how I was cheated by you at the beginning. Xiao said. That is my luck, but also our fate. Chen Mo pet touched the head of Xiaoyu. If not that encounter, he did not have the situation today. Don't say this. Go to the bath quickly. I can't let the fragrance of other women put on my man for too long, Xiao said after untying Chen Mo's tie. Hey, do you know how to declare sovereignty? As a hostess, you should wash it yourself. Chen Mo took the little fish in his arms. Xiaoyu did not struggle, shyly buried his head in his chest. Let him pick up and walk into the bathroom. Back to the company the next day, Chen Mo Gang entered the office and sat down. On the computer desktop, an entertainment news popped up. Merg brother, you made a headline again. The reception at the reception last night was exposed by the media. It's really troublesome, so it's a broken thing, but it's still headline. Chen Mo cried and laughed at the news that the ink girl popped the table. This is not a broken thing. It saves the beauty under the knife of the gangster. 2 tricks are used to subdue the gangsters. This is a classic hero to save the beauty. And the hero is the boss of the marching ant company. The beauty is the jewel of Xu's hand, and the door is right. The woman said. Chen Mo was speechless and he was actually ridiculed by artificial intelligence. Looking at the news carefully, There are quite a few things about his rescue of Xixin. Overnight, so much news, and even the inside story of him and Xixin broke. He also saw it with his own eyes, only to know that he and Xixin had these things, and had to admire the imagination of those who were from the media. After reading the news, Chen Mo was idle and had nothing to do. Other company products, developed by research teams. The room temperature superconducting materials have been produced in small quantities, and the superconducting computer is also being developed and assembled 24 hours a day. With the intelligent robot and the artificial intelligence of the Ink Girl, almost everything can be handed over to the robot. He was busy and dying to live, but leisurely. The calculation of artificial intelligence, modeling efficiency, as long as he said it, do not need him to do it. The Ink Girl will quickly complete it for him. Merg brother, the human potential development agent has been purified according to your intentions. Chen Mo thought about what to do next. The voice of the Ink Girl reminded him. Oh, just right. Chen Mo stood up from his seat and put on the lab coat into the lab. During this time, in addition to some basic technical information, there is also the study of human potential development technology. The supercomputer didn't finish that fast, so he also found something to do. The development of low-level human potential is the first technology he got from the technology library, and the most special one, because the development of low-level human potential belongs to the level of trainee. It is classified according to the function, and it belongs to the stage of technical apprentice. Chen Mo has been in the science and technology library, trainee, level, only this technology on the development of human potential. In every technology, there are dozens or even hundreds of similar technology libraries. This technology has only one copy, which seems a bit shabby, so he attaches great importance to this technology. After several dangerous and good physical qualities, he was allowed to escape. There was no opportunity to study in depth before, and now that he is free at this time, he can study this technology in depth. After entering the laboratory, Chen Mo placed a dozen tubes containing orange liquid in a transparent refrigerator. Those orange liquids are the purification fluids for low-level human potential development agents. When Chen Mo carried out the development of human potential, 3 medicated baths were needed. At that time, he did not have purification techniques and could only absorb it in the most primitive way. There are purification techniques now, but these potions are useless to him because one person can only do a low-level development. Chen Mo carefully took a test tube from the freezer and took a little solution with a dropper. According to the introduction of potential development technology, after the mixing of several medicinal materials, the special components of those medicinal materials will have a chemical reaction, which will produce substances that develop the potential of the human body. This special substance will not change the human genetics. Is the analysis analyzed? Chen Mo asked. There is analysis. Most of the ingredients inside are the original ingredients on the medicinal materials, but there is an unknown substance. The activity of this substance is very large and special. For the time being, no document has been found to record this substance, like it is a new substance produced by the chemical reaction of medicinal materials, a bit like protein. A second-generation robot went to Chen Mo and said, "It should be it, let's test it now." Chen Mo diluted the solution, mixed it into a saline inhalation syringe, and walked toward the mouse not far away. These tests cannot be placed on humans and can only be tested by animals. Although he has confidence in these drugs, he has to figure out whether there are any harms and get more detailed data. He was just a medicated bath, and now I think it's a bit bold. The black thick potion was like black sewage. It is now purified, much better than before. These pharmacies only need one, and they will take the role of 3 medicated baths. 10 mice were divided into 2 groups. According to the control variables, after injecting different concentrations of potential to develop the drug, Chen Mo was able to take up the syringe. "Mer brother, Xixin came to the company to find you. She wants to see you." Chen Mo Gang just put the syringe. The Ink Girl will open a reminder. It's really coming. Chapter 218. refused. Xixingson stood by the window of the reception room and overlooked the park of the Marching Ant Company. This is her first time to come to the Army Ant Company, as one of the most well-known companies in the country. She is very good. The emergence of seismographs is enough to become the greatest company. A man who is 1 year younger than her, started from scratch, and in a short period of time, the company has grown to a position where countless companies are on the side. I'm afraid this legend, no one can break. Chen Mo gave her a feeling of more mystery. She didn't know the man at all, and even her hobbies were not clear, but she was curious about Chen Mo, especially after last night. The whole brain was the moment when Chen Mo opened her. That kind of security is something she has never experienced before. Originally, the father let her approach Chen Mo, and now she found that she gradually became interested in Chen Missouri. How long will it take for your boss to come out? Xixingson looked at the robot in the reception room. After half an hour to march to the Army Ant Company, he was told that Chen Mo was in the laboratory. I am still waiting here, there is no movement. Mr. Xixingson, Mr. is in the laboratory. When studying, no one can bother. If you are in a hurry, you can come back next time, or you will have to wait until Mr. is out of the lab to inform Mr. said the reception robot. Then wait a minute. From the time she entered the Marching Ant Company, she was received by the robot. The advanced intelligence of the Marching Ant Company is beyond her imagination. It is no wonder that his father will have the idea of finding a Marching Ant Company to jointly develop a smart building. Xiao walked into the reception room and looked at Xixingson. This woman is the daughter of the real estate tycoon Xixingson. When Chen Mo told her about the party at the party last night, Xiao Yu guessed that Xixin would come to Chen Mo, but he did not expect it to be so fast. Miss Xu, the boss is out. Okay. Xixingson nodded and stood up from his seat and left with Xiao Yu. Seeing the two people, many employees were surprised to see, until the two entered the elevator, those employees were talking about it. What is the situation? The assistant took Xixingson to see the boss. Is this information a little big? Is the war between the predecessor and the incumbent? The last war. Didn't you see the boss coming with the assistant today? The assistant is very good in today's temperament and mood. The network is just a rumor, don't mess around. But the boss saves people, it is quite powerful. I didn't expect the boss to be so good. Is advised you not to talk about it now, and when you are discovered by the supervisor, you are ready to roll out and leave. I don't know who said it. Everyone immediately shut up. Now is the working time. Was found in the discussion of the boss's private affairs. In accordance with the company's regulations, the Sirius is to be expelled. Miss He is the assistant of Mr. Chen Mo. Xixingson looked at Xiao. She had seen some of Chen Mo's video materials. Many times, there will be a girl's shadow around her, which is the small fishing in front of her eyes. I am the assistant to the president and the assistant to the boss. Xiao Yu laughed. Xixingson was surprised to see Xiao. He was able to take up these two positions. It was definitely not because the army ants could not find a suitable person. It is probably because Xiao was a bit special. What kind of school did Miss He graduate? What professional can be recognized by your president and boss? Xixingson asked. Punhai University, Economic Management. Xiao Yu said. Xixingson was even more surprised because Punhai University is just an ordinary university in China. A student at a general university, as an assistant to the president and Chen Mo, can help two important positions, and even the best people cannot have such treatment. Then your work is not a lot. Does your boss not hire a secretary or assistant? Xixingson asked. This question, you have to ask the boss. It is here. Xiao Yu took Xixingson out of the elevator. Wang Hai and a security guard in front of the office area saw a small fisherman and simply greeted him. Going to the glass door and pressing the fingerprint to open the door, I took Xixingson into the office area of Chen Mo. Chen Mo's office area is large, including several laboratories and rest areas. The decoration style is very simple. There is not too much gorgeous decoration. The lab door is locked. No one knows what is inside. Boss, Miss Xu is coming. Xiao Yu entered Chen Mo's office and blinked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled helplessly and went to the sofa. Miss Xu, sit down. We are also friends. You call me Care. Xu Xingxin sat down opposite Chen Mo, smiling and said, seeing you, it is really difficult. Xu Xingxin carefully examined the decorative style of the office. From the taste of a person, he can easily judge his character. On the rear wall is a plaque of great wisdom, next to a bookshelf, all of which are various books and science books. A pen holder on the table, 2 small smart speakers, and 4 computers. This simple style tells her that Chen Mo is a simple person. Just in the lab, Chen Mo said. Chen Mo is also a bit surprised by the arrival of Xu Xingxin. I didn't expect to be right by Xiao Yu. Xu Xingxin will come to him, and it still came so fast. It seems that Mr. Chen's success is for a reason. You came to me this time, waiting for me for so long. What is it? Chen Mo asked. I am looking for you this time. Thank you for saving me last night. Xu Xingxin looked at Chen Mo seriously. Do you have time tonight? I invite you to have a meal. It is a small gratitude. I am a bit apologetic. Thank you for accepting it. Last night, it was just a matter of raising your hand, and dinner was free. Chen Mo shook his head. Chen Mo simply refused, and Xu Xingxin's heart was slightly lost. She thinks she is good enough. She used to line up with men and invited her to dinner. Now she took the initiative to issue an invitation and was actually rejected. This is what she was rejected from the time she was young, and she was invited for the first time. This time, is it to say this thing? In fact, this matter does not care too much. It is not a big deal. Chen Mo said. I have come over this time. There are still some things. When I was studying, I learned to manage my finances, invested in pocket money, and made a little money. Now I am just coming back from the UK. I am going to open an investment consulting company. I need some office products. I am planning to be with you. Company procurement. Xu Xingxin said. By the way, I ordered an intelligent robot. It's very good. Chen Mo nodded and said, the procurement. I turned back to the people below. They will contact you and do it for you. Mr. Chen, really can't bear to accept a beautiful woman's invitation? Xu Xingxin asked. I am really sorry. Chen Mo said apologetically. Recent research, Zhao Minit's business trip. The company's business is a bit more. Last night was just an episode. Now I know that I am invited to go out, and there will be more troubles in the future. For Xu Xingxin, he doesn't have much feeling. There is already a small fishing. There is no need to be entangled in this kind of thing. I invite you to have a coffee today and express my apologies. Chen Mo went to the coffee machine and poured a cup of coffee to Xu Xingxin. Xu Jialin looked at the newspaper at home, and it was a report about Chen Mo and his daughter Xu Xingxin. At this time, Xu Jialin, with no expression, didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Xu Xingxin's heart coming back, Xu Jialin smiled. How? See him? Seeing, he refused my invitation. Xu Xingxin was a bit unwilling to say. It's hard to meet a man who has a good impression on her, and who is worthy of her condition. The result is that she is passionate. Slow down, this kind of thing. You know that you don't do it overnight, Xu Jialin said. Talk later. After that, Xu Xingxin went upstairs and returned to his room. Seeing that Xu Xingxin's heart was unhappy, Xu Jialin's brow was tight. He recognized his daughter's condition, beauty, wisdom, and ability, and was rejected. Does this Chen Mo want to marry a fairy? Suddenly, the vibration of the phone interrupted his thoughts. The boss. Chen Mo's information is missing a bit. According to the investigation, he has already registered to get married. Just turned on. The phone sent a cautious voice. Well? Xu Jialin glanced up. Who is that woman? It is the assistant to the president of the Marching Ant Company, Hixiong. Chapter 219, Zhao Minit's returns. Xu Xingxin's heart is full of resentment. Since childhood, regardless of appearance, family history, ability or education, she believes that the conditions are almost perfect, but she refused without hesitation. Her emotional intelligence is not low. She can hear the euphemistic rejection of Chen Mo's voice. He didn't even give her a chance. Is it that your own charm has become so bad? There have been countless men who have tried every means to get her good feelings. Now there is a man who dismisses her and makes her feel frustrated. But now full of brains, the man is calm, and the 2 feet when she rescued her. The old hero saved the beauty, but the rescue was met by her. However, he obviously saved himself and asked him to eat a meal. Why was he refused? If a single man, she will never refuse her invitation. Does he have a girlfriend? When this idea came out, Xie Xingxin remembered a small phishing that took her into the Chenmo office today. Hang up the phone. Xie Jialin fell into meditation. The news that Chen Mo has already obtained the certificate is completely beyond his expectations. Such a successful young man. What woman can't get it? According to the thinking of the young people nowadays, it is absolutely impossible to marry so early, at least for a few years, to play enough, to be qualitative, and to think about marriage, but the facts are in front of you. He does not think that this information will go wrong. His energy and influence. It is still very easy to investigate a person's basic information. Originally thought that my daughter still had a chance. I did not expect to be preempted by others. What Chen Mo thought was, Xie Jialin was really unclear. The size of the marching ant company is not huge, but its influence and potential are also the largest companies in the world. Chen Mo is too young, not deeply involved in the world, does not know how to use this influence, so that the marching ant company is shrinking in the country and cannot go out. If you know how to use this power, now the marching ant company has already become a global unicorn. More likely to be the first company in history to have a market capitalization of more than $1 trillion. Such a huge force is left in use, which is a waste of resources. In order to further his ambitions, he will target this young, undeveloped ant. The huge financial and influence of the marching ant company, as well as the combination of his many years of accumulated resources, a business empire, is almost in sight. However, Chen Mo did not have the desire to cooperate with them, nor did he sell the company's shares, which made him frustrated. The marching ant company is like a shovel, and the oil and salt do not enter. It is estimated that this is also the reason why many foreign companies are unwilling to cooperate with marching ants. However, even if the army ant company is short of money to sell shares, it will not be able to turn over the name of the People Enterprise. The 5 major banks have almost unlimited funds available to Chen Mo, and no one else. I thought that the 2 methods could not work. The only channel that can take advantage of the influence of the marching ant company is the roundabout tactic. My daughter became a woman of Chen Mo, and it is logical for the 2 companies to achieve strategic cooperation. And her daughter's conditions are not bad. The domestic conditions and her quite young people, not much. Chen Mo is the best candidate. Now Chen Mo married. The last method, also lost. This news disrupted all his plans. I want to start from Chen Mo's family, and I don't have the guts to estimate that people in China have a little eyesight. Ordinary people don't know that these high-ranking people know that after the establishment of the Army Ant Company, Chen Mo experienced a mercenary assassination and another spy incident. How many happening in the dark? They are not clear, but definitely more than 1 or 2. Who is blocked? Can be imagined. Artificial intelligence, seismographs, intelligent robots and other technologies, which is not the world's leading technology, will never let such super talents and technology ignore. Foreigners cannot be tempted. It is not unfounded to rumor that Chen Mo has already reached a cooperation with the top 2 years of tax exemption. Manhai City has repeatedly tilted its policies and was met by the head of the city. This kind of treatment is definitely not something that ordinary entrepreneurs can have. This kind of genius comparable to the age, too young, cannot be ignored. Chen Mo has used his ability to prove his unlimited potential and value. As long as his family is protected, his roots are at home, and any technology he develops will develop this country in the future. Therefore, people who have some strength in China do not dare to think about Chen Mo. They can only watch Chen Mo's development quietly. Usually they can only see some small fights, but they dare not go to the army ants and Chen Mo. There is still a channel with hope. Now, even the channels that are close to it are gone. It is planned to die in the middle of the road. All the plans are in vain. This is the most troublesome. Zhao Minitz handed the document to Chen Mo and looked at him with interest. In the past few days, she has paid attention to the news. There are a lot of lace news about Chen Mo, and they all occupy the headlines of entertainment. They are all daughters of Xu Jialin. After a few days back, is it being taken away? The big bait can't be caught. Chen Mo was teased by Zhao Minitz, shook his head and turned over the documents that Zhao Minitz handed over. Say business. This time I went to an economic forum, and by the way, I fixed the agency rights of the intelligent robot area. The agency rights in Europe were won by a company owned by the Rothschild Bank Group. The company controlled by the Rockefeller Foundation. Two familiar old-fashioned consortiums, the Rothschild family, the former financial empire, and now only one banking group. The Rockefeller Consortium was infiltrated by other U.S. consortia, and the situation is now a bit miserable. Both have declined and want to reshape their glory, so choose to work with us. Although their strength is not as good as before, but the details and influence are still there. It is also the two companies that have the best strength and the most influence among the companies that want to fight for agency rights, and they are also more sincere. Do you have plans? Chen Mo asked. The US market is not allowed to enter, and the last time it entered the European market was stirred up. It happened that the two were unhappy and in a trough. We cooperated with them and waited for them to regroup. It is very simple to enter these markets in the future. Zhao Minitz said. Does the US market not let it go? How does the Rockefeller Consortium cooperate with us? Chen Mo asked. It's very simple. Importing goods into Canada and Mexico, and then detouring from the two countries into the US market, and there are some markets in these two countries. There is no country in this globalized sea that can become an inland lake. Zhao Minitz said, the agreement document is in your hands. I will go back to work first. Chen Mo carefully read the agreement, which is similar to the agency agreement that Walid signed at the time. But there are many other cooperation terms. Both families have declined, and a strong partner is urgently needed. All of this opportunity will be chosen to cooperate with marching ants. After reading the agreement, Chen Mo changed his clothes and entered the lab. The efficacy of the human potential development drug has been completed, and experimental data is now being collected. This drug is a drug that acts on the human body, and the mouse is not an ideal test body. The best subjects are primates such as orangutans and monkeys, because drugs play a role in mice, may be ineffective or have side effects in the human body, and primate conditions are more similar to humans. This kind of medicine can be used without experimentation. Because of the technology of the technology library, he believes that it will not go wrong, because he tried it on himself and it is really useful. Now experiment, just want to collect some data, get a better understanding of the specific data of the role of this drug, and when it is necessary, it will come in handy. The data analysis is complete. The Ink Girl opened. Chapter 220, Silencing Factor. Chen Mo carefully looked at the report analyzed by the Ink Girl. From the beginning to the present, a total of 10 experiments were performed. All the mice were in good health and there were no deaths or abnormalities. After the use of the drug, the mice improved significantly. The posture became better, and the flexibility and physical strength tests were much better than the control mice. This shows that the agent also plays a role in the white mouse, and the result is quite gratifying. There is no excess use of the drug. Once the specific substance has been applied, the cell will be immune to the substance, which will result in no effect for the second time. Therefore, after reaching a certain amount, the effect of the high concentration of the drug is the same. In the experiment of mice, starting from the concentration of 0.06 grams per ml, the effect of the final enhancement was the same in the subsequent mice. The potential of the human body develops drugs that enhance cell vigor and increase muscle toughness, strength and sensitivity. Explicitly explained, like the rare earth elements in steel, it is very small, but it can increase the strength of steel by 1 level. This special substance, when applied to the human body, can enhance the strength of the human body, muscle toughness, strength and agility. This result is in his expectation, because his physical changes are a prime example. Although the body of the mouse is different from the human body, it has a role, indicating no problem. However, this kind of medicine cannot be easily administered to humans, and it is even more unlikely to appear in the market. No matter which country, any drug research test must be rigorously reviewed in order to be clinically tested in humans. Once the experiment is taken privately on the human body, the ability of the big man, the person will also be finished. The consequences are criminal detention or restrictions on freedom. Drug research has always been the most sensitive, and it must be strict with regard to the patient's life and death. Therefore, the breast enhancement drugs and aphrodisiac drugs that Chen Mo has researched for its pharmaceutical companies have not appeared on the market until now. Examination and clinical trials are a long process. This kind of medicine has little effect on Chen Mo, and he can't use it on a large scale, but it is not necessarily for others. Chen Mo used it himself. He knows that this is a very terrible drug. If it is obtained by any country, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers will be greatly improved. Cannot be easily exposed. Next, think about the problems with the use of these drugs. This drug is top secret in any country's research. Chen Mo is also not open to the public. The only channel is to cooperate with the above. Maybe you can try it. This medicine has not much effect on him personally, but it can have more space. You can try to cooperate with the above, because his road, development, cooperation is inevitable. It is also good to use the potential agent as a way to ask for a starting point. After a long time of thinking, Chen Mo was able to return to God and breathe a sigh of relief. Mom, go, after work is over. Xiaoyu's sister is waiting for you in your office. He just returned to God, and the second-generation robot next to him opened. When he is thinking, unless the matter is particularly important, the ink girl will not bother him. Only when Chen Mo has finished thinking, will he speak. Oh, well, you continue to observe the condition of the mouse, collect the data. What happens? Notify me immediately. Okay, Mercedes. The ink girl promised. Chen Mo took off the lab coat and left the lab. On the way, Chen Mo is thinking about how to deal with potential medicines. Is the research going smoothly? Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo coming out and immediately greeted him. The first phase was very smooth. Chen Mo took the hand of Xiaoyu and left the office. After approaching the elevator, Xiaoyu saw Chen Yu, who was thinking about it. He did not bother, but took Chen Mo's hand and looked at him quietly. When Chen Mo returned to God, he said, "What are you still thinking about?" "Well, I want to study the use of the product." Chen Mo pet touched the head of Xiaoyu. "Now I don't want to. It is most important to accompany my wife. Research is back to research, and normal work and rest needs to continue." The technology in the Science and Technology Library, even if he has exhausted his life, can't study it, so when he gets off work, Chen Mo will not work too much, and it will take some time to accompany Xiao. Feel the care of Chen Mo, Xiaoyu face with a sweet smile. When the two left the company and returned home, Xiaoyu's relatives took Chen's arm. "Husband, I want to go out tonight, can you accompany me?" Of course. Seeing that Xiaoyu was a little spoiled, Chen Mo did not hesitate to agree. The appearance of a small fisherman is the most lethal to him. After all, this situation is rare, and only in front of him will reveal this side. "Thank you, husband." Xiaoyu kissed Chen Mo in the face. Because of Chen Mo's identity, they are shopping a lot less often than before. She knew that if she wanted to go out, Chen Mo would definitely go out with her. But she is not a child. Naturally, she knows Chen Mo's identity. She can't appear in a crowded place as usual, so she can't be so self-willed. She wants to go out and go out, only occasionally, irregular time and place. "I will go to cook first." Xiaoyu changed his shoes, put things in, and went into the kitchen. Xiaoyu is a very simple girl. because she knows that Chen Moping often thinks about research and doesn't have much time to think about dating. So what I usually want, I will always take the initiative to talk to Chen Mo. They are all very common requirements, nothing more than accompanying her to go shopping, watching movies or walking around the beach. So many times, Chen Mo will laugh at Xiaoyu fishing, but for this unpromising girl, what requirements will be satisfied, and occasionally give her a small gift. It is a surprise. He is not the kind of person who does not understand the taste. After eating and drinking, Chen Mokai left the villa with a small fisher after cleaning up. Their lives are the same as ordinary little couples. There is no strong dog blood love story, but ordinary people are also very sweet and happy. Eat, watch movies, go shopping. This is the standard for ordinary couples. Xiao did not choose to go to the high-end place, because the two are not familiar with that place. No need to go. As usual, when you are in love, just around them, the bodyguards such as Wang Hai and White Pearl are secretly protected. Until I felt tired, Xiaoyu was satisfied and went home with Chen Mo. When he arrived at the company the next day, Chen Mo called Zhao Minutes to his biological science laboratory. Is the new technology? Zhao Minutes asked. Since the last time I almost scared out the normal temperature superconducting materials for heart disease, Zhao Minutes has already understood Chen Mo's enchanting. In the past few days, Chen Mo has been hiding in the laboratory and has new technology, which is not unexpected. This is not human, she is used to it. Yes, do you believe in the super warrior of the science fiction movie or the martial arts movie Wulin Knight? Chen Mo asked. Science and technology of science fiction movies are reliable, and martial arts movies are exempt. Zhao Minutes said, is this technology related to what you said? Almost. Chen Mo took Zhao Minutes to the test bench and picked up a pot of medicine. This medicine can theoretically develop the potential of the human body. There is a special substance in the medicine called a silent factor, just like a rare earth. Acting on the material acts on the human body, increasing the strength, speed and endurance of the human body. Upon hearing Chen Mo's introduction, Zhao Minutes swallowed a slobber. She feels that her worldview has been refreshed again. Is this stuff useful? Asked Zhao Minutes. Experimental data shows that it is really useful in mice. This time you are coming over, it is a staff officer. How to deal with the next problem? Chen Mo asked. Zhao Minutes is the president of the company. It is still necessary to solicit the opinions of the president before he makes a decision. In order to avoid Zhao Minutes' decision-making and management in the company. Zhao Minutes smiled. Chen Mo's technology, now she is frightened, and later into Chen Mo's lab, really needs a strong heart. Although she was a little bit sloppy, she was convinced that the seismograph was listening to it, and the result came out accidentally. There is still a lot of technology that she does not understand in building number 1. If it's as effective as you said, this stuff can't be used by ordinary people in the short term. It can only be used for special purposes. If you cooperate with it, they may be a good partner. After normal temperature superconducting materials, it is certainly necessary to cooperate with the above. It is better to use this technology with less influence to lead the way and form a good foundation for cooperation between the two sides. The cooperation between the military and the people is a development trend, and it is also highly respected now. It's the same as my thoughts. Chen Mo smiled. What is the special substance you just mentioned? What is the name? Zhao Minutes stared straight at the medicine in the hands of Chen Mo. Silent factor, the material factor discovered by Chen Mo, called the silence factor. Chen Mo laughed. You won. Zhao Minutes was speechless. Chapter 221. Wild academician Li Chengzi was particularly surprised by Chen Mo's active contact, because Chen Mo rarely contacted him actively. There must be a special reason to contact him, just like the last seismograph. It is estimated that Chen Mo has something to do with his help, but he has learned that the marching ant company has been calm recently and has no trouble. At this time, Chen Mo informed him to come over to the interview. It was a bit strange. However, since Chen Mo took the initiative to contact him, he also needs to come. The marching ant company is a very special company, and Chen Mo's potential has already been noticed by higher-level people. Unlike those entrepreneurs, Chen Mo is a true technical scientist. If he is willing to enter a state-led research institute, it is definitely a national treasure. Domestic attention to talent has become higher and higher. They also invited Chen Mo twice, and Chen Mokai promised to hang his name in the engineering institute. Now Li Chengzi is wearing casual clothes and has not swayed into the marching ant company. Every time he comes to the army ant company, his clothes will be different. People who don't know will only think that he is the one who comes to talk about business. Hello, Mr. Li Chengzi. Mr. is waiting for you. Please come with me. Just entering the gate, an intelligent robot appeared in front of him and led him to the elevator. The robots that I saw were greeted personally, and the staff at the front desk did not stop. The company's robots take the initiative to bring people in. Only by making an appointment in advance, will the people at the top meet this way. Sir, Mr. Li Chengzi has come over. The robot entered Chen Mo's office and spoke. Brother Li, please sit down. Chen Mo led Li Chengzi and sat down on the sofa. This time, Li Chengzi came over and he was well thought out. The company continues to develop and it is inevitable that it will be in contact with the above, unless he will never touch other technologies of the science and technology library and only use civilian technology. But this is impossible. The first area to be used by a powerful technology must be military. Do not touch now. Will contact in the future. It is better to contact now and explore a foundation to lay the foundation for more advanced technical cooperation in the future. Now the state encourages the people to join the army, the way of military and civilian integration, so that private enterprises can contact the military industry. The domestic civilian participation army is still in its infancy, but it has the advantages of flexible mechanism, high efficiency and high cost, and has a broader development prospect in the future. The greatest man is the country for the people. Although he is not a hero, but within the ability, you can still help. It's rare that Chen Mo brothers took the initiative to find me. Li Chengzi took the tea that the robot handed over and smiled. You don't look for me. It is estimated that it will not be long before I look for you. Oh, is there something? Chen Mo asked. The last time I was in the capital, I told you about joining the academy. I knew that I was coming to you. I gave you a notice yesterday. I agree to join the Academy of Engineering and become a folk academician. Li Chengzi placed the notice in front of Chen Mo and had a certificate. You have become the youngest academician in the history of the country and a wild academician. Wild academician. Hearing this nickname, Chen Mo was crying and laughing. But he still received the certificate. Unlike the blue cover of the academician certificate of the Academy of Sciences, the Academy of Engineering is a red cover. This is the highest academic title in engineering science and technology established in China and is a lifetime honor. There are many foreign academicians in the Academy of Engineering, and the famous Gates is one of the foreign academicians. As a Chinese, even if he is a folk researcher, there is no reason not to accept this honor. This is a privilege after all, and he does not have to accept the bondage. For talents, there are many exceptions in China. He is not the first one, nor the last one. I will enjoy the allowance after today, and there is a house on the side of Manhai City. Security is very complete. Li Chengzi took out a key and handed it to Chen Mo. He knew that Chen Mo would not care about that allowance. However, the subsidized house, security, absolutely do not have to be careful. Maybe Chen Mo will want to live for his family. Thank you. Chen Mo took the key of Li Chengzi unceremoniously. You can also apply for research funding. Once the funding is down, the project you are applying for research is linked to the research institute, and the lack of people can also apply. The subject that is not related to the application project is still your own. There should be an awarding ceremony. However, the situation is special, and those ceremonies are not held. Chen Mo is not short of money, personal research costs. It is estimated that no one dares to say more than him. However, he must also remind me of some necessary things. Chen Mo nodded and said that she understood. Now I have finished my business. You asked me to come over. What important things should I have? Li Chengzi asked. I want to cooperate with you once. the people join the army. Chen Mo opened the door. Oh? Li Chengzi immediately came to the interest and sat up straight. We are very welcome. Li Chengzi responded immediately. They always wanted to cooperate with Chen Mo, but they didn't open their mouths. After all, they spoke. If Chen Mo didn't want to, he would fall into a dilemma. Now Chen Mo has offered it. This is a very rare opportunity. This time I told you to come over, it was for this matter. Chen Mo said, I am usually bored and boring, so I want to work with you. Are you bored? Li Chengzi's mouth is convulsed, and he can't wait to kill this guy. I am bored, boring, researching, working with them, and studying them carefully. I will not cooperate with them. This is not right. I can study things with idleness and boring. This word is heard and heard by the exhausted researchers. It is estimated that Chen Mo will be killed. You are here and so on. Chen Mo put the certificate and related materials into the biological science laboratory. After a long time, Chen Mokai came out of the lab with a safe. This is what I want to give you. Chen Mo opened the box and placed it in front of Li Chengzi. There are research data to be prepared for cooperation with you. Go back and let people see. Which information does it belong to? Li Chengzi asked. Life science, biomedicine, to put it bluntly, is the development of human potential. Chen Mo throws a blockbuster. Human body potential development? Li Chengzi first stayed, followed by incredulously looking at Chen Mo, as if he were a ghost. When I was a soldier, I didn't see anything in the world. Now I am scared by Chen Mo's words. This research is a top secret in the country. I didn't expect Chen Mo to study it alone. Looking at this situation, there is still a lot of progress. It's just that he doesn't know. This is the ready-made technical information that Chen Mo got in the technology library. There is no technical bottleneck at all. So he will study so fast. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Li Chengzi will be suspicious. Chen Mo will not make such a joke, but he gave him the information on his potential development. He really didn't believe that Chen Mo could study it so quickly. Science is very mysterious. Sometimes you have been studying for decades, and there may not be some progress. Sometimes, only one inspiration, a little luck, is not completed. The human civilization has been for thousands of years, but this is short. Developed for more than 100 years. Chen Mo guessed Li Chengzi's thoughts and said with a smile. This statement makes Li Chengzi unable to refute. The information in the UDISC is only part of the experimental data. The technology is here for me. You go back and let people verify it. Then come over and talk about the cooperation issue. There are 2 pharmacies in it. I will verify it for you. Don't lose it. Otherwise, I can't help you. Chen Mo pointed to the pharmacy in the safe. Li Chengzi took Chen Mo's box nervously. When he was a soldier, he was not so nervous when he was born or died. If Chen Mo is telling the truth, the value of the things inside can be imagined. Then I will take it back and let people verify it. Li Chengzi seized the box in his death and he had already believed in 70%, just like the seismograph. With such an important thing, he was no longer in a mood to chat with Chen Mo. After he left his speech, he immediately took the box and left the marching ant company. When he returned to the base, he took a military plane from the station and flew to the capital. Chapter 222. Huaxia Captain. Wu Bing stared at the white mouse in the cage and frowned. At this time, the white mouse has been dying, and the vital signs are weakening. After a while, the problem is completely lost. It has failed again. She has not remembered that this is the first few failures. Since the beginning of this study, there has not been much breakthrough. Even if she is a doctor of medicine and biology, she is still at the stage of exploration for this topic. Not only her, she believes that the research of the whole world, the topic of bioenhancement, is definitely a stage of exploration. Bio-fortification is not so easy to succeed. A deeper step may involve genetic or more other confidential research. When she was studying in the UK, she had been exposed to the theoretical topic of bio-fortification. Wherever life science is, it is a very high subject. It is because of her double doctor, the most understanding of this aspect, and the research direction is also this direction. so it will not be long before returning to the Engineering Institute to participate in this research. Some of the former predecessors have already figured out a little bit of eyebrows, but there is no way to control the powerful side effects of drugs. Every time I take the mouse to do the experiment, at first, the mice are very active, and it seems that the vitality of life has become abundant. However, in 2 minutes, I fell in the cage and did not move. The current drugs cannot be considered as potential development at all. It is more like burning life. If this problem is not solved, it is impossible to conduct further research. She has not been discouraged so many times. For her, this is a new challenge. There has been a little progress in the case of direct death from the beginning. Wu Academician. Academician Ding lets you go to him now. An assistant walked over and said, "Now?" Wu Bing asked. "Yes," said the assistant. "Know it." Wu Bing stopped the experimental record in his hand and left the lab. Ding Jianwen is one of the leaders of this research. An old academician is also the most highly respected of the team. There were 3 leaders in the past, and they defeated them in the end. Now there is only Ding Jianwen, the leader. Usually Ding Jianwen will not interrupt her during her experiment. This time it must be a major discovery, or a breakthrough, so that she will be so anxious to call her past. Just coming in, Wu Bing saw people in the lab. In addition to Ding Jianwen, whose hair has already been grayed out, there is a middle-aged man she does not know. It didn't take long for Xiao Bing to come. This may not be known. Ding Jianwen said, "He is Li Instructor." Li Instructor. Wu Bing looked at Li Chengzi and nodded gently. This name, she knows the identity of Li Chengzi. Their project, code-named, is called Huaxia Captain. The purpose is to find a way to harmlessly strengthen the human body, and hook it with the super soldier. Although it is not as powerful as the super soldier of science fiction movies, it is in which direction. Li Chengzi Wu Bing was slightly sympathetic. Wu Bing did not know him, but he knew Wu Bing, Wu Heken's relatives, Dr. Hai Gui, and the youngest female academician. It can be said that all the people in the institute, he knows. This is one of his work. This time, there are some technologies that may involve your research. Before I came, I have already reported to the higher authorities. I said that let me come to you for verification. Because of the special circumstances, Mr. Ding introduced me to you and said that you are the most suitable candidate. Li Chengzi's words made Wu Bing curious. What is it so serious? Now the information is temporarily inconvenient to disclose, need to be verified. And after confirming that there is no problem, then open it to your entire team. In the future, these materials and research will definitely be your team. Li Chengzi looked at the two. The two nodded slightly. After Li Chengzi opened the safe, he took out a stack of paper materials and handed them to 2 people. This is part of the research data and data. Wu Bing took the information and sat on the sofa and looked carefully. After a while, his eyes were shocked. These materials are about biological cell activity and cell strengthening. To put it bluntly, it is the research data of biofortification. As a professional engaged in research on this subject, she is very clear about what is being said. There is even a point similar to her research direction, but the information is not complete. It is probably only a small part. There is also the experimental data behind this, which makes her heart shocked. Cellular activity data of mice, with comparative data. Someone is conducting a similar experimental study with her. Silent factor. Wu Bing brows slightly, a bit suspicious. According to the introduction of the data, the agent will have a special substance, which acts on the organism like the rare earth element acts on the material, thereby achieving the effect of strengthening the organism. This substance is called the silence factor and is a new substance. This naming makes her feel weird. She subconsciously thought that this was a joke, but the experimental data and the above professional terms told her that it should not be a joke, and Li Chengzi so solemnly let them come over, not to make such a joke. There is no problem with the name of this new substance. This is a bit similar to our project. but it is not complete. It should be just a small amount of information. Where is this information coming from? Wu Bing asked. You don't have to pay attention to this issue for the time being. Your task is to verify whether the technology is true. Li Chengzi smiled and took out 2 medicines that Chen Mo gave him from the safe and put it on the table. This is a sample of medicine, you to verify the effects of these agents. It is also a bioenhancement agent, which he said is the agent for the development of human potential. Seeing the samples of the pharmacy, Wu Bing and Ding Jianwen started their spirits and carefully picked up the heavily protected agents. The color is different from the chemistry of their research, but Li Chengzi pays so much attention, and they will not think that this is a fake. I need a detailed report. I don't know what to test. Anyway, I have to verify all the problems that need to be solved on your subject. It is good. Wu Bing carefully read the information and his face became cautious. Looking at the situation, some people are doing the same problem with them, and the data shows that the progress of the other party is much faster than their research. Looking at the data of these studies, as well as the photos of the mice, the test of the other person in the mouse did not fail, but succeeded. Inside these 2 potions, there is the so-called silence factor. She also wants to verify that there is such a substance. After taking the medicine, Wu Bing took Li Chengzi and walked back to his laboratory. The instructor stops. The report is given to you 2 days later. Wu Bing stopped Li Chengzi outside her lab. Her laboratory must pass her permission to allow outsiders to enter, which is the rule. Unrelated personnel, it is difficult to enter her lab, and it is very troublesome to go in and discover it privately. That's good. I look forward to your good news. Li Chengzi nodded, did not enter Wu Bing's laboratory, turned and left. Okay. Into the laboratory, Wu Bing put a potion into a professional refrigerated safe, leaving one. Take out the dropper, take a small drop into the petri dish and slide, and start verification. Chapter 223, half sold and half delivered. Zhao Minute sat on the sofa, and Chen Mo was sitting opposite her. How is the cooperation? Zhao Minute said. It took 10 days to take the drug sample and the experimental data, and there was no news in the 10 days. They are waiting for Li Chengzi's reply. After all, this time they have to cooperate and they have to pay attention. There is no news for the time being, Chen Mo said. He is not in a hurry. He believes that pharmacy can work. This is an excellent opportunity. It is impossible to not cooperate with him. Even if you don't cooperate, you will give a bit of audio. Do you want to contact Mr. Li and ask about the situation? No. They want to cooperate, they will take the initiative to contact us. Chen Mo said slowly. You can see it. Zhao Minute said helplessly, I am a little nervous. After all, I am doing this for the first time. This sensitive technology does not know what kind of cooperation. This is indeed a problem. Although we are working with them, what really benefits them is that the benefits we have earned are definitely limited. This is just a road opener. What if you want to buy technology or buy technology? Zhao Minute asked what was in his heart during this time. This is what they are most worried about. If the technology is bought out, they will get less benefits. The kind of pharmacy they took out, they have taken a certain risk. After all, the impact is not small. If the above is to be acquired, they will be more troublesome if they refuse. I also thought about this problem. It is tantamount to killing chickens and taking eggs. If they do this, it is equivalent to losing our partner. We are actively contacting them, indicating that we have the sincerity of cooperation. If they have sincerity, while being able to achieve the goal, we have added a partner. The above people are not stupid, they should think of this. Zhao Minute nodded and agreed with Chen Mo's point of view. They are actively contacting the above cooperation. It is enough sincerity. If the above is forced to buy out, it is the table. If you want to cooperate again in the future, the difficulty will be great. She knows that there are more terrifying ambient temperature superconducting materials in the company. Her brother, Mr. Li, entered the company. Not long after Chen Mogang stopped, the ink girl opened her mouth. Hearing this news, let the two look at each other and shake their heads and say that cow will arrive. Li Chengzi's face was filled with a faint smile. This time, he came over and accepted a major mission. After Wu Bing got the pharmacy, he did a series of experiments. The research report has come out and the results are amazing. 5 groups of mice were subjected to a control experiment according to the data from Chen Mo. After the drug was diluted, it was injected into the mice. After 5 days, the experimental mice were still in good health and healthy and active than other mice. The drugs they developed were injected into the mice, but in 2 minutes, the mouse died. This unknown drug did not affect the mouse, at least in her tests. There was no accident. However, further experimental results have come out, which is unbelievable. The body of the mouse has been greatly improved, and the results of the planing have revealed that muscle toughness and bone density have been significantly improved. This agent acts on the cell level. When she gets the medicine, she adds the medicine to the cell culture dish and cultivates some cells. In the cell clustering experiment of clone formation, after the single cells were increased to 6 generations in vitro, the cell population formed by the progeny had a much higher colony formation rate than the ordinary cell culture. The activity of a single cell is greatly increased, and the rate of cell metabolism is higher than normal. The combination of the data from the 2 experiments has shown that the agent is indeed effective for the enhancement of the organism. Although it is not proven to strengthen the human body for the time being, strengthening cells and mice has been a big breakthrough. Unfortunately, the dose is too small to provide Wu Bing to continue other experimental verification. 2 bottles of pharmacy. Currently only a little in the research reefer, as a sample. This time, there is a task to get more samples of the medicine and take it back to do the experiment. In addition, Li Chengzi has a task. After receiving the report of this experimental data, a password has been issued for this matter to prevent the message from spreading. This time, his main task is to discuss the issue of cooperation with Chen Mo. This kind of research, in any country, is the most advanced secret. The more people you know, the more likely you are to leak. Because he and Chen Mo are relatively familiar, the superior directly asked him to be responsible for the cooperation and contact with Chen Mo. Chen Mo brothers, we met again. After Li Chengzi was brought into the office by the robot, he was also welcome, sitting directly on the sofa next to Chen Mo. Here he is not the first time to come over. He is already familiar with a lot. How? Chen Mo told the robot to pour a cup of tea to Li Chengzi and asked this. Li Chengzi looked at Zhao Minutes. Zhao Minutes is the person responsible for this cooperation project. Do not have to evade. Otherwise, I don't have much time to deal with the cooperation. Chen Mo understood Li Chengzi's mind and said. Li Chengzi nodded gently. Those talk about cooperation. What kind of cooperation does Chen Mo brother want to cooperate with? You talk about yours first. Chen Mo said. To be honest, we want to be able to buy this technology, and technology can't be passed on to third parties, even if you don't want to take it in your hands. Of course, the reward you want, the money, or the land, or something else, you can choose. Li Chengzi said. Do you agree with this kind of cooperation? Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo's eyes and hoped to see Chen Mo's inner thoughts. There is no second way of cooperation? Chen Mo asked without hesitation. This is just the most ideal way for us. If you don't agree, you can change it in other ways. Or you can say a way of cooperation. I will report it to you. Before I came, my superior told me that it is based on your wishes. After all, technology, it is yours. As long as it does not harm the national interest, we will not have opinions. Li Chengzi said. This study is of extraordinary significance and is a hidden danger in the hands of a private enterprise. If it leaks out, it must be a loss. However, Chen Mo took the initiative to contact them, indicating that Chen Mo understood the overall situation, and now the status of the Marching Ant Company is special. In this matter, after careful consideration, it still follows the will of the Marching Ant Company. It is not appropriate for the Marching Ant Company to cooperate, and they will intervene. Upon hearing Li Chengzi's answer, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. The above is obviously the willingness to take care of him, indicating that the above is very important for his cooperation. This is already a great goodwill. Actually, I think, using this technology to establish the basis of cooperation between us. This cooperation is only the beginning. Maybe we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Chen Mo said. Oh, you said. You set up a company to send researchers and managers. We provide technology to you. Produce a unit of pharmacy. We get 10,000 profits. And how to produce is your business. Chen Mo said. In this way, he is almost half sell and half send. He is not short of money. This technology is not very useful for him. He just wants to lay a foundation. Chapter 224, Actually grab my line. Li Chengzi did not expect Chen Mo to say such cooperation conditions. This condition almost made it clear that he would give technology to them. For them, this is definitely a big gift. This technology, according to their research and development consumption, will cost at least billions or more of research and development funds, and more importantly, the time period of research and development and personnel input. This is the key point. Money cannot buy. Chen Mo is now fluttering a word, almost giving the technology to them. 1 dose of 10,000 yuan of profit. This profit, for this technology, is equivalent to the price of cabbage. Li Chengzi suspected that he was wrong. You provide pharmaceutical production equipment, research and development personnel and raw materials. 1 unit of medicine, we charge a technical fee of 10,000. But first explain, this is after tax. Chen Mo once again confirmed, I am the idea. If you can give us, I am more than happy with some policy offers from other products of the company. Your conditions, I will go back and say above. Li Chengzi looked at Chen Mo deeply. Even if he was well informed, he still couldn't understand what the young man was thinking. Giving this technology to them can even make him wonder if there are any special attempts. But it's impossible to think about it, unless Chen Mo doesn't want to die. It's impossible to make any bad ideas. Chen Mo brothers, those medicines, can give more than a few doses. The researchers of the institute said that they need further medicine. Li Chengzi said, of course, but this time is not free. I have no mass production, the cost is very expensive, 100,000. How many do you want? Chen Mo laughed. Li Chengzi nodded and said nothing. Chen Mo has given them such a big advantage, they can't even be willing to pay for this money. 50, enough experiments for this time, not enough to contact you. After getting the test report, Wu Bing told him that he hoped he could get some more medicine to go back and further clinical testing. She would like to know how mature this technology is. Due to the amount and timing of the drug, she could not study it in depth. If there are more pharmacy, she will certainly be able to test how mature this technology is. There are no 50. Chen Mo shook his head. This thing, purification, is the trouble in trouble. He cannot store as much in his laboratory. In his opinion, the pharmacy is already available. There is no need to make too much to put it, because it is useless. Give up to 20. Li Chengzi thought about nodding his head, also. And Chen Mo briefly talked about something. Li Chengzi used a safe to hold the pharmacy and left the marching ant company. He needs to go back immediately and convey the meaning of Chen Mo to the above. You do business, but you don't have any pants. After Li Chengzi left, Zhao Minitz opened his mouth. Just now Li Chengzi was present and she could not say anything. Now that Li Chengzi is leaving, she can speak freely. That thing, you can't make money. Chen Mo looked at the direction of Li Chengzi's departure. Do you think that kind of potion may be listed? Zhao Minitz shook his head. This drug is of great importance and is of strategic importance. Even if the technology is very mature, it is impossible to go public and can only be digested within the military. Moreover, it is impossible to use it on a large scale in the military, and it can only be used in small batches for special troops and personnel. After all, the drug leaked out, that is, the card was exposed. The practice of domestic Tibetan Mastiff will definitely not disclose the pharmacy. Can't go public. How many pharmacies do you think can be produced in a year? 10,000 or 100,000? Even if I increase the price 5 times or even 10 times, how much can I earn? If I don't go public, I don't have much money to earn. Said, it's better to take a little bit of symbolism. Just send a smooth person. Then you don't give them directly, said Zhao Minutes. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. White delivery is boring, not in line with the nature of our merchants symbolically charging some technical fees, at least not that they think that the technology of the marching ant company will be given to them casually, and they can receive a favor. It's also a two-pronged one. Is it possible to send the next cooperation? This is impossible. When he heard Chen Mo's words, Zhao Minutes nodded. She looked at the problem from the perspective of a businessman and pursued her interests. Instead, she fell into a dead end. From the very beginning, Chen Mo did not intend to gain too much benefit in this technology, leaving a good impression on it, and there are still many opportunities in the future. Zhao Minutes left Chen Mo's office and began to deal with the company's affairs. Chen Mo lay back on the sofa and entered the technology library, and began to search for the basic technology that is useful to him. After work, Chen Mo left the company with Xiaoyu. In the supermarket, Chen Mo pushed the shopping cart and walked slowly. Xiaoyu also followed Chen Mo, stopping from time to time to see the vegetables. Very comfortable. How many jobs have you been working on recently? Chen Mo asked. There are of course many jobs, but now the company is using Smart Office, which is very efficient. Many things, such as data calculations, or copywriting, are very fast. Zhao Ji asked me to handle some project budgets and data. Check. Just can be busy, occasionally a little time to steal a cup of tea. Xiaoyu smiled. Well, don't be too tired. Chen Mo nodded. Xiaoyu is at home, he does nothing, and he doesn't care. However, he will not force Xiaoyu to stay at home as a canary, and Xiaoyu is not willing to be a canary. When a person is at home, it will only be completely abolished. And Xiaoyu wants to work, he can't deprive him of the choice of small fish, as long as you don't get too tired. He doesn't need to be good and versatile in small fishing, he just needs to be ordinary. What do you want to eat tonight? I will do it for you. After buying the vegetables, Xiaoyu took Chen Mo's hand and walked toward the meat area. This is also used to ask, eat seafood? It is best to eat fish, Chen Mo said. When I heard Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu's eyes were watery, his face was red and his face was scornful, not serious. How can you not be serious? Go buy a fish, eat grilled fish tonight, then buy some crabs and crayfish, and watch while watching TV. Chen Mo said, leave the smallest fish, when the night. You will make this happen, Xiaoyu said shyly. Oh. I actually grabbed my lines, Chen Mo said with a smile. I really only have that interest in eating fish. Bad egg, let you eat enough. Knowing that he was being teased, Xiaoyu looked red and white, and took his arm and walked toward the seafood area. What a bad guy, this is to enjoy life. Chen Mo then smiled. I can't eat fish. It's going to be spicy tonight. You still have a pattern. Don't say it here. Go home and say it. Xiao blushes like a ray. Afraid of what? Others do not know what it means. Eat fish. Chen Mo has not finished. The waist soft meat hurts. Took a breath, and hurriedly shut up. Let's not let you eat. Xiaoyu Jiao snorted and turned his face away, but the ruddy face still did not fade. Although it is already Chen Mo's person, when it comes to this problem, the face is thin, it will still be a bit shy. Going to the seafood area and buying all the ingredients, Chen Mo was rushing back to the villa with a splendid piece full of 2 big bags. Chapter 225, Wu Bing's request. In the morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes and felt the temperature coming from his side. The body turned over and gently caught the waist of Xiaoyu. It seems that Chen Mo's arms are felt. Xiaoyu twists his body and drills into his arms. Lazy look, like a weak kitten. Seeing the appearance of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo's mouth curled up and his heart was warm. This woman is always pampered. Not long after, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, and a little more charming in the lazy, seeing Chen Mo is watching her, hurriedly buried his head in Chen Mo's chest. How long has it been? Not long. Chen Mo touched Xiaoyu's head. I still want to sleep. No. Xiaoyu my shui, seems to think of last night's affection, his face floating red. You go to take a bath, I will give you breakfast. Just want to get up. Chen Mo is hugged, looking at the shy little fisherman. Chen Mo looked smirk. Wash together, then make breakfast together. Bad day. Xiaoyu's face was red. Let Chen Mo hold into the bathroom. After breakfast, the two rushed to the company. Just arrived at the office, Zhao Minutes took a folder and followed. The Bnai City Special Police Detachment is preparing to move to the company's Science and Technology Park. Oh, Chen Mo was amazed, but relieved. Yesterday, I just talked about cooperation. Today, the Special Police Detachment is ready to move. It is no coincidence that they want to protect the Marching Ant Company. Nowadays, the Army Ants Company, but there are different things. Security issues. They will be very concerned. Want to invade the Marching Ant Company? The Special Police Detachment is on the side. Anyone must carefully measure the consequences. Both of them understood the intention of the Special Police Detachment to relocate, so there was no in-depth conversation on this issue. Project on the planning of the smart city of Bnai City. Our company has participated in 2 projects. Smart Transportation and Unmanned Public Transportation. The Smart Transportation Project is under the responsibility of the Chinese Programming Department. The Unmanned Bus Project is under the responsibility of the driverless team. The above is the terms of cooperation with the coastal city government. You take a closer look. Okay. Chen Mo nodded gently. Look slowly. Contact me if you have questions. I will deal with other things first. Zhao Minutes turned and left Chen Mo's office. Chen Mo also carefully opened the terms and confirmed that the terms were fine. Chen Mo was put the folder aside and went to the number 1 building. The Marching Ant Company has once again fallen into a calm, and the news about the Marching Ant Company has only occasionally appeared. Or the small problem of the robot. And where is the earthquake? The warning problem of the seismograph. However, these things, the Marching Ant Company has long been flustered. Huixiu Engineering Institute, Institute of Biological Sciences. 8 people were surrounded by 3 iron cages, and 3 monkeys were fixed in the cage. 2 of the monkeys are lying down and seem to be asleep. Each monkey is covered with various inductive instruments, and the pedestrians look at the instrument data from time to time. This is the experimental monkey. After Li Chengzi brought the pharmacy back, the old man in the house also applied for several experimental monkeys. The physical condition of primates is most similar to that of humans. As long as progress is made on monkeys, this medicine is also effective for the human body. The medicament has been injected into the 2 monkeys according to the predetermined scheme, and the 3rd one is left in close condition, which is observed as a control monkey. Now everyone is waiting for the effect of the drug, looking forward to the results of the experiment. There has been a change. I don't know when. A person screams. Everyone followed his words and looked at the instrument. Sure enough, the data of the 2 macaques that are sleeping are slowly increasing. This change made the people on the field ecstatic. This medicine is really useful. It seems that the project has achieved a historic breakthrough. This project has been successful. The scene is noisy, and you are talking about the success of the project. Don't make a noise. Wu Bing frowned and drank the people who were discussing. Everyone stopped and continued to look at the monkey in the cage. The data has stopped changing, said the researcher responsible for viewing the data. Do a physical examination of the experimental body. Wu Bing opened. It is good. The researcher in charge of the medical examination immediately took the required instruments and began to perform a thorough examination of the 3 monkeys. The heart and lungs are normal. Number 2, number 3 weight loss. Height increased by 2 centimeters and 2.3 centimeters. Number 2, number 3 increased bone density. Vascular platelets are normal, and platelets 2 and 3 are rising and are in the normal range. Number 1 body fat is unchanged. Number 2, number 3 body fat percentage decreased. Body muscle mass increased. Muscle fat ratio increased. Number 2 increased by 3%. Number 3 increased by 3.3%, in line with the standard. The blood lipids are normal. The ECG is normal. The tumor is normal and there is no tumor. The result of an item inspection made everyone ecstatic. All data is slightly improved, but it is within the normal range. This is undoubtedly a question. This drug can indeed make a small change in the body of the primate. Wu Bing was not stunned by this kind of data. Before he really decided whether it was useful to the human body, no one could be too happy, because she knows what kind of side effects this drug will have on the human body. Set them up first, and follow the plan to closely observe their physical condition. The researchers listened to Wu Bing's arrangement, untied the fixed monkey, and transferred it to a special gauge. Ding Jianwen only took the lead, because Wu Bing is a double doctor, just in line with this research, so Wu Bing is one of the indispensable people in this project. Now Ding Jianwen is not there, she is responsible for leading the team. After the 3 monkeys were arranged, Wu Bingkai and a group of people left the laboratory. Wu, if you are testing on a monkey, is the next step in human clinical trials? One researcher asked. Don't worry. Don't you know? Is the human test said to proceed? Wu Bing said coldly. The researcher's neck shrank and realized that he was too anxious and said the wrong thing. Any drug must undergo rigorous testing and review before it goes on the market. Human clinical trials are the most important and most rigorous part, and they can be carried out without any excuse. Technology is not in our place. I will ask the situation first. You will continue to pay attention to the situation of the monkeys. If you find any situation, please inform me immediately. After Wu Bing left the institute, he found Li Chengzi, who was waiting. Is the experimental result coming out? Li Chengzi asked. The initial has come out. This medicine is effective for primates, and other specific data, such as intelligence and strength tests, are being tested. Wu Bing threw a medical report to Li Chengzi. Really? That's great. Li Chengzi smiled heartily. He now believes that this medicine is also useful to the human body. Don't be too happy, although the primates and humans are very similar, but it does not mean that the effects achieved by the primates will happen to humans. As long as you think that the conditions are mature enough, you can apply, and the above will definitely not stop. Li Chengzi said. In this research, the above is absolutely efficient. Tell this again. Can you take me to see the invention of this pharmacy, the person who found the silence factor? Wu Bing thought and said. Chapter 226. Occasional luck. Supercomputer applications include weather forecasting, aerospace, geophysics, cosmic astronomy, economics, and large-scale genome assembly, biomedicine, new materials, smart cities, cloud computing, and big data. It also plays a major role in the fields of big science, big engineering, and information technology. This is the country's strategic high technology and the country's heavy weapon. This field, an important symbol of a country's scientific and technological strength, is also the commanding height of each country's scramble. The superconducting computer that is being assembled now is the real commanding height of the current technology. Superconducting computers use superconducting chips that have not yet been released, and the boards are all made of superconductors. This is Chen Mo's most extravagant development. The supercomputer materials obtained in the Science and Technology Library are complete in technology. For Chen Mo, there is no technical bottleneck. However, on the design drawing, Chen Mo asked the ink girl to calculate optimization. The design of the supercomputer obtained in the Science and Technology Library is not a superconducting computer. The design includes a sophisticated cooling system. Because the superconducting computer is now used, the heat is not large, and the heat dissipation system is ineffective. Therefore, in the original design, Chen Mo let the ink girl remove the heat dissipation system. Now the cabinet of the superconducting computer uses the optimized cabinet design. The current superconducting computer consists of 10 computing cabinets and 2 network cabinets. Each computing cabinet is slightly larger than the double-door refrigerator, and there are 4 supernodes consisting of 32 computing plug-ins. Each plug-in consists of 4 arithmetic node boards, one of which contains 2 high-performance processors made of superconducting materials. A cabinet has 1024 processors and a total of more than 12,000 processors, all of which are high-performance processors made by superconducting chips. 12 cabinets are 5 times smaller than the country's largest supercomputers. They are not designed too much, but they are used first. Afterwards, they will be incorporated into more cabinets and the volume will be larger and larger. However, because it is a superconducting computer, the speed of calculation in theory is already very scary. In theory, the computing speed of this superconducting computer will exceed the sum of the calculations of the top 5 supercomputers in the world, and the computing speed may be close to the billions of times of terror. Because of the use of superconducting materials, its power consumption is almost negligible for Chenmo. Now in the basement of building number 1, there is intense assembly. All involved in the assembly are robots. In order to speed up the assembly, Chenmo specially developed the robot for assembly, plus the control of artificial intelligence, working 24 hours a day, and now the work is coming to an end. Chenmo is in the first building, carefully watching the work of the robot. In the first building, most of the synthetic room temperature superconducting materials are used in this superconducting computer. At this time, Chenmo is carefully looking at the cabinet of the superconducting computer, which is very satisfactory. Soon, this superconducting computer, which took a lot of effort, will be completed. After a week of shopping and confirming the development process of the superconducting computer, Chenmo is ready to leave the number 1 building. He is here, can't help too much. After he entered the information to the Ink Girl, the Ink Girl would command the robot to complete the task according to his meaning, and the efficiency was not comparable to him. Merg brother, Mr. Li Chengzi brought a woman to come to you, now in the reception room. When Chen Muzhen was preparing to leave the Underground Research Institute, the Ink Girl only opened the reminder. Woman? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. How long has it been? It didn't take long, only 5 minutes. The voice of the Ink Girl sounded. Oh, you tell Xiao to take them to my office. Chen Mo said, and, by the way, show me who the woman is. Chen Mo is a bit curious. Why did Li Chengzi suddenly bring a woman to come and see him? Is it related to the potential to develop medicine? This woman's name is Wu Bing, Chinese nationality. Height. The Ink Girl just opened her mouth and Chen Mo's eyes were surprised. Wu Bing? The name he remembers. At the business exchange party in the capital, Wu Hecken introduced his niece to him. That is Wu Bing. At the moment when Wu Bing entered the Marching Ant Company, his heart was already very shocking. She wanted to see the developer of the potential pharmacy. She did not expect Li Chengzi to agree. And she also took her to the Army Ant Company. This is undoubtedly telling her that the developer is a person from the Marching Ant Company. This is where she is shocked. Such a major pharmacy was developed by the Marching Ant Company, from artificial intelligence, to seismographs, robots, to potential potions. How many talents are there in this Marching Ant Company? Even if the National Research Institutes add up, there is no such speed of research and development. Mr. Li, Miss Wu, please come with me. Xiao entered the reception room and left with 2 people. Now are you going to see the developer? Wu Bing looked at Li Chengzi next to him. It should be. Li Chengzi nodded. Please wait a moment. The boss just came out of the lab and is coming back. Xiao Ye led the 2 to sit down on the sofa in Chen Mo's office. Not long after, Chen Mo entered the office. Seeing Chen Mo appear, Wu Bing looked with surprise. This man is the one who introduced her to her blind date. At the time, the man was intimate with the socialites. At that time, she thought that she was a rich man, and she was not very impressed. It's you. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo. It is me. Chen Mo said with a smile. Long time no see. Miss Wu. You are Chen Mo? Are you the boss of the Marching Ant Company? Wu Bing suddenly realized a problem. After returning to China, she seldom paid attention to the news. She only listened to it occasionally, and did not pay attention to Chen Mo's photos on the internet. She devoted herself to books and research. Although the Marching Ant Company is famous, she did not see the appearance of the boss of the Army Ant Company, and now she only thinks about this problem. Li Chengzi did not have an accident when he knew the 2. What surprised Li Chengzi was that Wu Bing did not know that Chen Mo was the boss of the Marching Ant Company. The 2 have seen it in the capital. It stands to reason that there is no reason not to know. And the result is that they do not know. The person you said should be me. Chen Mo sat down on the sofa opposite the two. What are you coming to find me this time? Pharmaceutical things. Wu Bing is one of the main leaders of this project. She wants to see you as a developer. Li Chengzi also entered the topic. Chen Mo is the developer you want to see. He is a developer. Wu Bing was even more surprised. She only heard that Chen Mo was the person who invented the seismograph. It is reasonable to say that it should be a physicist. Does this person still understand medicine and biology? I am really a developer, such as a fake replacement. Chen Mo nodded. Chen Mo, silence factor? Wu Bing muttered. I should have thought of it. Named after the material factor I found. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo in amazement and seemed to want to see Chen Mo through. She found that the man who had been in love with her last time did not understand it at all. She thought she was rejected by the rich family. It should be a problem to regret it. Is there a problem? Chen Mo was stared at Wu Bing, and his hair was a little hairy. No problem. Wu Bing abandoned the unrealistic thoughts. Just curiosity. How do you find the silence factor? If you are not convenient, then forget it. Wu Bing knows that this problem is a bit rude. People feel inquiring about technology, but she still couldn't help but ask. Chen Mo shrugged and smiled. Occasional luck. Okay. Wu Bing did not continue to ask. We have tested the mice in mice and non-primate monkeys. At present, no side effects and other symptoms have been found. It is reasonable to say that a drug is studied. Development. It is impossible to get in place once and there is no situation. Should Mr. Chen have done a lot of clinical trials before? The conditions are limited. Some experiments have been done on mice and rabbits until the silence factor is discovered. Because of the great relationship, it is impossible to disclose the clinical trials on the human body. So I will find you to cooperate and further test and develop. Chen Mo smiled. Wu Bing did not suspect him. We did a test on the monkey and found that there is no problem. If there is no situation in the next observation, I believe that this drug can be used in clinical human trials soon, and Mr. Chen can participate together. Chen Mo is a drug developer and chooses to cooperate with them. These problems, she does not need to be obscured, can be said to be fair. The medicinal agents were tested on primates. If there were no side effects or other defects, their next move was in human clinical trials. This is an inevitable process for any drug to appear. Chapter 227. Occasionally Chen Mo did not refuse the proposal of Wu Bing. Although he is sure that there is no problem with this medicine in the human body, it is still necessary to participate in the experiment. Moreover, as a developer, if he refuses to participate, he will not be able to say it. Can Mr. Chen Mo take me to visit your lab? Wu Bing said. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. There is no secret experiment in the biological laboratory, and there is nothing wrong with taking her to visit. I am a rough person. If you go to your lab and don't understand anything, you won't go. You exchange and communicate. Li Chengzi smiled. If Li has any need, he can tell the robot. Chen Mo got up and took Wu Bing and walked over to his biological laboratory. Please come in. After Chen Mo opened the door of the biological laboratory, let the position open and signal Wu Bing to go in. You developed artificial intelligence, invented seismographs and robots. It stands to reason that you should be a physicist or a computer expert. Why do you think about life science? Wu Bing still asked the biggest question of his heart. Physics, computers and biology, these three areas, strictly speaking, do not have much in common. The intersection of physics and computer is a bit more, but the connection with biology is not too big. But these three things that seem to have little relationship are all covered by Chen Mo. The three abilities are all in one, and this is already versatile. A person who only needs to be in one field and achieve an achievement of Chen Mo is enough to speak globally, whether it is artificial intelligence, the seismometer or the discovery of the silence factor is something that shocks the world. These three achievements are concentrated on Chen Mo. Chen Mo, now, cannot be described by horror. This is an unprecedented ghost. Hobbies and hobbies. Chen Mo smiled. I have seen many medical books, pharmacological analysis, compendium of materia medica, medicinal materials, pharmacy, deconstruction, etc. I have seen it, but I have never practiced it. I have no medical certificate, cannot helping people see a doctor, but research drugs can, and then study and play. Accidentally found a silence factor. When I heard the words "I'm not careful," Wu Bing's brain started. What is one is not careful? Since she started her PhD, she has been looking for drugs that may develop human abilities. As a result, Chen Mo's "I'm not careful" this is to suffocate her. Pharmaceutical research is only a sideline business. When you have time, you will have fun. Chen Mo continued. Occasionally, Wu Bing could not wait to kill Chen Mo, saving him from continuing to let her self-confidence suffer an unprecedented blow. I spent a few years, almost the best years, and devoted myself to the development of this drug. As a result, Chen Mo said that occasional playing was successful and made her mad. She is now a doctor of medicine and biology, but she is more like an incompetent person than Chen Mo, who graduated from a bachelor's degree. Normally, I prefer computer and physics. Right, and machinery is also very good. In biomedicine, there is really not much time to study. Chen Mo completely ignored Wu Bing's ugly appearance. You still don't say it. Wu Bing interrupted Chen Mo's words and let him continue to say it. It is estimated that she was attacked without any thoughts. Chen Mo smiled and did not continue to speak. After Wu Bing put his mind in Chen Mo's biological laboratory, his eyes flashed in different colors. Fermentation tanks, PCR instruments, microplate readers, high-precision electron microscopes, flow cytometry, DNA sequencers, and high-efficiency chromatography series are all the most advanced and sophisticated instruments. The equipment of this biological laboratory, in general, has exceeded her personal laboratory. And in the biological laboratory, there are some machines and robots, obviously want to automate. The biological laboratory wants CNC automation. If you have such crazy ideas, you will know Chen Mo. If someone sends this kind of lab to yourself, be sure to marry without saying anything. Realizing that he wanted to be jealous, Wu Bing hurriedly abandoned the extra ideas and carefully visited the laboratory. You have an occasional play lab, better than my professional lab, Wu Bing said. Have you seen it? Local tyrants like to buy the most expensive, the best to cover themselves. Chen Mo laughed. It seems to make sense, but who believes? Wu Bing said, you don't look like local tyrants. These devices are more professional than professional ones, and they are also meant to cover up. Chen Mo shrugged and did not answer positively. Wu Bing did not entangle on this issue. You only have a biological laboratory here? Do you think it is possible? I have physical laboratories, computer labs, chemical laboratories, CNC automation laboratories, electronic laboratories, mechanical laboratories. Chen Mo smiled. His introduction, let Wu Bing took a breath. Are you stupid? Wu Bing did not expect that Chen Mo was so horrible that there were so many laboratories in one person. These labs are definitely not used, except that they have money and willfulness, and there is a word that is stupid. If every field has great success, then Chen Mo will be a ghost of the past. I am not stupid. Chen Mo smiled. I may go to study other things tomorrow. I like to study, but I want to see interest. Today, studying this biomedicine, I may go to study material chemistry when I am in a whim. It's really capricious, Wu Bing said. Their progress in research and development, unless irresistible, will definitely break the study and go to study other things. Mr. Chen Mo, your ability is so powerful. Don't you think about entering the engineering yard? There is more need for you, Wu Bing said. I am already a wild academician of the Academy of Engineering. The project research needs to be broken. It takes time to break the money and it is not my own. I don't need money, so I didn't want it. Chen Moxiao said, where the Academy of Engineering there are too many rules, I am not very comfortable. A wild canary, you suddenly put it in a cage. It will only ruin it. Chen Mo's meaning is obvious. To enter the engineering school to work on a project, you must look ahead and be too restrictive. It is not appropriate for him to study what he wants to study. Moreover, Chen Mo is not likely to release the technology of the Science and Technology Library, but also pretend that research is slow, which is definitely not what she wants. Okay. Wu Bing understood Chen Mo's meaning and said nothing. After communicating some biomedical knowledge with Chen Mo, Wu Bing left Chen Mo's laboratory. Chen Mo brother, your request, the above is still researching, waiting for news. I will inform you the first time. Before leaving, Li Chengzi said to Chen Mo. After the two left, Chen Mo's life was calm again. Because the superconducting computer is almost completed, Chen Mo has devoted himself to the progress of the superconducting computer during this time. Supercomputer research is his main task. After a week, the Ink Girl finally sent good news to Chen Mo. Superconducting computer, officially completed. Chapter 228, Unknown Number. The completion of the superconducting computer, this is a good news. And Chen Mo has been waiting for a long time. After waiting for such a long time, he spent a lot of effort and money, and now he is finally finished. Entering the number 1 building, Chen Mo went straight to the Underground Research Institute. Robots that have assembled superconducting computers have stopped working for a long time. 12 superconducting computer cabinets stand quietly in the middle of the field. On the top of the cabinet, the logo of the new Marching Ant Company is printed. This is the world's first truly superconducting computer. Chen Mo reached out and touched the cabinet, the mat shell, and felt very comfortable. Superconducting computers, if the news is announced, they will once again shake the world. Superconducting computers or quantum computers are now being studied in laboratories in many developed countries, even in the laboratories of large companies. But it has always been just its name, not seen. Now, without the outside world, Chen Mo has completed the superconducting computer. Although he alone knows it, the sense of accomplishment in his heart cannot be attached. I have a baby, hiding it and letting you know. It is the heart of this kind of ecstasy. With the technology in the technology library, it is normal to overtake the corner. Just for the outside world, this is a very scary speed. The news of the superconducting computer cannot be announced, and it will not be brought to the army and company any benefit, but will bring them endless troubles. Once announced, in addition to the introduction of superconducting computers, it means that the superconductor at room temperature is available. No matter which one, the sensation caused is very scary. Although domestic supercomputers have occupied the world's number 1 position, the research on supercomputers has never stopped. The technology of superconducting computers is mature and can be used as a quantum computer in the future. This is an epoch-making achievement. The existence of room temperature superconducting materials, in addition to him, only Zhao Minutes knows that superconducting computers are not known to others. Momgo, all the work is ready. The superconducting computer operating system has been embedded and installed by the Ink Girl. Now the superconducting computer is completely dominated by the Ink Girl, and can be tested at any time. The image of the Ink Girl appeared on the screen of the Underground Research Institute. It was still a lovely lalai, and the dress was the ancient Chinese style, giving the impression of a cute. Then start, Chen Mo said. Okay. The Ink Girl nodded. The superconducting computer started to run, and Chen Mo also waited quietly. All the values that were previously known are theoretical values. Now that the supercomputer is done, after the test, the actual value is obtained. There is a slight attraction between the electrons, and when the energy of the electron is lower than the Fermi energy, the electrons are combined, which is the electrical tunneling effect. In this case, by using a 0.2 nanometers thick insulating layer, the two superconductors are spaced apart and then combined, and this process produces a phenomenon in which a conductive current also occurs when the voltage is 0. The introduction of supercomputer technology in the Science and Technology Library also introduces this phenomenon. This phenomenon, in the name of reality, is called the Josephson effect. The tunneling effect of electrons theoretically takes 1/1000th of a second to switch, and the power consumption is 1% of the integrated circuit. At present, the circuit of such a component computer must operate at a low temperature because the electron energy is high, and this phenomenon occurs in the superconducting state. Now Chen Mo's room temperature superconducting materials have appeared. In theory, this superconducting computer can increase the computing speed by 100 times and the energy consumption is very low. But everything depends on the actual situation. The peak calculation speed is 7.324 billion times per second, and the continuous calculation speed is 5.248 billion times per second. The performance-to-power ratio is 13,257 billion times per watt. Hey! How is Chen Mo's mental preparation? Still shocked, could not help but swallow a mouthful of water. Now it's just 12 cabinets, and the calculation speed is 7 times faster than the strongest supercomputer Taiyu Lake. The power consumption ratio is far behind the ordinary supercomputer. If you increase the number of cabinets, the calculation speed will increase exponentially, breaking through tens of billions of times, which is not a problem. The release of this data, the world's #1 supercomputer, will be without controversy. However, this honor does not dare to take it casually, especially in the case of his company or private enterprise. Mongo, the calculation speed of the Ink Girl is already very fast. Without the help of other computers, it can be calculated quickly, and the speed of the information obtained becomes super fast. This is natural. Chen Mo laughed. He spends so much money, and if he is just the same as before, he will lose money. My brother, the Ink Girl seems to be smart. The Ink Girl appeared on the big screen. The character image was more refined, and it became more like the human Lily. The eyes were also awkward, a little smart, and invisibly giving people more intimacy. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. Incorporate more cabinets in the future to make you smarter. As long as there is strong computing power, game and philosophy, artificial intelligence will only become more and more intelligent. The power of the current Ink Girl has transcended the human sphere and can create things. This time into the superconducting computer, the computing power to achieve a qualitative leap. The future ability will only become more and more powerful. This is why humans worry about robots replacing humans. You are now optimizing the company's robotic structure design, optimizing the company's cloud computing and big data, etc. Chen Mo said. Okay. Then I designed some micro-robots to assist in research and production. Can I? My brother, the Ink Sister on the screen said with a blind eye. For these things, she must ask Chen Mo's opinion and get Chen Mo's instructions to proceed. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. The role of superconducting computers is very large, but there are still very few places he currently uses, or the timing of applications is not yet available. The weather and climate predictions have little effect on him, and he has not studied the combination of satellite cloud image, condensed matter physics, aerodynamic model, etc. In the future, superconducting computers may be used to simulate nuclear fusion or nuclear fission, and other technologies are manufactured, but not now. Superconducting computers are a basic tool with great potential. There are not many places used now, but future research is indispensable. Now that the superconducting computer research is successful, Chen Mo's mind is tight and some things seem to be loose. Coming out of building #1, Chen Mo felt invisible and relaxed. The news of the superconducting computer is not published, so this technology can only be hidden first. He does not have to show the strength of the country's comprehensive strength, and there is no need to publish it. This kind of strategic high-tech is not the capital that individuals use to show off. Following the constant temperature superconducting materials in the field of materials, supercomputers in the computer field were announced after they were run today. Next, it's time to get the next technology. Back in the office area, Chen Mo walked straight back to the restroom, lying straight in bed, closing his eyes and entering the technology library. For Chen Mo, The next technology in the Science and Technology Library is always unknown. Chapter 229, Holographic Technology. The tall library is still intact. I have been here many times, and Chen Mo has already been familiar with it. In the 8 directions in the center of the library, 8 light curtains are projected, 2 of which are blank. The materials in the chemical materials and computer fields were completed by him, and now there are only 6 light curtains left. They are applied to 6 fields of physics, biomedicine, machinery, ecological environment, military industry and energy. The next choice is a key. This will determine his main research direction for some time to come. He is not going to touch it in the energy field for a while, which is a very sensitive area. The technology obtained in the Science and Technology Library will certainly not be the oil extraction technology. Energy technology is accidentally the energy revolution, and it is also a hot potato, but it is now. It is impossible for military workers to touch now, at least not to touch them. In the future, the company will have more influence and think about it. Looking around on the light curtain of the 6 technologies, Chen Mosi asked, 6 technologies, each of which is unknown. This is a lottery ticket that will definitely win, just don't know what the prize is. Each of the fields written above contains a large variety of technologies. What I got this time is definitely only one of the categories of technology. How to choose? Chen Mo knocked on his head and finally made up his mind to walk straight ahead and finally stopped in front of a light curtain. Applied physics. Applied physics is a very general concept, including many aspects of technology, such as laser, optoelectronics, information optics, atomic physics, sensor technology, quantum physics, mechanics, electromagnetics, thermodynamics, etc. There is a world of difference between these knowledge. Chen Mo did not know what the technology would be. Going to the light curtain of applied physics, Chen Mo set the gods and reached out to the books. The book that is as solid as the real thing is easily penetrated by Chen Mo's palm. At the moment when the palm of the hand was not in the book, I saw that the book in the light curtain was slowly diminishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Massive technical information, as the book fades, floods into Chen Mo's head. Chen Mo only felt that his head seemed to be stretched out, and suddenly he was dizzy. A sense of nausea came, and Chen Mo gasped and was extremely uncomfortable. Compared with the technical information of supercomputers, this information is not so terrible, but it is also huge enough. This time, it was not as embarrassing as it was last time. Chen Mo was just kneeling on the ground of the Science and Technology Library and panting. The information of the holographic technology made him feel that his head was squeezed and it was really uncomfortable. He couldn't think at all, just looking at the floor of the technology library with a dull look and suffering from a headache. I don't know how long it took, and the feeling of nausea slowly disappeared. Chen Mo was slowed down and took a deep breath. The light curtain that Chen Mo had just put in his hands was empty, and the books inside had already fulfilled his mission. Holographic technology. After discovering the technology obtained from the technology library, Chen Mo's eyes stayed and turned bright. Holographic technology is not mature in the current market, and many companies only stay in the laboratory stage. It seems that this time, it is necessary to overtake the corner. This technology should be simple to complete. Holographic projectors are now available on the market. If you complete the holographic projection, even if you complete the task, this task will be the simplest task he has ever received. But the task is not that simple. There are a variety of holographic product technologies in the description of technical materials. Micro holographic projector, medium holographic projector, large holographic projector. Is it necessary to complete these 3 products in order to complete the task? Chen Mo's dizzy head is too lazy to think about it. The information that was just blocked now has a feeling of exhaustion in the head. Closing the red book in the Science and Technology Library, Chen Mo took a look at the bookshelf of the Science and Technology Library and stepped into the light door that appeared. Just recovering consciousness from the Technology Library, Chen Mo feels a strange feeling in his forehead. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a small fisherman who was holding a paper towel to help him wipe his forehead. and the other hand grabbed his hand. At this time, Xiaoyu, his face with a deep color of worry, saw Chen Mo opened his eyes. His face was surprised. "Husband, are you awake?" "Okay." Chen Mo squatted with the softness of Xiaoyu, and his heart was warm. Xiaoyu did not make a profit, let Chen Mo lick his own hand, and the color of worry on his face spread a lot. "You just fell asleep, your body has been sweating, your face is a bit pale, is it a nightmare?" "Yeah, I dreamed that you left me." Chen Mo smiled. He said, "Dreams are the opposite. I will always be with you." "Such a good man. I will not give you to other women. You will not leave me. I will rely on you in this life." Xiaoyu smiled softly. "Is it?" Chen Mo also narrowed his eyes and reached for a small fisherman's waist. She took her to her body and kissed her on Xiaoyu's face. "Maybe it's too tired recently, I will have a nightmare. I will pause the research work in the past few days and take a rest." Xiaoyu's eyes are soft and reach out to help Chen Mo wipe the remaining sweat. "But I am not tired, and I am full of strength. What should I do?" Chen Mo looked smirk at the eyes of Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was in Chen Mo, feeling Chen Mo's restless hand. His eyes were ashamed, and with a little sweetness, "This is the company, I have to work, go back tonight and give it to you, okay?" Xiaoyu cast a look to Chen Mo. "Okay." Chen Mo then smiled and sat up from the bed, still not letting go of Xiao. "When you come up to me, is there anything?" "Let me go first." Xiaoyu patted Chen Mo's hand on her waist. The intimate posture of the two is not like talking about work. "Do not let go," Chen Mo said. Xiaoyu is crying and laughing, and Chen Mo is sometimes a child who grows up. However, this aspect of the man is only displayed in front of the most intimate people, so that Xiaoyu's eyes are gentle, and Chen Mo is not required to let go. Let him hold. "Mr. Li has come over, he has been waiting for an hour." Xiao looked at the time and said, "Oh?" Chen Mo nodded. Xiaoyu said that Mr. Li could only be a person. "When I think about Li Chengzi, my expression is slightly serious. I have been sleeping for so long." 1.5 hours, you slept for half an hour. Mr. Li came over. "Seeing that you slept so deep, I didn't wake you up, saying that you are in the lab." He said, "No hurry. Now in the company's waiting in the reception room, waiting for you to wake up," said Xiaoyu. "Well, I will go see him." Li Chengzi's coming is definitely for the potential of pharmaceutical technology. In this case, Chen Mo must also come in person. Others can't take the idea and don't know the existence of these medicines. Chen Mo got up from the bed and said, "Ink girl, let the robot lead Li Chengzi to the office." "Okay, Mercedes." The voice of the ink girl came out of the horn. Kissing on the forehead of Xiao, Chen Mokai took a small fisherman and left the bedroom where he was resting in office, and went to the office area. Chapter 230, Departure. Li Chengzi sat in the reception room and watched the movie with tea. The marching ant company has not come over twice, is very familiar with this, and is familiar with Chen Mo's habits. Every time you come, as long as Chen Mo is in the lab, he has to wait. When Chen Mo walks out of the lab, he will come over. In doing so, he can understand. Chen Mo is different from ordinary entrepreneurs. This kind of researcher is very valuable in time. More time is spent on research and development, and there is not much time for socializing. This is also the reason why Chen Mo rarely appears in the public. If Chen Mo is socializing all day, then he has no time to study. Therefore, in the marching ant company, there is an unwritten rule. When Chen Mo is in the laboratory, he cannot easily disturb. In the reception room is not boring. Here is the industrial park of the marching ant company headquarters. The environment is beautiful, there are food, drink and play, so it doesn't matter if you wait. "Mr. Li, Mr. let you go up." The robot in the reception room suddenly went to the front of Li Chengzi. "Okay." Li Chengzi admired and followed the robot to leave the reception room. After seeing Chen Mo, Li Chengzi showed a smile. "Chen Mo brother, it is really difficult to see you. Please sit down." "Li Loj, come here, is there a reply?" Chen Mo asked Li Chengzi to sit down and asked, "Yes." After studying above, I promised your cooperation conditions. Li Chengzi did not have any feelings and told the news. In the face of Chen Mo's almost gift-like cooperation, there is no reason to refuse cooperation. This cooperation will definitely accelerate the promotion of the Huaxia Captain program, saving a lot of research and development funding and research and development time. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. This was in his expectation. There was no accident. Before you come, Academician Wu contacted me and let me inform you. The application for the clinical trial of the pharmacy has been passed, and the preparation of the drug is carried out on the human body for clinical trials. According to the last commitment, you can participate as the main personnel. Li Chengzi said. Chen Mo is the inventor of the pharmacy, giving them almost unconditionally those test information. They cannot swear Chen Mo, otherwise it is not kind. Therefore, in the development of this agent, there is no requirement for Chen Mo to hide. The technology is Chen Mo, and Chen Mo is also one of the academicians of the Academy of Engineering. He has the right to know the latest progress of the research. This way, Chen Mo whispered. The last time Wu Bing did say that he was invited to participate, but did not expect it to be so fast. Clinical trials of generic drugs are only approvals and take a long time. The engineering school is really different. However, it is normal to think about it. If it is approved for a long time like ordinary R&D drugs, the speed of technology development is a problem. When did you start the experiment? Chen Mo asked. It should be a few days. Now volunteers who are already recruiting clinical trials. This kind of research is special, so the volunteers are a bit special and take a few days. Li Chengzi said with a shrug. Then I will go to the capital with you this time. Just now there is time. By the way, the formula and other technical materials of the medicine will be brought to you. Chen Mo thought for a long time before opening. Li Chengzi did not expect Chen Mo to be so refreshed, and immediately opened his eyes and smiled. He is more and more admired by Chen Mo, and he has to go forward and retreat, and it is just right. When is the Chen Mo brother free? Since the recruitment of volunteers will take a few more days, then the day after tomorrow will pass. Just superconducting the computer is completed. Just got holographic technology, relax for a while, and then start research work on holographic technology. Okay, I will pick you up the day after tomorrow. At the scheduled departure time, Li Chengzi was happy to leave the marching ant company. The matter went smoothly and his handover was very simple, because of Chen Mo's relationship. He also attached great importance to him. Now Chen Mo's contact problem is left to him, especially in this matter. After Li Chengzi left, Chen Mo set his eyes on the computer and began to organize the holographic technical data obtained from the technology library. 2 days later, 5 people dressed in formal attire, driving early outside the Chen Mo villa. Everyone has an imposing manner. Ordinary people are afraid of being at all. They are not willing to come close. They are not ordinary people at first glance. They are the special personnel that Li Chengzi sent to pick up Chen Mo. Wang Hai and Bai Pearl also stood at the door of the villa and looked at the 5 people indifferently. They used to be insiders and naturally knew the identity of these people, without any surprise. However, they are surprised that a small team will be dispatched to Chen Mo. It is obvious that few people can have such treatment. Seeing that Chen Mo and Xiao Yu came out of the villa, the leading Yang Jun spirit shocked and smiled and greeted him. The other 4 people did not move slowly. They hurriedly went over and helped Chen Mo to move the ceremony. But the ceremony was just an ordinary suitcase. Everyone looked at Chen Mo curiously. Chen Mo is their mission goal, and must be 100% guaranteed to be safe. This is the genius of science and technology research. Chen Mo, although they have been training in the base or going out for a long time, but the hot news information has not been lost. Chen Mo's name has been heard, and the people who invented the seismographs have benefited thousands of people. But today see you for the first time. It is hard to imagine that such a young man is actually a technological star and a person who invented a seismograph. Mr. Chen, my name is Yang Jun, the head of the head. Let us pick you up. Yang Jun said. Before coming, The order of the top has already stated that it is necessary to maintain sufficient respect for Chen Mo. He also understands the importance of Chen Mo, so he maintains sufficient respect for his tone and manners. If he is offended, his good days will come to an end. Hello there. Chen Mo and Yang Jun shook hands and looked at Xiaoyu. I will be back in a few days, and I will call me. Good. Xiao nodded. You also pay attention when you go there. Now the weather in the north has turned cold. I have packed my clothes. Before I get off the plane, I remember wearing more coats. Also, things are important, too. Eat on time. Will do. Seeing the look of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo's heart was warm. White Pearl, you have been a small fisherman in the past few days. Good. White Pearl nodded. Say goodbye to Xiao. Chen Mo and Wang Hai drilled into the car that Yang Jun and others drove and left the villain area. Where are you going now? Airport. Chen Mo looked at Yang Jun, the co-pilot. Yang Jun's skin is dark, cut flat, and the image of a typical Chinese soldier. At this time, Yang Jun was always paying attention to the movement around the vehicle. No, go to the base. There is already a special military aircraft ready to pick you up. No need to go to the airport. Yang Jun said. This is a special task. The command of the superior can't make Chen Mo lose a little, otherwise their task will fail. Oh, Chen Mo touched his nose and smiled. I didn't expect that I also had a special plane to deliver. Chen Mo did not say it, looked at the scenery outside the window, and soon began to close his eyes. Chapter 231, Wu Bing visits Snow Wolf Special Forces Base. Yang looked at the office in front of him, no hesitation, and went in. While training, the brigade suddenly let him come, which is a bit strange. Intuition tells him that this time there must be something different, otherwise the brigadier will not let him alone. After all, he is only the vice captain of the special forces, not the captain. Just entering the office, Yusong saw a lean middle-aged man sitting in the office chair. He is the brigade commander Zakai. Report, Brigadier. Akira knocked on the door and walked a military ceremony at the desk. You are coming, sit down. Zakai looked at the song and nodded. Sit down, something to talk to you. What is it, Brigadier? The song is not sensational. This time I want to ask you a question. Zakai gestured to the song. The next thing I said to you is top secret. The Yanko waist is a good one, playing a 12-point spirit. Seeing the appearance of Yanko, Zakai waved his hand and motioned to relax. There is a plan on it. Now I am screening people. Volunteer participation. If you are not willing to participate, you can refuse. Once you join, you can't quit. What happened is very uncertain. Anything may happen, including disability, death. After success, you will join another special team, and your identity may be higher than me. Because the test is very important, only secret personnel can be involved. Special personnel are screened. There is no problem with identity, and the background is no problem. But before he starts, he must explain all the issues clearly, so as not to cause any problems in the middle. Top secret. Joining cannot exit. Uncertainty. All kinds of words make the songs hesitate. Once successful, the department that joins is higher than the brigade, which is also a big temptation. You go back and think about it. If you think about it, give me a reply tomorrow. This matter cannot be exposed. You should know the confidentiality regulations. Zakai said. Understand. Ying respected a military ceremony and left the office with problems. The late autumn of the capital is a bit cool. Relatively south, where the autumn is more obvious and the cool breeze is cold. A military plane landed at a certain base in the capital. Chen Mo walked down from the military plane and took a deep breath. Military aircraft transfer. This kind of treatment is still the first encounter. Just down, I left the airport under the guidance of a soldier. Comrade Chen Mo. Just coming out, Li Chengzi greeted him. It is common to call Chen Mo as the Chen Mo brothers or Mr. Chen Mo. This is a formal occasion, and he must also be officially called. The head is good. Chen Mo Jing took a ceremony. One of Li Cheng stayed, and did not expect Chen Mo Lai to come out like this, serious appearance, so that he could not help but laugh. However, Chen Mo was also trained in the military during the school days, so the gestures are really different. You, Li Chengzi smiled and shook his head. Let's go. I will take you to the place where you live. After that, let the soldiers carry Chen Mo's salute and get off the base with Chen Mo. The matter of screening people is troublesome after all. Li Chengzi said, these things are very important. It is impossible to arrange ordinary people to experiment, so screening has been going on for some time, but it is necessary to determine the personnel. Chen Mo nodded and expressed understanding. Your document has been brought up. The Academy of Engineering. Li Chengzi asked. Bring it. Chen Mo nodded. Although face recognition, but the entrance to the Institute of Engineering, you still need your ID as proof of identity. Lost is a little trouble. Li Chengzi said. After half an hour's drive, the two-person car quickly stopped at a courtyard gate. After checking the verification, the two will be released. This is the living area of researchers and family members. Li Chengzi explained this. Chen Mo immediately. Now different from the past, no longer, as before, for research, I will not go home for decades. The families of many researchers, where they live, are protected by security personnel, especially those of important researchers. Li Chengzi led Chen Mo into the management room, and went through the check-in procedures. After accepting the face information, the staff led Chen Mo and Li Chengzi to leave. Not long after, the two men walked under the guidance of the staff to a two-story single-family apartment. Here is your temporary residence, Li Chengzi said. Besides, there are some other researchers' residences. Li instructor. Li Chengzi's words fell. A female voice with a shocked voice. Wu Bing saw Li Chengzi's back, a little uncertain, because Li Chengzi does not seem to live here, but did not expect to appear here. When he saw Chen Mo, Wu Bing's eyes flashed slightly, with complex emotions. The first time she saw Chen Mo, she thought that Chen Mo was an ordinary rich second generation and was introduced to him. After knowing Chen Mo's identity, she had completely changed Chen Mo. These geniuses, Newton and Gauss, are physicists and mathematicians, and can be understood. After all, physics and mathematics have great interoperability. But Chen Mo is a bit public. Physicists, geniuses in the computer field, materials experts, and now also involved in medicine and biology. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she definitely didn't believe that there was such a character. The more you understand, the more you feel the power of Chen Mo. Wu Academician, really clever. Li Chengzi saw Wu Bing and smiled. I remember you seem to live here. Just beside, there is time to come to drink tea. Wu Bing pointed to the small apartment next to it. Oh, there is a chance. Li Cheng smiled and pointed to Chen Mo. In the future, Chen Mo will stay here, just as you are a neighbor. When you have time, you can string the door. Welcome to you, Mr. Chen Mo. Wu Bing smiled and reached out, and Chen Mo gently shook. Thank you. Chen Mo also smiled and nodded. You clean up first. Wu Bing bid farewell to the two and entered his small apartment. Chen Mo brother, what do you think of this academician? Li Chengzi helped Chen Mo with a suitcase and asked him next to him. It's very good. Beautiful school. Chen Mo said his evaluation. The evaluation of only 4 words made Li Chengzi speechless. It's really good, but unfortunately it is still single. In the previous business exchange meeting, Academician Wu Hecken arranged for you to meet because of this. Li Chengzi cast a sly look at Chen Mo. The last time I was treated as a wealthy family, I was despised by her. I recognized it when I met last time. It is also powerful enough. Chen Mo smiled. What do you ask this? You know, in my case, it is useless to mention this. Others don't know. Chen Mo does not believe that Li Chengzi does not know about him and the small fisherman's license. Oh, among the outstanding young people I have seen, you are the most anxious, good old, and the certificate is so fast. Li Chengzi said. Chen Mo directly gave him a blank eye. I will feel strange when I say this from your mouth. The person who meets the right person is the same sooner or later. I can wait. Xiao Yu can't wait. Let her feel at ease, and it is my responsibility, said. Xiao Yu followed him, from nothing, all the way, gave him meticulous care, and did not expect anything. Xiaoyu assured that he would not let her follow this. Xiaoyu is the person he identified. It is impossible to drag her all the time. At least give her a name and give her a sense of security. Chen Mo said so. Li Chengzi smiled. He is indeed influenced by the current information. Now, the young people who have achieved results are more than 30 years old and think about getting married. Chen Mo's early and small fishing licenses are indeed a bit awkward. Packing up Chen Mo's small apartment, and Chen Mo went out to have a meal. It was already in the night. Li Chengzi was ready to leave. This is the formula and related technology of the pharmacy. Chen Mo took out a hard disk and handed it to Li Chengzi. The file is encrypted, and the password is the first time we met. Good. Li Chengzi took over Chen Mo's hard drive and put it in a portable safe. After Li Chengzi left, Chen Mokai took out his mobile phone and opened it. He just wanted to dial the phone of Xiao, and the door knocked out. Wu Bing. Chapter 232. Wu Bing's guest. Chen Mo did not expect that Wu Bing would come to him, and it was a big night. At this time, wearing a casual outfit, it doesn't look as serious as usual, and her temperament is more vibrant. After Wu Bing came in, Chen Mo found a cup and poured a cup of boiling water for her. In the hall, Chen Mo and Wu Bing sit face to face, and the atmosphere is a bit awkward. He and Wu Bing have only seen twice in total, and they are not familiar with it. However, the next study, the two may have to contact. Is it because I don't ask for it? Is it abrupt? Wu Bing smiled. No. Chen Mo smiled and shook his head. Beauty came over the door. Welcome. Ms. Wu will not come here to find me for no reason. Can't you? Ro. Chen Mo smiled and said nothing. The two men were once again deadlocked and didn't know what to talk about. Wu Bing was not in a hurry. He looked at Chen Mo with interest and seemed to want to see him through. In the face of Wu Bing's aggression, Chen Mo-zen is uncomfortable. In the big night, I was looked at by a woman with impunity, and it was a room for coexistence. It was inevitable that people would think about it. Development of potential agents. Have you experimented with other animals in addition to experiments on mice and rabbits? For example, the human body? Wu Bing finally asked the question of his own doubts. During this time, she goes to check the status of the test monkey every day. There are no side effects at present. In addition to changes in the body's bones and muscles, the monkey's immunity is much higher than that of ordinary monkeys, and the physical quality is greatly improved. According to the normal drug research and development, the animal is tested to the extent that it proves that the drug is close to maturity and can be clinically tested on the human body. After the emergence of the potential agent, she succeeded in the first test. The first test was successful, there were no side effects, and there was very little drug that needed to be improved. But the truth is right in front of you. This is the role of the silence factor. However, she does not believe that Chen Mo can only discover this substance and test its potential to develop potential. At the time of the Marching Ant Company, she was not convenient to ask this question, because she did not confirm cooperation at the time. If she committed Chen Mo's taboo, annoyed Chen Mo, and the cooperation was cancelled, her troubles would be great. Now that the cooperation is confirmed, Chen Mo just came over and lived next to her, so she decided to ask. In this day, we are studying pharmacy every day, but it is limited to the study of animals and cells. This creates a problem for us, that is, the effect of pharmacy on the brain. For example, memory, learning ability, understanding ability, etc. We are not sure if it has any developmental effects on the brain. Wu Bing straight stared at Chen Mo, with expectations in his eyes. The academician Wu will not think about it. If I use this kind of medicine, will it become so smart? Chen Mo said without hesitation. Wu Bing smiled slightly. Do you want to hear the truth? Of course, I really think so. Wu Bing did not hide. She really thought about this issue during this time. Chen Mo will not be because of the use of this medicine, so that he becomes so smart. If so, it would be horrible. This kind of doubt is just a guess. It can't be said in the face of a third person. So this time Chen Mo lives next to her, and will be brave enough to come over. Chen Mo shook his head and laughed. He had to say that this woman's sense of smell is very powerful, and she actually has this idea. He was the first to use potential potions and was able to develop his brain. But the effect was not as strong as she thought. His super brain has been developed twice in addition to the technology available in the science library. The first time it was just acquired from the science and technology library. The second time it was upgraded from trainee to technology apprentice. Potential agents have limited development of his brain, as this is only a low-level agent. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Wu Bing hurriedly explained, "Mr. Chen, I have no other meaning. As a researcher, I just habitually asked my doubts because the potential medicine is perfect. Do you want to know the answer?" Chen Mo said without hesitation. The moment he had chosen to take the potion out, he already thought of this step. "I really want to." Wu Bing nodded. "I can guarantee that no matter what your answer is, it will not be known to a third person from my mouth." "Why do I believe in you?" Chen Mo continued. "Yeah. Why?" "This problem is difficult to live in." Wu Bing suddenly thought of something. Wu Bing face red. "Big deal." Wu Bing did not have the habit of making up. At this time, his eyes were shy and his cheeks were ruddy, and he was seen by Chen Mo. In this state, Chen Mo is not uncommon. When he thought about it, he immediately had the idea of diverting attention. "You will not think. You are my girlfriend. Give it to me. Let me tell you the answer. Whoever wants to be your girlfriend, who wants to dedicate, you see more movies." Wu Bing seems to be stepping on the tail of the cat, and suddenly it is fried. Quickly defended, blushing like blood. Just a moment ago, there was indeed a flash of thought. Chen Mo's condition is almost perfect. She has no boyfriend anyway. If it can be good, try to get along. I just didn't expect it to be seen by Chen Mo. If you see through, you don't say it. She doesn't know what to see. Say it now and make her ashamed. Then I will be relieved. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Being said this, Wu Bing's attention in the previous question was shifted a lot. "What do you mean? Do you feel that I think so? Scare you? My condition is not good," Wu Bing said with no anger. However, Chen Mo's appearance of weight-bearing let her flash a trace of inexplicable loss. The first contact, thinking that Chen Mo is a giant son, she has no feeling. But after knowing Chen Mo's identity for the second time, she did have a good impression. The same as the researcher, who has a common topic, and who is better than someone who does not know what her uncles have arranged for her. Chen Mo's eyelid jumped and his heart smiled. It was estimated that he was being said by himself and turned to touch his nose. "It doesn't mean this. It doesn't matter if you tell the answer. You also know that it is illegal to conduct human clinical trials. I will not take risks by taking other people's health. Because it matters, I choose to cooperate with you. Carry out the next study." Realizing the gaffe of the past, Wu Bing hurriedly sorted out his emotions. "I may have offended the problem just now. I am sorry." "No offense. People have this kind of question. People are too good. No way." Chen Mo smiled. When the words came out, I found Wu Bing's eyes. She did not expect that this domestic legendary young man actually has such a narcissistic side. However, because of such a trouble, Wu Bing did not continue to entangle on this issue. "It will take a long time to conduct a clinical trial, and by then, you will know how much this agent affects the human brain." After chatting about something in the north, Wu Bing left Chen Mo's house and rushed back to his small apartment. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Chen Mo followed Li Chengzi and rushed to the institute. The main purpose of his coming here is the clinical trial of potential agents. Chapter 233, Labusi Marina. This is our experimental monkey, number 22. Wu Bing pointed to the monkey in the transparent glass box, playing with toys. Next to her, Chen Mo, wearing a white coat and a mask. After Li Chengzi brought Chen Mo to the Institute of Biotechnology, he let Wu Bing come with Chen Mo. As one of the main leaders of the experimental project, Wu Bing is familiar with Chen Mo and is the most suitable as a guide. Chen Mo carefully looked at the monkey in the glass box. His eyes were dull. The experiment was successful, and all this was expected. without any surprises. This time as an experimental monkey, there are a total of 5. 22 to 26. 26 is the normal group. Wu Bing handed the information collected during this time to Chen Mo. Come this morning, she has heard that Chen Mo will give the formula and technology of the pharmacy to them, so in return, during this time, the experimental data and information of the institute should also be shown to Chen Mo. Now, Chen Mo is also a member of their research and development team. The 5 experimental bodies, each of which was healthy and did not show any pathological changes. The body cells, immune cells and germ cells of the 4 experimental subjects were twice as active as the normal ones, and they were very normal. And the strength of the experimental body is also great. And the bite force is also very strong. Wu Bing, like the commentator, introduced Chen Mo to the situation. The R&D staff next to him did not dare to interject and quietly looked at Chen Mo. Young assistants, especially female researchers, have almost small stars in their eyes. They also learned this morning that the inventor of this pharmacy is Chen Mo. On the field, except for a few young doctoral assistants, most of them are more than 40 middle-aged and elderly people. They have lived for most of their lives. For the first time, they are convinced of a young man. They really feel that they have spent most of their lives lived. Because they all know that according to the experimental data, the silence factor can indeed enhance people's physique. This special factor was actually discovered by Chen Mo. Although scientific research requires inspiration and luck, they do not think that this is Chen Mo's luck, because Chen Mo's strength is there. Artificial intelligence experts, new materials experts, seismograph inventors, now have a potential developer of potential drugs, a series of titles that they can't reach. When others succeed, they can be envious and jealous in time, and when others look at it in time, they can only marvel and pursue. Chen Mo's achievements are already beyond the reach of others. The experimental results were all expected. The data was turned over and Chen Mokai handed back the folder to Wu Bing. Don't look carefully, Wu Bing asked. Be careful enough, it will be back. Chen Mo smiled. His super brain, in addition to terrible comprehension, has an unforgettable memory. Many of these materials are professional knowledge. He has seen it, and then carefully read the data again, and he has already remembered it. Wu Bing shook his head, and Chen was joking and didn't say anything. Looking at their appearance, Chen Mo knew that they did not believe. They smiled, did not explain, and Wu Bing shoulder to shoulder into the laboratory. Today is the first day of the institute, and it is a day of familiarity with the environment. Other experiments, with assistants and other groups to do, clinical trials did not start. Chen Mo does not need to participate for the time being, only need to adapt to the research environment. After a round trip at the institute, I met the director of the institute and the R&D staff of the life science team. Until noon, I left the institute with Wu Bing. Because the volunteers of the trial have not yet been called, Wu Bing has not had much to study for the time being. This potential drug is now perfect. Specific other problems, after the human body test, found that the problem can be improved, otherwise she will study again, and do not know what to study. Wish academician. Academician Chen is good. On the road, everyone who saw the two people would say hello and look a little embarrassed. The identity of the two people does not need to be introduced at all. Now the entire Life Science Research Institute knows that this is not a secret. Wu Bing, the youngest female academician of an engineering institute, and Chen Mo, the youngest academician of the Academy of Engineering. Moreover, Chen Mo's identity is special. It is the most outstanding talented scientist in China, and Wu Bing is also a double doctor. In their view, these two people are simply golden boys and girls, lank AI female appearance. Whenever they meet and say hello, both Wu Bing and Chen Mo will smile and respond. After the security check, it was confirmed that there was no problem, and the two talents walked out of the door of the institute. I invite you to dinner at noon today. By the way, I will take a tour guide and take you around the capital. Doing the friendship of the landlord is also the rudeness of my first time to see you. and the abrupt pledge of last night. Wu Bing smiled and looked at Chen Mo. Hey, there are beautiful women as guides, but you can also eat white and white. Under such conditions, the person who refuses is definitely stupid. I am obviously not stupid. Chen Mo spread his hands and walked out side by side with Wu Bing. The two did not find out, not far behind them, a young man with glasses. Looking at the backs of the two, his eyes flashed a slap. His fists shook gently. Just walked to the entrance of the institute. A man and a woman appeared in front of Chen Mo. The woman's short hair is cut and her head is cool. The man's skin is dark, looks like a model, and his skills are not bad. Chen, the instructor let us be your temporary driver. Where you need to go, you can tell us. The woman's mouth tone with respect. This is their mission, the object to be protected in the capital. How are you, Wang Hai? Chen Mo asked. Mr. Chen, your bodyguard can't just enter the institute and the community, so it's inconvenient. The instructor negotiated with him and let us come. The man hurriedly explained. Chen Mo nodded and understood naturally. Although Wang Hai is a veteran, it is impossible to enter and leave these places. Substitution protection is really convenient. These two people are not drivers, but the bodyguards that Li Chengzi sent to protect him. There are free drivers. This little day makes me happy to think about the sea. Take the road, guide lady. Chen Mo looked at Wu Bing and laughed. Okay. Wu Bing is not an idiot. Naturally understand that the two are the existence of security personnel, and they are not excluded. After all, Chen Mo's identity is too special. This arrangement is also good for him. Seeing the two people entering the bodyguard's car, the female staff who saw this scene on the road in the distance picked up. You said that Chen Mo is so powerful. Will it be like the TV series, There Are Any Adventures, or like a movie, What Medicine Did You Eat and the Brain Was Developed? Don't talk about it. Can't this be okay? The movie has seen you more, but it's better not to talk casually. It seems that I am not aware of this kind of argument. The other female staff next to me did not finish the topic immediately, and did not say anything. Feel free to talk about academicians, especially special personnel like Chen Mo. If they are found, their golden rice bowl will be lost. Seriously, there will be jail. What do you want to eat at noon today? Another female researcher realized that it was not good. He did not continue to talk about it and hurriedly shifted the topic. I am also tangled. I am losing weight recently. I dare not eat too greasy. Both of them were interested and did not continue to discuss the topic just now. The two women walked away and didn't see it. Not far behind them, the young man with glasses and the gaze under the black-rimmed glasses flickered. Looking far away, Chen Mo and Wu Bing boarded the car and left. The young man's eyes were awkward and uncomfortable. He looked a little angry and seemed determined that the young man's lips would pick up and walk away in the direction of the dormitory. Chapter 234. Ready? What do you think at this moment? Wu Bing and Chen Mo stood side by side on the edge of the city wall. They are now in the position of one of the world's 9 plugs. The two are on the top of the mountain. In front of them, the vast mountains and the boundless blue sky, and the walls that lie in the mountains. These walls have witnessed the rise and fall of the history of the millennium and the replacement of the dynasties. Witness the vast sea of mulberry fields at the foot. At this time into the autumn, the mountains and trees are somewhat ridiculous, giving people more bleak feeling. You won't let me write to 800-word tour experience? Chen Mo looked at the scenery in front of him and smiled. Sometimes, I find that you are not so rigid, but still understand humor. Wu Bing mouth hangs a smile. Anne has swept Chen Mo. Her impression of Chen Mo is getting more and more lively. After half a day of understanding, she knows that Chen Mo is not a legend of being born, not a man of flesh and blood. She was Chen Mo's guide and she was happy. After returning to China, I rarely went out to play. I was immersed in research. This time together with Chen Mo, she was very relaxed. For her words, Chen Mo reported with a smile. It's a bit cold here. A mountain breeze blew. Wu Bing touched the goosebumps on his arm, couldn't help but lick it, and looked at Chen Mo if he had nothing to look at. Then let's go down. Chen Mo's mouth hangs a smile. You definitely don't have a girlfriend. Wu Bing was turned over by Chen Mo's words. This guy is emotionally motivated by IQ, so old-fashioned, blunt, obvious hints, actually do not understand. I was told by you. I really don't have a girlfriend. Chen Moxiao smiled. However, there is a wife. Chen Mo added a sentence in his heart. Wu Binyan was flushed and was half dead. This guy who has no emotional intelligence. I don't know if I really don't understand it, or I don't understand it. I really don't understand. She still has a chance. If she doesn't understand it, she will know that there is really no chance. Because this is the 5th hint she came out to play today. This guy is a look of a smile. People want to kill him. Forget it. Go to dinner at dinner time. I will take you to eat roast duck. Wu Bing said. Okay. Chen Mo smiled again. He is not indifferent to the customs. As a person coming over, he naturally understands that Wu Bing is a little bit sympathetic to himself, so keep a distance. Otherwise, if there is anything wrong with the two people, then it will be troublesome. He has a small fishing. It is enough. There is no need to provoke too much debt. At the beginning, Xixingxin had been to him several times after the party, but every time he was rejected by Chen Mo for various reasons, and finally there was no movement. Now another Wu Bing, naturally refused. After a day of fun in the capital, I ate a lot of delicious food. The next day, Chen Mo finished eating breakfast, dressed up neatly, took his own things and walked out of the small apartment. Outside the small apartment, Li Chengzi sent 2 security guards to protect him. He had already drove at the door waiting for Chen Mo to appear. Go. The 2 nodded and drove to the institute. Wu Bing had already waited at the entrance of the institute. After seeing Chen Mo coming over, Wu Bing also left. Yesterday's play, she only knows how incomprehensible this guy Chen Mo, but also relieved. Now the most important, personal feelings of studying potential drugs. Go to work after work. The first batch of volunteers have been sent today. Other doctors are giving them a full body examination and testing. After the volunteers have collected the specific data, they will take it over to us. Wu Bing led Chen Mo and entered her work institute. How many people? Chen Mo asked. The first batch of volunteers. Only 10 people. This number is enough, Wu Bing said. Akira wore a white sick suit, sat in a chair, and looked calmly at the doctor wearing a white coat and glasses. After coming over today, he was truly fully examined. He suspects that the doctor is prepared to count how many hairs he has in his body. Internal medicine, surgery, X-ray, chest X-ray, blood draw, etc. He did not know how many tests this group of doctors had given him, and it was already numb. After Zukai informed him, after thinking about it, he decided to come and try. He is an orphan, and he is not worried about it. He is not afraid of any accident. He knows that there is only one chance. After missing it, there is no next time. He does not want to regret it later. After confirming the participation, he also really understands a little about this top-secret plan. Huaxia Captain. Very familiar name. He has seen this movie by Captain America, but that is a science fiction movie. The plan uses a similar name, and it is likely that it is a project for a super soldier that needs to be tested. Come here for so many careful inspections. He also knows that he is now one of the testers. No wonder the brigade commander said that there are uncertain consequences, that he may be disabled or even die. This special research experiment does not know what the consequences will be. I can only pray now, and I'm reluctant to think about it. Join the project, sign a confidentiality agreement, and he can't quit. Once successful, he is one of the super soldiers, joining a more advanced special department. His status may be higher than the brigade. This is the pursuit of wealth and risk. Now the IQ test. Dr. Bai Dazhao handed a tablet to the Carol. According to your thoughts, finish the 10 test questions. I did not expect even IQ to be tested. Akira smiled, took the tablet, quieted down, and answered the questions according to his own ideas. 10 sets of questions. This test is a bit too much. At school, not so crazy to brush questions. Fortunately, they are all multiple choice questions. After 2 hours, the songs will finish all 10 sets of questions. The type of topic is similar, and the estimate is the average score. What more tests? Asked the Carol. The next step is memory testing. Dr. Baidoi's words made the songs vomit blood, but still follow his instructions to conduct a memory test. After the memory test, there is also a psychological test. After all the tests are completed, the whole person has been stunned. Under the guidance of the staff, return to your own bed and wait for the results. Wu Bing is looking at the information. These materials are the technical materials that Chen Mo gave to Li Chengzi. It has now been entered into the database, and only the authority of her principal responsible person can be emphasized. Seeing these technical materials, and then looking at Chen Mo's eyes, there is no small star. This man, what whimsy can come up with? People worship. The results of the physical examination of the clinical volunteers came out. A researcher gave the physical examination analysis and data to Wu Bing and Chen Mo next to her. After Wu Bing and Chen Mo took over the information, they began to look. In general, these inspection data are preferred and much better than the average person. After all, they are volunteers selected among the special forces. Their physical fitness is generally good. They want to be healthy volunteers. Let's go. The data comes out, it's ready. It's almost time to start. Wu Bing took the lead. Chen Mo lightly responded, followed by Wu Bing, and followed up. Chapter 235. A little nervous. In the Engineering Institute, 9 people were present, including 7 major project leaders, including Chen Mo, Wu Bing, Ding Jianwen, the main person in charge of the project, and 4 other academicians, as well as 2 research assistants, 1 male and 1 female. Next to them, Li Chengzi and a dark-skinned man stood still. Behind them, there are 5 fully armed special security personnel, all of whom come from the military and are responsible for the project. Neither of them bothered the researchers, just calmly watching. Among the dozens of people on the field, Wu Bing and Chen Mo are the youngest, but they are the 2 most qualified people. Chen Mo is a developer of potential pharmacy. Although Wu Bing has the shortest time to join the team, he is the most important researcher in the R&D team. At this time everyone, their eyes are on the volunteers in the hospital bed. Only 1 clinical volunteer was fixed in a special bed and could not move. The trial has officially begun. This is not a general drug trial. They must be fixed to prevent accidents before the specific effects of the drug are determined. The first batch of 10 volunteers can only be tested by 1 person. Because this is the first time it is used on the human body, it is still unclear. It is unclear whether the potential agent works in the human body, and there are no side effects. Only 1 attempt can be made. Chongqing, Liwen, let's get started. Ding Jianwen told 2 assistants. His words fell, and everyone on the field was shocked and his eyes filled with expectations. Okay. 1 man and 1 woman nodded and began to prepare for clinical volunteers to awaken the test. The division of labor between the 2 is very clear. The female assistant gave him a blood vessel, and the man injected the medicine. The needle is only the thickness of the small thumb, 1 finger long, and is filled with orange medicine. Shen Chongqing took the syringe, was squeezing out the air inside the syringe. The gaze under the black-rimmed glasses, watching the syringe's medicinal light flashing. I don't know what to think. He is a medical doctor and is an expert in medicine. In the eyes of outsiders, it may be very powerful. But here, his academic qualifications do not have any advantages. The eyes of the people were placed on the volunteers in the hospital bed. Shen Chongqing's eyes were inadvertently turned to Wu Bing, flashing a touch of softness, and turned to Chen Mo, who was next to Wu Bing, with awkwardness and unhappiness. No one noticed his strangeness. When he looked at the syringe in his hand, his face was curious and anticipating. When he was ready, Shen Chongqing bent down and prepared to inject. At this moment, Liu Yong was only lying in a tight-fitting shorts and lying on the bed with various detectors. Beside the hospital bed, Various medical equipment are densely packed to show his physical condition at any time. Electrocardiogram, blood pressure, body temperature, etc., are all monitored at any time. Surrounded by a group of people, he has been unable to eat the wind and waves. Before joining, he has been told to make any possible preparations. The road is chosen by myself. Since I chose to join this column, there is no retreat. I can only pray now. He didn't know if he would become the kind of biochemical person in the movie. At the moment when the sharp needle penetrated into the blood vessel, Luo Yong's pupils shrank, his body shivered slightly, and his heartbeat accelerated. This change has made all the people on the field nervous. This is the first test. Is it so fast? What happened? Why did the heart beat faster? Before the other developers opened up, the dark-skinned man took the initiative to speak, and the voice was a bit nervous. Wu Bing glanced at the black-skinned man, indicating that he did not need to be nervous, and looked at Luo Yong in a blink of an eye. What do you feel now? Why is the heartbeat faster? This test is related to whether the following test is going to be carried out. Don't look at Wu Bing's seemingly calm, but the psychology is also very tense, but the tension is not helpful, because the matter has been completed and can only be resigned. No discomfort, a little nervous, so my heart beats faster. Rayong is now a fear of the unknown, which is the potential instinct of mankind. He didn't know what it was to inject something into his body. Tension? This reason makes the people on the field speechless, and the heart that is mentioned is also relaxed. The black-skinned man touched his nose, slightly groaning, and there was no opening. Now it seems that they can't insert their hands at all, and they can only be confused. You relax. This medicine, the technology is very mature. No side effects are detected. If you have any discomfort in your body, just let us know. Wu Bing gave a sigh of relief and looked at the female assistant Li Wen. Let her start asking Luo Yong's feelings and record it. Now is the development stage. It is hard to conduct a test. Every detail cannot be let go, because it is related to possible future improvement development. Rayong took a deep breath, subtracted the tension and carefully felt every change in the body. Not long after, Rayong's head sent a heavy feeling, and a deep sense of exhaustion swept over, leaving him unable to lift a trace of spirit. I feel very tired. Is there a problem? Luo Yong swallowed and swallowed. He is now unable to lift his strength, and as time goes on, the feeling of exhaustion becomes more and more obvious. More tired than usual after his high-intensity training. It is the tiredness of the body, and now it is from the mental aspect. Is there a problem with the medicine? What are the consequences? Will not become a vegetative or an idiot? Luo Yong thought about it. After the action of the medicine, you will feel tired. This is a normal phenomenon in which your body changes. Chen Mo, who wears a mask next to him, also opened his mouth. Seeing Rayong's gasless eyes, he also guessed that he was thinking. Negative thoughts are not good both physically and psychologically. It turned out to be the case. Luo Yong breathed a sigh of relief again and laughed at himself. In the past, when the secret mission was carried out, the bullets were not afraid of the rain. I did not expect that I would be scared in the hospital bed now. Not afraid to die on the battlefield, maybe afraid of dying in the hospital bed. For the soldiers, this is not the best place to stay. You relax your spirits. Don't hold on, sleep. When you wake up, it's okay. Chen Mo continued. Others did not refute Chen Mo's words. The pharmacy was developed by Chen Mo, and no one has more right to speak than him. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo deeply and did not refute. It is good. Luo Yong looked at Chen Mo and closed his eyes. Not long after, the slight nose snorted. Too tired, only 2 minutes away, has fallen into deep sleep. Everyone on the field, their eyes are on the instrument. The instrument has changed. Body fat percentage, bone density, and height, all steadily climbing with small data changes. Even in human adolescence, there is no such obvious change. Obviously, the medicine is working. The heartbeat is normal. The blood pressure is normal. The brain waves are normal. He is already sleeping deeply. After the data report came out, everyone vomited. There was no abnormality in the body for a while, so they gave a sigh of relief. It is estimated that you have to sleep for a while. Let's go first, wait for him to wake up and come over, Chen Mo said. Good. Wu Bing nodded. Others did not refute, test and enter the formal test, and now stand here. It is stupid. There is no need. The two went out and the rest left the room and waited for Ray Yong to wake up. Chapter 236. Variety. Luo Yong had a dream. The sky was grey and a ridiculous scene. There was a boundless zombie in front of him, and he was limping towards him. He was on a high ground surrounded by zombies. There are 10 bags on the high ground, and he is constantly holding the seeds of the bag buried on the ground. Seed-grown plants, piranhas, exploding fruit, bullet trees, thorny vines, psychedelic flowers, zombies that are constantly obstructed by sulfuric acid. Bamboo. The exploding fruit blew the zombies of the legs, and the intestines flowed out. They still smashed with 2 arms and climbed over to the position on his side. Then they were entangled by the thorns, turned into fertilizer, and the plants were upgraded. However, there were too many zombies and endless. After planting the seeds, Luo Yong felt that he had become a strong man, and he had to lift the big stones and squat down. I don't know how long it took. All the plants had been destroyed, and the stones had already dawned. It has been surrounded by zombies and is above the high ground. Looking at the endless zombies below, Luo Yong swallowed and took out the only explosive fruit seeds buried at his feet. Mom. I have never vowed to die. Boom. Luo Yong in the hospital bed opened his eyes and his eyes were dull. It seemed to be recollecting. After discovering that it was a dream, he took a sigh of relief and was scared to finish himself. I just wanted to reach out and wipe the sweat, but I found that my body was fixed on the bed. A group of white-eyed people surrounded him. The eyes of the red fruit made him feel like a lamb. Suddenly remembered that he is currently undergoing clinical testing and is not over yet. What happened just now? Why is the heartbeat faster? Is it a nightmare? Wu Bing said. Already 2 hours have passed. The medicine of the medicine has spread throughout the body with the blood. The data of Ray Yong's body, starting from the record, is a steady rise, and the speed of body sweating and metabolism is also faster than usual. But just now, Luo Yong's heartbeat accelerated, sweating all over his limbs. This scene scared them and thought that there was something wrong with the experiment. Fortunately, Luo Yong woke up. I just did a dream and was scared. After finishing his thoughts, Luo Yong settled down. Wu Bing continued to ask, what dream did you just make? Do you even need to understand this? Luo Yong was speechless and hesitated to tell the situation in the dream. Isn't this a plant war zombie? Chen Mo smiled softly. Luo Yong's old face was red. Chen Mo said so. He realized that his dream is the plant war zombies. It should be this game to play more. When I heard the plants versus zombies, the R&D staff on the field looked strange. It is estimated that this guy is afraid of becoming a zombie and has a nightmare. But then it is relieved that they have all the knowledge of medicine, and there are wonderful dreams. This kind of dream is not unusual. How do you feel about your body now? Is there any discomfort? Wu Bing pulled the topic back to reality, and the attention of many R&D personnel fell on Luo Yong again. There is no special feeling. Just feel a little hungry. Luo Yong shook his head slightly. The body changes, consumes a lot, and it feels normal to be hungry. Chen Mo explained. Well, that's nothing special. Luo Yong responded. Listening to Chen Mo's saying that his heart was half-hearted, the original worry also disappeared a lot. Ding Jianwen's eyes burned, sweeping up and down on Luo Yong. His eyes with a trace of suspicion, and some uncertainty. In the past 2 hours, he did not guard Luo Yong. He was too old to stand for too long, and he could not watch the results at any time. Just now, his attention was on Luo Yong. Now I feel that something is wrong. I think about it, but I can't say where it changes. There is a feeling of itching. Do you feel that he is a little different from the beginning? Ding Jianwen still said the doubts in his heart. After Ding Jianwen's reminder, everyone was wrong and began to look at Luo Yong carefully. At this point, it did change a bit, but it changed. but it couldn't be said. The lines of the body have changed, Chen said. I have experienced such a period before, and the effect on it is naturally clear. Everyone gave a slight glimpse and suddenly realized Rayong's body has changed. Just when they saw Rayong's body, his skin was dark. It is the result of perennial training, mission, sun and rain, and the muscle contour is very obvious. It is a typical muscle man. Now the lines are much softer, the muscles are not so embarrassing, the skin is also bronze, the body seems to grow taller and looks very comfortable. This figure, after retiring, went out as a male model and was hungry. Several researchers, reaching out and touching on Rayong's body, seem to be trying to feel. This scene makes Liu Yong a cold goosebumps. In addition to Wu Bing and research assistant Li Wen, there is a female academician in his 50s. Other researchers are male, and the main researchers are middle-aged and old men over the age of 40. He is a man, so many old men touched him, and the god-level strips could not be eaten. They are now fixed in the hospital bed and can only let them do whatever they want. We need to do a comprehensive physical examination for you now, Wu Bing said. Liu Yong's situation is uncertain. According to the surface condition, the trial was successful, but before the comprehensive physical examination, no one would dare to conclude that the clinical trial was successful. The contour lines of the body change, but there are no lesions or other side effects in the internal tissues. No one knows, and a comprehensive examination is required before the conclusion can be made. Liu Yong was so busy that he nodded, and this sentence finally let him get rid of the claw of this group of old men. Everyone looked forward to Liu Yong. If there is no change in Liu Yong, it means that this medicine is no problem on the human body. Liu Yong was taken away for physical examination, and a group of R&D personnel left with him. He was busy for a long time. Now the first test seems to be safe and they can safely eat dinner. The results of the medical examination will need to come out tomorrow, and the results will be finalized tomorrow. You don't seem to worry about the test failure. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo is the developer of the pharmacy, but in this experiment, the developer was exceptionally calm. From the beginning to the end, he did not see any worry on his face. It seems very certain that the trial will succeed. Oh, I am worried that it is useless. Chen Mo smiled and said, I am worried that it will not fail. Then I will worry about it before every test, and I will succeed. Wu Bing glanced at him deeply and said nothing. What do you eat for dinner? Don't go to the cafeteria. You treat, Chen Mo said. The canteen is tired of eating, don't go. You earn more money a day than I have earned in my life, and let me have a female treat. Do you want to shame? Wu Bing was defeated by Chen Mo. Well, I treat you. Celebrate the test success in advance. Chen Mo smiled. The two talked and laughed, and did not see the pair of eyes behind them. Shen Chongqing's fist in his hand shook his hand, his brow wrinkled, and finally pushed his glasses. Not knowing what he was thinking, Shen Work, what are you doing here? Liu Liwen came over and patted Shen Chongqing's shoulder gently. No, I am thinking about a question about the subject research. Shen Chongqing laughed. It's really enough to fight together. Let's go eat together. This time there is no big problem. It is also fortunate. After the success, there will be a small holiday to rest. Liu Liwen laughed. Go. Shen Chongqing nodded and left with Liu Liwen. Chapter 237, Shock on a special test field. Everyone's eyes were on the field, and there was a look in the eyes. Liu Yong's physical examination results have come out. Immunity, vision, hearing, bone density, muscle fat ratio have been significantly improved, no abnormalities in the body, and the overall quality of all aspects of the body have improved. This result surprised the people on the R&D team. According to the current data, potential drugs do have the potential to develop human potential. Now awaken the test, strength and speed of the final project. If these two indicators are also improved, it means that the potential agents have been basically developed successfully. After the drug is successful, it can't be used by all soldiers at once. But when it is used on the most special batch of special forces, the combat effectiveness can definitely be greatly improved. Start. With a command, Liu Yong with a boxing glove must look up and lift his right fist to the dynamometer. The original line is perfect and the muscles are instantly paralyzed. Hey! The huge sound was like a giant drum, and it was knocked on the hearts of everyone. The testers on the field were shocked when they saw the digits of the force gauge. They opened their mouths and their faces were extremely wonderful. 237 kilograms. Heavy punches of 237 kilograms. This heavy punch has far exceeded the weight of the boxing weight of Rayong. In 2000, Lee shot a 400-pound record, but it was more than 180 kilograms. This data of Liu Yong, in terms of strength, has far surpassed Lee. It's been a few days before the first body test, and it has become so scary now. Does this have the effect of a potential agent? The tester standing next to Liu Yong swallowed and swallowed his heart. The height that a boxer can't reach for decades of training is completed in a few days. It doesn't look like any muscles, but it hides such a terrible explosive power. Being hit by a punch or kicking a kick may be death. Coupled with the speed and responsiveness of terror, whoever fights with his bare hands is terrible. The number of scarlet, compared to the test before the injection of the drug, increased more than 1.5 points. After half an hour, all the projects were tested. Heavy punch 237 kilograms, side kick 832 kilograms. 100 meters speed 9 seconds 21. Only explosive power was tested and flexibility was not tested. The speed is not slow, there is a muscle, as long as more practice. The flexibility will certainly get better and better. The developers who saw the test data were unbelievable on their faces. They don't understand the power outbreak, but they know the speed. The speed of 100 meters is 9 seconds 21. This speed has broken the current world record. If the pharmacy is used on professional athletes, this speed will be even faster. It is not impossible to break the record of 9 seconds, and this kind of medicine is not an exciting drug. Once it is used, it cannot be detected. It's just that they don't need to be on the athletes, not what they decide. The medicine was successful. Ding Jianwen holding the test form is in a complicated mood. At the beginning of potential development, it was not optimistic. He and the 3 medical colleges won the fight and eventually got the project. Now, the academician with him has already been a mess. The R&D team has also grown stronger, but it has not made much progress and has become an undead project. After Wu Bing joined, the project has made great progress. However, Chen Mo's discovery of the silence factor has turned the project into a turn. It didn't take long before it was successful. Although successful, this achievement does not belong to their team, but belongs to this enchanting young man. Ding Jianwen looked to Chen Mo next to him. Not only Ding Jianwen, Wu Bing also looked at Chen Mo in a complicated way. The project has been almost successful, but she is not very happy. The technology is not developed by their team. From the beginning to the end, they are supporting roles. Do you think I am handsome? Don't be obsessed with brother. Chen Mo noticed the eyes of several people and smiled lightly. Wu Bing, who was still admired in her heart, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Chen Mo's words. This guy, besides being smart, has a little narcissism. However, this kind of small narcissism, it makes people feel a lot of intimacy, at least can eliminate some sense of distance. Thinking of this, Wu Bing mouth hangs a smile. When Li Chengzi heard Chen Mo's words, he also smiled. He is not interested in who developed the technology, and the results they need have been achieved. The successful development of potential drugs is a good news for the military and special security departments. The strength and speed increase, with a little training. The individual combat capability will also increase, and the Huaxia Captain plan is nearing success. This genius of young people can always surprise them, whether it is a seismograph or a potential potion. People in the entire R&D team are laughing because the project has been successful and they are all part of the team. Dr. Ding, are you still me? Wu Bing looked to Ding Jianwen next to him. Come on. Ding Jianwen said, I am old, this project is completed. I have to retreat to the second line, and later research and development. you still need to rely on you. It is good. Wu Bing is also unpretentious and puts up the test report. She is now the deputy head of the project team. Ding Jianwen does not speak, and her voice is the biggest. I saw Wu Bing's face. The first trial was a preliminary success, and I always pay attention to Liu Yong's physical condition. After 3 days, I will conduct a comprehensive physical examination. By the way, I will test it on other volunteers 3 days later. Beng Academician, you responsible for following the physical condition of Rayong every day. Okay. A middle-aged man in his 50s nodded. After all the things that need attention, Wu Bing left. Initial success can only be a stage of success. But no one is uncertain about the side effects of the drug. The physical condition of the volunteers must be closely monitored so that the information can be obtained in the first place. And no one can guarantee that his success is not a case. So the next step is to test on other volunteers to make sure that this is not a case and the test is truly successful. 3 days are fleeting. During this time, Liu Yong's physical condition was followed up, and there were no side effects. They were completely relieved and believed that the medicine had been very successful. As Liu Yong slowly adapts to strength, his individual combat effectiveness has increased, speed, flexibility and strength are also improving, and one-person challenges for special forces. Liu Yong's physical examination has no lesions and side effects, which makes the R&D team's confidence increase. Now he is also preparing to test on other volunteers. The first batch of volunteers has a total of 10 people. In addition to Rayong, there are 9 people, 6 men and 3 women. The trial was 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. To be on the safe side, they have to be careful. Once the problem occurs with the drug, the loss can be kept to a minimum, even if it takes more time. They have been here for decades. They don't care for more than 10 days and a half. Step by step, to ensure that the test is carried out in the safest conditions. At this time, in a large ward, 3 people were fixed on a special bed with a curtain in the middle. Behind the bed, a variety of instruments, beating data, reflects their current state. Get started. Wu Bing faintly opened. Okay. Shen Chongqing blinked and walked nervously toward the bed. Chapter 238, Replace. Shen Chongqing's hand holding the syringe was somewhat unnatural, and the corner of his eye smashed the camera in the ward and his face did not move. Walking to the bedside, Shen Chongqing began to find blood vessels for volunteers. When you are ready, reach out and pick up the syringe you have prepared on the plate. At the moment of bending over, the body turned slightly, and the hand holding the syringe shrank. A syringe with an orange liquid was dropped from the sleeve, and the syringe in his hand was also thrown into the sleeve. The whole movement is flowing, and it seems to have been practiced numerous times. If a magician sees his movements, he will be surprised. This is the magician's usual means of exchange. The 2 syringes were exactly the same, and everyone standing in the hospital bed did not notice that the syringe had been transferred. Undiscovered, Shen Chongqing's face was slightly relaxed, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the injection was completed. He put the syringe back on the plate. The remaining 2 volunteers, Shen Chongqing did not have any action, and completed the injection. After doing all this, Shen Chongqing returned to the R&D team, as if nothing was going on, waiting with everyone. There is no doubt in the crowd, and the attention is on the volunteers. Akira lies in bed and carefully experiences changes in the body. He didn't know the changes in the volunteers with him, but his body did not show any symptoms, no pain, no discomfort, and no difference in peace. At the beginning, he still had some trials of nervous drugs, but now, the drug test did not feel any change, which made him unexpected. Before the trial began, he was told that the drug had been successfully tested on a person, giving them peace of mind. Because the drug works, the body and mind will feel tired. There is no such fatigue now. Don't these drugs useless? Yang thought in his heart. What happened? The abnormal situation on the Akira immediately caught the attention of everyone. The other 2 volunteers have already slept in the past due to the role of the pharmacy. However, The rightmost Yanko is still refreshing and does not sleep. Wu Bing quickly walked to the Acura and touched the body of the Yanko. The brow wrinkled. Do you feel any uncomfortable? No. Yanko shook his head. I don't feel tired and sleepy. Or what other situation? Wu Bing continued. The other two, like the last test, went to sleep after the drug was applied. But the Carols did not go to sleep. This exception raised the hearts of all people. The main people are all around and look at the situation carefully. Once the trial has problems, they must find the problem first. No, I don't think I have any problems as usual. The Carol continues to shake his head. This is strange. Wu Bing frowned and looked at the other two volunteers. The two have already slept, and the Carols are the first to be injected. Normally, there is no reason to be like nothing. Now let's take a look at it and let people do a simple physical examination. After the test is over, check it out and come to a conclusion. If you don't know the situation, you must wait for the end of the drug effect, the results of the physical examination, and the changes in the data to determine where the problem is. There are no side effects on the body of Yang, but it makes Wu Bing feel relieved. There are no side effects, others are good to say. Even if the drug does not work, it does not matter. If there are side effects, they will pause the experiment. Everyone was a little embarrassed and worried. This is the first time that there has been a problem. Although the current reaction is not big, it does have problems and they have to worry. The waiting time is a bit long, which is a torment for developers. After 5 minutes, you will check the physical condition of the Acura. If you are sure that there is no problem, you will be relieved. Time passed in 1 minute and 1 second. More than 2 hours, 2 volunteers who slept in the past, slowly awakened after the efficacy of the drug. His data is not very different. A person in charge of instrument data testing said, the other two have a lot of changes. The person he said is naturally a Carol. When I heard this, everyone's face changed slightly. Is there a problem? Schedule their physical examination immediately. First check their physical condition. Wu Bing said. The R&D personnel responsible for the medical examination are called security guards, and the 3 people are taken away from the ward to go to the medical examination. The data reaction is only the most preliminary situation, and it has no effect. The result of the physical examination can be determined. After the 3 people were introduced to the medical examination, the research team also followed. This is a problem with the experiment. They must follow up at any time in order to solve the problem. Throughout the research team, everyone looked at the 3 volunteers, waiting for the results of the medical examination. When everyone looked at the 3 volunteers, Shen Chongxin's eyes flashed slightly. I went to the toilet. If something happened, let me talk about it and come back in 2 minutes. Shen Chongxin and Liu Liwen next to him greeted each other and turned away. After entering the toilet, Shen Chongxin took a sigh of relief and hurriedly took out the syringe inside the sleeve. Looking at the slender syringe, Shen Chongxin had a hint of hesitation and anticipation in his eyes, and could not help but lick his lips. Hesitant for 10 seconds, Shen Chongxin took a pen from his pocket and injected the medicine into the refill. To do all this, Shen Chongxin took the pen and threw the syringe into the toilet. After confirming the flush, I left the toilet with a slight smile. The test seemed to have problems. The attention of all the people was on the 3 volunteers, waiting for the results of the medical examination. They did not notice the abnormality of Shen Chongxin. Looking at the players who are whispering, Shen Chongxin smiled and his heart was put back in his stomach. What is the situation now? Shen Chongxin asked in the ear of Liu Liwen. The medical examination is not over yet, so I have to wait. Liu Liwen shook her head gently. The 3 volunteers did not have allergies and other symptoms, which made them relax a lot. The pharmacy has been injected and is now in effect. Shen Chongxin responded with a sigh of relief in the corner of his eye, standing next to Wu Bing, and his face was calm. Chen Moxin felt that he had just turned his head and Shen Chongxin had already regained his gaze. The brows were slightly wrinkled, and they didn't care about anything. They put their eyes on the testing equipment. He came here to participate in the trial and was one of the main personnel. Because the technology was developed by him, he is most familiar with this pharmacy. Once the problem occurs, he can know for the first time what went wrong. These days, developers are shown the synthesis and purification of the agent. Now is the second test. If it is successful, it will require a third test or even more tests. Because the technology is unknown, the institute has to be careful. The third test is no problem. After the research institute's own purified pharmacy is no problem, he will return to Bnei City, and the rest will be handed over to the institute. He is not worried about the situation that has occurred this time. The technique he got has already indicated that the drug has no side effects, so he is not worried about the problem with the drug. 2 hours later, the medical examinations for the 3 were all over, and the medical reports of the 3 volunteers also appeared in the hands of several major R&D leaders. Number 3. Number 4. Increased cell activity, increased bone density, and increased strength and speed. But what made them feel the problem was that Volume 2 volunteers had no significant changes in their bodies. Chapter 239. Authors fans. It's already late at night from the institute. After entering the apartment, Chen-Mo's computer bag was thrown on the sofa and fell directly on the sofa, thinking about the problem of the test. 3 volunteers, 2 volunteers successfully tested, and 1 volunteer injected the drug without any significant change in the body. This is a potion for developing potential. The body has not changed. Even if there are no lesions and side effects, it is still a failed test for them. If you do not find the cause of the failure, the third test must be done with caution. This time and the problem, no one can be sure what will happen to the next test. Why is this happening? This is the first question that Chen-Mo thought when he got the medical report. It is estimated that the group of R&D personnel also has the same doubts as him. Volunteer physique problems, or is there something else wrong? Chen-Mo listed the possibilities that he could think of in his mind. This afternoon, the main attention of many R&D personnel is on the Acura injection of drugs. But it did not work. This is something they do not understand. As a developer of pharmacy, he is the person who knows the most about pharmacy. There is a problem with the experiment and he must also be involved in answering this question. This afternoon, some members have suggested that it may be that the technology is not mature enough, and it has not been completely perfected, so that the potential development problem will be invalid. As soon as this question was raised, some people agreed. After the inspection report of the unsuccessful volunteer came out, everyone was discussing the issue, beginning with temperature factors, volunteer physical factors and other unknown factors to guess the possible effects on the silence factor for observation in the next trial. At that time, Chen-Mo did not say anything about this discussion. However, Chen-Mo is sure that the technology of potential drugs is absolutely no problem, and there may be problems in which link. Mo brother, Xiaoyu's sister calls. While Chen-Mo is thinking about the problem, the ringtone of the phone interrupts his thoughts. In the video call, Xiaoyu was wearing a sling and a nightdress sitting on the sofa. After seeing Chen-Mo, his face immediately floated a sweet smile. Husband, I miss you. When are you coming back? Hearing the sound of Xiaoyu, Chen-Mo's face brought a smile. No matter what troubles, after seeing the little fisherman, the mood is always unconsciously getting better. Well, I miss you too. It may take some time to go back. Is there any troubles? Xiaoyu said softly. I really encountered a small problem. Today's experiment has a problem. I am looking for the reason for the failure. Chen-Mo did not hide the fisherman. Is it serious? Xiao asked with some concerns. Is there a problem with the medicine? She is one of the only 3 people in the company who know the potential pharmacy. Chen-Mo has no concealment of Xiaoyu for this cooperation with the official. A pharmacy didn't work. The pharmacy was developed by me. I know very well that the technology of the pharmacy is definitely no problem. Chen-Mo Dynasty said, I am looking for other reasons. Would it be that the pharmacy is wrong and injected with other pharmacy? Asked Xiaoyu. When he heard this, Chen-Mo's hole narrowed. A word awakens the dreamer. They are paying attention to the health problems of volunteers this afternoon. The rest of the time, They are discussing the question of why the drug is invalid. Because the pharmacy is prepared in advance, there are very few people who can access the pharmacy in the middle. There are only a few people, and they are the people of the institute. No one wants to go to the pharmacy, or something else. They are all authorities, and the test fails. It is the most normal thing for these researchers. Therefore, their thinking is to move closer to technical issues, and will not think about other reasons. The limitations of professional habits have left all of them in a misunderstanding of thinking. Xiaoyu is an outsider. As a bystander, she did not fall into this misunderstanding. Now, unintentionally, Chen Mo immediately realized the problem. They all thought that this was a technology that was not mature enough to cause the drug to fail. If it is a drug error, or some other problem, wife, you are my lucky star. Chen Mo smiled. Chen Mo was so praised. Xiaoyu's eyes were bent into crescents, and his heart was very sweet. Is it the reason? Not sure, but your words make me realize a problem. It is really possible that the medicine is wrong. Looking at Chen Mo's appearance, Xiaoyu also smiled and could give Chen Mo some inspiration. She felt very happy. Suddenly think of something. The small fish in the video. His face is slightly rosy, a bit shy. Husband, I went shopping with you Okiang tonight, went to buy some clothes, just came back. What clothes are you buying? Chen Mo asked. You will know when you come back. I guess you will definitely like it. You don't wear it, I like it more. Chen Mo Xiao smiled. Bad egg, ignore you. Xiao is shy, not angry, said, I know to bully me. You are willing to ignore me? Oh, bully me, I will ignore you. Chat with Xiao for 10 minutes before ending the call. After hanging up the call, Chen Mo's smile converges and begins to think about the problem of pharmacy. If the medicine is wrong, it is okay, not very serious. He now thinks of another problem in his eyes, and the worst problem is that the pharmacy has been replaced by a civet cat. If this is the case, the news of the drug is leaked out, and the trouble is big. However, before this problem is uncertain, he can't guess, or there will be problems, but the impact will not be good. Inc. Female, the main R&D personnel of potential drugs. Is there any abnormal communication information, or contact with unknown people? Chen Mo asked his laptop. Not yet, said the Ink girl. Look, let me know if there is an exception. Chen Mo said. Hesitating, Chen Mo did not inform Li Chengzi, went directly into the room, took a shower and went to sleep. After Shen Chongxin returned to the apartment, he rushed into the room. Take the pen out of his pocket, look at the orange pharmacy of the refill, and have a happy smile on his face. In order to get this medicine, it is not easy. Today, there is no danger in the past. Very good. For the researchers, the test failed, as usual. Today's business, the R&D team thought it was the immature technology, resulting in the failure of the test. For him, this is undoubtedly a good news. The direction deviation that everyone pays attention to, as long as there is no accident. 2 days later, all the traces disappear, no one will know that he did. He has seen the effects of pharmacy and can indeed develop human potential. The volunteers' physical examination report showed that the body's immunity, strength, speed, vision and hearing were improved, cell activity was improved, and the most important, memory was also improved. To make ordinary people become uncommon, this potential potion is simply invaluable. The medicine was taken out of the refill, and Shen Chongxin swallowed the swallow, rolled up the sleeves, and injected the medicine into the body. The remaining medicine was sealed and Shen Chongxin was lying on the bed. Not long after, a deep sense of exhaustion swept over and let him sleep directly. Chapter 240. Find early the next morning, in the Institute of Life Sciences, each researcher's face was very dignified, and they were carefully watching the volunteers' medical report, especially the report of Volume 2 volunteers. Yesterday's test, there was no change in one volunteer. Although 2 people succeeded, it was not successful for this experiment. After the medical report was published, many of them were not able to sleep well last night. When they came over early this morning, they were told that the 3rd phase of the trial was postponed and could only begin when necessary. Yesterday was just a discussion, and today we must combine practice. The physical problems of number 2 volunteers or physical resistance problems are within the scope of the test. In particular, the problem of pharmacy technology is even more important in their focus. Well, this discussion is here. You should test the problem of the pharmacy according to your own ideas. If you find the deficiency, remember to come up the first time. As the leader of the group, Ding Jianwen directly ordered a meeting. There was a problem with the experiment and he was one of the most worried people. In order to be cautious, he also postponed the third trial. He carefully observed the changes in the volunteers who had successfully tested and then proceeded to the next step. After all, volunteers are special people and they need to minimize the risk factor. After the research team broke out, Chen Mo and Wu Bing left together. What are you thinking about? Wu Bing interrupted Chen Mo's thinking. Came this morning. Chen Mo did not say a few words, has been thinking about it, just the group discussion. He did not interrupt. A bit abnormal. Go and take the test supplies and syringes from yesterday, Chen Mo said. What do you want this? Wu Bing frowned, seeing Chen Mo just laughed and said nothing. She was helpless, and left with Chen Mo. If he does this, he must have his reason. Wait until he asks him again. Just out of the laboratory, a figure appeared in front of the two people. The person is Shen Chongqing. Shen Chongqing stood up with his waist, his eyes glazed, his hair combed, his forehead, and his spirit, and completely changed a person yesterday. The physical temperament. There have also been great changes. The white cockroaches cannot cover the thick confidence that comes out from the body. Wu Bing looked at Shen Chongqing with a strange look. It was surprising that the change was so big overnight. Shen Chongqing, who she met with her, is very different. I didn't see you for a night, and the workman became handsome. Chen Mo saw Shen Chongqing's appearance, his eyes flashing slightly, and he smiled softly. Thank you. Shen Chongqing nodded to Chen Mo. Working in the sun, is there something? Wu Bing asked with doubt. No, just want to ask you, is there any time this weekend? I want to ask you to have a meal. Shen Chongqing glanced at Chen Mo, and then set his gaze on Wu Bing. Now is working time. This problem, let's talk about it after work. It is not appropriate now. Wu Bing said with a smile. We are going to prepare for the experiment now. If nothing happens, let's go first. After watching the two enter a room, Shen Chongqing reveals the color of thinking, and the next time the pupil shrinks, he quickly follows up. Shen Chongqing did not keep up, but squatted in the corner not far away, staring at the door of the room. Seeing that the two men came out, Shen Chongqing did not want to go directly to the room. What do you want these things to do? Wu Bing asked as he looked at yesterday's test supplies that Chen Mo had taken back. I just listened to your discussion and opinions. After one night, yesterday afternoon to this morning, your question is still limited to the issues discussed yesterday. Chen Mo said. What do you mean? Wu Bing frowned. You are all discussing the physical fitness of the volunteers, the resistance to medicine, and the failure of the pharmacy technology. The failures have not come out of these issues. Wu Bing's face is a stagnation. Think about it, it is. Regardless of yesterday afternoon, or this morning, the direction of the problem they identified was all these aspects, and did not jump out of the bounds of this range. But what does this have to do with the one-off items that were tested yesterday? I don't understand. Wu Bing can only open your thought. I didn't say it when I discussed it. Also, what is your relationship with the disposable items? I have a doubt that I have not confirmed, so I didn't tell you. I am the developer of the pharmacy. I know the pharmacy best. 4 people experimented. 3 people succeeded, indicating that the pharmacy is no problem. But one example didn't work. Strictly speaking, it was a failure. Failure? Chen Motion shook his head. Failure is not necessarily a technical problem. Have you ever thought about the problem of pharmacy being wrong? Pharmaceutical mistakes? Impossible. Wu Bing did not think, directly denied. 3 drugs, taken at the same time. Mistakes should also be 3 wrong together. And in the laboratory, there are residual pharmaceuticals backup label. Yesterday took the backup to check. No problem. The backup is not the injection of the drug into the volunteer body. The residue left in the syringe must be injected into the volunteer body, Chen Mo said with some deep meaning. Wu Bing hesitated when he heard Chen Mo's words. She confirmed from her heart that the pharmacy would not be wrong, but Chen Mo's tone made her wonder. Suddenly understand the meaning of Chen Mo, Wu Bing's whole shrinks. What do you mean? Someone is on the pharmacy, and the pharmacy is being transferred midway. Wu Bing was scared by her own thoughts. But when she said it, she immediately realized that she had a serious problem and they could not think about it. No wonder Chen Mo said that their ideas were limited and did not consider all possible considerations. Although there are special places here, this place is not completely clean, otherwise it is impossible to have some leaks. This is the problem I thought of last night. I haven't verified it yet. I will know it after I verify it. Chen Mo took out the syringe used by the number 2 volunteer and his eyes narrowed. Next, the residual drug was sampled with a cotton swab. I will come too. Wu Bing looked dignified. I have to say that Chen Mo's thoughts really have some truth. Once it is true, the consequences are serious. 20 minutes later, seeing the test results, Chen Mo's face was ugly, and Wu Bing's face was also very pale. Chen Mo was right. The agent injected with volunteer number 2 was fake, not a potential agent, and it was normal saline. No wonder there is no change. The original potion is saline, and it has really been transferred. With anger, Wu Bing looked ugly to the extreme, with a report, and Chen Mo left the laboratory. It was not long before the two left the laboratory, and Shen Chongson entered the laboratory. Seeing the test tube and the results of the analytical instrument, Shen Chongson's face changed greatly, and the body shivered involuntarily. What happened to him most was happening. Did not think much. Shen Chongson left the laboratory directly and ran outside the institute. Wu Bing and Chen Mo directly found Ding Jianwen and placed the report in front of Ding Jianwen. There was a ghost inside the team. The pharmacy had been dropped yesterday. They now find out that if it is a traitor of another country's agent, the consequences are unimaginable. What happened to both of you? Is there any problem? Ding Jianwen saw that their faces were not good. Their brows were wrinkled, and they picked up the report. The agent used in number 2 volunteers is fake. After examination, it was found that the agent is physiological saline plus pigment, not a potential agent. Wu Bing said coldly. What? Ding Jianwen started the case. His body was unstable. He fell on the chair again, almost fainted, and it took a while to return to his face. His face was pale and said, recently call all members of the team and inform Li instructors. Chapter 241. Have a relationship with you. Li Chengzi's face was extremely bad. He did not expect that this problem actually occurred. According to the information of Chen Mo and Wu Bing, there is no problem with the backup agent, and the injection of the drug is fake, which means that the agent is transferred. This is a very serious matter, and there are problems within the R&D team. 4 people were in the office. Only Chen Mo sat on the sofa and looked calm. Wu Bing, Ding Jianwen and Li Chengzi, their faces are gloomy. After a while, a burly man came in and whispered in the ear of Li Cheng. Li Chengzi's face was completely dark. Li instructor, what happened? Ding Jianwen raised his heart. Now the people in the R&D team are in the conference room, and Shen Chongxin ran. Li Chengzi said in a deep voice, the security department has been notified to hunt down Shen Chongxin ran. This news made Ding Jianwen's body tremble and his eyes dark. The potential agent was transferred, and I thought it would still need to be investigated for some time. I didn't expect it to be so obvious. Before I announced it, I heard the news and fled. No wonder Wu Bing was so angry. What? Asked Li Chengzi. I saw him just now. The change is not small. It seems that it may be the change caused by the use of potential drugs. Wu Bing gathered the changes in the volunteer test and the changes in Shen Chongxin. The more likely it is. What are you going to do now? Ding Jianwen asked. For the time being, you don't have to tell the team. You are not sure if there are other people involved. But you have to investigate. You say that Shen Chongqing has adjusted his position and went to other places. Li Chengzi said, good. Ding Jianwen took a deep breath and nodded gently. Wu Bing also nodded. If this happens, the confidence in the members is a very big blow if it is announced. I am going to the team and announce the news of Shen Chongqing's transfer. Ding Jianwen stood up with a black face and left the office with Wu Bing. Li Chengzi went to handle the transfer of the pharmacy, and Chen Mo also left the institute and rushed back to the apartment. The pharmacy was transferred, and few people in the R&D team knew it. In addition to a few of them, everyone else is kept in the dark. This is not a big happy event. It is more of a scandal and it is impossible to reveal it. Not long after, the security department found the remaining potential medicine from Shen Chongqing's room. This discovery allowed the security department to pursue the highest level of Shen Chongqing's pursuit. In the capital city, once the identity is confirmed, it is impossible to escape the palm of the security department. When it is discovered, it is ordered to pursue, and Shen Chongqing cannot escape too far. At noon that day, Shen Chongqing, who fled for 3 hours, was arrested on the expressway to Tianjin. Chen Mo is looking at the computer in the apartment and finishing the holographic technology. The notebook in his hand is the notebook that he developed when he was bored. All the circuits are made of normal temperature superconductors. It can be said that this is the fastest notebook in the world. This small notebook is comparable in performance to several engineering-grade computers. The doorbell rang as he tidied up the holographic technique. Just opened the door and saw the face of Li Chengzi's calmness. Caught. Chen Mo poured a cup of tea and handed it to Li Chengzi. Catched. Already confirmed. It was his bag, in his apartment, to find the remaining pharmacy. He used the magic means. When the drug was tested, under the eyes of all the researchers, the syringe of the drug was exchanged, and finally the medicine is injected into the refill, and there are needle marks on his arm. After examination, the body has traces of potential to be developed. It must be said that he is very bold. If it were not for you, I am afraid that it may have been smashed this time. Li Chengzi said, the backup of the pharmacy is no problem. Once the one-time test instruments are destroyed, the reason cannot be found. The final conclusion can only be characterized as a failure of technical reasons, and the truth will be buried. And as for the more serious consequences, no one can say. After the technology leaks, no one can afford this responsibility. The unfortunateness of Shen Chongqing was that the test instrument was discovered and the truth was discovered. He had to flee. There were not many people who had contact with the pharmacy, and he had used pharmacy and could not stand the investigation. Once the investigation is made, it is easy to find him, and there is no chance of even running away. In the bottom of our noses, it is really daring. Chen Mo said, what makes him so crazy? It has something to do with you. Li Chengzi's face is a bit odd. He secretly loves Wu Bing. Dark love Wu Bing? Chen Mo's face twitched. What does this have to do with me? More than 30 people, who still play secret love with people. He thought he was still a pure boy on campus. Li Chengzi is a bit speechless. Listen to me. It really is related to you. He has a crush on Wu Bing. You and Wu Bing are too close, and Wu Bing seems to have something to you, so that he can be embarrassed. Finally he thought that you used potential potions, only then became so smart, so he tried to find a way to steal the pharmacy, and he also practiced the magician's technique. Chen Mo shook his head and didn't know how to speak. Wu Bing is a little interesting to him. It seems that she is too charming. Chen Mo is narcissistic in his heart. The remaining pharmacy in his room is that he wants to find opportunities in the future and sell them to foreign pharmaceutical companies for profit. Li Chengzi said with caution, this time you are losing money, otherwise you will not be surprised by this kind of god. Unthinkable. I just give my technology a fare. I don't have to accept an investigation, Chen Mo said. Although Shen Chongqing was confirmed, the comprehensive investigation within the team was inevitable, but Chen Mo was uncertain whether he would take a face-to-face investigation or secretly proceed. No, Li Chengzi said. That's good. I am going back to Bnai tomorrow. I am not here. So urgent? Wait until the test is done. No, It turns out that my pharmacy is no problem, and then I will test it again. The result is still the same, and I don't have much time to spend it here. There are other technologies that I need to study. If you have problems, let me know, said. When this happens, it is necessary to restart the test. I am afraid that it will take a little while, and Chen Mo will not be able to accompany them here. And he knows that the experiment continues, and the result is still the same. This incident just gave him an excuse to go back. Li Chengzi thought and nodded. Well, your time is indeed more precious than others. When are you going to leave tomorrow? I will help you book your flight. Is there a special plane? Chen Muzhen smiled. Li Chengzi is speechless. You think that there is a special plane? You can use it once. You can have a lot of money. Ordinary people don't want to sit once in a lifetime. You are lucky. Chen Mo smiled, and did not expect to have a special plane to pick him up. After all, that thing is not the average person's sitting. The last time he came over there was a special plane pickup, mainly the technology that he had the medicine in his hand. In order to minimize the security risks, a special plane will be sent to pick him up. Tell one thing to you. Chen Mo thought for a while. I want to use the medicine in Wang Hai, Black Hawk, White Pearl and Annan. Upon hearing this question, Li Chengzi sank. Pharmacy can be said to be very sensitive. If it is normal, it is impossible to leak. But now it is a special case. The pharmacy is Chen Mo. He has the right to decide its usage. Chen Mo is obviously in a tone of discussion with him, but they have no reason to refuse. Chen Mo just told them about the situation and he was respectful of them. This should not be too big a problem, so let's wait for the pharmacy test to be completed, and make sure that the pharmacy is okay. I will contact them and develop them. After all, the pharmacy is special. Li Chengzi said. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Wang Hai, Black Hawk, White Pearl and Annan were the bodyguards of him and Zhao Minutes. If you improve your ability, it will be good for them. Is there something else? Li Chengzi asked. Yes. Chen Mo grinned. I am going to buy some special products to go back. Do you want to be together? Chapter 242, I want to be your queen. Chen Mo walked down from the car. At this time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Looking at the familiar home, his face did not consciously smile. Wang Hai, you go back first, luggage can be taken by myself. Chen Mo said. Good. Wang Hai nodded. Dragging the ceremony to the villa, Chen Mo took out the mobile phone. Ink girl, Xiaoyu is at home. Yes, reading a book. Well, don't remind her that I am back. Give her a surprise. Chen Mo said. In general, when someone visits, or someone approaches the villa, the ink girl will remind the people inside the house. Now Chen Mo told the ink woman in advance to prepare a surprise for Xiaoyu. Okay, Mom, what is the feeling of surprise? Asked the ink girl. I feel that this kind of thing is really difficult to describe in words. The feeling of surprise is that it is very happy to happen suddenly. Chen Mo explained while walking towards the villa. He always answers carefully the question of the ink girl, because the ink girl is constantly learning, especially after the completion of the superconducting computer. The learning speed of the ink girl is extraordinary and fast, and it is very close to human beings, but there is no human emotion. Going to the door, Chen Mo pressed the fingerprint and face recognition, and it gently pushed the door to enter. Gently close the door. Chen Mo only walked into the hall lightly. Xiaoyu is on the sofa in the hall, wearing a sling night dress, slender legs on the sofa, holding a book in his hand and wearing headphones. Look at the side, focus on the look, and calm down. Suddenly, the focus of the small fisherman feels a little, just turned his head and saw Chen Mo with a slight smile. The little fisherman blinked his eyes and determined that it was not an illusion, with a surprise on his face. Immediately dropped the books and headphones in his hands. The shoes did not wear, as if Yan homing in the arms of Chen Mo, the nose gently sniffed, smelled the familiar taste, a sweet smile on his face. Husband, you are back. Chen Mo let Xiaoyu hold himself and gently caress her back. Surprise? Okay. The little fisherman nodded in Chen Mo Huai's arms, and the small wins the new marriage. Which is the feeling now? Feel the warmth of Chen Mo Hui. Xiaoyu tightly hugged, refused to relax. I remember that you didn't have such a bird before. People will always change. I was spoiled by you. Don't like my bird by people. Xiaoyu looked up at Chen Mo. Like. Chen Mo holds a small fisherman and walks on the sofa to sit. Right, you should have no food. Definitely hungry. I am going to cook for you. You should put your luggage first, take a shower, wait for dinner. Without waiting for Chen Mo to agree, Xiaoyu came out of his arms and got into the kitchen. Seeing the eagerness of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo smiled and put the suitcase back into the room and began to take a shower. After more than 40 minutes, I saw the hot dishes on the table. Chen Mo's heart was warm and flew for a few hours. She was already hungry and unknowingly gorged, slow to eat. No one grabs. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo's appearance. His eyes bent into crescents, and he continued to give Chen Mo a dish. You are not a bit surprised. Will it take a while to come back? The accident investigation was clear. The trial will take a while to restart. I don't have time to spend it. Plus I want to fish in my house and come back early. Xiaoyu's face is shy, and his heart is as sweet as honey. Regardless of whether Chen Mo is jealous of her. Have you ever encountered something interesting? Yes. When I came back, on the plane, those flight attendants and a few people sitting next to me recognized me and took photos with me. The flight attendants also said that the photos were very good. I want to add my WeChat and send the photos. Give it to me, Chen Mo said while eating. Then did you give them a WeChat? Said Xiaoyu, a sour fisherman. How is it possible that those flight attendants are not as beautiful as you are? When he heard Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu slightly sneaked and pretended to be angry and said, you mean, if they are more beautiful than me, would you give them a WeChat? That will never be given. You are in my eyes, better than Zai Shi. Yan Yixiao, a small fish show, is very useful for Chen Mo's little love story. But when I got off the plane, the flight attendants will give me a good post. There are several, you see, their names, phone, WeChat, email, home address. Chen Mo took out a few sticky notes from his pocket, but he was snatched away by Xiaoyu before he finished. Chen Mo felt particularly cute when he saw the appearance of a small fisherman. After 15 minutes, Chen Mo sat full of food, sat on the sofa and looked at the book that Xiaoyu had read. This is a book of economics. After the small fisherman washed the tableware, he also went to Chen Mo to sit down and grab the book. Leaning against Chen Mo Hui. How come suddenly to see this? Chen Mo asked. As assistant to the president, especially the assistant of General Zhou, she often gives me some things to do, and often asks me questions. I must continue to learn and enrich myself. Xiaoyu said, I can't be a gold. The canary is raised by you. Well, you like it, Chen Mo said with Xiaoyu. Now I don't see it. I will give you a present. Chen Mo took out a beautiful jewelry box. As soon as he opened it, he saw a crystal clear bracelet lying in the box. The emerald bracelet, knowing the color and workmanship, knows that it is worth a lot. Come back and bring you a present. This is for you. Chen Mo took the bracelet and personally gave Xiao. Like, women are jewelry. Immunity is 0. I am also a woman. I definitely like it. Xiaoyu shook his hand in the bracelet, but don't spend so much money on me to buy these, buy those ordinary points. Even if a treasure's ordinary jewelry is also available. You give me this bracelet, I don't dare to wear the street. I can't wear it, but I still want to reward you. After that, Xiao looked up and kissed Chen Mo's face. Not enough. Chen Mo smiled badly. Zizi, I am full of warm thoughts. I am full now. When I heard Chen Mo's words, Xiaoyu's face was ashamed and biting his lip. He seemed to hesitate. At the moment Chen kissed him, he broke away from Chen Mo's embrace. You wait for you. What's wrong? When you wait, you will know. Xiaoyu lost a sentence, shy and ran into the room. Old wife, but also shy. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled, but still waiting. After 5 minutes, the door of the room was opened again. Seeing Xiao coming out from the inside, Chen Mo's eyes widened, his face was incredible. His throat squirmed, and he swallowed his mouth. The night dress of the small fishing sling has been replaced with a transparent gauze pajamas. Black buds. Silk appears under the gauze pajamas. The mysterious zone is looming. There is no temperament. The slender legs are exposed to the air, the shattered blue silk, the shy eyes, the feminine, the sexy, and the instinctual temperament that they possess are completely released. In the past, Xiao was very conservative, quiet and pure. At this moment, the temperament completely changed, like a little wild cat. Seeing Chen Mo's appearance, Xiaoyu's heart is very satisfied, knowing that this moment is worth it. Bold, completely out, Xiaoyu walked to Chen Mo, sitting on his lap, holding his neck, biting his lip. I don't know if it was nervous, or other reasons. This is the last time I told you about me. New clothes. Do you like it? Like. Chen Mo reluctantly smiled a bit. Now it is uncomfortable. This body. Let Xiaoyu's temptation to him rise straight. How do you think about changing this style? Show it to you. Xiaoyu's face is already red to the neck root, and the whole face is hot. This time, it makes her too much courage. Tonight, I am not your princess, I want to be you, queen. After that, I kissed Chen silently. For a time, Tanlai hooked the fire, and even the moon was ashamed to hide behind the clouds. Chapter 243, Spoiler. In the morning, the sun shining through the window brought warmth. Chen Mo opened his eyes from his sleep and felt the softness in his arms. Chen Mo smiled. Not long after, Xiaoyu opened his eyes, and his face was a little charming. When he looked at the moment, Xiaoyu's eyes flashed and buried his head deep in his chest and his face was hot. Thinking of the bold behavior of last night, she did not dare to look at Chen Mo's eyes. If she is given another chance, she is not sure if she has the courage. I don't know what kind of woman I am in Chen Mo's heart. Now I know shy, but last night was not like this. Chen Mo said. Don't say it. Xiaoyan is like a mosquito. Chen Mo then smiled. But I like it very much, queen. You still said, I don't want to talk anymore. Xiao couldn't wait to plant his head on Chen Mo's chest. He remembered the shameful things he made last night. She didn't dare to look directly at Chen Mo. Do you think I am that? Question mark. Which? Chen Mo asked. It's the kind of bad woman, very, that you know what I mean. Let me say so clearly, the little fisherman said. Chen Mo smiled gently and smacked the head of Xiaoyu. My wife can be gentle and quiet, intellectual and elegant, and passionate, and charming. This is a man's dream. Even if it is bad, your badness belongs to me. Is it bad to love and know? Just like you usually yell at me. Well, it only belongs to you. The little fisherman was on the chest of Chen Mo, and he was beaming. He felt that the boldness of last night was very worthwhile. Although he was ashamed, he also had a trace of happiness. After washing, after breakfast, Chen Mo and Xiao rushed to the company. Ink girl, what hot news is there today? Chen Mo sat in the chair and asked. At 1 a.m., 10 o'clock a.m. local time, Apple's autumn new product launch was held at the Steve Jobs Theater at Apple's new headquarters. The launch of two new Apple phones, Apple S3, Apple S3 Plus. Mobile phone system upgrade, equipped with a new generation of voice assistant Siri. Siri intelligent upgrade, can completely control the phone language, breaking the situation of incomplete voice control. Apple stocks rose 2.7% after the press conference. The market value reached $891.5 billion. Oh, their artificial intelligence technology has broken through. Chen Mo was slightly surprised, not enough to relieve. Artificial intelligence has been at a turning point in an era. The future is the trend of the times. The breakthrough is a matter of time. Apple's breakthrough is not unexpected. Mo brother, Zhao Minutes came over. Mo said. It is good. Chen Mo cleaned up and waited for Zhao Minutes to come in. Big boss, have fun in the capital. Zhao Minutes came in to see Chen Mo, smiled slightly, sitting on the opposite side of him. Alright. Bring a lot of special products back. Send some to you in the next day. Chen Mo nodded gently. Then I thank you first. How is the test of the medicine? Zhao Minutes asked. There was some accident, but the problem was solved. The trial may have to be suspended for a while. I don't want to wait there. I will go back to the company first. What will I come to find this time? When it comes to business, Xiaominix is serious and shows the skill of professional women. Apple's early autumn conference, the release of a new generation of flagship Apple S3, announced the upgrade of mobile assistant Siri, has fully realized contactless voice operations. Apple took off the oppression of our smart assistants. The stock price rose. I just knew this news. What do you want to say? Chen Mo asked. Xiaominix seems to know that Chen Mo will ask this question and hand the folder in his hand to Chen Mo. This is the company's intelligent assistant's revenue statement. Smart Assistant Xiaodi. The annual revenue is about 15 billion, the profit is very considerable. European telecoms do not cooperate with us. The US market does not expect. In a short time, there is no hope that mobile phones will enter the international market. Now that Apple Siri is upgraded, we do nothing, and we are quite handiculating the non-Chinese and non-English mobile phone market to Apple. Xiaominix began to analyze the pros and cons of it, and told Chen Mo all his thoughts. What do you want to do? Chen Mo nodded gently and agreed with Xiaominix's thoughts. We and Apple are competitors, and other mobile phone companies in China, and competitors. Under the circumstances that we know that we can spoil the situation, why not stir the water? And we still have the benefits. Xiaominix smiled. Splashing? What do you mean? Our mobile assistants that are currently open to the public are only Chinese and English. In order to block Apple, we can consider opening up and licensing multilingual intelligent assistants. This open method is to cooperate with major mobile phone companies to authorize smart assistants as their mobile phones. The default procedure, we charge a fee. He thinks they will not refuse to cooperate, but what? But multilingual smart assistants are open to them, and the resistance of our Butterfly Eye mobile phones to the international market will rise and the competition will become more intense. Xiaominix said the shortcomings of it. Everything has two sides. It is impossible to have only pure interests. Chen Mosi asked. In doing so, the competition faced by the Butterfly Eye is indeed very large. Just as the carbon-based lithium-ion batteries just came out, if they don't license the battery technology, their mobile phone competitiveness will increase greatly. However, at that time, the volume was too small and the technology had to be authorized. Otherwise, other companies would not license the patented technology to them, and they would be very troublesome. Once the multilingual intelligent assistants are open for authorization, they will be in the footsteps of the international market. Since the last time they entered the European market, the pace of their mobile phone internationalization has been extremely slow. Now that Apple has developed a smart assistant, their chances are even smaller. But now Apple wants to make a lot of money. Obviously not possible. Marching ants and apples are huge competitors. Moreover, Chen Mo and Apple have also had several festivals to make their opponents disgusting. Chen Mo will not mind. We haven't knocked on the door of the international market. Now we don't have to think about knocking on the door. Anyway, the smart assistant is also letting go. I said, we are not afraid of competition. Chen Mo said, there is no chance now. And it does not mean that there is no chance in the future. When the holographic technology is thoroughly penetrated, it will be a huge opportunity for the holographic mobile phone to come out. At that time, Europeans asked him to cooperate. Okay. I got a positive reply from Chen Mo, and Xiaominix looked loose. Multilingual intelligent assistants are currently only used on Butterfly iPhones, as well as corporate office products. Authorized multi-language intelligent assistants, they can receive considerable benefits, than in the hands of, watching Apple to occupy the market is much stronger. How much is the license fee? Chen Mo asked. I have calculated that, according to the number of shipments of the mobile phone companies each year, we even take 3% of the whole machine, or a fixed price. 50 yuan or 100 yuan a mobile phone. The annual harvest is far beyond 15 billion. Xiaominix said, how much authorization fee to collect, but also study and study. Well, tell me when you are sure. Chen Mo nodded. Today, I mainly told you about this. Now I get the answer I want. The next thing, I will arrange it. I have nothing else. I should go back to work. You are busy. Zhao Minutes smiled and looked at Chen Mo and turned and left. When Zhao Minutes left the office, Chen Mo's eyes fell on the computer again. Ink Girl began to organize materials. Holographic technology. Chapter 244, Then Yu Akao. Forced. The news of Apple's artificial intelligence breakthrough has become a hot topic in the technology circle. As one of the most popular technology companies, Apple once lost its support because of the inability to use the intelligent assistants of the Marching Ant Company. This time Siri's smart upgrade finally let Apple get rid of the shortcomings of voice operation. This is the second company to complete voice control after the Marching Ant Company. In addition to the newly upgraded Siri, Apple S3 also has the advantages of a comprehensive screen, a high-strength glass body, and a new generation of Bionic Smart Chip A15. After the pre-sales were opened, the number of pre-sales continued to soar. Apple's stock continues to rise, and it is the first time to break through the market value of $900 billion, maintaining the position of the world's highest listed company. Apple's artificial intelligence technology breakthrough. New York Times. Apple's market value has reached a new high. Trillions of dollars in market value, let alone. Wall Street Journal. Apple breaks the suppression of the Marching Ant Company. Financial Times. The U.S. domestic media is cheering when the Army Ant Company announced that it could not provide the intelligent assistant of the Apple system. Apple's market value fell all the way. The last time the flagship machine was released, it was released at a low-key selection of the marching ants. It was a bit grey-faced. Now Apple has finally broken the suppression of the Marching Ant Company, making all American media feel proud. Apple's autumn conference in previous years has been hailed as the spring festival evening in the tech world. This year's smart upgrade of Siri is once again exciting. Nowadays, products such as mobile phones and computers of the Marching Ant Company do not appear in the international market for them. This is good news. I don't understand. The smart assistant is the rest of the Marching Ant Company. Why is it so fuss? Isn't your mobile phone can be operated by voice? I am a 2000 yuan rice machine, by a smart assistant, have super cool technology, experience. Why buy more than 8,000 Apple phones? Siri upgrade means that Apple's artificial intelligence technology has made a breakthrough. After the Marching Ant Company, this is the second company to master this kind of intelligent assistant. The products of the Marching Ant Company are based on voice operation, improve office efficiency, and security. The operating system, one of the most popular office products, shows the potential value of this voice operating technology. Artificial intelligence is the trend of the future technology. Apple is the next city. The funny thing is that the Marching Ant Company always thought that it was pressing Apple. Some people have been around for a long time and don't know how to stand up. The ridiculous thing is that the Marching Ant Company has already produced intelligent robots, and Apple is still playing mobile assistants. The two can't compare at all. A seismograph is enough to make Marching Ants the greatest company. No one. This is Apple. It will never be possible to catch up. In the domestic online forums and major media, Apple's news has also become a hot topic of discussion. It's just that this kind of discussion has gradually become a comparison and debate between Apple and the Marching Ant Company. However, this kind of controversy still does not let people cool down on Apple's mobile phone preferences. When the Army Ant Company announced that the smart assistant could not be used in the Apple mobile phone, the Apple mobile phone was hit hard in the domestic market, and the market share also declined. Siri's intelligent upgrade. Apple's artificial intelligence breakthrough news released. Apple's mobile phone in China is a bit of a resurgence sign. Apple S3's pre-sale volume is also constantly improving. Blue Sea Floor. Chen Mo once came to the Chamber of Commerce for the last time, a top private club. After the vehicle entered the clubhouse, Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, as well as Xiaoyu, came down from the car and walked in under the leadership of the service personnel. Multilingual intelligent assistants are willing to grant external authorization. Xiaominits has already let people privately release news and only inform the helm of several mobile phone companies. The news has just been released, and people from several major companies will immediately contact them and prepare to discuss cooperation. This time, people from a company didn't come over. I know that the Marching Ant Company intends to authorize multilingual intelligent assistants and wants to get cooperation quickly. So yesterday, someone sent a message to Xiaominits in the afternoon. I want to meet soon, and Xiaominits will put all of them together. Originally only Xiaominits came over, but those big sisters said that they wanted to see Chen Mo, and Xiaominits let Xiaoyu pull him from the laboratory. How much does it cost here? The last time he came, it was just a reception. Some people were on the sidelines, and he didn't know how much the consumption was, so this time the curiosity asked. Look at the spending power. Generally only members can come in, others do not say. The minimum consumption of the box is 5,000. The menu does not have the price of 3 digits or less, not to mention the wine, a little more expensive wine. One down. It's not a rare thing to spend hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It's very expensive. Chen Mo was slightly surprised. Surprised by Chen Mo, Xiaominits did not pay attention to it. It is so expensive. Few people are so extravagant. Ordinary consumption, tens of thousands of pieces will do, and the environment here is better. Or you find a place. Do I still remember the food stall next to the school I said last time? The skewers there are good. Then you will be forced. Xiaominits gave a smile. Chen Mo's words, let her brain make up the picture. A group of giants in suits and suits, sitting around the food stalls, talking about hundreds of millions of businesses, next to the men with glasses of drinking and smashing the strings. The picture is too beautiful. Cannot imagine. It would be even more beautiful if someone took a photo and sent it to the internet. Would you like me to inform them to go to the food stalls? We authorized multilingual intelligent assistants. Even if they asked them to eat food stalls, they all ran away. Xiaominits smiled. Come on, forget it. Let's talk about it next time. Jokes are jokes. He can't ask a group of tech giants to go to the food stalls to drink beer. I was photographed and released. This news can go to heaven. Mr. Chen Mo, a voice came with a happy voice, and Chen Mo's mind immediately appeared in the mind. Just turned around and saw a familiar face. Xu Xingxin, the daughter of Xu Jialin, the real estate tycoon. Last time Chen Mo was here at the Blue Ocean building and saved her once. I didn't expect you to be. Zhao, hello. Xu Yuxin politely shook hands with Xiaominits. Miss Xu, really coincident. Chen Mo smiled politely. It's a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. Xu Xingxin wore a long red dress with a smile and looked noble and generous. You came here to talk about business? Yes. Chen Mo nodded. Which box are you in? I will bring you in the past. I am familiar here. Miss Zhao always booked in the box number 9. A staff member looked at Xu Xingxin's appearance. His eyes lit up and hurriedly opened. Xu Xingxin nodded and led the 3 men into it. This clubhouse is an industry under the name of my father's company. I will come over and play occasionally. When you come over, you will let me know. Xu Xingxin walked around Chen Mo. Xiaoyu can only give up the position and walk to Xiaominits. What entertainment! There are golf, swimming, shooting, bowling, cafes and artificial massages, saunas, etc. That's pretty good. Chen Mo smiled. Under the leadership of Xu Xingxin, the 3 quickly entered the box number 9. The decoration of the box is a classic style. The atmosphere is restrained, and it is a low-key luxury. The air has a faint scent that makes it very comfortable. No wonder the minimum consumption is 5,000. This kind of decoration requires a lot of money. After Chen Mo sat down on the sofa, Xiaominits sat down at the position on his right-hand side, and Xiaoyu walked to his left back to stand. The movement was natural and there was nothing unusual. Xu Xingxin sat down with Chen Mo and chatted with him. Not long after, the first guest was officially present. Chapter 245. Everyone understands people. Yu Chengnan and an assistant walked in under the leadership of the waiter. At this time, Yu Chengnan cut his flat head, and the grey vest was fitted with a wine-red tie, which looked very atmospheric. After seeing Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, they immediately smiled. Chen, General Zhao, I haven't seen you for a long time. Long time no see. Chen Mo and Yu Chengnan shook hands. Little fishing assistant, you are getting more and more beautiful, Yu Chengnan said to Xiao. Xiao smiled slightly. Thank you, Mr. Yu. This is. After a chill, Yu Chengnan looked at Xixingxin and looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at Xixingxin, Xijialin's daughter. Xixingxin, your introduction to me. If you can remove the first half of the sentence, it will be perfect. Xixingxin reached out and politely smiled at Yu Chengnan. You, hello, long-awaited name. My name is Xixingxin. Hello. Yu Chengnan looked at Xixingxin. I heard that Xijialin has a good daughter. I saw it today, and it really is everyone's show. Thank you for your compliment. Xixingxin smiled. Yu Chengnan just sat down on the sofa, and the Thunder also entered the private room under the leadership of the waiter. Next to the Thunder, two men stood, Chen Minyong, president of Opel, and Fan Wei, the head of Vivo. Three technology giants came together to make the private room alive. Chang Zong, Zhao Zong, Yu Zong. After seeing the people in the house, the Thunder also strode over, and Chen Minyong and Fan Wei followed closely, and greeted Chen Mo. Several people sat down on the couch and started chatting. The only ones who came to meet this time were the heads of the four major mobile phone giants. Now people are here. It is home to more than half of the domestic mobile phone industry. Xixingxin saw this situation and also quit the private room. These big hustle and bustle, talking about the business, is not something her outsider can listen to. After the scene was quiet, the Thunder took the lead. I don't know how this time, Chen always wants to cooperate. You ask Zhao Minutes, the company is responsible for her operations. Chen Mo turned his attention to Zhao Minutes, and other people's eyes also looked at Zhao Minutes. Zhao Minutes took several documents from the small fisherman and handed it to Yu Chengnan and Thunder. The documents in your hands are the terms of the contract we are going to cooperate with. Everyone is the same, Zhao Minutes said directly. As soon as this was said, several people were slightly surprised and hurriedly read the documents in their hands. Obviously, the Marching Ant Company really has the idea to authorize multilingual smart assistants to give them. They have all thought about getting a multilingual authorization from the Marching Ant Company's smart assistant. However, the Marching Ant Company is only used on the Butterfly Eye mobile phone and is not authorized externally. This time to prepare for authorization, they will naturally not let go. Especially this period of Apple Siri intelligence. The function of the intelligent assistant, I don't need to introduce more. This time you are authorized to multilingual intelligent assistants. I believe you understand. I will briefly talk about their main conditions. Zhao Minutes said. The people on the field raised their ears and waited for Zhao Minutes' words. This authorization, our fee is 5.2% of the price of each mobile phone, and is settled quarterly. 5.2% is a bit high. Yu Chengnan said, Zhao should know that the profit of each of our mobile phones is not very high. I think this price is very reasonable. Do you have the price of the mobile phone after the new technology? Is it impossible? Zhao Minutes said calmly. We don't make money, and most of them are earned by channel dealers. Chen Minyong said. Really? The profit of our mobile phone? This is the total. Fan Wei nodded. A smart assistant, more than 2,000-3,000 mobile phones, experience the pursuit of Apple. The price increase is inevitable. Your mobile phone price is up 10% for sale, earning you all. My charge is already very low, Zhao Minutes said. Several people on the field were silent. In the few companies on the field, in addition to China Micro has a high-end market, Rice has medium and high-end, and other brands are mid-range or low-end markets. A mobile phone is generally more than 2,000 yuan, and it is necessary to pay more than 100 yuan to the marching ants. The price of them is not much, and they can earn a little more. There are multi-language intelligent assistants, South Asia, Southeast Asia and European markets. You are fully active. The mid-end market is entering high-end and even high-end. It is not impossible to squeeze the share of Samsung Apple's high-end market. The benefits, I don't need to tell you guys. The other people looked at each other and did not speak. They seemed to be thinking. Xiaomin's statement is indeed correct. In Southeast Asia, South Asia and Europe, many places do not use English. Multilingual intelligent assistants clearly overcome this problem. Let them occupy an advantage in the market competition. If the Marching Ant Company is not blocked by the international market, it is likely that the Marching Ant Company will surpass them in the mobile phone industry. No one dares to refuse to cooperate. Refusing to cooperate, the consequences are clear. The most serious consequence is that they are squeezed out by other people on the field. The intelligent assistant of the Marching Ant Company is not the former half-hand phone assistant, which is real artificial intelligence. When they first came out, they knew that this was the beginning of another revolution in the mobile phone market. Not handled well, just like Samsung, Apple squeezed Nokia and Sony after the smartphone appeared. They don't want to be the next Nokia. How about the technical fee of 150 yuan per mobile phone? Thunder opened. When his proposal came out, Yu Chengnan and others looked brighter and looked at Xiaomin's, Zhaozong, I think L's proposal is good. No, Xiaomin's did not want to, and shook his head directly. Too low. Take the price increase of 160 yuan. According to the average price of several of our mobile phones, 160 yuan is close to 6% of the average price. You are very cost-effective. Fan Y said. Number. You don't have to bargain. Authorize multilingual intelligent assistants. We are already a big concession. It is impossible to make concessions on the price. Xiaomin smiled. And their abacus. She also knows. As a veteran of them all, it is impossible to suffer casually, whether it is her or other people on the field. Because of exchange rate fluctuations, rising material costs, the difference between incremental and stock markets, as well as the competitiveness of mobile phones and user reasons, these factors make the average price of mobile phones continue to rise. She has data on hand. Last year, mobile phone prices generally rose, reaching 30%. As prices rose, various fees increased, and mobile phone prices would only get higher and higher. The license fee for each mobile phone is 160 yuan, and within a year, it seems that they are at a loss. However, after the price of mobile phones continued to rise, the license fee was still 160 yuan. Even if they enter the mid to high-end market, the license fee is still 160 yuan. And they have suffered a big loss. I don't want 6% of you, we only need 5.2%. Needless to say, everyone understands people. Xiaomin pointed to the document. Cooperation is what you want. We have come up with our sincerity, and then we are looking at you. The terms of the contract, you take it back, after carefully watching it, feel no problem. You can contact us at any time to discuss cooperation terms. If you have any questions, you can contact me. Of course, if you sign now, I will not have any opinions. Well, come here today, work is important, and eating is more important. Chen Mo stopped the topic on the field. The group went to the dinner table and asked the staff to start serving. Chen, what technology is busy working recently? Let us open our eyes. Chen Mingyong asked. You are a new generation of leading people. Share the experience. Thunder also said half-jokingly. Others on the field also echoed. Remove the words leading. When Chen Mo said this, everyone on the field laughed. My busy things are secrets. I can't say. There is no mystery when I say them. You should look forward to it first, and the answer will be revealed later. Chen Mo laughed. The atmosphere on the dinner table was a bit relaxed, and it was all about chatting about something that was common in everyday life. Although they are business competitors, they can also communicate as friends in private. Until the end of the meal, everyone was not interested in bringing the topic of cooperation to the dinner table. Talking about business while eating, how much will affect the mood. After eating and drinking, a few people took a break and got up and left. The next question that needs to be studied most is the contract sample given to them by the marching ant company. Just now, Zhao Minutes said, as long as they pass the terms of the contract, they can sign up for them at any time. Now Apple's S3 just came out and is still in the pre-sale phase. As long as they are fast enough, they can compete with Apple for a market before the official release of S3. Chapter 246, Criminal Science. When the group just came out, Xixingson greeted him. After greeting a few people, Xixingson immediately walked to Chen Mo. Zhao Minutes' mouth raised his smile and looked at Xixin's heart deeply. Boss, you talk, I will send them to you. Xiao Yu took a look at Chen Mo, and looked at Xixingson, turned and followed. You don't look at him? Zhao Minutes looked at the small fish that came over. No. Xiao Yu smiled and shook his head. I am not afraid that he was taken away. Her condition is perfect, almost a man who wants to marry that woman. Zhao Minutes smiled. I believe him, Xiao Yu said softly. Zhao Minutes' figure was slightly stagnation, and he sighed a little enviously. No wonder Chen Mo will be so petting you. To give unconditional trust to his own man, in the eyes of others, Xiao Yu is the kind of silly woman. This kind of woman is very easy to get hurt, but it is also easy to make people pity. Speaking of Chen Mo pet himself, Xiao Yu mouth corner does not consciously smile, from the heart. Chen Mo looked at the backs of the two, a little helpless, but still look at Xixingson. Miss Xu, something? Is the business going smoothly? Xixingson asked. All right. I am a spectator. Business, all are Zhao Minutes talk. I was just pulled over as a mascot. Chen Mo shrugged. Oh, you are so funny. Xixingson grinned and said, are you free tonight? I invite you to dinner. Sorry, I have an appointment with a beautiful woman tonight. I have to go out to watch a movie. Xixin's body was shocked and his eyes were slightly disappointed. Your girlfriend? Further, at present, it is a state of secrecy, and there are not many people who know it. Chen Mokao made a slight gesture and smiled. These things, if there are people in the channel to investigate, it is easy to find his status. But unless there is a person who has an attempt, he will not spend so much effort to check whether he is married. Women's fiancé. Which girl is so lucky? Is it Zhao Minutes? Xixingson's heart was half cold. No. Chen Mo shook his head. She must be very beautiful, very gentle. Xixin's smile is a bit unnatural. She is my lucky star. Chen Mo smiled, objectively. It looks a little worse than you, but in my eyes, she is the most beautiful. Now I have nothing to do at night. Time belongs to her. Chen Mo can feel Xi has good feelings for him. He has no time to entangle these feelings, so he will tell the story of Xiao Yu and cut off Xixin's heart. If he makes a casual appointment, let Xixin misunderstand, and the deeper and deeper, he will be more troublesome. In fact, it was accidental to save you last time. It is not necessary to be too concerned. It is a friend's help. I will have another appointment next time. I am very happy to make friends with beautiful women, especially you are Bai Fumai. I should go. Chen Mo finished, turned and left. Looking at Chen Mo's back, Xixin's heart with a loss. This moment is like the feeling that the beloved thing was taken away. Being as clever as she is, she naturally understands the meaning of Chen Mo. This is a euphemistic rejection, separated by an abyss. But what she thought, couldn't think of the sparkle on the little fisherman. Hey, the boss left the beauty back. Chen Mo got on the bus. Zhao Minutes said, she should want to ask you to go out. Chen Mo made a small fishing sigh and said, she really wants to ask me. I heard no. Xiao, you look at him. Don't let him go out tonight. Zhao Minutes immediately said, I didn't agree. I told her that my family Xiao had made me a movie tonight. When I first saved the hero, I had already won my prize, not the second time. When I heard Chen Mo's words, Xiao Yu's face was bright, and Chen's eyes were very gentle. It seems that there is only one person in the whole world. Small fish, do you want him to watch a movie? Zhao Minutes asked Xiao. Come with me tonight to watch a movie. Xiao looked at Chen Mo and laughed. Okay. You? Really? tacit understanding. Zhao Minutes knocked on his head, his face was speechless, he wanted to do something, and he was fed a dog food, still fresh. But what do you mean by the first hero to save the US prize? Of course it is my family fishing. Chen Mo smiled. At school, he saved me once, then I became his girlfriend. Xiao said something embarrassed. The old bridge section, she still got stuck. Oh, boss, you have a criminal record. Zhao Minutes smiled. You must be optimistic about him. You are saved and you follow him. He stops the gangster who grabs my bag. I am also stupid to follow him, and now I am coming to Xin, and I will be more in the future. Chen Mo's face is black. What is a criminal record? Isn't it? Said Xiaoyu. Yes, you are right. Chen Mo raised his hand and surrendered. Small has repented and remade, and once it is enough. I don't want to make a second time. Xiaoyu laughed and looked at Chen Mo's gaze with a gentle tenderness. Zhao Minutes did not see the two people show love. The marching ant company is willing to authorize multilingual intelligent assistants, which is definitely a good thing for several mobile phone giants. Obtaining the authorization of the marching ant company means that their mobile phones will rise to the next level. No one wants to miss such an excellent opportunity for cooperation. Early the next morning, several big sisters arrived at the marching ant company early, and they had a tacit understanding. Yesterday, they contacted the company's management and the legal department for video conferences. I began to look carefully at the licensing agreement that Zhao Minutes gave them, and I was afraid of any pitfalls. After confirming that the licensing agreement is okay, today they all choose to arrive at the marching ant company earlier. They are all smart people, and naturally know that it is most important to seize the opportunity. By signing the license agreement, they will be able to announce the news. It's good for them to get ahead of the game and get more news exposure, especially positive news. This time the cooperation content in your hands is the same. Since you just came over, then I will not talk nonsense. Ask together, so as not to waste everyone's time. In the conference room, Zhao Minutes looked around in a circle and saw several people who did not oppose it. He continued to open his mouth. Give you a license agreement, you should study it clearly. Do you have any objections to the above terms of the project? I have no problem here. There is a small request. You first ask to them. Yu Chengnan smiled. The authorization proposed by the marching ant is entirely on the side of the marching ant. However, the terms of the marching ants are within acceptable limits, so he has no objections. Anyone who raises an objection can only find the unhappiness of the marching ant company. I have no problem here, but I also want to make a small request. Thunder also answered. Ibid. Fan Wai laughed. Follow again. Chen Mingyong shrugged helplessly. I am not copying your lines. It is estimated that the ideas of several of us are similar. I can only say this. For all four people, Zhao Minutes was slightly surprised. What requirements? Hold a signing ceremony. Yu Chengnan said. Chapter 247, Building Momentum. At the scene of the signing ceremony of the marching ants' strategic cooperation, the crowds were surging, and more reporters came from the wind. In the hands of every reporter, or a long gun and a short gun, or a mobile computer, all the instruments that can be used for recording are used. Apple's Autumn Conference just recently. The news of Siri upgrade is booming. The marching ants made a noise at this time. What do you want to do? Many media have already smelled the special smell of gunpowder, and they are very excited. They naturally came over when they got the news. Time passed by in a minute, and many journalists were whispering to discuss the purpose of the ceremony of the marching ant company. There has been a rumor that the marching ant company will license multilingual intelligent assistants, but no matter which company is authorized, there is no specific news. Some pass the Chinese Micro, Glory, and some say Rice, Opal. Various rumors, but there is no agreed answer. When everyone was discussing, suddenly the scene was quiet and everyone looked at the stage. Time seems to be still, and after seeing the people who are clear, the faces of the people slowly become incredible. The scene was turbulent and the last one was lost. All the photographers, like the blood of the chicken, pointed the camera in their hands to the people on the stage. They are sure, not an illusion. Zhao Minitz, Yu Chengnan, Y, Chen Minyong, Fan Y, and Zhao Chengming, president of Glory. This is the first time that several mobile phone companies have appeared on the same stage. The reporter just discussed suddenly realized that the marching ant did not sign a licensing agreement with a mobile phone company, and it is likely to sign an agreement with 5 mobile phone companies. For a time, the voice on the court was getting louder and louder, and many reporters were excited. Big news. Absolutely big news. It's just that the heads of the 5 companies are on the same stage. It's big enough news. If something happens, the news is even bigger. The taste of good play. Under the stage, Joe brightened his lips. His eyes were a little excited, and he began to think about how to write the manuscript. Apple has just announced the smart upgrade of Siri, and this is happening now. Obviously, it is coming to the Apple. The mobile phone products of the Marching Ant Company have not set foot on the international market for a long time, but several others have already entered the overseas business. Does the Marching Ant Company want to borrow the hands of several other companies to block Apple? Huawei, Glory, Rice, Vivo and Opel, the country's 5 largest mobile phone brands, occupy more than half of the domestic mobile phones. Is this a one-time full license? The Marching Ant Company always seems to like not to play cards. But this is the biggest news. The 6 sects besieged Apple. Wrong. The family of the Marching Ant Company is enough to rival Apple, and there is no need to besiege. The mobile phone industry may reproduce the Huashan sword. Qiao Liang thought about the title. When Zhao Minitz gave a speech, he was also writing a manuscript. Zhao Minitz with a smile on his face, standing on the small podium, reading the prepared manuscript. The 5 companies want a signing ceremony. The purpose is very clear, is to build momentum. Using the influence of the Marching Ant Company to create momentum, plus their 5 companies, this must be a big news. After the success of the momentum, it will be good for the mobile phones that will be issued by the 5 companies, and it will also have some benefits for the army ants. Therefore, they proposed to conduct an open signing ceremony. Zhao Minitz did not refuse, but directly let people release the news and invited reporters to come over. The cooperation between the 2 sides, a signing ceremony, should have existed and is beneficial to both sides. Zhao Minitz's speech is very simple. I will miss the glory of the past, describe the current situation, and look to the future. 5 minutes after the speech, the process also officially entered the signing ceremony. After signing the word, exchanging the authorization contract, there was no accident. At the moment when the representatives of the 6 companies put their palms together, the shutter sounds of countless cameras are connected into one piece, and the flash is brighter than the lights. The signing ceremony is over and all this has just begun. The head of the mobile phone industry, half of the country, appears on the same stage. This has been something that has never happened before, but this time it appeared. At the signing ceremony of the Marching Ant Company, 5 companies were also awarded smart assistants. This news made the whole network feel awkward. Many netizens have already been excited, and it seems that they saw an annual good show being staged. To do things, I am waiting for the movie to eat melons, like my claws. The marching ants have taken a step in the game, and the multilingual intelligent assistants have been granted to several companies. It is tantamount to making them even more powerful. Once they are scaled up, it is likely to squeeze out the mobile phone market of the Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minitz once said that they are not afraid of competition. There is no competition in the market, it is a pool of stagnant water. The natural selection of the world, the survival of the fittest. This sentence is the truth. A market, if it is a pool of stagnant water, it is easy to be eliminated. Only competition, constantly with innovation entering this market will be energetic. In addition to the ideas of netizens, more and more expert media are also involved, discussing the advantages and disadvantages of marching ants. At this festival, the signing ceremony was held with the 5 major companies. The practice of the Marching Ant Company is tantamount to pouring a scoop of water into the already rolled oil and blasting it in an instant. However, This is only the beginning. Not long after the signing ceremony, Huawei announced that the launch of the new generation flagship machine will be held 10 days later. Now that the news is in the hottest time, Huawei announced the news and poured a handful of oil on the fire. Then, Rice also released news, and will hold a new machine conference half a month later. This is followed by Vivo and Opel. After several companies announced the launch of the new machine, they pushed the hot spot to the climax. At Apple's president's office, Cook looked at the news and his face was ugly. Finally, Siri's intelligent breakthrough. They can raise their eyebrows. I wanted to take advantage of this time to create a momentum for S3, perhaps to allow S3 to get a bigger order, and the result was a slap in the face of the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company authorized the Smart Assistant to 5 mobile phone companies, obviously not wanting them to be better. In the international market, the Mobile Ant Company's mobile phone business is very small, almost negligible, and it did not pose a threat to Apple. However, he did not expect that the Marching Ant Company actually authorized the intelligent assistants to be such an important technology, and they were caught off guard. However, they have no way to march ant companies. In recent years, China's mobile phone quality and design are slowly catching up with them. The emergence of Huawei's smart chip and Marching Ant system has got rid of the shortcomings of chip technology and operating system, so that the two can catch up with them. After the emergence of smart assistants, they are already at a disadvantage in terms of competition. The sales of mobile phones last year and the first half of this year are the best evidence. Apple's market share is shrinking, because the Android machine can use the smart assistant. The experience of the phone is better. I thought Siri Smart Upgrade can pull back a city. As a result, the Marching Ants authorized the multi-language intelligent assistants to the 5 major companies, which is really terrible. Next, the mobile phone business in the international market. Huaxia's company, especially Huawei, will be their biggest competitor. Notify the production department, increase production, pre-sale orders, and start shipping the day after tomorrow, Cook said. Now I can only use a few companies when the new machine does not appear, and earn more money to avoid the impact of other companies' new machines. Okay. The assistant responded with a document and left the office. After the assistant left, Cook knocked on the table and thought about the next countermeasure. And for the sake of this matter, not only him alone. Chapter 248, Feng Shui turns. In the conference room of Samsung headquarters, there is a dead silence. The top management staff who were seated in various departments of Samsung Electronics looked at Gao Zhendong on the main seat and waited for him to speak. Gao Zhendong looked sad and can be said to be a bit ugly. After the emergence of the intelligent assistant Xiaodi of the Marching Ants, their intelligent assistant Bixby is a bit sloppy. But they are not very worried, because the mobile phone business of the Marching Ant Company did not jump out of the Chinese market and enter the international market. And their business is mainly in the international market, but also supports the application of intelligent assistants. It's trouble now. It can be said that it is worse. Apple's Siri Smart Upgrade, which can fully control the phone, makes them feel a huge threat. But the storm of Apple has not passed, and the more troublesome Marching Ants Company has come to join in the fun, and authorized multi-language intelligent assistants for 5 companies. If Apple is a strong man with a big knife rushing to them, then the action of the Marching Ant Company, a group of strong men with a spear rushed towards them. This is a deadly threat. The market share of Huaxia is getting less and less, and the international market is also facing fierce competition from China Mobile. In the past year, because the Marching Ant Company did not go out of the international market, and Apple could not use the Smart Assistant, Samsung's share of the international market has increased. But the moment Apple announced the upgrade of Siri, the form has been reversed. Now we have to face the threat of China Mobile. The emergence of the multilingual intelligent assistant of the Marching Ant Company is already a foregone conclusion. If no measures are taken, it will take 2 years for Samsung's mobile phone business to become the next Nokia. Thinking of this, Gao Zhendong is in a very bad mood. Sighing, Gao Zhendong looked at the middle-aged man with long curly hair next to him. He is responsible for the development of Samsung mobile software and services business. Li Renzhong, the birth of Samsung Bixby, is from his hand. Li Renzhong, Bixby's intelligence. How long will it take to upgrade? Gao Zhendong asked. Gao, you asked like Siri or Marching Ant Xiaodi? Li Renzhong looked dignified. After Siri's smart upgrade, his department was under tremendous pressure from top to bottom. Yes. Gao Zhendong nodded. This is a revolution. Only smart technology breakthroughs can save our mobile phone market. I'm afraid it's not easy. Li Renzhong shook his head. Artificial intelligence. If you find an intelligent algorithm, it is like finding a valve that releases water. It is easy to break through after opening a gate. It is difficult to find a suitable intelligent algorithm. It is difficult to get out of water. A little bit of accumulation. Time may be long. Originally, I was psychologically prepared. After getting the answer from Li Renzhong, Gao Zhendong's face was even more ugly. When the technology breaks through, they are already cold. Talk about your thoughts. If you can't find a strategy, I am afraid we will be in trouble next. The high officials on the field face each other. Now it is Apple, Huawei, and the collective siege of several other major mobile phone giants in China. It can be said that the situation is raging and there is no way to deal with it. It is no longer a problem. However, there is no breakthrough in Bixby's technology, and there is no good way. I will talk about it. The head of the marketing department stood up. The only way to do this is to find a smart assistant for the army and company. The people on the field were silent. Intelligent operation is a revolution. Other than that, there seems to be no other way. Otherwise it will be eliminated. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. If Bixby can't break through in 2 months, this is the only way. Another executive agrees with this idea, but the premise is that the Marching Ant Company will license us. I can clarify the answer. In 2 months, smart technology is very likely to break through, but we will do our best, Li Renzhong said. Gao Zhendong sat in the position and meditated. The brows were clustered in a group, and they did not spread. After a long time, they opened their mouths. Contact the Marching Ant Company and try to get the authorization of the intelligent assistant. Samsung people contact us. In the office, Chen Mo put down the teacup, some small and strange, but then smile, not surprised. Yes, Huang Digi, president of Samsung Greater China, contacted me and said, they want to talk to us. Zhao Minutes said, don't think. It is the authorization problem of multilingual intelligent assistants. So sure? Crap. Apart from this problem, I can't think of other problems. Let them take the initiative to ask for it. Now Samsung is more anxious than Apple. Why? Chen Mo asked. It's very simple. In our country, Samsung's share is getting less and less. The American market has encountered Apple's intelligent breakthrough. In the European market, we have licensed smart assistants to China Micro, India and Southeast Asia, and there are ICE, Opel and Vivo. When the brand is besieging, in the future, Samsung faces the dilemma of being embattled. Zhao Minutes is in a good mood and has a smile on his face. The last time Samsung interrupted the OLED screen supply, they were disgusted once. This time, she won't call Zhao Minutes. There are only 3 roads in front of Samsung. Or the breakthrough of their own intelligent assistant Bixby, successfully entered the first echelon of artificial intelligence. Or bow to us, get the authorization of Xiaodi, or destroy, Samsung mobile phone business, will also step the back road between Sony and Nokia. Then I can stand in front of them very much, and then look at them with a condescending look, and forked and said, either surrender or destroy, Chen Mo said with a bad taste. Zhao Minutes' brain made up the picture and smiled. Yes, but your appearance will definitely be very low. Not long after, Zhao Minutes looked a whole face and looked at Chen Mo. What attitude do you have for Samsung? I didn't have a good impression on the last mobile phone screen. Now it's a feng shui turn. Samsung's business, hand it over to you, you are the president. The company's affairs, it's up to you. Anyway, I support it. You, Chen Mo said. Get Chen Mo's answer. Zhao Minitz also left his office. Knowing Chen Mo's attitude, the next thing, he can also handle it with confidence. When Zhao Minitz left, Chen Mo also stood up from his seat and approached the laboratory. Inside the lab, there is a huge screen with a densely packed instrument design. Holographic technology has been fully entered into the database, followed by time of practice. This instrument is a medium-sized holographic projector designed by Chen Mo according to holographic technology. Even with the help of the Ink Girl, the design speed is fast. Still, only semi-finished products only exist on the drawings of the computer. The science library's completion of the holographic technology is to design 3 holographic projectors, which are micro-holographic projectors, medium holographic projectors and large holographic projectors. The requirements for miniature holographic projectors are 6 inches or less, and the machine density of components is very high. Large holographic projectors require high color blur and field of view, so the design must be well defined, so he chose to start with the relatively simple medium-sized projector. Failure will arouse one's triumph, but too many failures may also hit people. So Chen Mo decided to start with the simplest, at least not too many failures. Ink Girl, continue to work now. Chen Mo put on the experimental robe and said before going to the big screen. Okay. After Chen Mo focused on the screen, it was not long before he was immersed in it. Chapter 249. The method is wrong. Charm Blue is authorized by the Marching Ant Company Intelligent Assistant. ZTE is authorized by Smart Assistant. Yajia and the Marching Ant Company reached a cooperation. Huawei released a new series of flagship machines, walkers, equipped with Smart Chip Kirin 1000, Multi-Language Intelligent Assistant, the 10th generation Android system, the latest generation of Leica camera, full screen. Walker, a new journey. Rice Company released a new generation flagship machine Black Rice 2. In more than half a month, various news about the authorization of mobile phones and smart assistants were overwhelming and filled with major media. The Marching Ant Company authorized the multilingual intelligent assistants as if they had smashed the horse's nest. The mobile phone companies that saw the opportunity were all like a chicken. The battle for the mobile phone industry has also officially begun. The Intelligent Assistant's external authorization means that the horn of relicensing, the real era of intelligence, is approaching. No one is willing to lag behind, and backwardness will be eliminated. At Apple's headquarters, Cook is looking at the sales report of the mobile phone, and his eyebrows are locked. It has been more than half a month since the Marching Ant Company authorized the Intelligent Assistant. After the S3 went public, sales began to be high. After all, Apple's gimmicks were still there. However, on the day of the release of China Micro's Walker, the growth of their mobile phone orders began to slow down noticeably. After the release of mobile phones, Rice was another drop. This Marching Ant Company mainly targets the Intelligent Assistant of Huaxia Mobile Company, which will certainly promote the rise of China Mobile Phone Company. Next, we must think about the future development countermeasures. I have to admit that this step of the Marching Ant Company succeeded in disgusting them. Actually, they are willing to authorize such core technologies and bring them a lot of trouble. The Marching Ant Company authorized intelligent assistants externally, and the impact on Apple was not as big as it was supposed to be, but it was not small. With low-cost mobile phones and the same functions, many people are reluctant to buy high prices. Nowadays, consumers' concepts have gradually matured. Of course, the biggest one is Samsung. President, the person who marches the Ant Company, still does not see us. The voice from the mobile phone made Gao Zhendong's face sink. Why not? The Marching Ant said that Zhao Minitz had a business trip today, cancelled all meetings and met, and waited for her to come back to see. Hearing this sentence, the gloomy face was immediately overcast. I said a lot of months ago that something is going to be busy. Later, they were busy signing contracts with other companies, and they had nothing to say. Now just the turn of them, just on a business trip. If this is not intentional, he will not be killed if he is killed. President, what do you do now? There was a cautious voice coming from the phone. You tried to contact them first. Other things, Go back and talk. Gao Zhendong hangs up his phone with a black face and sorts out his emotions. Now he is in a bad mood. But when he is in a high position, he naturally cannot lose his temper. During this time, there was a lot of news in the tech world, especially on mobile phones. The Marching Ant Company authorized intelligent assistants externally, which has a great impact on the mobile phone market. Samsung has kept a low profile during this time. Fortunately, this year's flagship machine has already been released, otherwise he will have to encounter the same predicament as last year. At least before the release of the new generation of flagship machines, they still have a lot of buffer time. But it must be fast. And now the replacement of mobile phones is too fast. If the Marching Ant Company insists on not meeting them, it is really troublesome, because the data returned by the marketing department in the past 2 months is not optimistic. During the thought, an assistant walked in with a file knocking on the door. President, the meeting staff has arrived. Okay. Gao Zhendong took a deep breath and got up from his seat and left with his assistant. The location of the conference room has already been filled with executives from various departments, and they are whispering something to each other. Everyone's face between the eyebrows has a faint grace. During the past 2 weeks, the frequency of meetings was high, because the current situation is not optimistic. Samsung Mobile executives, this time is tight, thinking about the next countermeasures. After Gao Zhendong walked in, the meeting room was quiet. Get started. Gao Zhendong sat down in the main position. When his words fell, the head of a marketing department stood up, opened the PPT on the projection, and sorted out the thoughts before opening. I am telling you about the sales situation last month. According to the feedback, the mobile phone shipments last month were 23.74 million units, down 5.3% from the same period last year. In just one sentence, let everyone on the field jump straight. Data has already explained a lot of problems. The data shows that in early October, mobile phone shipments were normal. After the 10th, Apple released S3, and the shipment of mobile phones began to decline. Since 20th, companies such as China Micro and Rice have released new mobile phones, and the sales volume of our mobile phones has dropped sharply. This is the main reason for the decline in shipments. The director of the market is very cautious, and it is not optimistic to start from the situation they are currently in control. The reason for the sharp decline is the European market. The Southeast Asian and South Asian markets are also affected at the same time. The American market is also affected by the Apple S3. The first is the European market. Before that, we and Huawei could apply the intelligent assistants of the Marching Ant Company. Those who can use smart assistants are English and Chinese users. We can also install them, which has no impact on us, and the market share has increased by 0.7%, mainly because Apple users turn around. After the release of Huawei's new products, multi-language intelligent assistants appeared in the European market, and with the impact of Apple, the entire European market was affected. Southeast Asia and South Asia are similar situations. Companies such as Rice, Opel and Vivo have used the advantages of multilingual intelligent assistants to synchronize online mobile phones and have an impact on our original market. And as time goes on, this shock will become more and more obvious. Once multilingual smart assistants are fully popularized in these months, they have not come up with a solution, and their situation is very troublesome. Li Renzhong, how are you over there? Gao Zhendong once again looked at Li Renzhong. No breakthrough. Li Renzhong shook his head and sighed. Gao Zhendong's face is a bit bad. He scanned the conference room in a circle. Obviously, our situation is a bit troublesome. If you just look at your eyes, it's very likely that you will be out. You think about it. There is a good way. The people on the field looked at each other and then began to talk quietly. After a long time, a man in a suit and a ruthless look stood up and said, "Besides getting the smart assistant, I am afraid there is no other way. Unless the company's technology breaks through in the short term, we can find the authorization of the Army Ant Company." Oh, Gao Zhendong smiled. Our people, even their shadows cannot see. let alone authorized. The method is wrong. Cold Proud Man shook his head. Our department, I have dealt with many Chinese people. Chinese people are stupid, very face-to-face, and those bosses are very good, like to drink. Say you are on the wine table, friends. They also think they are smart and find the right way to easily take them. You talk. Gao Zhendong immediately came to interest, and others also showed interest. Huaxia people, you hit him, he will only swear you a few words, waiting for you to take the initiative to say sorry to them. They will forgive you. They have a word called to reach out and not smile. And they like to accept gifts, but also like others to flatter. They are happy to find a direction. They must be because we were unhappy with the last OLED event, plus the influence of patriotic feelings. We will not see us. The Cold Proud Man said. They are not a positive conflict with the Marching Ant Company, only the last OLED event, so he is definitely a marching ant because of this temper. In this case, just give them some benefits, lower your posture and gently recognize the mistakes. Let them feel that they have a face, feel that they have one, they can resolve the grievances, cooperation, and naturally can be placed on the table. Talk. The field was quiet. Everyone's attention was on the Cold Proud Man, listening to him. How do you want to lower your posture? Gao Zhendong asked with a frown. President, you personally, show us the importance we attach to them. Then you are in front of them, speak a little politely, lower your attitude and apologize for the last OLED event, let them feel that they have won, have a face. They like it. If you feel that you win, you will be able to talk about other cooperations. After all, the company is for the benefit. They can't afford to pay for it. Gao Zhendong narrowed his eyes and glanced around the field. No one speaks. Obviously there is no good way. They have no way to get this dilemma. They must get the authorization of the Marching Ant Company, but they have no good way. Others have. They naturally do not dare to object, even if it is useless. They cannot blame them. After thinking about it, Gao Zhendong said to Leng Aonan, tomorrow, you and I have gone to China. Chapter 250. The last sentence is brilliant. The Marching Ant Company headquarters canteen, Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, as well as Xiaoyu, are sitting on a small table, and the rest of the company is on the table. There is no special box in the dining hall. Any company executives come here, but also ordinary seats. Instant Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes are no exception. If you want to be special, you will spend money to go out and eat. In doing so, the purpose is to tell the company that there is no specialization in the company, even if the management is the same. In this kind of place, there is a management-specific box, which invisibly makes employees feel a sense of difference between people. Here, in the form of self-service fast food, the chef cooks the dishes, distributes them, and sells them in a dish and a dish. I want to eat what I want to take, but I can't waste it. If I find it wasted, I will deduct my salary. The tables in the canteen are large and small. They are all gathered in groups of 3 or 5. They are talking and laughing, and the atmosphere is very harmonious. However, they occasionally turn their attention to the table of Chen Mo. After all, such a young and handsome big boss is a rare animal. Chen Mo has long been accustomed to this kind of national treasure-like gaze, still calmly eating, and chatting with Zhao Minutes. This afternoon, Gao Zhendong, president of Samsung Mobile, will come over. Zhao Minutes said. Oh? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. I remember, the day before yesterday, people of Samsung, you said that you are on a business trip. How can you change your mouth now? Chen Mo asked. Oh, people come over personally. If we do this again, it will be a bit stingy. Although I am not at all atmospheric, but in any case, the surface kung fu still has to be in place. As for what they come to talk about, we can't agree. It is another it's going on, said Zhao Minutes. They get you. It's bad luck. Chen Mo said with a chuckle. He is not worried about what Zhao Minutes will make. Zhao Minutes can manage the company in a well-organized manner, and he will naturally handle the matter. He will not have to worry about it. And if you don't cooperate with Samsung, you can see Zhao Minutes' own mood. According to his understanding of Zhao Minutes, the last time he ate a dark loss, This time it will certainly not be as simple as the Samsung company. Regardless of cooperation or non-cooperation, he does not care, and the last time the screen supply was interrupted, the use of monopoly to raise the price of memory, so that he did not feel good about Samsung, so in his heart, he somewhat rejected Samsung. The partner of the Marching Ant Company is not only Samsung. After the multi-language intelligent assistants authorized externally, in the past half a month, they have signed and authorized more than a dozen mobile phone companies in China, and they are not afraid of no one to cooperate. The mobile phone market is so big, even if Samsung is eliminated in the future, other companies make up, they still have revenue. So now, regardless of whether or not they cooperate with Samsung, their influence is not great. The company's business is handled by Zhao Minutes. Just some big things, Zhao Minutes will discuss with him in advance, according to Chen Mo's attitude to develop countermeasures. Boss, pay attention to the words. What provoke me? They are not able to go with the company is yours. Well, how to count? It is to get you. Zhao Minutes did not say good. Okay. You are right. Chen Mo smiled. According to Zhao Minutes' logic, it is indeed beyond reproach. In order to limit us, we suddenly interrupted our OLED screen, let us lose a lot of money, now want to get the benefits from our hands. The door is not, let them go back and play their own sticks. I remember the original screen was interrupted. Zhao Minutes feels very upset. The last sentence is brilliant. Chen Mo smiled softly. Don't talk. The dishes are getting cold. Xiao Yu interrupted the conversation between the two. Okay, eat. After lunch, Chen Mo went back to his office area, took a break, and continued to work on the design of the holographic projector. With the help of the ink girl, the design of the holographic projector is very fast. Chen Mo only needs to express his own ideas and design ideas, and the ink girl will complete his ideas with the fastest speed, without having to do it. With the technical support obtained in the Science and Technology Library, there is no technical bottleneck, and with the help of the super artificial intelligence of the ink girl, I believe that the holographic projector can be designed successfully in the near future. At Manhai Airport, the plane whizzed. Not long after, the airport's VIP passage went out of 8 people. 7 men and 1 woman. The lead is a middle-aged man. The eyes behind the middle-aged men's black-rimmed glasses are a bit small, and they look like they're just waking up, with their backs, black suits, and light blue ties. They look very gentle. This man is Gao Zhendong, president of Samsung's mobile business. He has a briefcase on his left, and the woman with a good face is his assistant. On the right is a man with a cold face, the man who spoke at the meeting last time. Gao Zhendong asked him to follow. At this time, the man inadvertently swept the people around him. His eyes looked different, but the kind of pride and disdain that he showed in the unconscious could not be covered. 3 people are surrounded by 5 bodyguards. This pedestrian's costume is too outstanding. When it comes out, it attracts the attention of people at the airport. People along the way have cast their eyes on a few people. I don't know when there is such a bull in the coastal city. After seeing 8 people, many people secretly thought about it. Soon, a few people walked out of the airport door in the eyes of everyone's attention, boarded a business car that had been waiting for a long time, and went on. Huaxia people are really loud, awkward, and it is very annoying to listen to. As soon as I got on the bus, I was cold. Gao Zhendong glanced at him and regained his gaze. I still think about how to negotiate with the Army Ant Company. This time things can be sloppy. Low profile. On the Huaxia people, as long as you lower your posture and let them feel that they have won, they will be great. The day before yesterday, they said that they are on a business trip. Now, the president, you said that you personally passed, they will welcome you immediately. Oh, they belong to the kind of people who have forgotten the scars. Cold proud man sneered twice. It seems that everything is in his grasp. Zizhang, wait until the Marching Ant Company. Don't talk nonsense. Gao Zhendong could not help but speak. He knows that Jin Zizhang is a bit proud, this is the character, and he can't change. Not enough for this person, it is a bit of a skill. Otherwise this character is not likely to climb the top management of the Samsung Mobile Business Group. He does have his own proud capital. However, this time the opponent is a marching ant company. Any proud person has no proud capital in front of the marching ant company. Now he can only swear by Jin Zizhang. When he goes to the army ant company, don't talk nonsense, or offend people, and cause unnecessary trouble. Then it is really troublesome. Do not worry, this is not domestic. I know what to say and what should not be said. Jin Zizhang said faintly. Well, you know. Gao Zhendong's face was loose, sitting in the position and closing his eyes. When Jin Zizhang and the female assistant saw it, they did not dare to speak anymore. They leaned on the chair and quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. The vehicle is also unaware of the headquarters of the marching ant company. Chapter 251, Misunderstanding. Gao Zhendong looked at the modern technology park outside the window, and his heart was full of emotion. Now his mood is very complicated. Samsung is an old group with influence in various fields, especially in the electronics field. It is one of the international giants. However, he has to come here personally and bow to the marching ant company. Although it is very uncomfortable, it must be done. Smart assistants didn't break through, meaning their phones were a generation behind others. In the mall, especially in the big pot of technology, the backwardness of technology means elimination. There have been too many previous lessons in the past, and he naturally cannot make Samsung's mobile business ruin in his own hands. The last time I saw Cook's news about the marching ant company talking about cooperation, although the location was different, but standing in this position, he now realized the mood of Cook. Very unhappy, but must come. There is still a chance to come. And there is no chance at all. The future is the world of artificial intelligence, which is the general trend of the world. At present, more well-known companies in the world are developing artificial intelligence. Whoever masters artificial intelligence means the future. Seismographs only add to the world's prestige and influence to the marching ant company. The army ant company relies on artificial intelligence to truly rise to become one of the unicorns. This year's marching ant company has become the most influential company in the world and a wholly owned enterprise. The entire marching ant company is in the hands of Chen Mo. If you say achievements, at present, no one can compare with Chen Mo. If this achievement is theirs, it would be fine. After the vehicle passed the safety inspection, the pedestrian also successfully entered the marching ant company. A few people just entered the company. A robot came over. Mr. Gao, hello, my name is Xiao Yao, responsible for receiving you. Please come with me. The robot speaks Korean and the pronunciation is very standard, they can understand. The robot came out to receive, even a person who greeted them, even if it wasn't for Zhao Minut's personal greet, at least one other staff member would be greeted, even if the staff came with a robot. Now, for the first time, let them face an icy robot, and it always feels awkward. Gao Zhendong frowned, but did not say anything. Followed behind the robot. The robot of the marching ant company is recognized as the most advanced robot. Many rich people will buy a robot. Buying this kind of thing is similar to a luxury car, and when guests come to the house and see the robot's surprise, they will feel more than their face. The intelligence of this kind of robot has truly reached the world's top level. This is also the reason why the marching ant company released the intelligent robot, causing such a big sensation. As one of the senior staff, he also knows that within the Samsung company, there is a research and development department to purchase the robots of the army ants company to come back to study, but I have not heard of any gains. Mr. Gao, the president is now in a meeting, you need to wait here. After entering the reception room, the robot will open. This made Gao Zhendong and Jin Zizhang and others look dark. They came over and took it and told them now that they are still in a meeting. What does it mean? They are all coming over. Many times, when they meet someone they don't want to see, or if they don't want to visit, they will talk at a meeting. I never dreamed that one day, this routine was used on them. Is this going to give them a horse? Not enough now in the marching ant company, they are looking for cooperation. Naturally do not dare to attack. Otherwise, it's hard to meet up. It must be yellow. How long will it take? Gao Zhendong asked with a deep breath. I don't know. The robot demon shook his head. Then your boss, Mr. Chen Mo. Can you contact them and let us meet him? Gao Zhendong asked with a smile. The demon can't contact Mr. The gentleman is not seen. After the robot left the reception room, Gao Zhendong and Jin Zishang's face immediately darkened. They have never been once, and they have been ignored as they are today. If it is normal, they have already turned to find someone, but now, if they leave, the cooperation will be gone. Sure enough, I am proud of the Chinese people, Jin Zishang said, uncomfortable. Be careful. The female assistant next to him whispered. After all, this is a marching ant company. They don't know who the marching ant company will install in the dark. Jin Zishang was sullen and had no more words. About an hour and a half, the reception room still has no staff. No one had entertained them except the middle robot gave them a few teas. In the middle they asked once. The ordinary staff did not know what Zhao Minitz was doing. The answer of the robot was the conference room, and when the meeting was over, I didn't know. Just as Gao Zhendong and others waited until they were impatient, the door of the reception room suddenly opened. Zhao Minitz and Xiaoyu, under the leadership of the demon, entered the reception room. Gao, I have waited a long time for the company's affairs. I didn't have time to talk about it today, but I heard that when you come over, you will come out of time. But just meeting? Let you wait. Zhao Mini opened his mouth when he saw Gao Zhendong. Not waiting for the translation of the female assistant around Gao Zhendong, the robot has already acted as a translator and directly told Gao Zhendong, a little fisherman on the side, staring at Zhao Minitz. She is a bit curious. How Zhao Minitz did it, and the lie is so natural. Is this the veteran of them all? Xiaoyu silently thought. In fact, Gao Zhendong and others just entered the company. Zhao Minitz already knows. The words of the demon are also what Zhao Minitz told him. Just now, Zhao Minitz has been sitting in the office to handle documents, but she is the clearest. However, she is not likely to dismantle Zhao Minitz and watch it quietly. When I heard Zhao Minitz's words, Gao Zhendong and Jin Zishang next to him squirmed and sighed, sighing and venting. In a few simple words, all the problems are explained. Zhao Minitz means that she had no time to see them. I heard that they were the only ones who gave them face-to-face. Just let them wait. But she was still working normally. They could not blame her. Sure enough, it is a veteran. No wonder that young people have become the second hand of the marching ant company. Let them wait for so long. Now come a word. They can't refute them. Certainly not simple people. It's so skillful to talk. Nothing. Busy work is normal. I am often busy. Zhao can squeeze out time to meet me, but also my luck. Gao Zhendong said with a smile on his face. That's good. Hearing the translation of the robot, Zhao Minitz also smiled. This time Gao asked me to come because of what? Sitting down on the sofa, Zhao Minitz spoke directly. Oh, come today. It is a misunderstanding between our two companies. Gao Zhendong smiled. Oh? Zhao Minitz was slightly surprised. What misunderstandings between us? The last OLED screen, because of the problems in our company's production, caused delays in delivery, brought some trouble and unnecessary losses to your company. I always wanted to tell you personally. The result is busy. For a while, I forgot. Some time ago, I suddenly remembered that time, which may bring misunderstandings to our two companies. So I came over and explained it to you in person. Gao Zhendong said. According to Jin Zishang, first lower your posture. The High President is really interested. I also understand the problems caused by the force majeure factor. Zhao Minitz smiled and looked at Gao Zhendong. She is not a fool. Naturally she will not believe these ghosts. Samsung is not the first time to use this method. In the past, many companies, including China Micro, have taught and squandered. Understanding long live. Gao Zhendong was overjoyed. Jin Zishang said that it is really useful. Just lower his posture. Although my heart was overjoyed, my face was not moving. Next to Jin Zishang's mouth floated a mocking arc, but he did not dare to be too blatant. In his view, Chinese people are like this. Today we booked a dinner at the Bnhai Hotel. Can you ask Zhao to come over to participate? After all, it is our problem. It is our compensation. Oh, eating and drinking is free. Upon hearing the translation of the robot demon, Zhao Minutes looked at Gao Zhendong deeply. Now the misunderstanding has been lifted. Is there anything else in Gao? Zhao is really smart, and he is as good as God. Gao Zenon said with a hand. This time, in addition to lifting the last misunderstanding between us, there is indeed another thing. Talk. Zhao Minutes' mouth floated in a radian. It is the authorization problem of the intelligent assistant. You want the authorization of the intelligent assistant? This is good to say. Zhao Minutes said, intelligent assistants are authorized to you. It is not impossible. Chapter 252. Give you a 10% discount. Gao Zhendong and Jin Zhang were overjoyed. They never dreamed of it. It was so easy. I thought that it would take a lot of effort. Zhao Minutes will promise. I did not expect to just open. Zhao Minutes promised. It seems that it has been worth waiting for just over an hour. Suddenly I felt that I had misunderstood Zhao Minutes. Now it seems that this woman seems a lot more lovely. Zhao Zong is really refreshing. Gao Zhendong eyebrows opened his eyes and smiled. The depression just now has already been swept away and the mood is refreshing. Oh. Zhao Minutes smiled slightly. I am a businessman. The main task is to make money. After that, turn to look at Xiao. Go print out the license agreement. Good. Xiao lightly daggers, turned and left. Not long after, took a newly printed agreement into the reception room. This is the authorization agreement of the intelligent assistant. Zhao Minutes handed the authorization agreement to Gao Zhendong. You can take it back and see it. If you feel it is fine, you can sign it at any time. Gao Zhendong took over the agreement. Now it seems that the other party is more anxious than them. For them, this is a good thing, indicating that they have the opportunity to take the initiative in future cooperation. The agreement was in English, and the female assistant next to Gao Zhendong took over the agreement and began to look carefully. Not long after, the female assistant's face changed slightly, and the agreement was handed to Gao Zhendong, and he said a few words in his ear. Gao Zhendong, who was originally in a good mood, smiled immediately on his face. What's wrong? Zhao Minutes asked strangely. The small angle of the fisherman's mouth next to it also smiled. She found that Zhao Minutes was not going to act. It was a waste. Zhao Zong, is this agreement wrong? Gao Zhendong said with a deep breath. Let himself be calm. What's wrong? Jin Zhang also looked at the female assistant. The female assistant placed the authorization agreement in front of Jin Zhang and pointed to one of the above terms. After seeing the content of the terms, Jin Zhang had some smug faces that were still stiff, and his face was pumped and immediately turned cloudy. Originally, I was in a good mood, and after seeing the requirements of the agreement, their mood was like heaven falling into hell, and there was a feeling of being played. You printed the wrong agreement? Zhao Minutes looked at Xiao. No, it is the authorization agreement of the intelligent assistant you said. Xiao you said with a narrow eye. His face was a bit ruddy. She could not have the skills of Zhao Minutes who had nothing to do with it. That should be true. Zhao Minutes looked at Gao Zhendong. Is there any problem with the agreement? Any questions can be raised. Is the authorization fee to be 21.4% of the price of the whole machine? Is it too high? Gao Zhendong asked with a bite. Such a high licensing fee is obviously a sign that you do not want to cooperate. This is not a good news. High? As far as I know, at present, a $400 smartphone needs to pay a Wi-Fi patent fee of about $50. Wi-Fi costs $50, and our smart assistant, who charges $85, seems to have nothing wrong with it. After calculating $85, there are more than 500 Huixia coins. It is quite a one-time purchase of a smart assistant for 2 years. If you use your mobile phone, it will be a good deal. Is this price high? Zhao Minutes said a little dot. Zhao Zong, can't you count it? Gao Zhendong was sulking in his heart. Originally, Zhao Minutes said that he would be authorized to give them. He was still happy. As a result, he was just caught up in the air and couldn't get up, not coming down. and it was extremely uncomfortable. Not so. Then what do you tell me? Zhao Minutes asked curiously. Zhao Zong, we are not a small number of individual purchases, but all mobile phones. We must use this technology. A large number of purchases always have the ex-factory price, not the container price. Gao Zhendong was almost mad at Zhao Minutes. He did not believe that Zhao Minutes managed the army and company into the current scale. Even these things did not understand. Obviously it was deliberately looking for things. Is this calculated? Zhao Minutes said in amazement. Then I will give you a 10% discount and receive 19.2% of the price of the whole machine. Gao Zhendong has an impulse to swear at the moment, but he is forced to go back. This price is already very low. If the price is not acceptable, then we can't talk about it. Zhao Minutes said. Low? Is this price low? The price of the whole machine is 19.2%. Even if it is calculated according to 3,500 per mobile phone. The patent fee for a mobile phone to be paid to the army and company is nearly 700 yuan. The total profit of their mobile phones is not so much. Even if they raise prices, they will not get as much profit. If the license agreement is signed, all the profits of their mobile phone business will fall into the pocket of the marching ants, which means they work for the marching ants. Zhao Zong, this price is too high, we cannot accept. We give up to 3% of the price of the whole machine. Gao Zenon said, 3% has been a lot. According to the price of our mobile phone, on average, how to exceed 100 yuan at Taiwan. According to our annual mobile phone shipments, you increase your income by at least 23 billion at least every year. It sounds tempting. Really, our company's mobile phone, last year's shipments, is the first. Gao Zhendong said with a little pride. How much is your shipment has nothing to do with us. Zhao Minutes shook his head and pointed to the agreement in the hands of the female assistant. The licensing agreement has been given to you, 3% is impossible, and the price will not be lower. Zhao Zong, is there any other way? Or you authorize us to open the code of our intelligent assistant, we can consider, give you 10% of the price of the whole machine. Gao Zhendong looked forward to Zhao Minutes. Our annual mobile phone shipments exceed 200 million units, and it is also a mid to high-end market. There is a lot of money here. Oh, Zhao Minutes sneered at the smile. So much money, want our smart code? Is it too dreaming? The technology of their smart assistants is not patented. The technology is not public. Many people want to get their smart code. There have been spy incidents before, but no one has ever succeeded. Like a seismograph, Chen Mo wanted to apply for a patent for the seismograph, but she was stopped. The advantage of patents is that they have legal monopoly rights within a certain period of time, but it means that the core technology is open, and ultimately others are cheaper. The core technology of the marching ant company is not disclosed. Perhaps the above people know some of their artificial intelligence technology, because Chen Mo has traded with the above. She also knows. Gao Zhendong wants to use this money to put out the code of their intelligent assistant. It is a dream. The person who can see the complete intelligent code in the company is also Chen Mo. Other developers, only the power to retrieve a module code, and not the most core code. Zhao Zong, I heard that your license fees for other companies are not so high. Jin Zishang frowned. He knows that Zhao Minutes is probably a lot more difficult than he imagined. Who is this? After the robot translated the words of Jin Zishang, Zhao Minutes turned his eyes to Gao Zhendong. He is Jin Zishang, the deputy director of our marketing department. Gao Zhendong said. Do you know that my authorization to other companies is lower than this price? Who do you listen to? Asked Zhao Minutes. The licensing agreement is externally confidential. It is impossible for people of several companies to say these things to others casually, otherwise she does not mind termination of authorization. Guess. Any company can't afford such a high license fee, Jin Zishang said. And then, what do you want to say? Do you do this? Is it abusing the dominance of the monopoly market? Deliberately suppressing us? Is this not good? Jin Zhang frowned and his tone was somewhat unpleasant. After hearing the translation of the robot, Zhao Minutes smiled and stared at Jin Zhang. Monopoly? Suppress? I think more. Then, do you want to sue us? Zhao Zong, this authorization agreement, we take it back and take a closer look and decide to contact you again. But this license fee is really too high. If it can be lower, it will be very good. Gao Zhendong hurriedly spoke. Interrupted Jin Zhang, who just wanted to speak. Jin Zhang's character is a bit proud, and Zhao Minutes obviously wants to anger him. Here is the headquarters of the Marching Ants. If it is a contradiction, it is definitely embarrassing. Once there is a problem, it will definitely worsen their Samsung mobile business. Little demon, send a few guests, Zhao Minutes said to the little demon next to him. Okay, President. The robot stood up and looked at Gao Zhendong and said in Korean, several gentlemen, ladies, please come with me. Chapter 253, As decides thinking from the Marching Ant Company. Gao Zhendong had a face full of thunder and cloud, and he had not received such a suffocation in the past. When I talked with others, I always had people flattering him or smiling. Looking for Zhao Minutes this time, he thought he had put down a low enough posture and he was still beaten. From the point of view of the agreement, he knew that the Marching Ant Company did not want to cooperate with them. Thinking of this, Gao Zhendong began to worry. Mobile smart is a trend, no one can stop. If they don't catch this train, even if they are not completely eliminated, it is not impossible to be squeezed into the second line. The money in the mobile internet industry is very good, but the competition is beyond the imagination. Nokia, Sony, Yahoo, and Motorola have all been leaders in this industry. The ultimate fate is being acquired or eliminated because they have not kept up with the times. There is no eternal enterprise, especially in the mobile internet industry. The technology is updated too quickly. Once it lags behind, it will be completely finished. Although the mobile phone is not without a smart assistant, it is not an artificial intelligence, and it is technically behind generation. Nowadays, multilingual intelligent assistants can use Korean. Rice companies are already popular in their country. This time, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. I am afraid that at the time, their business in the base camp may be robbed. Other foreign countries, not to mention the business. Thinking of this, Gao Zhendong is more and more worried, and the intelligent assistant must get it. But they could not agree to the conditions of the Marching Ant Company. The licensing fee is too high. Nearly 20%. This license fee cannot be borne by any company. Their mobile phone has no profit of 20%. It is not impossible to raise prices, but the price increase of 20% is too expensive. Consumers do not buy it, which has an impact on their business, and the money they earn is not theirs. This price must be lower, but it should be discussed with the top, because he does not know the bottom line acceptable to the board and other executives. He did not dare to decide. Jin Zhang, who is next to him, is not very good. He vowed to talk to Gao Zhendong that the Chinese people are very good at coping, but now they have become such a situation, and he has no face. President, can we not tell the military ants to monopolize the market? Jin Zhang could feel that Gao Zhendong was in a bad mood and was careful. Call? I told you the whole family. Here is China. How do you tell me? Gao Zhendong was angered by Jin Zhang. They are often monopolized by Samsung, using their monopoly position to suppress their opponents. Both Huawei and Apple were the targets of their suppression. As the core of Samsung's core, he naturally knows the monopoly. The anti-monopoly law of each country is mainly used to target foreign enterprises and is a means of safeguarding national interests. The monopoly of enterprises in other countries will harm the interests of the country, and that country will use anti-monopoly law to suppress it. However, the monopoly of the enterprises in their own countries harms the interests of other countries. The state is blinding one eye and may help one when appropriate. Huaxia will only punish their monopoly, and it is impossible to punish the monopoly of the Marching Ant Company. Don't you say that Chinese people are very good at dealing with it? Is it okay to lower your posture? Gao Zhendong was facing Jin Zhang, and his face was covered with a skunk. He lowered his posture and came here. As a result, he did not get any benefit, and he was still angry. Jin Zhang did not dare to repay his mouth, bowed his head and endured, and regretted why he was so bad at this time. After a long time, Gao Zhendong vented his suffocation in his chest and calmed down. Next time, if the marching ant company refuses to cooperate, I am afraid that it can only be developed by the technical department itself. Is it strange why I have to do this? In the company office, Zhao Minutes looked at Xiaoyu's confused face. Yeah, Xiao Yumeng nodded. Today's business gave her a lot of doubts, and now she is still wrapped in her mind. Zhao Minutes' acting today, as well as the sudden change of face, gave her an intuitive feeling, which was previously unseen. If you don't want to work with them, why should you meet them? Xiaoyu asked the confusion of his heart. Zhao Minutes shook his head slightly and said, you are wrong. Gao Zhendong is the president of Samsung Group's mobile business and belongs to the senior core of Samsung. He personally came over. If we don't see it, it will make outsiders feel that we are very proud. This image is not good. If you don't want to talk about cooperation, you don't want to work hard, you still have to do it well, or you can easily be regarded as an attack point. Little Fisher nodded, quiet listening. Remember that they said the last time the phone screen was done? Okay. Do you think that they are really interrupting our mobile phone screen supply because of problems in the factory? Should not be. Xiaoyu shook his head. Why? At the time when our mobile phones were the hottest, they interrupted our screen supply and announced the news of the mobile phone conference. It felt like a premeditated. Xiaoyu thought about it. At that time, when we were burning the most, we were splashed with cold water. They knew that we were upset because of that, so when we came over, we explained the incident and made us feel that this was a misunderstanding. In the past it's gone. But how much loss did it cost us? How could it be so simple? Not mentioned before, because there is no way. Now let me seize the opportunity of revenge. Naturally I have to take advantage of this, and the last loss will come back from them. The intention of Samsung is obvious. It is the authorization of the intelligent assistant, and all Gao Zhendong will lower their posture. All along, the impression that domestic people give to foreigners is good to talk. As long as it is a misunderstanding, causing some losses, the other party apologizes to lower the attitude. A little compensation will not make too much trouble. It will slowly pass. Samsung also wants to use this trick to deal with her. Impossible. That is to cooperate with them, asked Xiaoyu. Now is the era of globalization. They have a lot of patented technology in their hands, and cooperation is inevitable. When our country and the United States, the island country, is in a stalemate, many cooperation is still normal. The ordinary people below can be influenced by personal emotions and resist if they don't like it. However, the above people have different positions and great interests. One sentence may affect the relationship between the two, even the conflict of war. In many cases, it cannot be affected by personal emotions. The money earned must be earned. The decides to think, and the words are not rough. The higher the position of the buttocks, the more you have to think about the decision. Zhao Minutes followed the teaching. For so long to get along, she has already had Xiaoyu's own sister's girlfriend-like existence. And she is a woman of Chenmo, and some things must be understood. Then why is the authorization fee so high? Will not scare them away? Xiaoyu continued to ask. The difference between school and society is, one is learning, the other is to use it. Ask for it, get it, ask for it. Have you learned it? Understood. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and nodded. If they are not here, they don't come. They can only show that Gao Zhendong is not a qualified superior. If he is rejected once, he will not come over. That position is estimated to be replaced. He is going back now, and should discuss the bottom line price with Samsung's high level. The bottom will come over and bargain with us. It won't take long. He will come again. Zhao Minutes looked at Xiao and couldn't help but ask. There are a lot of problems today, so eager to learn. Is it with him? Is the pressure? No. Xiaoyu smiled and shook his head. There are a lot of women who want to chase the boss, like Zhu Xin. the arrogant woman of the sky. You didn't feel the pressure? No. Xiao Yu shook his head. Why do you have pressure? Why is there no pressure? Zhao Minute smiled and asked back. Because I believe in him and understand him. I don't need two strong people at home. I am a little woman who has no interest in doing things. I can do what I like to do. Every time I mention Chen Mo, Xiao Yu's face will always unconsciously float up the happy and gentle color, which can't be covered. This appearance, Zhao Minutes are a little envious. If she has such a good man as Chen Mo, she has no confidence and unconditional trust. Chapter 254, The Arrival of Li Chengzi. Li Chengzi was in the reception room of the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company is not the first time he has come over, and he will not be restrained at all. The test of potential potions has now been tested. In fact, after Chen Mo left the capital for 5 days, things have been investigated and the research has been restarted. Shen Chongqing is indeed because of the secret love of Wu Bing and Chen Chen, thinking that Chen Mo is very powerful because he uses potential medicine, so he will try to change his potential medicine and use it on his own body, and he will almost succeed. After this incident, the security of the institute was upgraded to 1 level, and the authority to obtain potential drugs and the personnel who contacted the drugs were re-investigated. More than 3 major researchers must be present to get the pharmacy, and the person in contact with the pharmacy should be operated under strict supervision. Starting the trial again, plus observations from this time, it has been confirmed that the drug has not had side effects, and the selectivity is enhanced, and the wound healing rate is faster than the average person. After adapting the first batch of test personnel, they selected some candidates from their original special team to conduct confrontation training. As a result, those special personnel, in terms of fighting, were completely abused by soldiers who had developed through potential. Regardless of speed, strength, responsiveness, vision, hearing, etc., the personnel who have been developed by the drug are much stronger than the original. This conclusion came out and entered the field of high-level personnel. The plan for the super soldier has been formulated above, and only the elites of the selected special forces can join the super soldier team. Potential agents are not genetic drugs and are safe and reliable, so it is very likely that they will be used in special safety personnel in the future. He came to Chen Mo this time and came for this matter. The effect of the pharmacy is enough to make it a strategic level weapon. Chen Mo's identity is very subtle now. Many of the previous major contributions were made by R&D personnel within the national system. However, Chen Mo is not a compiler in a strict sense. This is a situation that has never been encountered before. But Chen Mo's behavior showed that they could not find any picky places. The earthquake early warning network is almost freely organized by the Marching Ant Company. Now the technology of potential pharmacy is also a gift. Chen Mo's behavior has given the best impressions of the above. Because of youth, the future is not limited. Therefore, there is no doubt that the future Marching Ant Company will be taken care of in terms of policy. When Li Chengzi was drinking tea, a robot opened the door and walked in. Mr. Li, Mr. has already come out. You can go to his office now. Okay. Li Chengzi stood up and left. After being authenticated, he followed the robot and quickly entered Chen Mo's office. Seeing Chen Mo is in the office, Li Chengzi immediately smiled and his feet speeded up. Chen Mo brothers, long time no see. It doesn't take long. Sit down, Chen Mo said with a smile. The number of times the two met each other, so that they would avoid the courtesy of those guests, sit down directly on the sofa. Li Chengzi once again came to the Army Ant Company, but Chen Mo did not have an accident. Last time in the capital, because of the accident, he returned without completing the clinical trial. Li Chengzi's coming is definitely for this matter, bringing a good news. Li Chengzi said. The last time the problem was solved. The third phase of the trial also continued. The current potential drug is a preliminary success. That's good. Chen Mo smiled softly, and the result was in Chen Mo's expectation. Seeing Chen Mo's unspeakable face, Li Chengzi smiled. Since he met Chen Mo, It seems that Chen Mo has never seen a lot of emotional fluctuations. Always a calm appearance, completely inconsistent with his age personality. Even if the potential agent succeeded in such a big thing, Chen Mo just smiled. In his impression, many researchers heard that the technology they developed was either ecstatic or ecstatic, but Chen Mo's appearance seemed to be a trivial matter. Only he did not know, Chen Mo did not care about this. He has heard that Xu Lao has told many stories about other corners of the universe. He has such a shocking thing as the Science and Technology Library. The more he knows, the more he is fascinated by fame and fortune. This time, there are two more things. Li Chengzi took a kit from the briefcase and handed it to Chen Mo. According to the previous agreement, we need to pay 10,000 yuan for each unit of potential medicine. Is this a report? Chen Mo pointed to the information kit. No, you know the quantity of production, it is a secret. The report records we have the you need. I can take you to the past to see, but cannot bring it out. Li Chengzi said. What is this? Chen Mo asked, and took Li Chengzi's information kit and began to check. This is the agreement you gave us to authorize the technology, the exclusive authorization, and the confidentiality agreement. We have already stamped the agreement. As long as you sign and seal, it will take effect. It can be regarded as normal procedures. Hey, I think it's quite thoughtful. Chen Mo roughly looked through the agreement. If there was no problem, he took the pen and signed his name and returned one of the agreements to Li Chengzi. It will be settled once a year on December 31st. We will call you on your account. Each unit is 10,000 yuan, which is after tax, and the money is not taxed. Yes, Chen Mo laughed. He didn't know how much money he had in his account. He didn't seriously count it. He usually used money because his clothes and daily necessities were bought by him. When he spends money, he is when he goes shopping with Xiao or when he buys gifts for Xiao. But they all pay by mobile phone or swipe their cards. He doesn't know how much money is in the card. No wonder the old horse said that he doesn't care how much money he has. He didn't understand it before, but at this level, he discovered that money is really just a cold figure. There is another thing. After the agreement was settled, Li Chengzi said, it was what you said last time, and they used Wang Hai to use potential potions. Oh, what? Chen Mo thought. Committed. Li Chengzi nodded. The above meaning is, when you need to use the pharmacy, I hope you can tell us who to use, if necessary. We personally give them an injection, after all, it matters. I hope you can understand. No problem. Chen Mo nodded. There are very few places where he uses pharmacy. It is estimated that he will be used by Xiao Yu and his close people in the future. Because the drug, according to the record, can develop the body's potential, improve its immunity and vitality, and has no side effects on the body. Then you will determine the list of people to be developed in advance. After confirming the list, you will contact me again. But for them to develop, make sure they sign a confidentiality agreement. Li Chengzi said. After talking with Chen Mo, Li Chengzi got up and left. When Li Chengzi left, Chen Mo also thought about it. After thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth. Ink Girl, inform Wang Hai, White Pearl, Black Hawk and Anand to come to my office. Chapter 255, Will you not? Wang Hai, White Pearl, Black Hawk and Anand entered the office and saw Chen Mo sitting in the office chair. The four of them are now the general manager of the security system of the army and company headquarters, and they usually take turns to guard the company's security system. At the same time, they are Chen Mo's bodyguards, responsible for Chen Mo's personal safety issues, and sometimes protect Zhao Minutes and Xiao Yu. In their impression, the four rarely came together to see Chen Mo. So they were surprised at Chen Mo's sudden call. Boss, are you looking for us? Wang Hai said. Come here and sit down and say. Chen Mo stopped the mouse and looked at the four people. When they sat down, Chen Mokai said again, have you been here for a while? The four people wondered why Chen Mo asked, but he nodded. I know that this time you are coming over. Do you want to do it? Chen Mo sold a pass. The four men looked at each other and immediately shook their heads. This time you are coming over, I want to give you an opportunity, Chen Mo said. Opportunity? The four were slightly surprised and unclear, so wait for Chen Mo's below. The next thing I want to say is confidential. If you want to hear it, you will sign this confidentiality agreement. Chen Mo took out 4 folders and handed it to Wang Hai. If you don't want to hear it, get up now and leave. Just fine. Confidential. The faces of the 4 people were confused again. They used to be special personnel, and they are naturally familiar with such things as confidentiality agreements. Wang Hai thought about it, didn't look at the content of the agreement, and picked up the pen and signed his name directly. He was the first to follow Chen Mo, and he believed that Chen Mo would not lie to him. The other 3 people also picked up the name on the pen. Relative to other security personnel, they are closest to Chen Mo, and they are relatively familiar with Chen Mo. They also know that Chen Mo will not hang them, and they have nothing to let Chen Mo king. Now Chen Mo, there is everything. There is no need to hang them. And they are very curious about the opportunities, Chen Mo said. Collapse the agreement. Chen Mo Kai took out a finger-sized sealing agent. Seeing the pharmacy, the eyes of the 4 people are more confused. This is the opportunity that I am giving you. This pharmacy is my latest product, developed by the potential agent. It can act on human cells, strengthen cells, and achieve the effect of developing human potential. Have you seen the Captain of the United States? The potion is similar, but its function is not as powerful, but it can increase your speed and responsiveness. The 4 men took a breath of air and the eyes flashed incredible. The function of the pharmacy sounds too sinister. They have only been seen in science fiction movies. If it is true, then this medicine is terrible. But Chen Mo seems to have no reason to lie to them. It doesn't help to lie to them. There is no doubt about the authenticity of the medicine. Chen Mo said, I have cooperated with the official. The last time I went to the capital, I went to test the clinical effect of this medicine. Wang Hai nodded. The last time he followed Chen Mo to the capital. After going to the capital, there was no such thing as him. He just waited quietly for Chen Mo, and he did not know where Chen Mo went and did it. Now Chen Mo said that he believed in this matter. The clinical trial results have come out. The data shows that the drug has no side effects, and the expected potential development effect is also achieved. Chen Mo continued, so I am calling you over this time. When a few people get up, Chen Mo will never say this to them for no reason. The next thing to say is definitely the key. They think of a possibility, that is, Chen Mo's opportunity. Wang Hai followed me for the longest time. You are also looking for Wang Hai. It belongs to my bodyguard and is my most trusted person. Therefore, I am also good at improving your ability. Chen Mo put the potion on the table and glanced at the faces of the 4. Just now, the instructor gave me a reply. I am qualified to use pharmacy. This time, I want to ask you, would like to use this pharmacy to develop their potential. After the words are finished, the office is in a state of silence. Wang Hai, White Pearl, Black Hawk and Anon face each other. This is not a trivial matter. It is tested by your own body. If it is not successful, it will be very troublesome. Who is willing to take your own body to mess around? This kind of medicine does not change the gene, not the genetic medicine. You can also go back and think about it, and then give me a reply. Chen Mo said, I am coming. Wang Hai opened. I am also involved. The Black Hawk also agreed to come down. I am also involved. White Pearl and Anon also agreed in unison. They all know that this is indeed an opportunity. Just now, Li's instructor did come. As security personnel, they know about the arrival of important guests. Since the above allows Chen Mo to use, the problem of the pharmacy is definitely not big. They are all people who have stayed in the army. Naturally, the technology promised to be put into use. The technology is almost mature. Chen Mo only told them to come over. It is their trust. Although there are certain risks, the risks and opportunities coexist. If you miss this opportunity, they will definitely have no chance in the future. As a former special soldier, there is still a risky gene in their bones. Chen Mo's promise to the 4 was not unexpected, and the robot handed the 4 printed documents to 4 people. A signed voluntary agreement. You are officially confirmed to participate. You can repent before you sign. If you want to re-sign, after signing, there is no way to quit. I didn't hesitate this time. After receiving the agreement, I picked up the pen and signed my name directly. You go back and wait. I will inform you when I am ready. It is not that I will give you injection development. At that time, you may have to go to the official. Chen Mo said the agreement. It is good. The four agreed and turned and left. Wang Hai, you seem to trust the boss very much. After leaving Chen Mo's office, the white pearl opened. Crap, don't you believe it? Wang Hai said with no anger. I believe it is to believe, but that thing, a bit of a mystery. Anan interjected. If they don't believe in Chen Mo, they will not hesitate to sign the agreement, but it is still a bit of a mystery to think about pharmacy. This kind of medicine, which is only found in science fiction movies, is now in reality and is really hard to imagine, not mysterious. Wang Hai shook his head. He suddenly remembered the fighting ability that Chen Mo showed when he was attacked by mercenaries. Single reaction ability, speed and strength. Chen Mo is not under him, just lacking the experience of real battle. Not enough. Even so, Chen Mo can still fight against a mercenary who has been rolling on the battlefield for many years, and does not fall. At that time, he still had doubts. Chen Mo's powerful speed and reaction came. After all, Chen Mo is just a researcher. Strictly speaking, it is a student who has just graduated, and even if he likes fitness, he may not have such a good skill. Now Chen Mo took out this potential potion, and the doubts hidden in his heart were also solved, and everything became well explained. So Chen Mo said that after the role of the pharmacy, he immediately believed. How is it not? You know why? Anan asked strangely. This matter, I will explain it to you later. Wang Hai said. This is Chen Mo's secret. Without the permission of Chen Mo, he could not tell others. For the sale of Wang Hai, the three were speechless and did not ask much. They all know that there are some things that should not be said without saying that. As a special soldier, confidentiality awareness is a compulsory course. When the four left, Chen Mo also dialed the phone and informed Li Chengzi to prepare for the pickup. Chapter 256. Can I dig a corner? The number 1 laboratory building, like the Constant Temperature Research Institute, belongs to the most mysterious place of the Marching Ant Company. Only Chen Mo, Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes were able to enter the gate of number 1 building. Even the company's vice presidents, Julie and Li Lingfeng, can't enter the first building. Various intelligent robots are the employees in Building 1. Many of these intelligent robots are basic robots with a single function. Some of them are design drawings designed by Chen Mo from the technology library. Some are functional robots designed by Moto, which are mainly responsible for a specific work. The robots are controlled by the Ink Girl and are being produced in an orderly manner. The Enchantress robots are assembled here, and the room temperature superconductors are also produced here. 24 hours of uninterrupted work, coupled with the productivity of intelligent machines, many instruments, as long as the design, will soon appear. Therefore, Building number 1 is also the place where the entire army and company headquarters burns the most money. This building, like a swallowing beast, carries a steady stream of valuable materials into the building and is constantly being consumed. Zhao Minutes entered here several times and was all scared by the scene here. Staying in the first building will feel like you are crossing the sci-fi world. Only in the sci-fi world will this factory of fully intelligent machine production research emerge. In the Underground Research Institute of Building 1, Chen Mo looked at the superconducting computer in operation. The particularity of the superconducting computer itself is destined to be outside exposure. Even if there is no constant temperature superconductor, it is a matter of heaven and earth to develop a superconducting computer by himself. This Underground Research Institute has become the brain of the headquarters. The superconducting computer is controlled by the Ink Girl. Because of the low energy consumption of the normal temperature superconductor and the low heat production, the superconducting computer can run all day. All the computing power of the computer is all served by Chen Mo. Coupled with the existence of artificial intelligence Ink Girls, the research process of many technologies has been greatly accelerated. Ink Girl, you are now optimizing the details of the design. Chen Mo turned to look at the design opening on the screen. The holographic technology is completed by designing 3 holographic projectors. Chen Mo decided to start with a medium-sized holographic projector. After this period of Chen Mo's design, coupled with the help of the Ink Woman, this medium-sized holographic projector was also ready. And then it was at the stage of technical verification. As long as the medium holographic projector is successful, the micro holographic projector can be designed. Okay, Mom. When the words of the Ink Girl fell, the design on the screen began to change slightly. The change is not big. This is the optimization of the details, as well as some optimization of the parts parameters. Not long after, the optimization on the screen was completed. After the ink-optimized projector, the lines look soft and a lot. It looks more comfortable than just. According to this design, the samples of the holographic projector are made. Chen Mo said, the materials needed are already bought at the design stage, and it won't take long for the holographic projector samples to be produced. Okay, said the Ink Girl. After a while, she said again, Merg brother, Mr. Li Chengzi, with 4 people, has already arrived at the company and is now waiting in the reception room. The action is very fast. I told Li Chengzi to wait for me in my office. By the way, I also informed Wang Hai that they were ready. After Chen Mo turned and left the #1 building. Last time and Li Chengzi wanted to develop potential for Wang Hai and others. Today, Li Chengzi came to bring Wang Hai and others to develop their potential. When I got back to the office, I saw Li Chengzi sitting on the sofa waiting. Long wait. Chen Mo returned to the company and smiled. It is very good to be able to see you as a busy person. It will be worthwhile to wait for a long time. Others want to wait for this opportunity. Li Chengzi also spoke. Li, you learn to flatter. This is not a good phenomenon. Li Chengzi laughed, didn't take it easy, and knew that this was just Chen Mo's joke. What research is busy recently? This confidentiality. Chen Mo smiled. When the product comes out, you will know. While talking between the two, Wang Hai also entered Chen Mo's office. They are the people I chose to develop potential. Yeah? Li Chengzi did not have any accidents. He knew very well about the people around Chen Mo. I have guessed that these 4 people have not seen him. You have also known Li's instructor. The next potential development, you will follow the Li instructor in the past. After you finish, come back. Chen Mo looked at the 4 people. Understand. The 4 men answered in unison. Their development is handed over to you. Chen Mo immediately turned to look at Li Chengzi. No problem, but development and physical examination, it takes a few days. So these days, there may be a security vacuum around you. I brought 4 people over. I hope to temporarily replace their work as your security staff. I don't know you. What is the idea? Li Chengzi said. Chen Mo's identity is special. They don't want to have a vacuum in the security of Chen Mo's side in the past few days, so that some people can take advantage of it. Otherwise they will also have responsibility. That's best. Is it a few people in the reception room? Tell them to come over. Chen Mo looked at the robots around him. Okay, sir. The robot nodded. The 5th demon has been notified to pick them up. Not long after, 4 people entered the office of Chen Mo under the leadership of a robot. 3 men and 1 woman. The waist is straight. The pace is steady, and the atmosphere of the soldiers can be revealed inadvertently. Although the 4 people do not squint, they are not enough to cover their curiosity. It can be said that the headquarters of the Marching Ant Company is the most advanced place they have ever seen. Even if they are not in the Life Science Research Institute, they are full of artificial intelligence. Chen defaulted to these 4 people. They are among the first 10 people to develop potential. 4 of them. The man with dark skin on his face is Rayong, the first person to test the pharmacy, and a small man named Jiang Keoi, the only woman who cut short hair, is heroic, called Yang Lanlan, and Yang is Shen Chongxin. The party at the time of taking the medicine. Chen Mo was a little surprised by letting 4 potential developers develop their own bodyguards. Li, Can I dig the corner? Chen Mo asked. They are not retired people, so you have no chance for a while. It is estimated that you have to wait a few years. You can dig, but after a few years, you may not be able to dig, because they may go further. Li Chengzi smiled, then looked at the foreperson. Your mission, I have already said. I don't have to say it again. No. The four agreed in unison. Wang Hai, you go to tell them about the work that needs to be done. Usually need to pay attention to what? Chen Mo looked at Wang Hai. Good. Wang Hai nodded and stood up. The other three also stood up and left with four people. Wang Hai and others, after confessing things to a few people, followed Li Chengzi's departure. Luo Yong, Yang and other four people also left Chen Mo's office, ready to wait at any time. When everyone left, Chen Mo sat back in the office chair and thought about opening Ink Girl. After work, I will give me 3 potential drugs in the lab. Chapter 257, Huge Temptation. The design of the medium holographic projector has been basically completed. After the sample is produced, it is only necessary to look at the situation for fine adjustment. The medium holographic projector is nearing completion, and he also needs to prepare for the design of the micro-holographic projector. This technology is very critical. Micro-holographic projectors have very high precision requirements. Although miniature holographic projections and medium holographic projectors are essentially the same. However, the size of the two is different. The design is impossible, and this is much more troublesome than the medium. But the trouble is also to design. This is the hurdle that can't jump. And it is the only way to go to the higher level permission of the technology library. Entering the state of research, Chen Mo's brain began to fly fast. That night, after dinner, Xiao was sitting on the sofa in the hall, leaning against Chen Mo's arms, watching TV quietly, and taking the fruit that Chen Mo put on his mouth from time to time. The small days were not pleasant. When I don't go out in the evening, when Chen Mo doesn't go to the study room, the two are tired together, just like when they are in love. It is rare for Chen Mo to relax, so he enjoys this state. How do drivers change people today? White pearls? Asked Xiaoyu. They went to the capital and developed their potential. It will take a few days to come back. Yang Lanlan, they are temporary bodyguards. Chen Mo said, they are all professional soldiers. Li Chengzi arranged to come over, wait for Wang Hai to come back. They just left. Xiao nodded lightly and did not ask much. You don't say that. I almost forgot. Chen Mo suddenly remembered the 3 potions that he had taken back from the lab today. Ink Girl, take my briefcase. Okay. The Ink Girl opened, and the robot sitting quietly in the hall suddenly moved. After a while, she took a briefcase and placed it in front of Chen Mo. What? Asked Xiaoyu. Today I took this back. Chen Mo took 3 sealed potions from the briefcase and shook it in front of Xiaoyu. What are you doing with your potential medicine? Xiaoyu looked strangely at Chen Mo's hand. She has seen the potency agent in Chen Mo's lab, and more than once. She also knows about the potential pharmacy project, which is familiar to pharmacy and can be recognized at a glance. It must have been used. Chen Mo said. Who used? You use? Xiaoyu took the medicine in the hands of Chen Mo and looked carefully. This pharmacy, if released, will face a mad robbery. If it falls in the hands of the pharmaceutical giants, this pharmacy will bring them endless wealth. Tell you a secret, I have used it before. Chen Mo attached to the ear of the fisherman, whispered, remember that I took your hand for the first time? You are still very embarrassed to say that at that time you used so much force. My hands were hurt by you. I remembered that at that time, the angle of the small fisherman's mouth did not consciously float a sweet smile. That was the first time she was hand in hand. As a result, Chen Mo was too hard and her hands were bruised and impressed. What did you use at that time? Xiaoyu asked seriously. Yes, I just used this pharmacy that afternoon, and the hand that held you was a little nervous. The strength of the development did not adapt, and it happened. Chen Mo said, at that time, I was already secretly studying this pharmacy. It is. Chen Mo said a little lie, but it was innocuous. After all, He could not tell the story of the technology library. No wonder that you got so handsome that day. It turned out to be this. But what do you study and take your own experiments? Xiaoyu said seriously. This can't be done in the future. Well, listen to your wife. Chen Mo heard the concern in Xiaoyu's words, and his heart was warm. Tonight, I will use this medicine for you. Just the next 2 days, you can have time to adjust to the state. What are I doing? I don't fight, said Xiaoyu, who said that the development potential comes out, must be a fight. Chen Mo cannot laugh. This potential potion, like a key to your body, can improve the body's own immunity and cell activity. So I thought about it for you. With this medicine, it can shape the body shape. After use, the body will become better and the skin will be better. Really? Then I use it? Xiaoyu's eyes brightened and he did not hesitate to agree. She is convinced of Chen Mo's words. According to Chen Mo, the day when she first held her hand, Chen Mo did not change much, and she also believed that Chen Mo would not lie to her. It is a huge temptation to make the body and skin better, but all women can't stand this temptation, and Xiaoyu is no exception. The development of potential. The most important is the improvement of self-immunity and physical quality, can avoid many small illnesses. This is the purpose of Chen Mo. He knows that when Xiao comes to relatives, his body will be a little weak, and occasionally he will have a small cold. The problem is not big, but he is annoying. Therefore, Chen Mokai thought about helping Xiaoyu improve his physical fitness. I am going to prepare for you. Chen Mo got up and walked toward the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Chen Mokai entered the bathroom with a small fishing boat, and a large tank of hot water was ready. Is this medicine not injected? Asked Xiaoyu. The way of injection, the medicine is too strong. It will make you feel tired and uncomfortable. So I will give you another method, medicated bath. Add the medicine to the hot water and let the medicine enter your body along the pores of your skin. The potency is not so fierce. You don't have to have psychological pressure, just add some medicine to bathe. Chen Mo said. This method is mild in medicine, and the silence factor in the insufficient potential medicine is not well absorbed, resulting in waste. Therefore, Chen Mo will take 3 medicines at a time, all of which are used for small fishing, and it does not matter if it is wasted. Pour the medicine into the bathtub and stir it. Different from the pure medicine used by Chen Mo, the purified medicine is added to the large bathtub. Even if the dosage is increased, the color of the water is only yellow, and there is no black that he uses, and the medicine is pungent. After thoroughly mixing, Chen Mokai said, it's already good. Go on. Okay. Xiaoyu is also unpretentious, taking off directly in front of Chen Mo. Clothes. The perfect body appeared in front of him. Let Chen Mo then unscrupulously appreciate. Into the bathtub, the small fisherman sucked a cold air, and for a time, her forehead was already sweaty. The water is too hot, and the white skin is already rosy. It's a bit hot. Xiaoyu's face is red. Nothing. The pores are stretched, and the factors are active, which is good for absorbing the medicine. It will be fine if you adapt. Chen Mo picked up a towel and helped the little fisherman wipe the sweat from his forehead. After a while, after the effect, you may feel a little tired. You will have a good rest and give me other things. Good. Xiao nodded, leaning against the bathtub and closing his eyes. About 10 minutes later, Xiao felt a sense of tiredness and fell asleep in the bathtub. Chen Mo has been guarding until the water is exhausted, and he picks up the small fish that sleeps in the bathtub and walks back to the room. Chapter 258. Happy cooperation. Xiao seems to be in the darkness. Time seems to be a moment, and it seems to have been a long time. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness makes her both physically and mentally shocked, and the whole body shakes. Woke up from the bed. Xiao looked at the sunshine coming in from the window, very comfortable. She remembers that last night, Chen Mo gave her a potion and slept, but she didn't expect to sleep until dawn. Chen Mo is no longer around. Xiaoyu got up from the bed and went into the bathroom. Suddenly I saw myself in the full-length mirror. The small fisherman's eyes were certain, and the sleepy eyes woke up most of the time. She felt that herself in the mirror seemed a little different. The appearance does not change much, but it seems to be really different. The skin is delicate, the vest line at the lower abdomen is faintly visible, but there is no bodybuilding muscles, and the waist is a little thinner. The bumps are so strong that the body lines are very soft and look very comfortable. The long legs have become natural, and there is no awkwardness. It seems to grow taller and the proportion of the body is also very good. Xiaoyu looked at himself in the mirror with a happy face. Chen Mo did not lie to her. The pharmacy really changed her body. Which woman does not love beauty? She is naturally not unscrupulous. After the washing was finished, Xiaoyu was replaced by a casual suit and came out of the room. Today, she does not need to work overtime, so she can rest well. Just want to go to the kitchen for breakfast. Chen Mo came out of the kitchen with a pot of porridge. Get up. Chen Mo looked up and down. A little fish. Light Rain originally had a height of 165. Now it is a little taller. After a few days, after the drug effect, the body is shaped, and there is almost the height of the goddess, longer, more beautiful. Chen Mo smiled. Okay. When I heard Chen Mo's compliment, Xiaoyu's heart was as sweet as eating honey. For the sake of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo is the Ren. Why don't you ask me to get up? Said Xiaoyu. Let you sleep for a while, I will make breakfast today. Chen Mo looked at the porridge in Yunu mouth. Cooked some porridge. Try your husband's craft. Hey. After paying attention to the casserole in the hands of Chen Mo, Xiaoyu's stomach screamed with disappointment and his face was red. The potential medicine is very expensive for the body. If you know that you are up, you will be hungry. This is for you. Chen Mo smiled softly, put the porridge in the bowl and gave the fish a bowl. Thanks husband. Xiaoyu took over the porridge that Chen Mo handed over, his eyes bent into a crescent, and looked at Chen Mo's eyes, full of gentleness. Thank you. These were all you did before. I will do it for you once, and there is nothing. Chen Mo smiled and said, this is my first time to cook seafood porridge. You can try it. Yeah? Little fish nodded, scooping up the porridge and slowly sending it to his mouth. At this moment she felt that she was wrapped in happiness. Eat a little. Xiaoyu eyes brighten. Husband, are you really the first time to cook porridge? Yeah, I just like to draw a gourd. After reading some food recipes, I remember, follow the steps, and I will pay attention to the seasoning. It will not be too bad, said. Chen Mo also gave himself a bowl. It's delicious. I like this taste very much, said Xiaoyu. If you like to eat, you can eat more. Chen Mo smiled, suddenly thought of something, and continued to open. When I got up, what is the body uncomfortable, or a strange place? Besides being hungry, there is nothing uncomfortable. However, my strength seems to be getting bigger. When I squeezed the toothpaste, I felt that I didn't use it. As a result, I squeezed it out a lot. Also, when I changed clothes, I accidentally put a dress. It's torn. Xiaoyu spit out his tongue. Chen Mo did not feel surprised. Whether he was himself or the group of people who did clinical trials in the capital, the power of sudden growth did not adapt at first. When you have finished eating, you have to exercise, adapt to changes in your body, and then take you out to buy clothes. I feel like you are being spoiled by you. Abandoned waste. I raise it. I am a small fisherman, not a small goldfish. I don't want you to raise it. Xiaoyu drums gangs, a little small and proud. After eating, Chen Mo accompanied Xiaoyu to help her adapt to the changes brought by the medicine. Chen Mo also taught the small fishing two-handed self-defense technique. It was some of the exercises and self-defense tips that were recorded after the potential development technology was first recorded. A pleasant weekend. Back at the company, Chen Mo went into the lab and began to design a miniature holographic projector. Gao Zhendong sat in the conference room of the marching ant company and his face was not very good. Next to him is the executives of the Samsung mobile business and the decision-making team of the marketing department. Opposite is the decision-making layer of the marching ant company headed by Zhao Minutes. This time it was negotiated. The last time I went back, I didn't get it. After this discussion by the top management of the group, he came back again. The situation is now grim. After last week's statistics, mobile phone sales data has once again hit a new low. North America, the impact of Apple's S3. Southeast Asia, India and Europe were hit by Huawei mobile phones, especially in the high-end market. They were attacked by Huawei and Xiaomi, and the data decline was very serious. The Marching Ant Company brought the mobile phone into Real Intelligence. It was thought that the Marching Ant Company and the Apple were the right ones. Samsung took advantage of the fisherman's profits. As a result, the spearhead turned around, and now they are uncomfortable. Although the Apple S3 was so troubled by the Marching Ant Company that it was less than expected, the data was still very impressive. Coupled with the breakthrough of artificial intelligence technology, in the long run, Apple's will only get better and better. They are not so lucky. Samsung has not broken through the technology, but also squeezed by the Marching Ant Company. Zhaozong, 17.2% of the whole machine price is too high. We can accept, is 7.4%, this is the highest limit. Higher, we have no profit. Gao Zhendong said. No profit. After installing the smart assistant, your price will rise by more than 1 or 2, and your users will buy it. 17.2% of the price does not seem to be high. Zhao Minutes said calmly. At present, the $400 mobile phone has a baseband patent of more than $50, and the Wi-Fi technology patent is also $50. Together, it has already obtained the main profit of the mobile phone, plus other patents, screens, batteries, spare parts, channel fees, advertisements, fees and other fees. The profit that producers can get is only a little bit. This is why companies such as Rice and Huawei have not made much money in the mobile phone field. For a long time in the past, there was no technology in China and a monopoly of foreign technology. The production of things, including televisions, automobiles, mobile computers and other electrical appliances, must pay a large amount of foreign patent fees, not to produce but take away the profits of the product. Domestic companies can only take a little profit. This situation still exists. What the Marching Ant Company is going to do now is what the foreign capital companies did in the past. They have core technology and it is impossible to license these technologies at low prices. 8.1%, this is the bottom line. 16.9%, otherwise you will come over next time. So talk about it, talk about tomorrow. There is no progress. Zhao Minutes said. General Zhao, we have shown sincerity. The price of 8.1% is already very high. Gao Zhendong was helpless, and he experienced the feeling of powerlessness that was squeezed. But they didn't know that when they squeezed the phone but couldn't lose their temper. Losing their temper here means that the cooperation is over and his future will be affected. Hi? No feeling. Zhao Minutes calmly said. This way, we finally retreat a little. 16.6%. Can't talk. Then next time. Gao Zhendong took a deep breath. 10%. This is the bottom line. Even if we sell at a premium, those profits are here. If this is not the case, cooperation will not continue. That's goodbye. Zhao Minutes smiled softly and got up and ready to leave. Seeing Zhao Minutes' movement, Gao Zhendong's face was black. The first time he felt the trick of this woman, it was simply unreasonable. To put it bluntly, it was greedy. Wait, Mr. Zhao. Gao Zhendong called Zhao Minutes. The negotiation will continue. If it is dragged down by Zhao Minutes, it will be difficult to make up for the loss of the next time. How? Promise. Zhao Minutes reset back to the position. 16% is really too high. If you put it in any company, you can't accept it. Even if you go, I can't promise. Gao Zhendong said. The highest 11%. If you are taller, you can't promise. 15.8%. Or come next time. Zhao Minutes said. General Zhao, sincerely we have given it. You are like this, not good. Gao Zhendong sighed with anger. He did not want to talk, but must talk. Since this is not good, then let's talk next time. I will go on a business trip tomorrow. Zhao Minutes said. 11.5%. Gao Zhendong said with a bite. The negotiations continued. Gao Zhendong looked awkward and could only smash his teeth and swallow his stomach. Without mastering the core technology, it can only be threatened by people. This is a helpless reality. After an hour, the negotiations stopped. 13.1%, this licensing fee, has reached the bottom line, a little higher than they expected. Zhao Minutes, a woman, is simply a horror. I know that they will definitely accept it and eat them. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. After signing the licensing agreement, Gao Zhendong struggled to extract these words from his mouth. Chapter 259, freshly baked from the Marching Ant Company. Gao Zhendong's face has been bad. After the last time I went back to the Marching Ant Company, they were ready to be slaughtered. They expected that even if the Lion Company had a big opening, it could only have a price of 12%, but he underestimated Zhao Minutes. Although it is only 1.1% of the gap, but this price is calculated. The annual payment of billions of technical fees to the Army Ant Company. He doesn't know the licensing fees of other companies, but he can be sure that it is definitely higher than several companies in China. The only thing that can be done now is to get it back from the user. The price of mobile phones has increased by 13%, and mobile phones are only a few $100s. For current mobile phones and consumption levels, this price has risen and is still within the acceptable range of consumers. Let people release the news. We have already reached a cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. The new flagship machine S11, released 2 weeks later. Gao Zhendong said after the car, to the assistant next to him. Okay. The female assistant next to her nodded. The news of the cooperation between the Marching Ant Company and Samsung Company is sweeping like the wind. When foreign countries are reporting, the domestic network has already culminated. Many netizens on the internet are indignant at the two cooperations. For a long time, many people in South Korea feel sick. Now the Marching Ant Company and Samsung have reached a cooperation, and the network debate has revived. Some people said that they were disappointed with the Marching Ant Company, while others defended the Army Ant Company. This is a global era. The domestic mobile phone giants, the most normal cooperation between them. However, many companies used Samsung's screen, as well as memory technology. The debate started again. But for these remarks, the Marching Ant Company ignored it and worked as usual. Because of this questioning voice, they have long been used to it. Over time, this kind of remarks will disappear into the network. As long as you think about it with your mind, you know that the cooperation between the two companies is the most normal thing. Moreover, the Marching Ants are authorized to Samsung to make money. It is also the Marching Ants who earn their money. At this time, Zhao Minutes was holding a phone in the office, and the pen in his right hand was gently tapping on the table. After the smart assistant was authorized to Samsung, the fierce competition in the mobile phone market continues. However, the parties are not them, so the movement of the Army Ants Company is not big. And how they compete, it is the kingly way to make money silently. Mr. Alexander, you want to see our boss? I can't do it. I will tell him back. If you can, let him see you once when you come over. Okay, Miss Zhao, I am looking forward to seeing you. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Minutes thought about it and looked at the smart speaker on the desktop. Ink Girl, is the boss now having time? Now Marching Ants, both up and down, are artificial intelligence. The entire ant colony headquarters is like a large intelligent building, and the intelligence of the building is connected to Chen Mo's personal intelligent assistant. Chen Mo, the artificial intelligence assistant called Mo, followed Chen Mo for so long, and he was still familiar with these things. Ink is also the most advanced artificial intelligence of the Marching Ant Company, but no one knows her true intelligence, because in addition to Chen Mo, others cannot use this artificial intelligence. President, wait a moment, I ask. The Ink Girl opened her mouth. It didn't take long for the speaker to hear Chen Mo's voice. Are you looking for me? There is something. I want to talk to you. Come to the first floor. The third floor of the third laboratory, and show you something. By the way, the holographic projector is coming out. Zhao Minutes asked curiously. She knows that the technology hidden in building number 1 is a horrible secret. Now Chen Mo has spurred new technology. Now she doubts whether Chen Mo is an alien. I will know when I come. I still sell off. Zhao Minutes stunned and got up and left the office. On the first floor, the number of times Zhao Minutes came here, the number of two hands came over. Here is the automatic production, plus intelligent robots, all kinds of strange robots, no one's breath, just full of technology. Every time I come here, I have a feeling of seeing the future. Even she is worried that in science fiction movies, robots betray, and things that want to replace humans will not happen. With Chen Mo's sacred decree, Zhao Minutes entered the first building and started all the way. Not long after, Zhao Minutes went to the laboratory number 3 that Chen Mo said. "Come on, you are right, the holographic projector is out." Chen Mo pointed at the product on the experimental table. In front of him, there is a circular instrument, which is only one laptop in size. It is a silvery metallic color and a new luster. The instrument is covered with various small laser lights and the precision of the instrument's accessories, full of technology. After the day and night of the Ink Girl's day and night, with the help of the 3D printer, the design samples were created. This small instrument costs more than 2 million. Chen Mo is designing a holographic projector, and Zhao Minutes is the president of the company. She still knows this information. However, she was surprised that Chen Mo was made so soon. "Can this be used?" Zhao Minutes asked. "Freshly baked. I am preparing for testing. I am not sure." Chen Mo smiled. "Ink Girl, ready to open holographic projection." After pressing a button, Chen Mo waits. The light from the medium holographic projector illuminates and meets above the disc. Not long after, on the light curtain of the disc, there was a little girl wearing a white skirt, which looked like an ancient little princess. Very cute. This little girl is the image of the Ink Girl. The image of the projection is also a bit transparent, but it is really three-dimensional, 360 degrees without dead ends. Without knowing, we'll think that a ghost is suspended in the air. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo smiled. Zhao Minutes also revealed the color of surprise, and also turned around on the experimental table, carefully looking at the Ink Girl from all angles. This technique, she has only seen in science fiction movies, is seen here today. "Merg brother," Ink Girl said. "The internal operation of the instrument is stable, mainly there are some problems of color difference and color blur. To solve these problems, the image projected later will have higher realism, or add a projector. Linking projections from different directions can also add realism. Record the data, I will start to calculate the parameters of the optimized color blur," Chen said. This kind of holographic technology is essentially a three-dimensional image in the air, similar to the Mirage, but a little more advanced. Unlike the two-dimensional projection on the plane, this is a true 360-degree holographic projection with no dead ends. It can be used in various fields such as stereoscopic film, television, art exhibition, cultural relic protection, military map detection, microscopy, and water detection. There is a future in this technology. Whoever masters and uses this technology first gets tickets for the train to the future. How do you feel? Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes. "It's amazing. When will technology mature?" "It shouldn't be too long." Chen Mo smiled. "Yes. What are you looking for?" Zhao Minkai remembered that she came to Chen Mo's. "When I saw this, I almost forgot about the business. The European Rothschild family wants to cooperate with us on the mobile phone business, and their heir Alexander wants to see you." Chapter 260, Incan Women's Dismantling. The Rothschild family, a once popular family, was well known by the currency wars and was legendized by various online novels. At the peak, the family's financial resources can really affect a country's finances. But today's reality is that the family has become weak and has little influence on the world. In the late 19th century, the family made several fatal mistakes, and suffered 2 wars and the demise of the confiscation of assets by the former Soviet Union. Nowadays, after the historical changes, it has not caught up with the changes of the times. Now there is only one of the top 20 Rothschild banks in the world. It can be said that this former lion is old. The book Currency War deified the Roche family, and with the expansion of various online works, Many people think that this family is still the mysterious hand of world finance, but it has already declined, and its influence on the world is minimal. But the skinny dead camel is bigger than the horse. Even if the Roche family is small, it still controls one of the top 20 investment banks in the world. The accumulated resources of the family for many years are still huge, which is not comparable to the average giant. The most typical case is the case of Geely's acquisition of Volvo. Behind the acquisition of the snake swallow, there is the help of the Roche family. Otherwise, the little snake of Geely cannot swallow the elephant of Volvo. The presence of Roche in China is the Rothschild Financial Group. Over the years, this veteran family has still not given up its efforts to restore the glory of the past. The first cooperation between the Army and Company and Roche is the sales of intelligent robots. The Agency of Intelligent Robots in Europe is a company controlled by the Roche family. For a long time, their mobile phone business did not enter Europe. A big reason is the joint blockade of major European telecommunications companies. It may be worried that their mobile phones enter the market and touch the vested interests of too many people, which is the oligarch behind them who do not want to see. Now the Roche family wants to work with them on the mobile phone business, which is obviously a bit ambitious. Do they really want to cooperate on the mobile phone business? Chen Mo asked. Yes, Zhao Minitz definitely nodded. At the age of 37, Alexander took over Rothschild Bank from his father. It is ridiculous for him to take over the bank so young. But now the world is different. As the genius manager of the Roche family, the hope of the Roche family's resurgence is also on him, so it is definitely a risk to act. The last time I acted as an intelligent robot, and this time I wanted to work with us on the mobile phone business. It was his idea. High risk, high income. The environment of this era, age does not represent great wisdom. If you can cooperate, it is best, although the mobile phone business is not our main business. But there is money, no one is too much, especially foreigners. Money. He may come over in the next few days. When will I let him come over and meet you? Zhao Minitz asked. Yes. Chen Mo nodded. I will go first, do not disturb your research. Zhao Minitz looked at the holographic projector on the experimental table and turned away. When Zhao Minitz left, Chen Mo turned and looked at the computer screen. Ink Girl, now to optimize the problem of color blur, and call out the formula. Okay, Mercedes. Ink said, the best way to optimize the quality of holographic images is to use two projectors to project projections from different directions, which can improve image quality. It's really a method, but the projection of a single projector, the image quality must be as good as possible. Chen Mo carefully scanned the formula, and the calculations and results were flashing in his mind. Commercial holograms, such as virtual idol concerts, Hatsune Miku, Liu Otani, etc., are all pseudo-holograms, and must have a specific angle to be effective. Chen Mo is now the holographic technology of a projection. 360 degrees without dead ends, is the real hologram. But now the color is blurred, that is, the quality of the image. It is more perfect to optimize. Momgo, what kind of product do you use for this medium-sized holographic projector? Asked the Ink Girl. Holographic TV, holographic computer, should be no problem. And the laboratory needs to be modified. No Iron Man. Stark's laboratory holographic work environment can control the holographic image at will. It is quite good. Brother, do you want to transform a kind of laboratory? Asked the Ink Girl. I really thought about it. Chen Mo nodded. Imagine yourself being as savvy as a science fiction movie, and Chen Mo is still a little excited. The picture of a science fiction movie appears on itself. Brother, the Ink Girl has to tell you the fact that you have seen more movies. In the words of the Ink Girl, Chen Mo's brain emerged with 3 black lines. He was dismantled by artificial intelligence, and he also said that he had seen more movies. What do you mean? That kind of technology can't be realized? Chen Mo asked. It's not impossible, it's useless, or it's not practical. Do you want Stark to throw the control holograms away? From a biological point of view, that's a superfluous operation, it's a waste of time. A study, hundreds of formulas and modules. Sometimes some need, some do not. You will also pick one by hand, and then throw them away one by one. Tired? Unless specific models and stereoscopic images require true holographic techniques, most research, formulas, and literals do not use that holographic technique, and pseudo-holography is sufficient. As you said, it seems to be loading, right? It just looks like it's installed and it's not practical. Technically, which technology is too expensive? You can do it with $10. But use 100,000 pieces to do it. You use your finger to point a little, and you can say what you can do with your mouth, but you have to walk around and throw it away. Stop. Chen Mo hurriedly stopped. The whole person was not good. The ink girl even learned the word loading and used it on him. If Zhao Minutes still heard it here, it is estimated that he could smile on the ground. Cannot see. The ink girl also has the potential of Tang Yan. I just said it. Chen Mo was depressed and looked at the computer screen and said, then you said that the laboratory display wants to transform the taller one. What should I do? Use a glass screen. The ink girl said, with a holographic plate, you can use a glass screen as a medium, or other pure water transparent screen, so that there is a holographic effect. The energy consumption is smaller than that, and it looks more practical. When you need to use real holography, you can use modeling, holographic projection, or it is waste, said the ink girl. It's very smart. Chen Mo is speechless, and the ink girl has already returned to think so much. Thank you for your compliment. The light on the holographic tray lit up, and the image of the ink girl ran out and smiled at Chen Mo. It's really smart to boast what you should. Don't say this first. First optimize the image quality of the instrument first, then go back and discuss the problem. Chen Mo put his eyes on the formula of the computer screen and began to enter the research state. Chapter 261, How do you want to cooperate? Outside the Marching Ant Company, 3 cars are slowly approaching. Alexander sat in a black Audi in the middle of the car, looking calmly at the Marching Ant Company headquarters outside the window. In various photos and news, he saw the building many times, so it was the first time to watch it at close range. The Marching Ant Company emerged without warning and quickly became a world-class unicorn. The time is too short and many people have not even responded. The information of Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes has appeared on the desks of the world. Countless people want to get shares in the Marching Ant Company, but they can't. Regardless of the proximity of any form, the acquisition of the shares of the Marching Ant Company was all rejected, because it is a sole proprietorship. The Marching Ant Company did not disclose the financial status. The real income of the Marching Ant Company is still a mystery in the industry. According to the preliminary statistics of major investment institutions, the cash held by the Marching Ants Company surpasses any technology company and is the most wealthy company in the world. Many big sisters know that all the current shares of the Marching Ant Company are almost in the hands of Chen Mo. The Loki young man has already become a climate. It can be said that Chen Mo is already the richest person in the world. When he was young, he took control of the top 20 investment banks in the world and looked very good. However, he is very powerful. Compared with Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, there is still a gap. He is an inheritance of the family's industry, and Chen Mo and Zhao Minutes, who started from scratch, will build the Army Ant Company. When Alexander returned to God, the car had entered the Marching Ant Company. Zhao Minutes has been waiting at the door of the company. Next to her is Xiaoyu and a robot. There are also some company welcoming staff behind. Alexander is also an important partner of their cooperation. The first time they came to cooperate, and the cooperation in the field of mobile phones, Zhao Minutes will naturally not be slow. It is almost the highest standard reception that Zhao Minutes personally greets. During this time, many people have been ignorant of the cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. The Marching Ant Company is an alternative to the scientific and technological community. It is somewhat similar to Huawei, but it is different. Huawei will distribute the shares to the researchers. The shares of the Marching Ants are only in the hands of one person, and no one is allowed to intervene. Many of these amnesties are also very helpless. They have no way to take the army and company, whether it is a technical blockade or a resource blockade. It is useless. Technology itself, resource blockade, and the beginning is possible. It is now impossible. Many technology companies have developed, relying on a round of financing, and then using the resources of financing companies to grow and develop. The Marching Ant Company is using absolute technical advantages, and it is hard to break this law. It suddenly develops and grows during the period when everyone does not pay attention. This rise has no omen, absolute technological superiority, and the spread of information in the Internet era. The outside world cannot stop. The practice of marching ants threatens the vested interests of many large groups. Other areas are fine, like seismographs and intelligent robots, because they are the industry standard, because there is no competition. But in areas such as mobile phones and computers, people who work together must be cautious because they may attract more powerful enemies. This time, Alexander personally came to seek cooperation in the mobile phone market, and Zhao will pay such attention. They also take certain risks when they do this. Miss Zhao, hello. When Alexander saw Zhao, he greeted him and said in a lame Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Alexander, I didn't expect you to still speak Chinese." "Only a little bit. Huaxia is very attractive to me. I will find a teacher to teach me to learn Chinese in the future," Alexander said in English. "Oh," Zhao reported with a smile, holding his hand and looking at him. Alexander is only in his 30s and looks smaller than his actual age. His suit has short hair and a flat smile on his face. The temperament naturally exudes elegance, and does not alienate him. From him, Zhao saw a true aristocratic temperament. This kind of temperament is only available to those who study aristocratic etiquette all the year round. In his 30s, he took over an investment bank with a history of more than 200 years. Zhao had to admire the power of Roche's previous generation of power. Alexander is also looking at Zhao, an Eastern woman who is 10 years younger than him. He is the second person of the Marching Ant Company and one of the top decision makers of the Marching Ant Company. Even if he is self-invested in managing genius, he did not have Zhao wrists 10 years ago. Many big sisters know that the Marching Ant Company has always been Zhao in management. It can be said that the big Marching Ant Company is built by Zhao, although it is the basis of the technology products behind it. If there is no ability, even if there is a product, it is impossible to build such a huge unicorn. Acting intelligent robots, let them make a small profit, and let them see the potential of the Marching Ant Company. Previously they were Rothschild Bank, just an investment consultant. Family-style banks have limited influence. Times are changing, and they must change. This change can be started from other fields. Therefore, after his father saw his ability, he would hand the bank to him, hoping that he could change the family situation. This time, I am looking for a deeper cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. Once the Marching Ant Company succeeds, they may not be able to catch a ride, and the rise of the Roche family is not impossible. After a little look, Zhao took the lead and took him to the company. We talk inside. Okay. Alexander and Zhao shouldered shoulder to shoulder into the Marching Ant Company. Alexander did not have any accidents when he saw the robots walking around the army. The last time they got the exclusive agency of intelligent robots in Europe, the robots. They also bought a few of them, so it is not surprising that this scene. Miss Zhao, what about your boss? Does he want to see me? Alexander asked. He was in the lab. When he did the experimental research, I didn't dare to bother. But you can rest assured that he will definitely come out before you leave. Zhao said. The entire company dare to disturb Chen Mo to do research. It is estimated that only small fishing. However, Xiaoyu is fine and will not go to Chen Mo's laboratory. It seems that Mr. Chen Mo's success is not accidental. Then let's talk about it first. Alexander nodded with a smile. As long as Chen Mo promised to meet him, it was good. It is true. Zhao agreed. Speaking of it, we both have similarities. Oh, how do you say this? Zhao asked. They are technology companies, and Rothschild Bank is an investment group. One is an industry and the other is an investment consultant. It seems that the nature is not the same. We are all a family." Alexander laughed. Understand what he meant? Zalminitz would smile. It is true. The Marching Ant Company is a sole proprietorship, and Rothschild Bank is a family business of Roche, and it is indeed a family. Sticking to family management is one of the reasons for the decline of Rothschild. At the beginning, they gave up the opportunity to go public, and Citibank and Morgan Group seized the opportunity to raise funds and use huge cash resources to make Roche far behind. Entering the conference room, two people have also taken seats. Everyone sat down, and Alexander said, "Miss Zhou, this cooperation. We came with sincerity. How do you want to cooperate?" Chapter 262, Cooperation Unexpectedly. Alexander was so open-minded, and Zalminitz did not care. He took the documents from the little fisherman and handed it to him. "This is the original agreement with the Altis Group. It has already been negotiated. They have temporarily changed and caused the cooperation to be interrupted. This time you want to cooperate. You may wish to look at this agreement. If accepted, we can cooperate according to the contents of the agreement. You need to add other terms. You can also say it." When I got the documents, Alexander looked carefully. The agreement stipulates that Party A can provide Party B with a custom machine for 80% of the market price, while Party B must open all its stores and cooperate with Party A on the store resource channel. Party A can participate in Party B's numbering and solve the problem of Party B's difficulty in registering and channel dealers' remuneration. Party A is responsible for preventing the separation of the machine card, and the problem of the consumer taking the subsidy of the operator's phone bill. These are the terms of the agreement. This clause can be said to be equal and mutually beneficial to both parties, and even more beneficial to Party B. At the beginning, Zalminitz was trying to grab the European market and made a small step when he talked with the Altis Group. As a result, the Altis Group was insatiable and wanted their shares, and the final cooperation ended. Seeing this agreement, the normal operators will not refuse. Obviously it is a win-win situation. The Altis Group's termination of cooperation with the Marching Ant Company made a lot of noise, and he also got news. The cooperation between the Altis Group and the Marching Ants was interrupted because the consortium behind the Altis Group wanted to acquire shares in the Marching Ants and was rejected and turned down. Since then, no operators in the European market have dared to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company, and even no agents. The Marching Ant Company wants to open the branch in Europe and is also obstructed. Behind this, there are some people who are preventing Marching Ants from entering the European market. He is also considered to be sufficient to make this choice. When Roche wants to rise, he must take a little risk. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to rise and restore the glory of the past. After carefully reviewing the cooperation agreement, Alexander handed the agreement to a think tank study. "Mr. Alexander, what terms are not satisfactory? Can you say it?" Zalminitz said. "It's very good. To be honest, these terms, I have already moved. The Altis Group has not cooperated with you. It is a big loss for them," Alexander said without hesitation. Zalminitz smiled a little and couldn't help. "First of all, we must first ask a question, so as not to get back from time to time. We have just been holding a telecom operator in a small European country. The scale is not as big as Altis, and it is not comparable to Wofingta, so the initial order may not be too big," Alexander said. "This time, in order to cooperate with Marching Ants, they only control a telecom operator. The purpose is to make the cooperation between the two parties deeper. In order to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company, he has indeed made a bloodshed. I don't care about your size. I believe in your strength. We can give you the general agent of the European market, just like an intelligent robot." Zalminitz said. "What they need now is a fulcrum in Europe. As long as there is a fulcrum, they have the confidence to shake the market." The sporadic purchasing staff came to China to buy a butterfly iPhone to go back, but the scale was too small. In order to occupy a larger market, There must be an operating point in Europe to be able to grow bigger. Although Roche's style is small, the resources accumulated over the years are very large. If there is an opportunity, it will definitely rise. They are not short-term cooperation, but long-term cooperation, and the scale can be developed. Alexander looked to the side of the think tank. These people are the think tanks he brought, some of which his father had found him, and some of whom he hired. He came over this way. These think tanks are not helpful to his decision-making, so this time with the important cooperation of the Marching Ant Company, he brought the most capable people in the think tank. Seeing the head of the brains nodded slightly, Alexander only turned his attention to Zalminitz. I said that I came with sincerity. Since there is a ready-made agreement, we will directly use this agreement as a template, and delete some unnecessary terms. By the way, talk about the general agent. Zalminitz smiled easily. Yes. The two began to confirm the terms, and 1 hour later, based on the original agreement, a new agreement was born. Some of the terms that apply only to the Altis Group environment have been reduced, adding some of their own terms. The two sides also confirmed that the European distributor of mobile phones will be handed over to Roche at a price that is 20% lower than the market price. The company that cooperated is the company that last acted as an intelligent robot. The two sides signed the name, stamp, the company seal, and the cooperation was officially reached. This cooperation is smoother than imagined. Alexander's bet ants, and some of the terms negotiated by the Marching Ants and the Altis Group are also very good, which in turn has reduced the time for negotiations. Happy cooperation. When will Mr. Chen Mo come out? Alexander and Zalminitz asked with a handshake. His words just fell. A robot in the conference room said, President, Mr. has just come out not long, now waiting for you in the office. The gentleman said that after talking about cooperation, you can go to him. When he heard the translation explaining to him the robot, Alexander looked at Zalminitz. It's really punctual. He came out. Let's go with you now, said Zalminitz. Okay. Alexander smiled politely, took an assistant, and left Zalminitz to leave the meeting room. This time, in addition to talking about cooperation, one of the most important things is to see Chen Mo. The legendary young man. He always wanted to see one side. Come here today? Certainly not to miss such a good opportunity. Chen Mo is sitting in the office, looking at the computer screen, thinking about the design of the micro-holographic projector. The color ambiguity problem of the medium holographic projector has been revised, and the ink girl is now making a second sample according to the modification. When the sample comes out, you can see the results. He is currently designing a micro-holographic projector, and the technology library requires the design of 3 holographic projectors for the examination to pass. Holographic technology problems. He has a scientific library as a reference, and will not encounter too many problems. The problem is to design and improve the projector. The design problem can only depend on himself. But fortunately, the computing power of the ink girl, plus his own, the speed is okay. Now the medium holographic projection has been completed, leaving only the design of large holographic projections and miniature holographic projectors. Large holographic projectors with large projection range and high image quality requirements. The micro holographic projector requires no more than 5 inches. The requirements for spare parts are very precise. If there is a slight deviation, it will fail and the problem will not be small. But now he is thinking about designing a miniature holographic projector. Merg brother, the president with Mr. Alexander, has reached the door. When he was thinking about the design problem, the ink girl interrupted. Save these designs, and prepare some tea by the way. Chen Muzen ink girl turned off the design of the miniature holographic projector, picked up a coat and waited for them to arrive. Chapter 263, Less Struggle for a Lifetime. Zalminitz said that the heirs of the Roche family met with each other there. Chen Mo specially asked the ink girl to collect the information of the Roche family and read it again. The former Roche family was indeed a sturdy family, but after several wars and changes, it has been subtle, without the glory of the past. However, even if the style is small, The details are beyond the reach of the general giants. The huge network of people is the capital that the family has survived for hundreds of years without disappearing. The largest acquisition in China's history, Unicom's acquisition of Netcom for $24 billion, Geely's acquisition of Volvo, Nestlé's $11.9 billion acquisition of Pfizer's children's nutrition business, and Rothschild Bankers trading advisor for these mergers and acquisitions. In addition, there are many other forms of mergers and acquisitions, all with the shadow of the Roche family. The Roche family missed the US market in the past and declined. In recent years, the Roche family has actively participated in China's domestic investment, seeking to catch up with the rise of the Chinese market. This family has a low-key style of work, and every time he experiences a disaster, he can survive as hard as Xiaoqiang. In the financial world, I don't know the Roche family, just like learning physics doesn't know Newton. The Roche family has always relied on consulting business to make money. More than half of the profits are from consulting business around the world. Now Alexander is in the upper position and actively cooperates with them. It is estimated that he wants to change his mind. Chen Mo has seen photos of Alexander in his 30s. He took over a top 20 investment bank in the world. If he does not have the ability, it is impossible. Dare to cooperate with the marching ant company in the containment of many giants. I have to say that this Alexander is very daring. During Chen Mo's thoughts, Zhao Minitz and Alexander and others have already arrived at the door of the office. Alexander saw Chen Mo, and there was an incredible flash in his eyes. He has seen Chen Mo many times in videos and pictures, but I am younger and more handsome than I see. It is such a magical young man who propped up the marching ant company in the shortest possible time. If you say that the scientist who is the most cattle in the 21st century, there will definitely be someone who chooses Chen Mo. Robots, artificial intelligence, computer languages, materials, seismographs, etc. This young man is almost omnipotent. This is the real top god. And he also very much appreciates Chen Mo's style of acting, young and not arrogant, which is very similar to him. Long-term name, Chen. Alexander is speaking Chinese, not very familiar. It is estimated that he has practiced for a while. At this moment Alexander took Chen Mo's hand with a smile on his face, like an old man who had not seen for many years. You are polite, Mr. Alexander. Sitting inside, Chen Mo reached out and took Alexander to the office. Mr. Alexander, I will go first if I have something, then we will contact again. After entering the office, Zhao Minitz said, Boss, you talk, I am going to deal with the company's affairs. Xiao, you stay to help. Zhao Minitz gave a speech and turned and left. She has a lot of things to deal with. Here with Alexander, it is enough to have Chen Mo alone. She does not have to waste time here. Miss Zhao is very smart and capable. You can find her as a president. It is really a vision. Zhao Minitz left, and Alexander took the lead in finding a topic. She really does. Chen Mo smiled. If anyone can marry Miss Zhao, I will definitely be able to fight for a lifetime. You are right, Chen. Alexander said half jokingly. Chen Mo's cheeks twitched, and the eyes were watching the side, and he saw Xiaoyu's eyes like laughing and laughing. If Alexander knew that the person sitting next to him was his wife, he would dare not say this. You don't have to struggle, but unfortunately I have a fiancé. Chen Mo smiled. When he heard Chen Mo say that he had a fiancé, Alexander was surprised. Mr. Chen's fiancé is definitely beautiful. Very good. Really? Chen Mo nodded. She is the most beautiful in my heart. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, the angle of the small fisherman's mouth floated a little, and his heart was blooming. Even if Chen Mo was deliberately told to her, she still liked to listen. When I get married, remember to ask me. Don't ask me, I have to run over myself. Alexander smiled. I will definitely ask for it. Chen, is this robot your new robot? Alexander turned his attention to the robot that was being translated by Chen Mo Andang. This robot is different from the robots they sell on the market. Yes. Chen Mo nodded gently. Is there a new feature added? Alexander asked. No. Data and design optimization. It's just my own custom work. It is my robot assistant, Chen Mo said. The new intelligent robot is smarter, and the internal chip is already a superconducting chip, and the calculation speed is faster. Because of the existence of special room temperature superconducting materials, such robots are unlikely to appear on the market in a short time. After hearing the assistant's translation, Alexander said, "When is this robot listed?" "There is no way to mass production," Chen Mo said. "This style is much better than the first one." Alexander looked at the robot's eyes. Naturally, he didn't know that there was a superconducting chip inside. After regaining his gaze, he said again, "This time, there is one thing you said," Chen Mo said. "The first thing is investment." "Chen, are you interested in investing in the telecommunications industry?" Alexander said, "We are currently holding a telecommunications company. If you want to enter this industry, we can invest together to make this company bigger." Investing in telecommunications companies? Chen Mo thought, if you invest, you can ask Zhao Minutes. If she thinks it is feasible, the company should invest. He does not focus on the telecommunications industry and does not understand the industry. The Marching Ant Holding has been established for a period of time and is all managed by Zhao Minutes. The company's investment is also handled by Zhao Minutes. These things are not interested in understanding management, and they are given authority to Zhao Minutes to do it. He is only responsible for the signature of the project. If he feels that some investment is really not feasible, he can also veto. "Then I will talk back to Miss Zhao again." Alexander smiled. Chen Mo did not refuse face to face. "There is still a chance, Chen, when to go to Europe to play. I must remember to contact me, when I will give you a tour guide." Finding a good person and building a deep personal relationship is an important way for Roche to do business. This time, there is another purpose, that is, to hand over Chen Mo, a friend. "There will be opportunities," Chen Mo said. He has no plans to go abroad for the time being. On several occasions, the killers have found the country, and if they go abroad, no one can guarantee that something will happen. Foreign countries are no more domestic than the world controlled by capital. If the other party wants to find him trouble, it is really troublesome. The two chat in the office like ordinary friends, are some ordinary things, just to close the relationship, during which Alexander also taught Chen Mo a little investment tips. After the chat, go out to eat directly. As the owner, Chen Mo can't slow down each other. Make friends, let alone friends of Roche's old family. When there is a need, the family's connections are very wide. He does not like to participate in the dinner. This time has passed. The dinner was not finished until the evening, and Chen Mokai and Xiaoyu went back to the villa. Chapter 264, Shopping malls like battlefields. When Alexander returned to the room, he sat on the sofa and thought about the next contact with Zhao Minutes. In order to cooperate with the Marching Ant Company, they have controlled a telecom operator in a small country in Europe. This time, the first is cooperation, and the second is to seek for marching ants to finance the company and expand the company. Today, Chen Mo said this. Chen Mo did not agree, and did not refuse, but let himself talk to Zhao Minutes. As long as Zhao Minutes promised, with the funds of the Army Ants Company, their group's network resources will be strong, and they will certainly grow and develop in the future. They will also work more deeply with the Army Ants. This time, I came to the Army Ant headquarters to further strengthen his cooperation with the Army Ant Company. While thinking, his cell phone suddenly sounded and he looked at the number. The next moment, Alexander's face became unsightly. "Okay, I will go back as soon as possible." Hanging up the phone, Alexander frowned, relying on the sofa. His face could not see the anger. After a long time, dialed a phone. Upon returning home, Xiao stood in front of Chen Mo and helped him untie his tie. Her movements are natural and gentle, as if I am used to it. This is what Xiao often does. These little things are the flavoring agents of life. Just like Chen Mo also often blows her hair, doing something for each other can also give life a little more fun. After the shower, the two also sat together on the sofa in the hall. Xiaoyu is and Chen Mo Hui, holding a fruit platter and watching TV. Chen Mo, who is also holding a tablet, is thinking about the design of miniature holographic projectors. Husband, incense burner beach villa, the house has been built, ready to start renovation. The style of decoration, if you want to change, I can talk to the construction party. Xiaoyu suddenly opened. The design of the villa is designed by Chen Mo to help the female woman to design according to his favorite style. After doing the work of designing the drawings and calculating the load-bearing capacity of the house, hand over the drawings to the construction party. After that, all of them were following the small fishing, and Chen Mo never asked. The construction party is the China construction group of the construction company's army and company headquarters. I didn't expect the action to be so fast. Now it has begun to be renovated. I should ask if you have a style you like. The interior design is designed by the Ink Girl according to my thoughts. It must be the style I like. If you have an idea and want to change it, you can talk to the construction party, as long as you like it. Chen Mo said. Don't change it, what you like is what I like. Xiaoyu took a piece of apple meat and put it in Chen Mo's mouth. Then don't have to change. Chen Mo said. The style of the villa is the style full of futuristic and technological sense, and the theme of the ocean. Xiaoyu likes the sea, so I will definitely like the villa there. Why did you want to build a big villa like that? Asked Xiaoyu. There is no money for spending more money. This answer makes Xiaoyu unable to spit. And, this villa is used for marriage later. Hearing the wedding, Xiaoyu stayed, looked up and quietly looked at Chen Mo, seems to be dreaming about something. Suddenly laughed silly. Your unexpected appearance is to fantasize about wearing a wedding dress. Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu's silly smile and couldn't help but laugh. Nothing. Xiaoyu's face was red, and there was a dim sum. You will blush when you lie and be shy, and you will not be able to lie when you lie. Bad egg, ignore you. Xiaoyu's careful thoughts were dismantled, snoring and pretending to be angry. I will personally design a wedding dress for you in the future. Chen Mo said. Really? Xiaoyu's voice was filled with surprises, and his eyes were all with small stars. Just now, he was thrown into the clouds. She does not ask Chen Mo whether it will be designed, but in her mind, Chen Mo is omnipotent. And there are also ink women who are helping. I didn't even yell at my bad guys. Just ignore me. Have I said that? I didn't say it. Xiaoyu blinked and looked forward. Quickly say, what you just said is true. Of course it is true. I promised to let you be the most beautiful bride. This is not to say, reward you for one of my favorite strawberries. When he first came to the company the next day, Zhao Minitz brought a message to Chen Mo. Alexander last night booked a ticket directly back to Europe. This news is beyond Chen Mo's expectations. Yesterday they only had a meal at the hotel, and they were prepared to talk to them about the telecom operators today. I didn't expect to go back so soon. What happened? Chen Mo asked Zhao Minitz. He contacted me last night and talked to me about the shareholding of telecom operators, but I refused. Zhao Minitz said. I can't be rejected by you. Don't tell me. Don't you? Of course it is impossible. I also woke up this morning and received the news. Zhao Minitz took care of his thoughts, took out his mobile phone and opened the news page and handed it to Chen Mo. Last night, a core executive at Rothschild Bank committed suicide. At least the reason for the news was suicide. How specific is not clear. In the hands of this executive, there is an investment plan of Roche, and all the contents of the plan are leaked, including plans to cooperate with our company for investment institutions. Investment plans are their roots, just like the technology of our company, which is a trade secret. Roche's main business is now investment and consulting business. This kind of thing happens, and the confidence of investors and customers is a blow. It can be said to be a crisis of trust. Investors are now very dissatisfied with them, especially the few companies in the plan. It was not long before Alexander took office, so young, and there must be people who refuse to accept it at home. I am afraid they will have trouble in the near future. It seems that things are more complicated than we think, Chen Mo said. It's really complicated. Shopping malls are like battlefields. It's the most basic thing. The information is the root of the battlefield. Knowing ourselves and knowing each other can be the generals of Chengxing. When Roche's investment plan is leaked, the map of the troops is lost. Continue. It is very likely that the opponent will dig and slam. Zhao Minutes paused and continued. And the industry rumors that there are consortia to deal with Roche, their large investment. After the planned leak, there have been some conditions. This is a precursor. It's wonderful. Chen Mo said, they plan to have our company. Will we have trouble? Will not. Zhao Minutes shook his head gently and placed a plan in front of Chen Mo. This morning, I got the plan of Roche's leak through the channel. That's it. About our company, this is the business of working with us on the mobile phone business, as well as plans for telecom operators. I refused to control the telecom operator. If the mobile phone is attacked, we are only failing to enter the European market again. It is impossible to talk about the loss and it has no effect on our internal decision making. We have nothing to do. Just eat melons and watch the show. After talking with Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo returned to the laboratory. Roche's business is not something they should manage, and it can't be controlled. The complicated interests, and casual participation, will only bring trouble. Chapter 265, Alexander's phone. Rothschild Bank executives committed suicide, and the investment plan leaked things, continuing to ferment through the internet and various media. The mall is an information game. The opponent knows your information, and you don't know the bottom of the opponent. The final result will be miserable. As an investment institution, the investment plan is leaked, which is very serious. Almost naked, bare naked, exposed to the opponent. In the investment plan of the company, the market value is affected. There are varying degrees of changes. There are serious declines, and there are also rapid rises. After all, they are all companies that are valued by Roche. The prospects are certainly not bad. Ordinary investors will naturally join them. The Marching Ant Company is a sole proprietorship and has no listing, so it has no real impact. There are several companies that have publicly announced that they will discontinue cooperation with Rothschild Bank and turn their business to another investment bank. Rothschild Bank is also greatly affected by the credibility of the industry because of this incident. But for outsiders, this scene is enough to watch. This family, which has been inherited for more than 200 years, has always remained mysterious. This incident exposed them to ordinary people and it is impossible to keep a low profile. Another is the investment plan leak, but also suicide, just like the Spy War TV series. Many people don't believe in such a wonderful story. There will be no deeper inside, because there are marching ants in the plan. This news also occupies the headlines of the domestic media. The Marching Ant Company has always been a hot topic, and this plan leaked, and it also exposed Roche's cooperation with the Marching Ant Company. Regarding the various rumors of the internet, the Public Relations Department only issued a statement that was not painful, and other things did not respond. The main character of this incident is the Roche family. As a supporting role, the Marching Ant Company has not been affected too much and continues to operate as always. The bigger network paradox. They have personally experienced it, and now this is simply drizzling. Chen Mo is designing a miniature holographic projector in the office. The medium holographic projector is being remodeled and the sample has not yet come out, so he first designed the micro holographic projector. My brother, Mr. Li, came back with Wang Hai. The ink girl suddenly spoke. Oh, Chen Mo stopped the action in his hand. Wang Hai. They were taken away by Li Chengzi. It has been half a month and finally came back today. Take them directly. Not long after, the Enchantress robot took Li Chengzi and others into Chen Mo's office. With him, there are 8 people, Wang Hai and Yang Liuoyong. All the staff arrived. Boss. Wang Hai saw Chen Mo and gave him a ceremony. You're welcome. Chen Mo looked at 4 people. How do you feel? It feels very good now. Wang Hai said confidently. The other three also followed. They were scared by this potential development. At first, they were a little bit embarrassed, but after they actually used the potion, they knew the horror of this potion. Now they feel that they are stronger than the peak state before retirement. That's good. Chen Mo nodded and looked at Li Chengzi. You go down first, and I have a little talk with Li instructor. A few people nodded, knowing the next words. They were not convenient to listen. They turned and left. When they left, Li Chengzi sat on the sofa and his face became dignified. The test of the drug was very successful. After the test of this time, the results showed that in addition to the development potential, the drug can increase the immunity and vitality of the human body. Seeing the appearance of Li Chengzi, Chen Mo is also serious. This is what he took out. Looking at Li Chengzi's appearance, it seems that there is something wrong with it. It can extend life, Li Chengzi said. Is there still such a thing? Chen Mo was slightly surprised. It was a real accident. The technology he got from the technology library did not record the characteristics that can increase the life. A few days ago, the potion was used on an old head who was close to the oil. Li Chengzi was very cautious and his voice was deliberately depressed. The old headmaster, who stayed in bed when he was young, was bedridden last year. A few days ago, he was judged by a doctor. He left after a week. Finally, he and his son agreed to become a volunteer. After using the medicine, I can get out of bed and it is still fine. The doctor checks and judges that he can live for a while, and how long it will take before he can know. However, Wu Bing said that according to his physical condition, there is no accident, no more than 2 years. Not bad. Chen Mo nodded. It can increase life for more than a year, and it has not increased the horror of hundreds of years, but this is an extra surprise. This pharmacy will not work for the second time, so it will only increase once in a lifetime, and it cannot grow indefinitely. Otherwise, this medicine is really against the sky. Chen Mok knows that in the Science and Technology Library, there are technologies and drugs that can increase the lifespan of human beings. It's just that he hasn't gotten such a high right now. Yes, countless medical technology, let the current people. The average life expectancy is extended a little. You have this anti-day effect when you come out with this medicine. You just said it is good. Now people who know this news are the password is closed. So, tell me, Li Chengzi is speechless. You are the inventor of the pharmacy. You have the right to know the water. If you need research afterwards, you will need your help, and then tell you, it is not very good. In advance, I don't have much time to help. The last time I went to the capital to explain the technology to you, it is very interesting. I have a lot of research topics now. I don't know how to do it. You are so many experts, let me help. Can't say it, Chen Mo said. He must give Li Chengzi a vaccination in advance, or else he will come to find himself. Then he will not have to study. Don't worry, I said maybe, not necessarily, at most. Just answer a few questions. Li Chengzi knows that there will be such a result and he does not care. The other thing is that since your situation and identity are very special, Wang Hai has also been a special soldier. We gave Wang Hai a special treatment to protect you. Li Chengzi has a gun gesture, and the answer is self-evident. That's a good relationship. Chen Mo grinned. If you want to let the four of them sing Lanlan, they will stay. During this time, I will like them. These people are all elites in the elite. The more you come, the better. Chen Mo will not be too much. They can't do it. Li Chengzi shook his head. They are in special circumstances. The first batch of super soldiers are still in the exploratory stage. They have to go back, train and quest to explore the potential of this new service. When they get to that stage, if they are willing to come out, I will introduce it here. They are not willing to come out, and the future of the troops is bright. Okay, Chen Mo said helplessly. Chen Mo and Yang met a few people. After bidding farewell, Li Chengzi took them away. Wang Hai was also called into the office by Chen Mo. Your business, Li instructor told me. Starting today, your salary is increased by 50%. Work is still the original work. By the way, in the company's security team, find a few seedlings to train. Chen Mo said. The things he encountered were not once or twice. The first time he almost got an accident. So he always pays attention to the security issue. Understand? Wang Hai. Several people focus on the head. They all know that Chen Mo is trusting them and will let them contact the secret medicine so secretly. If they don't follow Chen Mo, they just go home. When they are ordinary people, they may marry and have children, and run for the family. They can have the current situation, which is given by Chen Mo. The best way to repay Chen Mo is to protect his personal safety. After chatting with Wang Hai, Chen Mo continued to start his own work. But not long after, the ink girl prompted him to have a call. Alexander's phone. Chapter 266. The answer to the riddle. Now that Roche is in trouble, Alexander also called him at this time, which is a bit interesting. Want to ask him to help through the storm, or is there anything else? Chen Mo thought about it, or chose to connect. Hello. Chen Mo connected. Alexander in the video smiled and greeted Chen Mo. Hello, Mr. Alexander. Chen Mo called the robot to translate it when needed. Don't bother you. No, that's good. I didn't say goodbye last time. I am sorry. I have encountered a little trouble here. You should have heard it, and I will solve it soon. I will visit you again. Welcome at any time. Chen Mo smiled. I sent you a small gift. Have you received it? Alexander continued after listening to the translation. Small gift? No. Chen Mo shook his head. He did not receive anything from Alexander. That should have not arrived yet. I just contacted Zhao. She said that she received it and should send it to you soon. Alexander said, that is my family's local product. I hope you like it. The last three words are spoken in Chinese, and the pronunciation is not accurate, but Chen Mo can understand. Local products. Chen Mo wondered what the local product of the Alexander family was. Yes, Alexander said, I will visit you again soon, and we can continue to communicate, Chen, and I will bother you again. I look forward to your arrival. Chen Mo smiled. Hanging up Alexander's phone, Chen Mo was thinking about what Alexander said about souvenirs. Just did not want to understand. Zhao Minutes went into Chen Mo's office. Behind her, Wang Hai holds a delicate box. Wang Hai put the box and turned and left. This is a gift from the Alexanders, Zhao Minutes said. This is what he said about souvenirs. Chen Mo looked at the exquisite box with the Roche logo on it. Local products. Just hang up with him. You come over. He said that he sent a little more of his family's local products. Chen Mo learned Alexander's accent. Zhao Minutes giggled. He is right. It is indeed his native product. What? Chen Mo curiously asked. Installation. Forced. Lafite Castle. Lafite is the souvenir of his family? Yes, I forgot that the winery is his home. This native product is really bullish. Chen Mo smiled and said, give me a bottle of 82 years of Lafite. Looking at his appearance, Zhao Minutes is speechless and directly chooses to ignore it. This goods actually learns to gamble. God. This wine is also more than 100,000 bottles. One bottle and one bottle. These two boxes are also collected by Alexander. It is definitely a treasure in the treasures. Many local tyrants are proud of the 82 years of Lafite. You take it well. Then, after coming to the house at home, take it out and force it. How much does it cost to sell this? Chen Mo asked with his chin. The people who can collect this kind of wine are generally people who don't need money. These Lafite are the best of them. This box, 1 million. Absolutely someone wants it. If you want to sell it, I will help you, Zhao Minutes said. Sure enough, poverty will limit the imagination. It is hard to ask for a bottle. This is a box, which is really not comparable to the average person. But who is the boss of Lafite? All sent over. Still keep. I heard that red wine can be beautiful. Take it back and give it to Xiao. She should like it. Zhao Minutes rolled his eyes, and his feelings were kept only to please the little fish, and he was fed a dog food invisibly. Do you want to bring a few bottles back? Chen Mo asked. I still have a box there. He sent 2 boxes. You and I are one person. This bribe is 2. Isn't it what he needs us to help? Take the soft hand and eat the mouth of the people. This Alexander, the abacus is quite big. It is impossible to let us help them out of the predicament. He also understands that we are only cooperative, not a partner of life and death. He also understands this. Zalminitz shook his head. Alexander is now a real pressure mountain. The investment plan is yellow. Some people in the family want to go up. Outside the family, there are consortia who want to attack them. Internal and external troubles. This is a good deal for us, because next, we may be his important cooperation partner. There is another important thing, that is, the disclosure of Roche executives has become more and more interesting. There are traces that some people are ready to deal with Roche. Who? Chen Mo also came to interest. Altis and Orange, the two major groups are involved, preparing to suppress the telecom company that Roche has just acquired. It is estimated that Roche is going to make the company bigger and grab their cake. Is it pressed before I started? Roche is a sleeping wolf. It is too late to wait until they get bigger and suppress. These years, the Roche has accumulated too many contacts. Now when the coaching change, the investment plan leaks, the family within the power, can be said to be the weakest. When you operate properly, this century-old family can fall apart. In addition, there are introductions in the leaked investment plan, and Roche wants to pull our company to participate in telecom operations. And the plan is detailed, although we refuse, but others don't know. We definitely think we will participate. We are sitting in China's huge cash, trapped in China, and a nest of powerful aggressive army ants. Once we have huge cash inflows, plus Roche's network of resources, you say they are afraid of being robbed of cakes? Zalminitz analyzed the powerful relationship among them to Chen Mo. Apple mobile phone in France, only Orange version. We are Apple's biggest rival, Altis Group not to mention. The last cooperation failed, friends become enemies. Do not suppress, let Roche become bigger, is to hit their faces. In addition to these two, there are also Pioneer Group, BlackRock Group and Samsung. I will not say Samsung, you should know. Pioneer Group and BlackRock are the largest private equity funds in the United States. They all have one thing in common, both holding Apple's. Pioneer Group is Apple's largest shareholder, and BlackRock's founding partner, Susan, is Apple's largest individual shareholder and Apple's board of directors. There are signs that the two are preparing to attack Roche in financial investment. And there are other small savvy pigs who see the wind. Zalminitz does not say this. Chen Mo really does not know the relationship is so complicated. So, Roche's dilemma, is there a reason for us? Chen Mo asked. Listening to the situation that Zalminitz is analyzing now, he also understands why so many companies are not willing to cooperate with them. Because of the nature of their company, and the Chinese enterprise, plus some political factors. Many capitals are vigilant to exclude them. So the company that works with them will become the target of capital. There is a part of our competition with Apple, and we have made a foreshadowing. Our company has entered the international market. This is a stimulating factor. Roche and our cooperation are our springboards for entering the international arena. Now we plan to disclose them. They are inevitably targeted by our opponents. This is why many people are not willing to cooperate with us in the mobile business. Our opponents are too strong. But not all of us. The Roche family also has some commercial rivals. And most importantly, Roche's family training. As long as you are united, you will be invincible. The day you break up will be the beginning of your loss of prosperity. What do you mean? Chen Mo seems to hear the taste of this. It's what you think. I don't think that Roche's important investment plan will be taken by a high-level executive casually and leaked out at such a critical time. Shopping malls such as battlefields. This battlefield is killing blood. Many things are mysteries. And it is always a mystery. Only the authorities know the answer to the riddle. Chapter 267, Daring London, England, inside an old castle estate. Alexander sat in the study and looked at the information on hand. His face was not very good. The suicide person, called Aide, is a senior bank member who was involved in the development of investment plans. It stands to reason that there is only a part of the plan in his hands. And the fact is that the complete investment plan broke out from his hands. There is a problem here, and there is no direct evidence that Ed has any tendency to commit suicide. A family is complete. healthy, and people who follow him are less likely to be short of money and have no psychological problems. But he is committing suicide. As for the information disclosure, after committing suicide, or after his killing, the murderer leaked the information. Even he does not know the answer. Find the best master of the case. The final conclusion is suicide. It took a long time for him to take over the banking group. And now it is such a big mistake. This is a very serious matter. Every family has a difficult experience, although the ancestral training makes them unable to fight. But like their family, this kind of thing is inevitable. Bank financial business is the most important business of their family. The profits of the winery business, the jewelry business and the art business will be returned to the banking group for investment. So in charge of banking business, it controls more than half of Roche. Anyone wants more power in their hands? There are many people staring at his position. The winery business, the heir to the business of Lafayette, his cousin Saskia, the heir to the diamond business, his cousin James, and the art business, the other cousins and some uncles. His cousins are not as weak as they are. The cousin Saskia is the first female head of their family's winery business. The family biography does not pass on the male's family training. Although it exists in name only, when it chooses the heir, there will be more or less tendency. Saskia can be the first female head, and the ability can be imagined. His brother James, his wife is the daughter of the American Hilton family, and the two marriages. When he first became the head of the banking group, the connections and support behind him can be imagined. If this matter is not handled well, the family will be suspected of his ability, and his situation will be even more difficult. While he was thinking about how to go next, a gray-haired, tuxedo, white-groomed butler took a document into the study and gently put the information in front of Alexander. "Young master, this is the latest information you need." I checked Ed's situation carefully. During this time, he did not contact any suspicious individual. There was no abnormal behavior, and there was no abnormality in the call history. There is no indication that he will commit suicide. Yeah? Alexander nodded and took the information. There was no accident in the words of the old butler. It was expected that this would be the result. Now he faces another dilemma. After the last acquisition of shares in telecommunications companies, there is currently not much mobile capital available. Although the Marching Ant Company promised to cooperate in the mobile phone business, it refused to participate in the telecom operation. If the investment plan is not leaked, they can conduct investment business normally, but now they are being targeted. Many investments have been aborted, or they have to be postponed. What is the movement on the other side of the family? Alexander asked. There is not much movement, but the outside world is quite big. There is a rumor outside. If you do not handle this incident well, the family may be replaced by a management bank. Some old people in the family are very dissatisfied with this incident. They have your father pressed, and for the time being they dare not go too far. However, you need to deal with this matter. It is best to make some achievements during this time and let them be convinced. Otherwise it may be a little troublesome. Many people in the family objected to the cooperation with marching ants. Said the old butler, "What did your father say?" "The Lord did not say anything about the cooperation between you and the marching ants. There was no clear consent and no objection. The investment plan leaked things and did not speak." The old housekeeper said. "Yeah?" Alexander said silently. Seeing Alexander's appearance, the old housekeeper could not make up his mind. For their family, in their 30s, in charge of the family's main investment bank, Alexander is still young. However, Alexander's father used his influence to suppress some of the dissatisfaction within the family, which allowed Alexander to go up, hesitating. The old butler still chose to open. The age difference between the two is too great. He is an old antique of the last era. Many opinions can only be provided by Alexander. There are a lot of troubles in the family now, some of which are brought in by cooperation with marching ants. For example, the Altus Group and Orange on the bright side, as well as Apple, Pioneer Group, etc. Alexander listened quietly and motioned him to continue. If you can publicly terminate the cooperation with the marching ants, perhaps the pressure outside the family will not be so great. The old butler said cautiously. In the known situation, there are several who suppress them, and some have seen the capital of the rudder. He is not in trouble, he is really troublesome, and because the opponents recruited by the marching ants, none of them are vegetarian. There is no need to say this, and the cooperation with the marching ants will not be interrupted, only deeper. Alexander spoke, his voice was unquestionable. The situation has been made, and he regrets it now, and he never regrets his decision. When the family lost the US market and declined, these years, China's rise, they value this young market, so the business and investment in China is also growing. The ancestors of their family bought the Lafite winery 150 years ago. But in the past 150 years, Lafite has not earned a penny for their family. This situation has been greatly changed because of China. The Chinese wine consumption market has turned their family's wine industry into an unprecedented profitable industry. In these years, the status of the wine business has also increased in the family. He is also optimistic about the Chinese market and enterprises. And in the Chinese market, there is a very special company, the marching ant, the nest of young ants, allowed him to see a unicorn with unlimited potential. So under pressure, he decided to cooperate with marching ants. No one eats crabs. He is the first person to eat crabs. After seeing Chen Mo last time, he was more determined to cooperate with the army ants. The young man who is younger than him, with every kind of manner, carries a sense of calmness and self-confidence, even if he is not sighing. Although he is not too old, he still has a lot of readings. He feels that he will never look at the wrong person. The gambling success. He is the legend of the family Zongxing, in the family history. Failure. He is not a family-style sinner. Staying timid, starving and timid. This is the mall. In the current situation, the probability of finding Ed's death is getting smaller and smaller. Even if there are black hands behind the scenes, then the long-term re-emergence, their losses, cannot be recovered. It's better to spend time on what to do. Arrange. I will go to China again tomorrow, Alexander said. Young master, will this time come over again? Will it bring more trouble? Asked the old housekeeper. Is there any trouble, more trouble than the leak of the current investment plan? Chapter 268. Very smooth. Alexander once again came to China, and did not deliberately conceal the itinerary, but a high-profile choice for the reporter to expose. Now that Rothschild Bank is on the verge of turmoil, the investment plan leaks almost the headlines of the financial and financial media. Numerous attentions have made this mysterious family exposed once in the public eye. As the head of Roche's main investment bank, Alexander's actions are naturally subject to the attention of all parties. Among the plans for exposure, there are cooperation plans for cooperation with marching ants. Many people speculate that this time, Alexander is likely to seek cooperation in marching ants to help them out of the woods. Although Roche's current influence in the financial world is minimal, the impact of the marching ant company is not small. The marching ants have caused the stock prices of several major technology giants in the United States to fluctuate drastically. This is just enough to see the influence of marching ants. In the event that the two companies are truly united, the capital community may be subject to a storm of change. Alexander's car has arrived outside the headquarters, and you can see the headquarters of the marching ant company with a futuristic design. At this time, his eyes were calm. Despite the difficulties, he knows that keeping calm can solve problems faster. This time, the army ant company is taking risks. After the investment plan was exposed, other companies did not say that the opponents of the marching ant company looked at them at Roche. There are also many people who oppose him on the family side, so his decision does not receive much support. If he loses, he will lose the status of the heirs of the banking group. If he wins, he may once again push Roche to the position of a world-class consortium, and he will become a legend. His decision is to carry out a huge game. What he is thinking now is how to become a winner in this game. Zhao Minitz had already waited for him at the door of the company. When he saw Alexander, He simply said hello and took him to the company reception room. What is the important thing for Mr. Alexander to come over this time? Zhao Minitz said. The last time I was in a hurry, I didn't make it clear, Royce's cooperation. I want to talk to General Zhao again, Alexander said. He said that Royce is the telecom operator that they are holding. After listening to his words, Zhao Minitz shook his head. Our company does not intend to hold Royce. You don't have to waste time. Zhao Minitz's words are unquestionable, and Alexander also heard her firmness and sighed softly. It is not that they can't support the operation of telecommunications, but they want to grow fast and must have financial support. Marching ants are the least money-rich companies, but they are not interested in this. Tell that about the next cooperation, Alexander said. You said mobile phone business cooperation. I want to speed up, this time, come to you to place orders in advance. The first batch of 1 million butterfly eyes. Butterfly, 1 million butterfly eye generation. Yes. Zhao Minitz did not hesitate to agree. The marching ants have not released new phones for some time, but for the users, the Butterfly Eye series is still very popular. Unparalleled design, the safest and smoothest marching ant system, waterproof design, long battery life, voice intelligence, etc. A number of advantages in one, creating a pioneer model. In addition to no comprehensive screen, the other is impeccable. The mobile phones that are released now are not innovative, they are all new bottles of old wine. So the Butterfly Eye is still the first choice for many people to change machines. Then we can talk about the proxy rights of your other products in Europe, such as office equipment, computer systems, Alexander said. I am very happy. Zhao Minitz smiled. Someone opened the international market for them. She is naturally very happy, and it is still a wide family of Roche. The two were discussing about the agency rights of the marching ants, and the discussion ended 2 hours later. Alexander's meaning is obvious, that is, he wants to cooperate deeply with the marching ants. In this way, he almost wants to create the image of the agent of the marching ants in Europe, and Zhao Ming has read it together with detailed plans. Zhao Minitz's thoughts on Alexander will naturally not be rejected. Miss Zhao, Chen, Alexander and Zhao Minitz talked about the cooperation before they spoke. He is in the laboratory now, and today there is a very important experiment. It can't come. Zhao Minitz said. That's a pity. Help me and Chen Wenxing. I have a hurry at home. I can't stay too long. I will come over and ask him to drink again next time. Okay, I will convey it. Zhao Minitz said. Happy cooperation, Miss Zhao. Happy cooperation. After leaving the marching ant company, Alexander gave a sigh of relief. Acting for the army ant products is very smooth. He knows the blanks of marching ants in this field, others are afraid to fill this gap. He came anyway, breaking the jar and breaking it. Gambling is enough. Now the family is eating the ancestors, never thought about contacting other fields, so he decided to be a pathfinder. First building. On the experimental table in front of Chen Mo, there is a laptop-sized instrument. This instrument is an improved medium holographic projector. Next to him, Zhao Minitz and Xiaoyu were two people. After Alexander left the company, Chen Mo called them over. Ink Girl, activate the projector. Chen Mo said. Okay, Mom. When the words of the Ink Girl fell, the projector lit up and the projection of the Ink Girl appeared above. The appearance of the Ink Girl is only a little girl, dressed in Chinese clothes, looks very smart, a typical costume, a little girl. After his improvement, the quality of the projector's imaging has now improved. The projection is very real, and it is no different from real people. It looks like a fairy floating in midair. The fields of holographic technology, including medicine, exhibitions, stage programs, scene interactions, etc. This kind of technology, including the future, whoever masters this technology, will take the lead in the future of advanced technology. This technology is now being studied in various countries around the world. In 2014, Israel developed a medical 3D holographic projection. Through this technology, doctors can use holographic projection to simulate the operation of the operating table. creating a possible platform for remote surgery. In addition, holographic technology is more used in various stage programs. For example, through holographic technology, a resurrection of a deceased star is performed on the stage. However, due to the high cost, it cannot be fully popularized. For ordinary people, this technology can only be understood through movies and the internet, and it is impossible to access this technology in daily life. This situation will be changed by him in the near future. This is the improved holographic projector, and the imaging quality is close to reality, Chen Mo said. Xiaominits did not object, although it did not reach the point of being fake, but it seems to be very solid, much better than the last time I saw it. Xiaoyu was curious. His fingers touched the projection, but he reached out and felt like the palm of his hand was on the open flashlight. Little sister, do you want to touch me? The ink girl looked at Xiao. It is not the position where the projection can see the small fishing, but the projection is controlled by the ink female, through the camera in the laboratory. The position of the small fishing is known. In order to be more like normal communication, the ink woman will control the image to look at the small fishing. When I heard the ink girl, Xiaoyu spit out his tongue. I want to see if I can meet it. I am light now. There is no physical sense. I can't catch it. I can't touch it. The ink girl said, if Xiaoyu's sister wants to experience, try holographic interaction. When the ink girl finished, her projection disappeared, and a light curtain of a holographic desktop appeared on it, with several icons for software applications floating. The projector is equipped with light-sensing interactive technology, as well as artificial intelligence, which can realize touch interaction, voice control, etc. You can click on the holographic desktop. Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu. Little Fisher nodded, clicked on the ant browser icon, just hit the floating icon projection. The scene of the holographic desktop changes immediately, and a picture popping out of the ant browser appears. In addition to holographic projection, it also has the function of naked eye 3D. You can see the effect of 3D without 3D glasses. Chen Mo opened the holographic desktop and prepared the 3D movie. A projector with 8 3D holographic projection chips, which can control the brightness, color and angle of each beam. It can be used as a holographic display or as a display for TV computers. Of course, it can also be used as a projector, the screen of the cinema. The holographic projector works in a single operation, and the maximum screen size is 50 inches 35 inches. The two holographic projectors are linked to each other, and the picture can reach 3 meters 2.5 meters. 10 linked projections. The effect can be compared to the screen of the cinema. How high is the cost? Xiaominits looked at the almost real movie screen on the display. The main cost is the 3-dimensional holographic projection chip, and the microlaser projection system composed of microlasers. I have both sets of technologies. If mass production, the cost is not expensive, and each holographic projector is more than 7,000. Chen Mo gave a brief introduction to Xiaominits. He was responsible for research and development. As for making money, Xiaominits was responsible. Is the technology mature? Asked Xiaominits. Almost. Then I am starting to build a production line. Xiaominits' heart was at this moment, and she seemed to see scenes that only appeared in science fiction movies, appearing in the lives of ordinary people. This is the design and assembly technology of the non-core components of the projector, the core chip and the micro-laser projection system. When you need it, tell me how to operate it and give it to you. Chen Mo took out a hard disk, handed over to Xiaominits. How is the cooperation with Roche? Xiaominits smiled and said, it's very smooth. Next, you can watch the show. Chapter 269. Gambling. The news of the cooperation between Alexander and the marching ants was not concealed. The first time Alexander returned to Europe, the news was made public. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. When the news of the full cooperation with the marching ants came out, the media was in turmoil. In addition, Alexander also announced that it will establish a regional agency network throughout Europe. Alexander's behavior was almost to make Roche an agent of the marching ant company in Europe. Because of Roche's action, The plan to let the capital block the marching ant company completely blows. On the internet, Roche's coverage has been overwhelming, including the world's major media. Many platforms have asked economic experts to judge Roche's situation, both good and bad, but more people choose negative evaluation to enlarge. Roche will become the squad of army ants. Alexander will lead Roche into the abyss. Joint marching ants. It is an opportunity for the rise of Roche, or a shortcut to destruction. Short eyes. Roche lost the watermelon and picked the sesame seeds. The mainstream voice is all about this cooperation. As for whether anyone is guiding the public opinion in secret, it is not known. Shortly after the Sound of Singer decline, the mobile ant company's Butterfly i series mobile phone appeared in the advertisements of various platforms. Many people have seen Butterfly iPhones on the internet, but there are no Butterfly Eyes for sale in Europe. They can only be purchased on some purchasing platforms or other channels. Therefore, the Butterfly Eye mobile phone in Europe is much more expensive than the official price. Many people like the design style and shape. They have also heard of the powerful performance of the Butterfly iPhone, such as the most secure smartphone operating system, the most advanced intelligent assistant. Although Huawei and Samsung's mobile phones are also equipped with the intelligent assistants of the marching ant company, the operating system and design style are still different from the Butterfly Eye. The flagship machine released by Marching Ants a year ago is still performing better than the flagship machines of those mobile phone companies. This is the gap. Capital fights have little impact on ordinary people. The Butterfly Eye mobile phone has just been listed in Europe and has been snapped up by consumers, because the first batch is limited, and half of them are customized machines of Royce Telecom acquired by Roche. They can't grab mobile phones. If they like Butterfly iPhones, they can only buy custom machines. The telco users are steadily improving, which is a very good sign. At the same time, the termite system and a series of corporate office equipment of the Marching Ant Company also appeared in the office procurement orders of many small and medium-sized enterprises by the characteristics of the most secure office system. In the past, many companies wanted to buy equipment, but they didn't have it in China. They were small businesses. The small batch of imports was very troublesome and the price was very expensive. Now Roche has brought these things into the European market. The termite system of the Marching Ant Company once appeared when the clown virus threatened the world's cybersecurity. It was so eye-catching that many people speculated that the clown virus was deliberately released by their Marching Ant Company. Although there are many rumors, they have not been confirmed. The only certainty is that the safety factor of termite system is indeed higher than Mac and Windows, and after the development of Marching Ant Company, various office ecology has become mature, and artificial intelligence assistants have improved office efficiency, which has become the first choice for many companies. After the various equipment of the Marching Ant Company entered the European market, it immediately formed a wind and began to sweep. But the misfortunes depend on each other. After Alexander's high-profile announcement of cooperation with Marching Ants, there were also some cases in Roche. At this time, in the conference room of the Roche family estate, everyone wears formal family costumes and looks cautious. This is their family meeting. The participants are all the most important members of the family. They usually only appear when they have a major family decision. Alexander is one of the heirs and is also at the conference table. Next to him is his father, David Rothschild. At the conference table, there are his uncles and his family's heirs in various industries, his brothers and sisters. Many people's faces are not very good, and they look at Alexander from time to time. Acting for the company's products, including intelligent robots, mobile phones, computers, etc. Roche did make some money, but their losses are much more than the profits they earn. After Alexander announced that he would help Marching Ants enter the European market, their investment in various industries was attacked by unidentified consortiums and suffered heavy losses. In addition to the exposed investment plans, Some of the most successful investment projects have also been aborted because of the unclear consortium's involvement. As those media have said, this is obviously a lost watermelon picking sesame. The products of the Marching Ant Company, they only have the agency right, they can only get a small profit, and the big head is still in the hands of the Marching Ant Company. If there is a share of the Marching Ant Company, they can use the power of the family to help the marching ants enter the international market, but they do not. Investing, they can take possession of the company's shares, and they are not afraid that the other company will interrupt their cooperation. Now different, marching ants can change agents at any time. At that time, they have lost their wife and lost their soldiers. Compared to the consortium giants, Roche can only be regarded as an ant. Nowadays, many investments have already been made. In the short term, they may earn a little more. In a short period of time, without a decent investment, they will not be able to expand their connections. Roche's situation will become more and more difficult. This is not a good thing. The investment plan leaks. We cannot pursue, but the banking group must interrupt the cooperation with the marching ants. The opening is Alexander's uncle Eric, the former head of the Lafayette Rothschild Group. Why? Alexander asked without hesitation. You said. Eric looked at his daughter Saskia and James opposite. Working with the Marching Ant Company, let us be targeted by the big consortiums. Our family's current situation can't resist the impact of those big consortia. Our plan to acquire a French winery has been successful, but the BlackRock Group participated. After that, our acquisition failed, Saskia said. And De Beers is preparing to acquire a newly discovered diamond mine in South Africa. It has been under negotiation, and because of the participation of Pioneer Group, they have interrupted negotiations with us. Sitting opposite him, James, the heir to the jewelry business, also spoke. After Saskia and James spoke of the situation, the heads of other industries on the field also said what they were facing. Although it was not caused by cooperation with the Marching Ant Company, the leakage of investment plans and the wave of media reports have already had a significant impact on their business. If you can get the shares of the Marching Ant Company, we can do everything for you. After all, it is for the family. But now it is just an agent. Some things, we don't need to say, you should understand, said an old man sitting on the road. Yes, if you can get the shares of the Marching Ant Company, even if we sell our company's business, we will help you. But for a little agency fee, we offended a lot of people, family business losses, plus investment plans. It was leaked out by you, and now the family is struggling. If this continues, the situation of our family will only be more troublesome. Another old man also echoed. What do we use to exchange with the army ants? The shares of the bank? The shares of the winery? Change to us. Will we exchange? This request will only make the other party resentful. Don't forget how the army ants were and the Altis Group fallen. The group is in my hands and I have an obligation to make it develop better. I have my plan. If I stop the cooperation because of a little external force, what do people think of us? Roche and others will dare to cooperate with me? Alexander spoke, retorted, and David on the side kept silent, just listening quietly. This is your decision is not mature. Many people see the potential of marching ants. But why no one cooperates with them? If you cooperate, you still get us. There are deeper things you have not seen. You still it's too young, Eric said. Seeing that Eric spoke again, everyone else set his sights on Alexander. Because Lafayette earns more money, the status of the family is also increasing, so the most talkative on the field is Eric. Alexander's face is very bad. Eric said that he is young, meaning that he is not capable enough to manage the banking group. They don't cooperate because they are too greedy. They want to compromise the army ants, and hand over the shares. In their eyes, the apples that others have planted should be given to them, or they will destroy the apple trees. No one wants to cooperate with the marching ants in depth. We cooperate with them. This means that we are more sincere. Why can't we think this is an opportunity? The opportunity of the agent? A proxy right, You can get it at any time. The marching ants can also be replaced at any time. What else do you have? Eric said unceremoniously. Our winery's annual profits are left to you to manage. Now you use the money to mess up and let us suffer losses. Is this the opportunity you said? If you do not interrupt the cooperation with the marching ant company, or you give up the position of the banking group, otherwise, our group's annual profit will be developed by ourselves. I agree with Eric. Either you give up the position of the banking group or interrupt the cooperation with the marching ants. If you continue, it will only cause the family to suffer greater losses. We will also consider whether it is going to make the company's profits. I will be handed over to you. Another old man is attached. I mean, I don't interrupt the cooperation. I have to separate. Alexander turned black. Okay. Stop. David, who has not spoken, is quiet, and everyone on the field is quiet. They have been giving David pressure all the time, just want him to express his position. This incident has already hurt their interests, and they cannot be indifferent. Give him 2 years. If within 2 years, he did not control the situation, I can help him to make the position of the heirs of the bank group. How? David swept on the face of everyone on the field. In our current situation, after 2 years, I am afraid that everything is late, up to 1 year. Eric said, a year later, he only needs to increase the bank group's profits by 20%, even if he succeeds. 20% is too high a year? David frowned, and he had a 10% profit a year. It is already very high, and 20% is already very scary. Not high. Don't forget. The winery and the jewelry industry have lost a lot because of this. Doesn't he say that he has his own plans? This shows that 20% is not difficult. 1.5 years. I will increase the bank's profits by 25%. If I can't do it, I will automatically quit and you will be selected by someone else, Alexander said. Some of the old people on the field seemed to have achieved their goals, and their mouths were full of smiles. They forced the palace for this gamble. Chapter 270. Seeing the future. After the meeting of the Roche family meeting, Alexander followed his father to leave the family conference hall and walked back to the study. On the way, Alexander did not look very good. This time the other departments gave them tremendous pressure, even at the expense of using the separation, so that he had to compromise. Roche can be passed down for 250 years. The great reason is that the ancestral training allowed them to unite and band fighting. Although there are some things that are inevitable, they will not be too much. If necessary, there will be people who will sacrifice their own interests. He is the man now. But other departments do have enough reasons to force the palace, because of their reasons, resulting in the loss of the family's overall business. Father, I am very sorry about this. When he entered the study, Alexander spoke. What have you done wrong? David asked without hesitation. Alexander frowned and shook his head. I didn't do anything wrong. Since I have not done anything wrong, I don't have to say sorry to me, David said calmly, with the majesty of the superiors in his voice, which is the majesty that has been immersed in the high age. I should not promise them, Alexander said. He knows that if they lose the banking group, they will lose the position of the Roche family power center. For them, this is very bad. Then you have the confidence to increase bank profits by 25% in a year and a half. To be honest, not too sure. A year's profit growth of 10% is very powerful, but 25% is too high. Stock market and market conditions are not good. Negative investment growth is possible. He promised a 25% increase in profits, which has reached a height of terror. If you don't have confidence in yourself, you can't retreat now, and now you can get back a lot of benefits. If you get rid of it, you will have nothing. David said, the decision makers have no confidence in their decisions. While let others help you create miracles. I want to give it a try. Alexander firmly said, my decision is not wrong. The future market is in China. I have the intuition, and the cooperation with marching ants will push our bank to a new height. Since you think your decision is correct, let go. Even if the road is wrong, Anyone who says that there is a right shortcut on the wrong road, I dare to hand over the bank to your hand, that is, believe that you have that ability. Let the bank develop better. David heard his son's firm tone and breathed a sigh of relief. What he fears is that the son gives up and loses his own opinion. If the decision maker has no opinion, then he will be difficult to become a master. Understood. Alexander focused on the head. What are you going to do next? David looked at Alexander. The son grew up and didn't let him down. It was his excellence that made him decide to hand over the burden to him. The bank is in his hands and can only be stable. To grow, he still has to rely on this son. Continue to expand cooperation with marching ants. Cancel part of investment plans, pool funds, and invest in areas that work with marching ants. So adventurous. David heard the answer and his face was amazed. Talk about the idea of your marching ant company. I want to see what makes you desperate. Alexander thought about it and said, I saw the future at the marching ant company. In a ward of the Southern Hospital, Zuman looked at the chest that had stood proudly, very happy, and his face floated confidently. As a woman, she once had a big trouble on her chest. Her appearance is not ugly, because this flaw has made her feel inferior. Because of this, her boyfriend also lost her sexual interest. After breaking up, she is going to go to the hospital for change. Finally, I came to the Southern Hospital for consultation. There is just a clinical new drug here. There are many people who have tried it, and the effect is very good. It is also a regular big hospital, so I will participate in the idea of trying it out. Not long after, she felt the chest swelling and pain, and I was a bit worried. Later, the doctor told him that this was the effect of the drug, and that the chest developed twice, which was normal, and she let go of her heart. During this time, when she takes a bath every day, she can see the changes in the body, and the proud chest. It makes her feel more confident than ever. She is not a knife and glue, it is pure natural, although there is drug-assisted, but much stronger than injection silicone. The results of the inspection came out. Your is healthy and your body is not abnormal. Congratulations. After the doctor gave the conclusion of the examination, Zuman immediately revealed the color of surprise. Upon hearing the completion of the clinical trial, Shilin and the members of the research team were ecstatic, and finally succeeded. And it was also the completion of the boss's account. Jiang Company and Lanhong Pharmaceutical were acquired by marching ants because of their flat performance, and they became the pathfinders of marching ants in the field of medicine. After the two companies became wholly owned subsidiaries of the marching ants, they were inevitably reorganized into the current Jiang Pharmaceutical. He is the leader of the original drug research and development team of Lanhong Pharmaceutical Co., Limited, and is now the head of a group of Jiang Pharmaceutical new drug research team. When I first met the big boss Chen Mo, I didn't expect the genius boss to actually research the drugs. I handed several prescriptions to the drug research and development team and asked them to perfect the prescription drugs. He is good at traditional Chinese medicine, just as the breast enhancement agent is pure Chinese medicine, so he is inevitably the person in charge of breast enhancement. After research, he found that the recipes given by the boss were not perfected by them, and the formula was perfect. As soon as the medicines came out, they began to apply for clinical trials. After a long period of approval, they began to recruit volunteers for clinical trials. Because they are external medicines, they can be assured of boldness when they test, and the progress is very fast. Through the Phase I clinical trials, combined with the technical information given to them by the boss, they obtained information on the highest and lowest doses of the drug and determined the appropriate dose for future patient use. The two-phase test was also very smooth in the small-scale use of the volunteers. It can be said to be perfect. Participating in the volunteers, the chest circumference has increased to varying degrees after using the medicine. This result makes them very pleasantly surprised and more confident about the effects of drugs. Phase 3 testing is the confirmatory phase of drug action and a key stage in providing evidence for drug registration applications. Now, The last case of the volunteers is completed and the body is healthy. After such a long period of randomized blinded control trials, they have collected enough sample size and their new drug trials have been successful. After the drug is registered, this drug for the benefit of women will soon be available. Thinking of the sensational effect of this breast enhancement drug in the market, Shilin could not hold his own happy mood. Jiang Pharmaceutical has always been the worst company in the company. After restructuring, their companies are profitable, but their quarterly profits are always at the bottom of all the subsidiaries of the company. That profit is almost a slap in the face of a company with a large army of ants. Now that the new drug is successful, they will start to attack. And he knows that the other group of drugs is progressing very smoothly. Now he admire the omnipotent boss and admire the 5 bodies. After getting the final result of the clinical trial, Shilin excitedly said to the assistants around him, "I will immediately inform Hu manager that the clinical trial of the new drug has been successful." Chapter 271, 4 Messages. Zhao Minitz took a document and handed it to Chen Mo, and sat down on the sofa. Chen Mo does not participate in company management, but many problems need to be known to him. Generally, Zhao Minitz will let Xiao Yu and Chen Mo say, but important things, Zhao Minitz will come over. So much? Good news or bad news? Chen Mo put down the books in his hand, handed the glass to Zhao Minitz, and took the documents. It's all good news. Zhao Minitz said, the first news. The production line of holographic projectors is ready for construction. Parts and components are also placed on orders from suppliers. Other procedures, including patent applications and production licenses, are being carried out simultaneously. Once the production line is completed, it can be produced in small batches. This process may take several months. Zhao Minitz is doing things, and paying attention to efficiency. Chen Mo is very satisfied. What about the second message? Chen Mo asked. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo with a strange look, and then said, Jiang Pharmaceuticals came to the news. The breast enhancement medicine you studied, the end of the clinical trial. The trial was very successful, and the drug registration is currently underway. Chen Mo mouth twitched. Seeing Chen Mo's reaction, Zhao Minitz said with a taste. The clinical trial of the aphrodisiac is also underway. It is progressing smoothly and will soon produce results. The 2 drugs you studied, one succeeded, one the paragraph is basically successful. Chen Moxiao smiled and used a smile to cover up the embarrassment. These 2 drugs were randomly selected by the Science and Technology Library at the time, and he will certainly enter the medical field in the future. After the medical field is laid out, he will give the formula to them for the purpose of making money for the pharmaceutical company. Regardless of disregard, the drugs are now out. Little brother, come again. Chen Mo can't smile. This Zhao Minitz, who occasionally took the wrong medicine, came to sing him, but the relationship between the 2 was so good, he could not take her. Troubly remove the small word, or I will deduct your salary. Don't care about these details, I'm just curious. Are you doing nothing to study breast enhancement drugs and aphrodisiacs? Are you? Zhao Minitz glanced at Chen Mo, this question. As Chen Mo took out the 2 formulas, she wanted to ask, and now am I asked? No. Chen Mo hurriedly interrupted, fearing that Zhao Minitz could spit out ivory. I am normal. Chen Mo can't tell Zhao Minitz, this is what the science library has come up with. Don't worry. I heard that geniuses have quirks. I just want to ask, are you the kind of genius madman in the movie, have a special hobby? I didn't say that you are not normal. Zhao Minitz giggled. You have quirks. I am always calling me. Chen Mo said with no politeness. Unfortunately, I couldn't get my hands and put aside a question. Some time ago, I suddenly found out that the figure of Xiao has become super good and the skin is also delicate. I am embarrassed. Are you using any special means to make small fishing becomes like that? Give me a try. You see that I am sitting in the office every day to help you make money, and the figure is going quickly. Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo with his sly eyes. It is indeed a special means. Chen Mo directly ignored Zhao Minitz's eyes. In this girl's mind, She must have thought of a certain direction. After all, this woman, every few days a month is not normal. He is used to it. Using potential potions, it can shape the body. Potential potions are natural weight loss drugs that convert fat and control the body's muscle to fat ratio to a certain extent. If you use it, your body will be better and your immunity will be better. Really? Can fat people get thinner overnight? You are very fat. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Minutes. Do you want to check it out? I am very happy. Chen Mo's head came out with a few black lines. Whenever he sang him, Zhao Minutes' topic became unscrupulous, making him very helpless. Fat people can use a single dose of medicine. The amount of medicine that each person adapts to is different. The extra medicine does not work, and it will not harm the body. If you want to use it, you will use it for another day. But the medicine is confidential. Can't tell others. Chen Mo said. Of course, use it. Listening to your words is much better than taking a vaccine. Return to the topic. What is the third message? Seeing Chen's default appearance, Zhao Minutes also put away the jokes. She naturally knows that occasionally jokes, active atmosphere can be serious, must be serious. The remaining two news, some links, are about Roche. First is the third. Alexander and our cooperation, no longer afraid of it. He is expanding in Europe, is on the phone. Mobile phone orders yesterday at 10 million. So bold? Chen Mo asked. Yes, rumors that their family forced him to interrupt cooperation with us, and he refused. Finally, they made a gamble with their family. The family did not ask him trouble. He also did according to his own ideas, let go hands and feet. As for the content of their bet, the outside world is only guessing. Zhao Minutes said. What guess? Chen Mo asked. He used the position of the successor of the bank group to make a bet. Chen Mo nodded slightly. The news did not know the true and false, and the true and false relationship with them is not big. What about the fourth message? The fourth news is that Alexander has withdrawn some of the investments that have already been implemented, concentrated funds, placed them in the field of cooperation with us, expanded the scale of the telecommunications company and agency, and developed the agency regional chain ecology. Is this a few meanings? Desperate. Chen Mo was a little surprised. If you invest, you won't put the eggs in one basket. Alexander's behavior is very dangerous, because once their company announces the suspension of cooperation with Roche, Alexander will never be able to recover. Possibly, this kind of behavior is almost to give us the back on the battlefield. It is a gamble. Bo, we are partners, he is safe. We are enemies, he will die without a whole body. He bet us as a partner. Zhao Minutes said. It's really bold. Chen Mo couldn't help but say. They had contact with Alexander, and so many times, he did not expect the other party to be so bold, and gave them the back on several occasions. At the beginning, Walid had also contacted them, as strong as Walid, and apart from the cooperation of robots, they dared not cooperate with them in other fields, because of certain economic factors. There are naturally political factors, which are too complicated and the water is deep, which makes many people discouraged. Huawei has been rejected into the US market for so many years, and these complex relationships exist. This time, Alexander is really bold and dare to eat crabs first. What are you going to do? He is the only one of our partners who dares to bet our partners, indicating that he is optimistic about the future of our company. He is now blocking us from bullets. As far as our current situation is concerned, if we lose his partner, we will enter the international market next time, and we don't know what year and month. We will give up on him now. And will there be companies in the future who dare to cooperate with us so boldly? This point, I believe that Alexander sees it very clearly, so he dares to gamble on a rich and prosperous, loses nothing, and wins both fame and fortune. Chen Mojing listened to Zhao Minutes' analysis and could not help but nod. If such partners give up, then in the future, it will be harder to find a better partner than this. If Alexander rises, the first time people who eat crabs get the benefits, other capitals will stand by. Capital is ruthless, and now those capitals are very serious. If they see the interests, all the blockades will become jokes. Help him, This is the best way for us. For such a good partner, we have no reason to give up. Zhao Minitz paused and turned his head. First talk about the problem of breast enhancement drugs. Now that the drugs are being registered and will be listed for sale in the future, do you have any ideas? This is your idea. I don't know much about doing business. Chen Mo did not understand why Zhao Minitz was so good, and turned the topic to this. My idea is that since Alexander insisted on it, he was given an opportunity. The breast enhancement medicine should go out of the country and expand rapidly. He seems to be the best choice, Zhao Minitz said. Chapter 272, Alexander's surprise. Alexander is worrying about working with the army ants. Now that the agreement with the family has begun, he faces two difficulties. The first is the pressure within the family. Many people want to plan the location of the investment bank, and certainly will not give full help to him. Maybe there are other means to obstruct the secret, and the funds of their respective companies cannot be handed over to him. The second is resistance from the outside. They cooperated with the Marching Ant Company and attracted a lot of resistance. In addition, the investment plan leaked and their company's opponents were staring at him. At this time, he will be more troublesome if he is slightly careless. Even if he did not fall down in the siege of many companies and normal development, he could not increase the company's profits by 25% within a year and a half. In the end, he still had to go out. So he had to take the sword to the slant and put the bet on the marching ants. This miraculous company has endless potential. If he can take advantage of the potential of the Army Ant Company, it is not impossible to increase profits by 25%. It is really uncomfortable to feel the fate on others. When he chose to work with the marching ants, he expected that there would be obstacles, but he was confident that he could cope. I just didn't expect the bank's entire investment plan to leak, which is the main reason for the bad situation. Now the bet is pressed against the marching ants, but the marching ants will not cooperate with them, which is the problem he is thinking about now. Because Zhao Minitz once refused to cooperate with them on the telecommunications company. If the cooperation project is not attractive enough, the marching ants will definitely reject them. Sir, Zhao Minitz calls. As Alexander is thinking about what to do next, the voice of the mobile assistant will ring. Hearing Zhao Minitz's call, he smiled and immediately connected. Mr. Alexander, hello, didn't bother you rest. Miss Zhao, hello, didn't bother, I just finished breakfast. Now I am going to the company, still thinking, how should I work with you next time? Alexander said slowly. The opportunity for cooperation, there is one now. Our company is ready to launch a new product. Are you interested? Yes, of course. Alexander was overjoyed and said without hesitation. He is now thinking about where to cooperate with the marching ants, how to persuade the marching ants to cooperate with them. And I did not expect Zhao Minitz to contact him actively. This is a happy event. Like this, today I am going to China, and we will meet tomorrow. Yes, I am looking forward to your arrival. I should have dinner and meet up. Miss Zhao, wait, can you talk about the product in advance? I will prepare the relevant information in advance, Alexander asked. Drug. When he heard Zhao Minitz's words, Alexander's eyes were bright. Medicines and medical care are a very profitable industry. In this industry, profits are generally as high as 300%. Important drugs, including all kinds of major disease drugs, anesthetics, antibiotics and aspirin, etc., and then the star products of Viagra, are basically monopolized by the world pharmaceutical giants. Roche has always planned to invest in the pharmaceutical field, but he did not even see a pharmaceutical company with great potential. Old-fashioned pharmaceutical companies, they want to insert a foot is too difficult, and their current physique, there is no way to enter. Alexander only heard about the achievements of the Army Ant Company in the field of science and technology, and never heard of their contact with the pharmaceutical industry. If the Marching Ant Company has special drugs in this area, it is not impossible for the bank's investment profit to reach 25% within a year and a half. Miss Zhou, can you ask which kind of medicine? Alexander asked. You will know when you come. you will not let you down. Zhao Minutes said a little mysteriously. I really look forward to it. Then we will see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Hanging up Zhao Minutes' phone, Alexander can't wait to go to the company. Boss, what do you have to order? When I first arrived at the office, a female assistant wearing a professional suit entered the office and asked softly, pushing the meeting over the past few days, you can help me book the ticket to China today, the sooner the better. He has a hunch and bet on the bet. This time, going to China, there will be a big gain. Maybe it will be a big turn. Okay. The female assistant did not ask much, didn't think about it, and knew where to go. Judging from the frequent movements of Alexander recently, her boss is desperately following the marching ant company. When the assistant just wanted to leave, he was stopped by Alexander. Alice, wait, you can check it out for me. There is no pharmaceutical company under the company of Ant Company. How can I give it to me before I board the plane? The more detailed the better. It is best not to let people know that I want it. Don't tell anyone else. Understood. Alice Sheng focused. Seeing that Alexander was so cautious, she also knew it was important. The last time their investment plan was leaked, it has already brought so much trouble to the bank. If this incident is leaked out, no one knows what will happen. After going down, Alice was the first to find information about the pharmaceutical company of the Army Ant Company. As a global consulting and investment-oriented bank, the market news they need must be very detailed, so they have specialized information and data companies on a global scale. These information companies are always looking at the eyes of the global market in order to respond to changes in the global market. An hour later, Alice came back again and gently placed the documents in her hand on the table in front of Alexander. This is the information of the pharmaceutical company of the Army Ant Company. Do they really have a pharmaceutical company? Alexander said with surprise. All along, the main products of marching ants are high-tech products. In his view, the marching ant is a technology company, and there is no information about the pharmaceutical company in the main materials of the marching ants. If it wasn't for Zhao Minutes to contact him this time, he would not pay attention to this problem at all, and would not think about it. Now I found out that there is a pharmaceutical company, which really surprised him. A year ago, they acquired Lanhong Pharmaceutical and Jiang Company and reorganized the two companies into the current Jiang Pharmaceutical. Jiang Pharmaceutical is the first wholly owned subsidiary after the establishment of the Army Ant Investment Group. There was news of the marching and spying pharmaceutical companies on the internet. However, because of the blatant competition of several mobile phone companies at the time, and the fact that the Army Ants bought the company at that time, it was commonplace, so this news did not cause much concern. The two pharmaceutical companies were inconspicuous, and the medicines they produced were very common, and they did not have two prominent features. I have found information about the two pharmaceutical companies before they were acquired. There are not too much news and the results are average. They are very common pharmaceutical companies. Alexander heard useful information from Alice's simple report. As early as a year ago, marching ants wanted to enter the pharmaceutical industry, and it was the first subsidiary of the marching ant group. This news is undoubtedly a great piece of good news for Alexander. Is the ticket booked? Alexander couldn't wait, and now people are in China. Booked. The plane is at 1:30 this afternoon. Chapter 273. Who is good for money? Alexander looked at the headquarters of the marching ant company outside the car window and felt his heart. This is his inside, the third time to come to China, and 3 times for the marching ant company, which has never happened in the past. Compared with the previous 2 times, he is a bit nervous and has a sense of expectation. The marching ant company specifically informed him of the cooperation, and it is a cooperation in medicine, and it is definitely intended to allow drugs to enter the international market. If it is just a generic drug, the marching ant company will never call him so much. Zhao Minutes also made it very clear on the phone and would never let him down. The medicine that does not let him down is sure that the profit is enough. Otherwise Zhao Minutes will not dare to say such a certain words. Entering the marching ants, Under the leadership of the robot, Alexander also successfully entered the reception room of the Marching Ant Company. "Miss Zhou, I am sorry, I got off the plane in the early morning, and I was in a jet lag. I just woke up at the hotel and rushed over," Alexander said with a slight apology. "Mr. Alexander is polite. Sit here." Zhao Minutes and Alexander shook hands and took him to the sofa to sit down. "In the recent past, Mr. Alexander has been very good at our company. What do you think of the development of our company?" Upon hearing this question, Alexander's eyebrows picked one. He knows that his words will definitely be the focus, and may be a temptation for them. "Miss Zhou, would you like to hear the truth?" "Of course," Zhao Minutes said. Alexander took care of his own thoughts before opening his mouth. "You Chinese people like dragons. I like this. Your company is now like a dragon locked in the sea. Awesome, but can't fly out of this sea. Your situation is like the epitome of China's current situation. You are very strong and make many people full of awe. They are afraid that the dragon will break free from shackles and rule them. So in some respects, I don't dare to cooperate with you, even for you. And I want to benefit from you." This is mainly because the ideology of the two sides is different from them, just as the system of your country is different from that of the West. The marching ants are sole proprietorships. The capitalists pay attention to capital and interests. They want to assimilate you and you are not willing to be assimilated. So they are isolated. No one is willing to help you break free from shackles, and even discriminate against you. And the reason for all this is that they are afraid of you, although they refuse to admit that they are afraid. Alexander said his thoughts, although the metaphor is a bit awkward, but it is somewhat similar. The reason why the marching ants were isolated, one of them is the Huixiu enterprise. The most important is the sole proprietorship enterprise, but also touched the interests of some capitalists. Because of political factors and interest factors, marching ants will always be trapped in China. Apart from certain products, such as seismographs, there are not many other products in foreign markets. Mr. Alexander's metaphor is really interesting. Zhao Minutes smiled softly, "But our company is not a dragon, it is a small ant." The marching ants are in the jungle and are also the creatures at the top of the food chain, Alexander said. "I recently saw your movements. Seems to be helping our army ants to break free from shackles." Zhao Minutes said. "I can't say it. The shackles have rusted, and you will leave the ant nest sooner or later. I am optimistic about your future, so investing in advance, this is a kind of venture capital. You have a saying in China, called, 'The charcoal in the snow is better than the icing on the cake,'" Alexander said. It seems that Mr. Alexander is prepared. To Zhao Minutes' words, Alexander just smiled and said, "Miss Zhou, are you satisfied with my answer? Your eloquence is very good." Zhao Minutes did not go deep into this. A topic turned. "We have entered the topic. I said yesterday, this time you came over, I want to cooperate with you in the field of medicine. They are not interested. We always want to enter the medical field, but it is not allowed." "Miss Zhou, you have not told. What medicine?" Alexander did not give a positive response. This is out of a merchant's habit. Did not see the product. No one will invest in chaos. "Let's talk about it." Zhao Minutes looked at Tan Yong sitting next to him. At this time, Tan Yong was full of red light. He was the manager of Lan Hong Pharmaceutical. Jiang Company and Lan Hong Pharmaceutical were acquired and reorganized. He also became the deputy general manager of Jiang Pharmaceutical. The team responsible for breast enhancement medicine is Shilin, a subsidiary of the original Lan Hong Pharmaceutical. He is responsible for this business. When he heard Zhao Minutes ask him, Tan Yong immediately took the spirit and handed out a piece of information and a prescription to Alexander. "This is a new product developed by our company, a Feng chest drug. This is a sample of the drug, as well as pictures and some clinical trial data." When I saw the picture, Alexander was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect it to be such a photo. He didn't react at all, but when he saw the content, his expression began to be cautious and forgotten. "Who is the best money for this world?" "Three kinds of people: children, old people and women. For a beautiful face and body, It is terrible for women to spend money. A set of ordinary skin care products, hundreds of thousands, a little more expensive cosmetics, ordinary people cannot imagine, for the sake of size. It is even more horrible, just like being abusing yourself. Nowadays, all kinds of healthcare products for weight loss and breast enhancement are emerging one after another. The effect is not seen, but the price is terrible. The profit of this is even thousands of thousands. The cost of a prosthetic surgery in a plastic surgery hospital is at least tens of thousands of yuan. It is conceivable how big the market is and how high the profits are. If the effect of this drug, as stated in the information, can be effective within half a month, then it will definitely become a product that makes women crazy. This is to solve the problem fundamentally, without moving the knife, nor is it fake. This is the most important thing. No wonder Zhao Minutes will say that this product will not let him down. It really is a very special product. From the perspective of his market, this is just a breast-up drug, enough to make an ordinary pharmaceutical company a huge pharmaceutical and healthcare giant. The third phase of the drug trial has been successful not long ago. We have obtained enough sample cases. Now that the drug has been submitted for registration, the approval can be passed to the trial production phase. Tan Yong said. After Tan Yong finished, look at Zhao Minutes, who is on the side, and hand over the topic to her. Mr. Alexander, this upcoming drug is the product that you are looking for. I will inform you of the cooperation in the first time of its clinical trial. Is it sincere? Zhao Minutes said. Oh, we have always been friends, partners. Alexander is in a very good mood. Although he is not good at medical matters, he does not understand the skills of computer retouching. But looking at these materials is not like a fake. The Marching Ant Company has already given some information to them, indicating that the Marching Ant Company is not afraid of him to verify, which is a confidence. We have submitted international patent applications for the formulation of pharmaceuticals. Mr. Alexander wants to go back and verify the authenticity of these drugs and talk about cooperation. Zhao Minutes said. Now, don't use it. Now go back and come over again. It's too tossing to fly around. I believe that Miss Zhao will not lie to me. After all, we are a good partner. Then Alexander turned a corner, I think. Next we talked about the more appropriate way of cooperation. How do you want to cooperate with Miss Zhao? Chapter 274, Condition. Alexander knows that his hunch is correct. This time, it is a great opportunity. This opportunity is enough for him to rise. Suddenly come out with such a magical drug. He does not question, it must be fake. Even if there are some doubts about the drug, it is not good to go back at this time. After verifying the drug, come back and talk. He knows that the opportunity is hard to come by. If he goes back to verify it now, it will only lower his goodwill in the eyes of the Marching Ant Company. However, he spent a lot of effort to make him the first choice for the cooperation of the Marching Ant Company. He also did not believe that the Army Ant Company would lie to him. This is a businessman's intuition. The project of this cooperation is very simple. We will open a joint venture company and Jiang Pharmaceutical will permanently authorize this pharmacy to the company. Zhao Minutes said. Hearing this sentence, Alexander was full of enthusiasm. If there was no one at the moment, he wanted to laugh out loud. Keeping the cloud open to see the moon, he is talking about his current situation. If you get the company's equity, then the difficulties faced by their banking group will be solved. From the perspective of his investment, the drug's ability to absorb gold is not weaker than the mobile phone industry of the Marching Ant Company. This is natural. The joy on Alexander's face could not be suppressed. How is the share distributed? You invest $1 billion and get 10% of the shares. The shares can be transferred to third parties, but if we need it, we have the right of first refusal under the same conditions. We invested $2.4 billion and got 20% of the shares. How? Alexander said. If the drug is true, in the case of a monopoly market, the market value of the company is more than $10 billion US. After all, this drug is simply the gospel of women. If you can get a little more shares, he won't be soft. After all, It's all money. No, Zhao Minitz shook his head. 10% is too little. Alexander said, more, we don't care if we invest a little more, $2 billion. Let's take 15%. 10% is quite a lot. No more talk about it. Zhao Minitz said. Jiang Pharmaceutical, which she knows, is studying other drugs and will definitely cooperate in the future. Although 15% does not affect their absolute controlling interest, it is not in their interest to give too much. Listening to Zhao Minitz's firm tone, Alexander has no choice but to smile. If he wants a little more, it seems impossible. Well, are there other conditions? The new company, except for China, is responsible for the expansion of the market. You are recommended by the president of the overseas region. After we have agreed, he can take office. If his work makes us dissatisfied, we can ask you to change. When you do not have appropriate candidates or special circumstances, we will take over the position of the president. There is also the finance department. We arrange personnel management. Zhao Minitz said, the most important thing to control a company is to control the company's finances and personnel. As long as the two departments are controlled, the company is under control. For overseas markets, Zhao Minitz does not have a suitable candidate to manage. The overseas environment is not the same as the domestic environment. Tan Yong and Hu Yueyang are the two heads of Jiang Pharmaceutical, but the two companies they originally managed are relatively small in size. Now they are growing and have the ability, but they lack some heat. Moreover, they have no contacts and resources overseas, do not understand the market situation, and are not suitable for the position of president of the joint venture company. It is enough for the two to manage the domestic market. Alexander is more aware of overseas markets, with human resources, etc., and it is certainly faster to give overseas markets the speed of expansion. Taking full advantage of the value of Alexander, this is also Zhao Minitz's plan. Of course, also need to give some benefits. No one will be willing to work free of charge. However, she is sure to send someone to manage the financial problems of the new company. The financial power of a company is the lifeblood of this company, and she must be firmly in her hands. The subsidiary company and finance department of the Marching Ant Group are all personnel arranged by the head office. For the finance, Zhao Minitz has always been very strict. The financial system, with the help of the R&D department, is upgraded to a smart financial system. Anyone who wants to be financially motivated must think carefully about the consequences. Chen Mo's Artificial Intelligence Inc. Girl, it is possible to monitor the finances. The company's only financial department accident, Chen Mo informed her past. She did not believe this is a coincidence. Since then, the management and recruitment of financial systems has become more stringent. This is no problem. Alexander nodded. Zhao Minitz's conditions are not excessive. After all, the Marching Ant Company is the major shareholder and has absolute right to speak. Even if he does not give them any power, he has nothing to say. Now Zhao Minitz's conditions are undoubtedly to give some of the power of overseas markets to them. This is good for them. At least, there is no need to worry that Zhao Minitz will make decisions that harm their interests. Moreover, if the company grows, they can also gain fame and fortune. However, this kind of power is premised. Once they make the marching ants dissatisfied with the decision, they may be taken back at any time. As long as the development is good, the manager does not harm the company's interests. The marching ants will certainly let them manage the company. They also control the company's right to speak. The overseas market gives them how much they can earn, depending on his ability. The bigger the company develops, the better the revenue, and the greater their income. After all, he also has shares in it. In the past, their company was only an agent, and now the Marching Ant Ken and his joint venture to establish a company. This is a huge turn. This relationship will certainly get better and better as the cooperation between the two sides goes deeper. And 10% of this stock is already very high. He believes that if Zhao Minitz is taking the medicine to go out for financing, the A round will definitely have $1 billion or even more than $1 billion. Because of the products of the company, the brand value is much higher than the average company. The next time, Zhao Minutes began to discuss some details of the cooperation with Alexander. Due to the high intention of Alexandria cooperation, the negotiations between the two sides were very smooth. After an hour, the two people's deliberations officially ended. The initial framework of the company has been determined. Other specific terms, you can make it first. We will see you if you are not satisfied. I hope that before the approval of the drug, the joint venture company can be established to avoid affecting the drug listing problem. Is this okay? Yes, Alexander said vowed. From the Marching Ant Company, Alexander was in a good mood and smiled all the way. This time, the harvest is huge, he is gambling. As long as the pharmaceutical company is established, all his current problems will be solved. Those who doubt his ability in the family can also shut up. Alice, after you go back, arrange people immediately and draw up the terms of cooperation for me. Also, the notice goes on and a high-level meeting is held. Alexander said to the female assistant sitting next to him. Okay, boss. Alice focused on her head. Looking at the marching ant headquarters that was drifting away from the window, Alexander patted the suitcase at the hand. Inside, there are samples of medicines and some clinical data that Zhao Minutes gave him. He only needs to go back and find a senior pharmacist to identify the information, and he can confirm the true and false. The key to whether or not their cooperation will proceed smoothly is whether the drug is true. But even if it was not identified, he also believed in 80%. Chapter 275. The surprise of Xiaoyu First Building. On the transparent LCD screen of the laboratory, the lovely appearance of the ink girl appeared, and the naked eye was completely stereoscopic. The application of holographic projection technology was first applied in Chen Mo's lab. Only the air holographic projection consumes a large amount of electric energy and is used in the laboratory. The cost performance is not high, so on the display, Chen Mo uses a transparent liquid crystal display instead. Three-dimensional holographic projections are only used in some 3D modeling experiments. Momgo, the sample of the first miniature holographic projector has been completed. When the ink girl finished, a robot took a cell phone-sized instrument and walked to Chen Mo. This is the result of his time. The design of miniature holographic projectors. With the design of a medium holographic projector, Chen Mo is also familiar with holographic projectors. Some of the techniques on medium holographic projectors have also been applied to miniature holographic projectors, so the design of miniature holographic projectors is faster than he expected. The fabrication process of the miniature holographic projector requires a little higher than the medium holographic projector. However, these are not difficult problems for Chen Mo. Chen Mo carefully looked through the micro-holographic projector and nodded with satisfaction. Above the projector, there are 5 circular microlaser holographic projection systems distributed in 5 positions of the instrument, like the enlarged 5-barrel, forming the main projection part of the holographic projection. There are also 5 nail-sized miniature holographic projection chips as the main processor for controlling the microlaser system. This small instrument carries the most advanced holographic technology in the world. If the news is released, it will definitely cause an uproar. After careful observation, Chen Mo put the micro-holographic projector on the test bench and connected the power supply. Activate to see. OK. When the ink girl finished, the projector started, and a small man with a big palm shot out at the speed of light of the projector and suspended on the projector. The little man above is the ink girl, a pocket-sized ink girl. The pixels are very clear and the resolution is very high. If you don't look carefully, you will think that this is an elf suspended in midair. Check the projector's operating status. Chen Mo said. The projector is operating normally. Hearing the answer from the ink girl, Chen Mo smiled. Micro-holographic projectors have been successful, and the last one is a large holographic projector. As long as the large holographic projector is successful, he can enter the technology library to select the next technology. The mysterious science and technology library, with too many mysteries hidden, can't help but want to uncover it. Now start designing holographic phones, Chen Mo said. From the beginning, He has determined that one of the uses of the miniature holographic projector is the holographic mobile phone. This kind of thing that only exists in the world of science fiction, appearing in reality, will certainly cause a sensation. Technology is to make life develop in a better direction. Okay. As early as the design of the micro-holographic projector, he thought about making a mobile phone with a micro-holographic projector, so he designed the holographic projector into a rectangular phone-sized rectangle, and the micro-holographic projector is one of the mobile phone display screens. Upon entering the research state, Chen Mo forgets the time. I don't know how long it took for the holographic mobile phone design to lag behind. Look at the time. It is already 6:30 in the afternoon. Chen Mo's eyebrows smiled and packed his backpack and left the lab. Just returned to the villa, Xiao greeted him from the inside and took his backpack and put it. Why don't you ask me to come back together? Ink said that you are experimenting. I did not bother you, do not know when you came out, so I will come back to cook. Wait for you to come back. Xiaoyu smiled. Chen Mao felt a little distressed when he heard Xiao. The work of marching ants and Roche, he does not have to deal with, this time in the laboratory. All body and mind are designing micro-holographic projectors. Going home every day after dinner, I will also go into the study room design. For a while, I didn't have a good time to accompany the small fishing. Instead, I was taking care of his living, but never complained about it and asked him not to ask him. What? This time I am designing a miniature holographic projection. There is not much time to accompany you, Chen Mo said apologetically. I know that your research is busy. I am not a sticky kitten. I don't have to stay with me every day, Xiaoyu said with a smile. First eat, or it will be cold. The two sat at the dinner table, and Xiao Yushun handed the bowl of soup to Chen Mo. The scent of the food made Chen Mo's heart warm for a while. When he was in school with Xiao, he forgot to eat, and Xiao would bring him to the shop he rented. Now he sometimes studies, will forget the time. Xiao will go home first, make food and wait for him to come back, and now it is the same taste. Thinking of everything in the past, Chen Mo's face could not help but reveal a faint smile. From the outsider's point of view, Xiaoyu can be with him, is a lucky luck, but in his opinion, he can meet the small fishing, is the greatest fortune. Thank you, wife. Chen Mo took the bowl and said, don't be numb. Xiaoyu smiled and was very useful. This guy is numb, not once or twice, sometimes like a big child, not enough for her. Right, please have a babysitter later. You don't have to work so hard. No, I have a hard time. Other household chores have robots. I cook every day. This is what I can do in the end. If you don't let me do this, I will be abolished. If you are tired of cooking, you should ask the chef to be a babysitter, Xiao said with an angry look. How is it possible? I don't get tired every day. The rice made by my family is better than the chef's outside. Chen Mo said. Hey, I am not a chef. You should eat more. Xiaoyu heard Chen Mo praised. His face smiled sweetly. His eyes were bent into crescents, and he continued to pick up the dishes in the Chen Mo bowl. Chen Mo has asked Xiaoyu to ask for a babysitter more than once, but he has been vetoed by Xiaoyu. He does not insist on it. As long as Xiaoyu is happy, it is the best. Tell you a good news. Today's micro-holographic projector has been tested successfully. Chen Mo said, so this weekend, I will relax myself and go out to play with you. Really? Xiaoyu Mao looked at Chen Mo with surprise, saying that no one is with you is definitely a fake. Which woman does not want his man to spend more time with him? Chen Mo is studying technology. Every day, she is exhausted. She can't help, and she can only feel bad. The company management, she cannot help too much. The only thing that can be done is to take care of his life. Naturally it is impossible to occupy his time arbitrarily, just to accompany her to go shopping and watching movies. Now Chen Mo has time to accompany himself. It is also a surprise. When did I fool you? Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu's surprise as a child, and there was a headache. He hasn't been accompanying Xiao for a long time. Now it's just such a simple news. Let Xiao surprise like this. It seems that there will be time in the future to accompany the small fisherman. That night I want to go out shopping, watch movies, buy you poor, Xiaoyu said with a smile. Sure. After eating and packing things, Xiao quickly changed clothes, holding Chen Mo's arm and happily left the villa.